Midnight in Jiangxing. Chen Xiao stepped hesitantly into the bar, the overwhelming blast of music leaving him utterly disoriented. In all his life, this was the first time he had ever set foot in such a place. Yet he was not here to drink or dance, but to borrow money. Money that might save his mother's life. Her illness had worsened and she needed surgery within 3 days, a procedure that would cost 200,000 yuan. Even after selling off all his family's belongings, Chen Xiao had managed to scrape together only 50,000. With no other path left to take, he sought out Long Yaoyang. Long Yaoyang was the owner of this bar, and also Chen Xiao's university classmate. In truth, they had never been particularly close during their school years. Long Yaoyang had been a famously wealthy second-generation heir, high above everyone else, rich, surrounded by brothers, and even more women. Chen Xiao, by contrast, had been a poor nobody. If not for a recent class reunion, Long Yaoyang would probably barely remember that he existed. Driven to the very edge, Chen Xiao had taken a chance and called Long Yaoyang to ask for a loan. To his surprise, Long Yaoyang agreed readily in one breath and even told him to come find him. Following the room number Long Yaoyang had given him, Chen Xiao found the private booth. The door was left slightly ajar. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard the hurried breathing of a man and a woman from within. His face instantly flushed hot, and he muttered inwardly, "This old classmate really hasn't changed at all." Long Yaoyang's lustful nature was notorious, but such matters were between consenting adults, and Chen Xiao had no intention of commenting. He could only hope Long Yaoyang would finish quickly so he could go in and ask for the money. Yet the longer he listened, the more something felt wrong. Because the woman's voice sounded disturbingly like Sun Li's. Sun Li was Chen Xiao's girlfriend. They had been together for over 3 years, met each other's parents, and were already at the stage of discussing marriage. Impossible. I must be hearing things. How could the woman inside be Sun Li? Chen Xiao shook his head hard, trying to convince himself. But the conversation that followed struck him like a thunderclap. Chen Xiao will be here soon. Aren't you afraid he'll walk in on us? Chen Xiao was utterly certain. The speaker was Long Yaoyang. If he sees us, so what? I'm not afraid of him. The room seemed to spin. That was undeniably Sun Li's voice. The truth could not have been more obvious. Sun Li had betrayed him. After just one class reunion, she had already gotten together with Long Yaoyang. In an instant, Chen Xiao clenched his fists. Humiliation and fury tangled together, sending blood surging to his head. Ha ha ha, that idiot actually came to borrow money from me. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. You're so bad. The couple's voices continued drifting from the booth. Chen Xiao could no longer restrain himself. He kicked the door open. Bang! The private room's door flew open and chaos erupted inside. Oh! Sun Li screamed, snatching up her clothes to wrap around her naked body. Long Yaoyang was flustered at first, but once he saw that the intruder was only Chen Xiao, his panic vanished. Leisurely fastening his pants, he drawled mockingly, "Old classmate, your timing really couldn't be worse." Chen Xiao's rage was on the verge of bursting from his eyes as he pointed at the two of them and cursed. Long Yaoyang, Sun Li, you're truly nothing but scum. Sun Li stubbornly tried to explain, "Chen Xiao, you've misunderstood us. We were just joking around." It was hard to say whether she was truly foolish or simply thought Chen Xiao was. She thought that in the dim lighting of the booth where faces were hard to make out, she could get away with it. Chen Xiao gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Sun Li, I never imagined you were this kind of person. Do you really take me for a fool? I heard every word you said. His declaration left Sun Li with no way to save face. Humiliation quickly turned to anger. She dropped the pretense altogether and said arrogantly, "Fine, since you've seen everything, I'll lay it all out. Chen Xiao, we're not suited for each other. Let's break up." Chen Xiao felt as though a massive stone had been pressed onto his chest, choking his breath. Even if there had to be a breakup, it should never have been this shameless woman to raise it. Sun Li snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be some kind of victim. I've been with you for 3 years. That's already more than generous. Did you really think I'd marry a penniless loser like you? Take a good look at yourself. You're a useless man who can't even support himself. How could you ever hope to support me? Chen Xiao stared at Sun Li in disbelief, as if in these 3 years it was the first time he had truly seen her. At that moment, Long Yaoyang wrapped an arm around Sun Li, pulling her into his embrace, a look of open disdain on his face. Old classmate, you still haven't recognized reality, have you? In this society, if you have no money and no background, you're not even worth a fart. A woman will only suffer following a useless man like you. How could that compare to being with me, eating and drinking the best of everything? Isn't that how it is? But I really should thank you. The two of you were together for 3 years, and Xiao Li was still a virgin. You've been quite considerate. As he spoke, Long Yaoyang's face took on a look of vulgar satisfaction. That taste, tisk tsk. Sun Li blushed, burying her head against his chest. Oh, you're terrible. How can you talk about me like that? Hearing this, Chen Xiao's eyes turned blood red. Throughout their 3-year relationship, every time he had tried to touch Sun Li, she refused him, claiming she wanted to save her most beautiful moment for their wedding night. Yet now she was here in this private room with another man doing exactly that. In an instant Chen Xiao saw her for who she truly was. To rage over such a woman seemed utterly pointless. He drew in a deep breath and forced himself to become calm. Suddenly, let's just say I was blind and only saw your true colors today. We can part ways cleanly. But before you leave you have to return the money. Sun Li asked scornfully, when did I ever owe you money? Chen Xiao replied, the 50,000 I raised by selling my family's belongings is in your bank card. Comprehension dawned on Sun Li's face, and she let out a mocking laugh. Chen Xiao, I stayed with a useless man like you for 3 years. Just the compensation for my youth is worth more than that. And you still want the money back. I'm amazed you even dare to ask. Besides, your mother's illness is a bottomless pit. Even if you sold your own worthless life, you still wouldn't be able to save her. Chen Xiao had never imagined that Sun Li could sink to such shamelessness. Long Yaoyong, wearing an even more arrogant expression, chimed in. Old classmate, I think Xiao Li is right. Your mother's illness can't be cured anyway. Better to just let her die? Chen Xiao fixed his gaze on Long Yaoyong, his eyes nearly splitting. What did you say? Arms folded across his chest, Long Yaoyong sneered. I said it's better to let your mother die. Poor people don't deserve to live. There are insults one might endure, and those one absolutely cannot. Go to hell. Chen Xiao lunged forward and drove his fist hard into Long Yaoyong's face. Caught off guard, Long Yaoyong was hit, so hard his vision blurred and blood poured from his nose. But once he recovered, his fists rained down on Chen Xiao like a storm. You bastard, I hadn't even touched you, and you dared to strike first. He was tall and strong and had trained in Taekwondo. An ordinary man's body was no match for his fists. Chen Xiao was knocked to the floor in an instant. Before he could even stand, a group of henchmen rushed in from outside, laying into him with a barrage of punches and kicks. You dare compete with me for a woman? You're really tired of living. Beat this piece of trash to death. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. Soon blood was pooling on the floor, and Chen Xiao lost consciousness. The henchmen dragged him out the back door and threw him onto a heap of garbage. Rats crawled over his body, and he remained utterly unaware. Near midnight, thunder rolled across the sky, and heavy rain began to fall. A bolt of lightning tore through the heavens with a deafening crack and struck Chen Xiao's body. In the next moment, an unimaginable scene unfolded. Though struck by lightning, Chen Xiao remained unharmed. Instead, the Yinyang jade pendant that had long hung over his chest cracked apart with a sharp sound. Chen Xiao had a long, unending dream. In that dream, he cultivated bitterly for hundreds of years under the seat of the Kanglin God Emperor. Through those slow-passing centuries, he mastered a myriad of secret arts. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements divination, through Chimin Duanjia talismans and formations. None posed any difficulty to him. Among these, medicine had become his true forte. He could snatch life back from the dead and knit flesh onto bare bone. Only when he opened his eyes and found himself lying on a hospital bed did he realize that everything just now had been nothing more than a fleeting fantasy. Beautiful though it had been, a dream is still only a dream. Upon waking, Chen Xiao felt his mind utterly blank. All those medical arts and secret techniques had vanished from his memory. He guessed it must be because he had been bullied too cruelly by Long Yaoyong, and so his mind had forged a dream in which he learned extraordinary skills. He could still vaguely remember being beaten savagely by Long Yaoyong and his gang. At least 2 of his ribs had been broken, and even his internal organs were damaged. Yet when he lifted his shirt to examine himself, he discovered that his body was perfectly intact without the slightest trace of injury. With wounds that severe, surviving at all should have been difficult. To recover completely ought to have taken at least several months. How could he have healed all of a sudden? Just as Chen Xiao's mind was in a fog, a voice abruptly cut through his thoughts. You're awake. With the words, a nurse pushed a small trolley into the room. What happened to me? Why am I in a hospital? As soon as he spoke, Chen Xiao was startled by his own voice. It was so dry and hoarse it hardly sounded like his. The nurse paused, slightly taken aback. You don't remember. You were gravely injured and crawled here to the hospital yourself. Chen Xiao was stunned yet again. Crawled here himself. He had no memory of that at all. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. The nurse's words sent Chen Xiao practically springing up from the bed. Wait, how long did you say I was in a coma? 3 days and 3 nights. The young nurse solemnly extended 3 fingers to emphasize her point. We originally thought you wouldn't make it past 24 hours. No one expected you to pull through. You're practically a medical miracle. Hey, where are you going? Why are you running? Before she could finish, Chen Xiao had already bolted out of the room. By the time the nurse gave chase, his figure had vanished from sight. Chen Xiao recognized this hospital. It was Jiangxing Hospital where his mother was staying. 3 days ago, the doctors had issued their final ultimatum regarding his mother. Now the 3-day deadline had already expired, and he had lain unconscious in the hospital for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Xiao hated Long Yaoyong, but he hated himself even more. If his mother had already passed away, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. In the end, Chen Xiao found his mother in the emergency room. At that moment, a white sheet already covered her face. What this signified was all too clear. Mom! With a heartrending cry, Chun Xiao rushed forward. Lifting the white sheet, he revealed his mother Lu Zhan's lifeless face. Her features were contorted evidence that even in the final moments before death, she had endured unbearable pain. Mom, I'm sorry I came too late. Please open your eyes and look at me just once. Mom, your son has failed you. Mom. Chun Xiao's tears fell in an unending stream. His mother's entire life had been nothing but hardship. Chun Xiao had grown up without a father. It was Lu Zhan alone who had raised him. Relying on the meager income from running a street stall, she had supported him all the way through university. He had thought she would finally be able to enjoy some peace, never imagining that a merciless illness would come knocking. The tree longs for stillness, yet the winds do not cease. The child longs to care for his parents, yet they are no longer there to be cared for. Regret and anguish nearly tore Chun Xiao apart. Just then a displeased voice cut in. Your mother has been dead for 10 minutes. Why are you only arriving now? Chun Xiao looked up at the speaker. The man's name was Li Yud, his mother Lu Zhan's attending physician. 10 minutes. He had missed her by only 10 minutes. Chun Xiao clutched at his own hair in pain. Yet Li Yud only sneered. What good is crying now? Where were you? Useless mud that can't be shaped into a wall. Chun Xiao had neither the mood nor the strength to explain or argue. Indeed, where had he been earlier? Enough, stop putting on an act here. Hurry and complete the formalities, then send your mother off for cremation. Li Yud spoke with open irritation. In his eyes, a patient's life or death was nothing more than a business transaction. Now that the patient was dead, she should be dealt with quickly. No time was to be wasted. Chun Xiao glared at Li Yud with bitter hatred. He had once had the chance to keep his mother alive, but because he could not gather enough money for the surgery, he had watched her be allowed to die before his eyes. Was this what a doctor was? Was not the very calling of a physician to save the dying and heal the wounded? Chun Xiao resolved to look at his mother one last time, and gently took her hand. Her hand was rough, covered in calluses, the marks left by a life of hardship. And just then Chun Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He had felt that his mother's pulse was still beating. Though extremely faint, it was unmistakable. At the same time, Chun Xiao's body shuddered violently. He felt a current surge through his brain and race through his entire body in a flash. Memories that ought to have belonged solely to his dream abruptly revived within him. Among them was a method to bring his mother back from the brink. Seeing Chun Xiao still standing there, Li Yud grew impatient and began shouting again. Why are you standing there like an idiot? If you had gathered the 200,000 earlier, I might have been able to save your mother. Now she's already dead, so what kind of dutiful son are you pretending to be? Chun Xiao suddenly lifted his head. Find me a set of silver needles quickly. My mother isn't dead. She can still be saved. Li Yud froze for a moment, then looked at Chun Xiao as though he were delusional and shouted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? The patient isn't dead. Are you the doctor here, or am I? And now you want me to find you silver needles. Who do you think you are? He barked. If you want to cause trouble, go home and do it. This is not a place for your antics. Just then a silver-haired elder in a traditional Tang jacket entered, surrounded by a group of doctors and nurses. Hearing the commotion, the elder's face darkened with displeasure. What is all this shouting? This is a hospital, not a marketplace. At a glance it was clear he held extraordinary status. The moment Li Yud saw him, his demeanor changed completely. He bowed and scraped with obsequious flattery. Ji Lao, allow me to explain. This deceased patient's family member is making a scene, insisting his mother isn't dead. I truly apologize for disturbing you. Chun Xiao immediately corrected him. I am not making a scene. My mother is not dead. Her pulse is still beating. She can still be saved. Oh, Ji Lao paused, surprised. Let this old man take a look. With that, Ji Lao stepped up to the bedside and felt Lu Zhan's pulse for himself. Moments later, he let out a cold snort, his face tinged with contempt, and declared, young man, you may possess a trace of medical knowledge. It is true that the deceased still has a faint pulse, but in her condition, there is absolutely no possibility of reviving her. In his eyes, Chun Xiao was merely a youth who knew a bit of superficial theory and yet liked to point fingers at professional doctors. Such a person was even more infuriating than someone utterly ignorant. Chun Xiao gave a cold snort and spoke urgently. You being unable to save her does not mean that I cannot. Give me a set of silver needles. I will definitely bring my mother back to life. What did you just say? Ji Lao was furious. He had practiced medicine for decades and was hailed as divine physician Ji wherever he went. If even he declared a patient beyond saving, on what grounds could this brash youth claim otherwise? Li Yud looked as though he were attending a funeral. Brat, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Standing before you is divine physician Ji, president of the Jiangchang Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The people Ji Lao has healed could drown you with a single mouthful of spit. What are you that you dare to spew such arrogant lies? Chun Xiao replied with disdain, I don't care what president or divine physician he is. If he cannot heal the patient, then he is nothing but a quack. Chun Xiao's words offended all the doctors present. If looks could kill, they would have turned him to ashes. Old Ji was so furious that he puffed out his beard and glared, repeating the word good 3 times. All right, I'll lend you my silver needles. If you can't save the person, you must apologize to all the medical staff present. Chen Xiao smirked. What if I save him? What will you do then? Old G was taken aback, as he had never considered. After a moment of hesitation, Old G said firmly, do as you wish. Chen Xiao sneered, I don't need an apology from all of you. I only need him. He pointed at Li Yud. You must bow 3 times. Li Yud blurted out without thinking, sure, I promise you. Not just 3 bows, but 300 if needed. Since it was impossible for it to happen, what did it matter if he agreed? He wouldn't lose anything and could leave a good impression on Old G. Why not? Chen Xiao said lightly, very well. He took the silver needles and stood at his mother's bedside, lost in thought. For over 10 seconds, he remained motionless like a monk in meditation. Li Yud mocked, kid, hurry up. Everyone is waiting. You don't know how to use them, do you? Do you want me to teach you right here? Old G shook his head gently, having assumed that since this young man knew how to take a pulse and boasted so boldly, he must possess some skill. Little did he know he couldn't even manage the basics. Just when everyone thought Chen Xiao was going to embarrass himself amid the rising boos, he suddenly moved. His hands moved like the wind, and the silver needles danced like butterflies performing a vibrant ballet in the air. The crowd was dazzled and stunned. At that moment, Li Yud seemed to have found a flaw, pointing at Chen Xiao and bursting into laughter. Haha, I told you this kid can't use silver needles. Look closely, although his movements are flashy, the needles haven't even pierced the skin. Everyone looked and found that it indeed seemed that way, joining in on the laughter and ridicule. Only Old G remained serious, his expression grave, eyes filled with shock. If he wasn't mistaken, Chen Xiao was employing the long-lost 7-star divine needles. Although it looked like the needles hadn't penetrated, it was actually too fast for the naked eye to catch. 14 silver needles, 7 in each group, were used alternately to stimulate the patient's meridians in a repetitive manner. But soon Old G shook his head, dismissing that thought. How old could this young man be? Let alone mastering such a lost technique, he probably hadn't even heard of it. Moments later, Chen Xiao put away the silver needles and let out a long sigh. Seeing Lu Jun unmoving, her face still ashen without any signs of revival, Li Yud immediately sneered. Kid, have you had enough fun now? Your mother didn't come back to life. She couldn't afford treatment when alive, and now you're still tormenting her after death. She must have had a horrible fate giving birth to a son like you. Just as Li Yud finished speaking, Lu Jun suddenly sat up from the bed, looking at him with rage. I won't allow you to speak about my son like that. This sudden scene startled Li Yud, causing him to exclaim in shock, thinking she had come back to life. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a corpse sit up? Old G was quick and immediately approached to check Lu Jun's pulse, revealing an expression of immense shock. The pulse is stable. The deceased has revived. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Old G's words were more reliable than any machine. If he said the patient was alive, then she was surely alive. However, all this was too incredible. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? Especially Li Yud, who was completely puzzled. How could someone who was clearly dead suddenly come back to life? Moreover, as Lu Jun's complexion gradually became rosy, he found it even more unbelievable. Her illness had already penetrated to the bone. Even if she had surgery, recovery wouldn't be this fast. At this moment, Lu Jun seemed to remember something and looked at Chen Xiao, asking, son, what on earth is happening? Mom remembers. She seemed to have died just now. Chen Xiao smiled gently, saying, Mom, don't overthink it. Look, you're doing fine now. Is there anywhere you still feel unwell? Lu Jun checked herself and felt completely light and relaxed, having fully regained her health. However, everyone in the room was looking at her with strange eyes, making her uncomfortable. Son, it seems like I'm all right now. Should we go home? Chen Xiao nodded. With him around, Lu Jun really didn't need to stay in the hospital any longer. All right, Mom, let me handle a few more things, and then we'll go home. After speaking, Chen Xiao locked his gaze on Li Yud. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Yud's expression changed drastically as he recalled his previous words. Not just 3 bows, but 300 if needed. However, the reality was that he couldn't even bow once, let alone 3. Especially with so many colleagues watching, if he really bowed to Chen Xiao today, how could he continue to stay at the hospital? Chen Xiao sneered, what? Want to go back on your word? Li Yud found himself in a dilemma, casting a pleading glance at Old G. But Old G turned his gaze elsewhere, pretending not to see. It was indeed Old G who made the bet, but it was Li Yud who made the promise. At that moment, a pure-looking young woman was being carried into the emergency room. A short-haired woman behind her shouted loudly, Doctor, hurry, save her. The young woman looked pale, her mouth twitching and frothing at the corners. If treatment wasn't administered quickly, she could be in life-threatening danger. Upon seeing this person, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Hey, isn't that Li Ziqing? No way, it really is her. I've seen her on the news before, but I never thought I'd see her in person today. Let me see too. Chen Xiao recognized her as Li Ziqing, the renowned beauty CEO of Jiangxing. Li Ziqing was not only beautiful and accomplished, but also frequently invited to television shows for financial programs, making her quite famous in Jiangxing. Even Chun Xiao knew something about her. However, it seemed like this wasn't the right time to gawk. Indeed, upon seeing everyone's reaction, the short-haired woman became furious, glaring and shouting, "What are you doctors doing? What time is it? Hurry up and save her." Only then did everyone react, and Li Yud hurriedly said, "Let me take a look at the patient." A celebrity-level beauty CEO was someone you couldn't even meet on a regular day. If he could treat her once, he would gain both fame and fortune. Li Yud was determined to seize this opportunity. Moreover, it could help him gloss over the bowing incident, making it a win-win situation. Chen Xiao said nothing, as saving the person was the priority. However, if Li Yud thought he could easily brush this matter aside, he was gravely mistaken. Li Yud checked Li Ziking's eyelids, not even raising his head as he asked the short-haired woman, "Is the patient's condition suspected to be poisoning?" The short-haired woman's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. "That's right. Our CEO Li was bitten by a poisonous snake while inspecting on the mountain." After inspecting her, Li Yud casually replied, "It's nothing serious, just an injection of antivenin will do. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but shout angrily, "Quack. You're playing with lives. Taking lives so lightly. Young man, do you even realize what you are saying? I have been practicing medicine for 20 years. Do you think I can't treat such a minor ailment?" Li Yud was already seething with anger, having snatched this patient to regain his dignity in front of everyone. Chen Xiao replied expressionlessly, "The patient's condition is far more complicated than you say." Li Yud sneered, "You just happened to stumble upon a dead mouse. Do you really think you are better than me? What a joke." Seeing the two arguing, the short-haired woman immediately became displeased. "What's going on in your hospital? Can you still treat my sister or not? We are colleagues, what's there to argue about?" Li Yud curled his lips. "This young lady, you misunderstand. This kid is not a doctor at our hospital. He is merely a family member of the patient." "What? A family member of the patient?" The short-haired woman immediately raised her eyebrows and scolded Chen Xiao. "What are you causing trouble for as a family member of a patient? If you delay treatment, can you bear the responsibility?" Chen Xiao paused for a moment, remaining silent. He had good intentions, but since she was ungrateful, he thought it better to let her be. At this moment, the nurse had already brought the anti-snake venom serum. Li Yud injected it, and soon Li Ziqing began to regain consciousness, showing signs of improvement. Li Yud was smug. "See, what did I tell you? This kind of condition can be resolved with just one injection of serum." The short-haired woman gratefully praised, "Doctor, your medical skills are remarkable. Once my sister recovers, I will definitely reward you." Li Yud waved his hands repeatedly. "There's no need for that. Saving lives and healing the wounded is our duty as doctors." However, what he thought in his heart was quite the opposite. The grace of saving a life, even if it can't be repaid with one's body, at least a meal together would be inevitable. Just imagining dining with a beauty like Li Ziqing was already thrilling. Moreover, establishing a connection with her today might lead to a prosperous future. Just as Li Yud was lost in his thoughts, the short-haired woman suddenly exclaimed, What's going on? Why is the wound still black?" At her exclamation, everyone immediately looked at Li Ziking's wound. They saw that Li Ziking's wound was completely necrotic, and that blackness was still spreading. What was originally the size of a mahjong tile had now expanded to the size of a bowl. As the poison spread, Li Ziking's condition worsened. Her eyes were vacant and her breath was weak. The short-haired woman urgently said, "Doctor, please take a look at what's going on. Didn't you say my sister was fine? Why is the poison still spreading?" This. Li Yud stammered because he had no idea what was happening. Logically, being bitten by a snake and getting the serum in time should have sufficed. But if it didn't work, he had no plan B. The short-haired woman panicked, shaking Li Yud's arm. "Didn't you say this was just a minor ailment? You should think of a solution." Li Yud frowned, spreading his hands. "I have no way. You incompetent doc." The short-haired woman was so angry that tears were about to fall. At that moment, Chen Xiao's voice drifted over. "I already said the patient's condition is far from simple." The short-haired woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this voice, as if she had found a lifeline. "You must have a way to save my sister, right? Hurry, save her." The woman's previous words and her current commanding attitude made Chen Xiao quite displeased, and he looked at her with disdain. "I'm sorry, I'm just a family member of the patient. I don't want to delay treatment, and I can't bear this responsibility." The short-haired woman was taken aback, recalling how she had previously spoken harshly to Chen Xiao. However, she did not repent. "Why are you being so petty? I'll pay you as long as you can cure my sister's illness. I'll give you however much you want." Chen Xiao sneered and said proudly, "Is having money so impressive? Do you think money can buy everything? I'm sorry, at least with me that doesn't work." "You?" The short-haired woman gnashed her teeth in anger. Chen Xiao, however, no longer wished to engage with her. After hundreds of years in dreams, his temperament had changed drastically. Those people he didn't care about, even if they died in front of him, would not stir a ripple in his heart. He packed his things, preparing to take his mother out of the hospital. Just as Chen Xiao was about to leave, he felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. Looking down, he saw Li Ziqing gazing at him with vacant eyes, her breath faint, saying, "Please save me." Chen Xiao's heart ached suddenly, as if pricked by a needle. Li Ziqing's pitiful appearance instantly etched itself into his mind. Fine. Chen Xiao took out a silver needle. "In that case, I will save your life." Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing closed her eyes in peace. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao began to insert the silver needles into the acupoints around Li Ziqing's wound one by one. Soon a circle of silver needles surrounded the wound, and that area of dead black color ceased to spread further. Elder Ji watched Chen Xiao attentively, then exclaimed, "The 5-5 plum blossom number. This is the plum blossom burning needle. Does this mean Miss Li was possessed?" Chen Xiao smiled slightly at him. "You have discerning eyes." The short-haired woman was puzzled. "My sister was only bitten by a snake. At most she is poisoned. How could she be possessed?" Elder Ji explained, "The plum blossom burning needle is also known as the evil breaking needle, specifically used to drive away evil." Li Yud was unconvinced. "Elder Ji, this kid is just putting on a show. You must not be fooled. What era is it? Still playing with feudal superstitions. Now we emphasize science." Elder Ji glared at him, snorting in anger. Since ancient times, doctors and shamans have not been separate. Shamanic arts are part of the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine, not just the foreign things that are called science. Li Yud fell silent, but his expression clearly showed his disbelief. However, the next scene shocked everyone present, and some of the more timid ones directly dove under the hospital bed. As Chen Xiao withdrew the silver needles, a thick black smoke billowed up, as if something had been ignited. Within the black smoke there came the haunting cries of ghosts. As the black smoke dissipated, those wails finally ceased. Everyone was terrified, huddled together, not knowing what to do. It wasn't until Chen Xiao spoke that they snapped back to reality. "Take the patient to rest. Once she wakes naturally, everything will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately pushed Li Ziqing bed and all out of the room. Now Chen Xiao's words were treated like a decree. Chen Xiao's gaze fell on Li Yud. Before Chen Xiao could say anything, Li Yud suddenly knelt to the ground with what he had just witnessed had scared him senseless. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Don't hold it against me." Li Yud repeatedly knocked his head in apology, and after a few seconds he had knocked more than 3 times. Chen Xiao shook his head and sighed softly. "You are not apologizing to me. You are apologizing to the very title of doctor." Li Yud continued to bow down, not knowing if Chen Xiao's words had even registered. At this moment, Elder Ji suddenly stepped forward, and after some consideration decided to address Chen Xiao as master. "This esteemed master, I have an unreasonable request." Chen Xiao's eyes remained calm. "Speak." Without further ado, Elder Ji knelt down and bowed. "I wish to take you as my teacher." Chen Xiao frowned slightly, softly saying, "You want to take me as your teacher? You are not worthy." As soon as Chen Xiao spoke, it immediately caused a stir. "Even if you have some skills, you shouldn't be so arrogant." Everyone felt indignant on behalf of Elder Ji. Chen Xiao said with a serious expression, "Your qualifications are mediocre and you are already advanced in age. Even if you were to become my disciple, it would be difficult for you to achieve greater success." This time the crowd nearly erupted in outrage. After all, that was Elder Ji, a towering figure in the medical field of Jiang City. Mediocre qualifications. If looks could kill, Chen Xiao would have been torn to shreds at that moment. However, compared to the crowd's indignation, Elder Ji's reaction was much calmer. He murmured, "The master speaks rightly. I have overstepped my bounds." Chen Xiao first amazed Elder Ji with the 7-star acupuncture, and then thoroughly convinced him with the plum blossom cautery. In a moment of desperation, he knelt down to become a disciple. But with Chen Xiao's rejection, Elder Ji thought to himself that the master behind such a talented individual as Chen Xiao must be an extraordinary figure. Given his own mediocre qualifications, it was indeed difficult to catch their eye. Seeing Elder Ji so dejected, Chen Xiao felt a twinge of sympathy. Thus he spoke up, saying, "Although I won't take you as a disciple since we are acquainted, if you have any questions in the field of medicine in the future, feel free to come to me for discussion." Elder Ji was taken aback by these words, his eyes brightening. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master." Chen Xiao nodded and helped Lu Zhen up. "Mom, let's go home." "Okay, let's go home." Lu Zhen smiled and nodded, feeling immensely gratified. She hadn't expected her son to be so skilled in medicine just after graduating from medical school. If given time, how remarkable would he become? All her years of hard work had not been in vain. Just as they left the emergency room, Chen Xiao was called to a stop. The one who called out to him was the short-haired woman. She was Li Ziqing's assistant named Xiao Nan. Li Ziqing had already awakened. Although her complexion was still somewhat pale, her condition had improved significantly. Seeing Li Ziqing in this state, Chen Xiao understood why she had been so furious. This girl was simply too beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a unique aura. She was neither shy like a delicate flower nor cold like an isolated orchid. It was very natural and infectious, especially when she smiled. Other smiles either start from the mouth, however when she smiled her petite nose would crinkle slightly. It was very cute and charming. Sir, you saved my life. Such a great favor cannot go unthanked. This card contains 200,000. Please accept it as payment for your services. Li Ziqing took out a bank card expecting Chen Xiao to decline. After all, those with extraordinary skills often held themselves in high regard and viewed money as worthless. However, Chen Xiao did not refuse at all. He took it without hesitation. Although he did not treat patients for money, it was only right to accept payment for his services. Seeing this, Lu Zhen quietly nudged Chen Xiao and whispered, "Son, isn't that too much money?" Chen Xiao thought to himself that even if it were 2 million, he would deserve it with his current abilities. But before he could explain, Li Ziqing hurriedly said, "It's not too much, and I would like to ask you for a favor as well." Hearing this, Chen Xiao frowned slightly. They had just met, and Chen Xiao had already saved her life. It was generous enough. Yet this woman was trying to take advantage, which made Chen Xiao dissatisfied. Seeing her son's demeanor, Lu Zhen quietly advised, "Chen Xiao, just listen to what the girl has to say." Li Ziqing seemed very well behaved, and Lu Zhen genuinely liked her. Listening to his mother's words, Chen Xiao could only nod and said coldly, "What is it? Speak up." Li Ziqing smiled sweetly. "So your name is Chen Xiao? Hello, Mr. Chen. I think I will need to stay in the hospital for a few more days. I don't quite trust the doctors here, so please forgive my boldness, but I would like to ask Mr. Chen to help take care of me for a few days. Is that okay?" After saying this, Li Ziqing blinked her big eyes, looking eagerly at Chen Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's expression became even more displeased. "This woman wants me to be her caregiver. What is a caregiver? To put it bluntly, it's a nanny doing menial work. How could a man of 7 feet, a cultivator at that, stoop to being a nanny?" Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Zhen spoke in a pleading tone, saying, "Chen Xiao, look, this girl seems quite pitiful. Why don't you agree to her request?" Chen Xiao could refuse anyone, but he couldn't refuse his mother, so he could only nod and say, "They'll come find you tomorrow morning." As he spoke, he quickly pulled his mother away. His mom was soft-hearted. If she stayed any longer, she might agree to something. After Chen Xiao and his mother left, the short-haired woman still had a sulky expression. Li Ziqing chuckled. "What's wrong, Xiao Nan? Are you sulking?" Xiao Nan replied angrily, "Sister, why do you need that filthy man to take care of you? Isn't it enough that I—" Li Ziqing laughed heartily. "So our Xiao Nan is jealous." Xiao Nan stomped her foot and said, "No, it's not like that, sister. Did you not say that you would stop relying on those filthy men?" Li Ziqing pinched Xiao Nan's cheek. "My silly sister, who said I would rely on filthy men again? It's just that this is a time of trouble. I have more important things for you to do." Upon returning home, Lu Zhen was taken aback. Was this dilapidated appearance truly her home? Surely she hadn't gone to the wrong place. "Son, where have all our things gone? Did a thief break in? Hurry, call the police." Chen Xiao did not want to tell his mother that he had sold their possessions to treat her, so he casually told a lie. "No, I sold them. Our furniture was too old and needed replacing. Mom, now that we have money, you can go buy a new set and choose whatever you like." He handed the bank card to his mother. However, she slapped it away. "Go away, what are you buying? I think this is just— the money should be saved for you to marry a wife." Chen Xiao helplessly replied, "I'm still young, I'm not in a hurry to get married." Lu Zhen rolled her eyes at him. "You may not be in a hurry, but I am. The old Lu next door has a son younger than you, and he already has a grand— By the way, why haven't I seen Sun Li come over for dinner recently?" As soon as the name Sun Li was mentioned, Chen Xiao's expression immediately darkened, and even his fists involuntarily clenched. Lu Zhen was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong, son? Did you two break up?" To avoid making his mother sad, Chen Xiao said nothing. "It's nothing, don't overthink it. It's fine, son. If you broke up, then you broke up. Don't get upset. We can find another one. There are plenty of good girls. I think that little girl from earlier was pretty good. You two seem quite compatible." Chen Xiao finally understood why his mother treated Li Ziqing so well. It turned out she wanted her to become a daughter-in-law. Although Chen Xiao had some fondness for Li Ziqing, it was merely a passing sentiment, not enough to consider suitability. "All right, Mom, you've just recovered from a serious illness. You should rest. I'm tired too and want to take a break." Chen Xiao wasn't exaggerating about being tired. Using the 7-star divine needle and plum blossom needle consecutively had completely exhausted him. Back in his room, Chen Xiao couldn't help but lament how weak his current body was. Although the memories of his training in the dream had returned, everything was still stuck in theoretical stages. To reach the heights he achieved in the dream, he had to start training from scratch. As for techniques like the 7-star divine needle and plum blossom needle, although they were considered treasured skills for Elder Ji, they were just superficial knowledge for Chen Xiao. What Chen Xiao needed to cultivate first was the unique technique of the Kanglin Divine Emperor. The 9 transformations of Kanglin. In the dream, Chen Xiao had only cultivated to the 7th transformation, yet he possessed the power to destroy the world. If he could master it completely, its might was unfathomable. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chen Xiao silently recited the incantation and slowly entered a state of cultivation. As he breathed in and out, the stars in the sky began to shift in his mind. Vast spiritual energy surged down like colossal waves from the heavens, eventually transforming into wisps that penetrated into Chun Xiao's body. The spiritual energy flowed like water, cleansing and nourishing Chun Xiao's limbs, bones, and meridians. Midnight, accompanied by a crisp sound like an eggshell breaking. Chun Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth from his gaze. The first transformation of the 9 transformations of Kanglin was complete. Chun Xiao's body felt as if it had undergone a metamorphosis, instantly rejuvenated. Both his physical strength and energy reached an unprecedented height. Now not only could he use 2 sets of needles, even if he used them consecutively 1,000 or 800 times, he would not feel the slightest fatigue. With the first transformation completed, Chun Xiao decided to seize the momentum and continue cultivating. However, just as he began, a loud bang echoed. It turned out his flimsy little bed couldn't withstand the force and collapsed. Chun Xiao thought to himself how fortunate it was that no one else was in the room, otherwise explaining it would be quite troublesome. "Son, what was that noise? Is it from your room?" His mother's worried voice came from outside the door. Chun Xiao hurriedly replied, "It's nothing, Mom, I just fell out of bed. This child, even at this age, still can't sleep properly." His mother's voice faded away. Chun Xiao felt that cultivating like this was not a sustainable approach. This time it was just the bed that broke. If next time he brought down the whole floor, that would be a real issue. He might as well go outside to cultivate. Resolute, Chun Xiao opened the window and jumped out. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that his family lived on the 6th floor, but using the air conditioning unit on the building, Chun Xiao landed safely after a couple of drops. There was a small park nearby, and Chun Xiao concealed himself among the hills to train. After the first transformation, his senses had greatly enhanced. Although he was deeply engrossed in his training, every movement of the surrounding wind and grass did not escape his notice. Just then he heard a series of heavy panting. Focusing his gaze, he saw a middle-aged man running toward the small hill. The man was clearly not out for a night run or a stroll in the park, as he was severely injured with blood splattered all over him. A few dozen meters behind him, 4 strong men in black were chasing him relentlessly. When the middle-aged man passed by Chun Xiao, he paused slightly, but did not stop, and continued running. The 4 men in black were getting closer, making him dare not slacken for even a moment. Yet upon seeing Chun Xiao, the 4 black-clad men halted. One of them shouted at Chun Xiao, "What are you doing? The wolf gang doesn't tolerate outsiders, get lost." Before Chun Xiao could respond, another bald man said, "What are we wasting words on? Just get rid of this vagrant." Chun Xiao's lips twitched, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. It was one thing for these people to disturb his training, but now they wanted to kill him. How outrageous. Just then the middle-aged man turned back. "The one you want to kill is me. Don't harm the innocent. If you have the ability, come at me." The bald man sneered. "Qi Tianhu, do you really think you can escape? Boys, charge." The 4 men in black pounced on the middle-aged man like hungry tigers. The man called Qi Tianhu was formidable. Although he was heavily injured, his punches and kicks remained fierce and vigorous. The 4 men in black, though young and strong, were not gaining the upper hand. But Chun Xiao could see that Qi Tianhu, under heavy injury, was already at the end of his strength and couldn't hold out for long. The bald man was also aware of this and shouted loudly, "Hold on, brothers. Qi Tianhu won't last long. As long as we take him down, we will be known for defeating a gold list expert, and riches and glory await." Upon hearing this, the other 3 fought even harder, and the situation shifted dramatically. Qi Tianhu was about to collapse. He shouted to Chun Xiao, "Kid, run quickly. What are you waiting for?" At this moment, Chun Xiao finally stood up, but instead of running, he walked toward the black-clad men. Seeing this, Qi Tianhu was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, are you looking for death? I told you to leave, and yet you stay. If you get caught, don't blame me for involving you." The bald man also noticed Chun Xiao sneering coldly. "Kid, if you had wanted to run, you still had a chance. But heaven had a path, and you didn't take it. Hell had no door." Oh. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, Chun Xiao had already punched toward him. That punch seemed casual, yet the bald man couldn't evade it. With that punch, the bald man's nose was crushed into his face, blood splattering everywhere. "Damn it, big brother. Kid, you're looking for death." The other 3 men, seeing this, abandoned Qi Tianhu temporarily and rushed at Chun Xiao, shouting. Chun Xiao remained unperturbed, his right hand striking like an eagle's claw, seizing one person's arm and twisting it fiercely. With a crack, the arm broke and the white bone protruded from the elbow. At the same time, he stomped on another person's foot. That person let out a scream, his entire foot crushed by Chun Xiao. All that remained was a puddle of red and white devoid of any shape. The last person was so frightened he vomited and turned to flee. "Want to leave? Did I allow you?" Chun Xiao's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly jabbed his foot. A pebble shot out like a bullet. Accompanied by a whoosh, the pebble struck the man's back. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. Qi Tianhu was dumbfounded. He had thought this young man was just a vagrant, but he didn't expect him to be a master. He felt embarrassed for having just told him to escape. He cupped his hands in gratitude toward Chen Xiao. Thank you, young brother. If it weren't for you today, I Qi Tianhu would have perished here. Before he could finish speaking, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Qi Tianhu fainted. Chen Xiao stepped forward and realized that he had gone into shock from excessive blood loss, but it was nothing serious. Just moments ago when he was threatened, Qi Tianhu had bravely stood up. For this reason alone, Chen Xiao could not stand by and do nothing. Moreover, this injury was a mere trifle. Chen Xiao took out a silver needle to treat Qi Tianhu's wounds, which was originally from Old Ji. Old Ji had not asked for it back, and he had forgotten to return it. During the treatment, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed. The injuries of Qi Tianhu were not as simple as mere superficial wounds. Chen Xiao opened Qi Tianhu's clothes and carefully examined his chest. Upon investigation, Chen Xiao couldn't help but frown. This person was deeply poisoned. Even for him, it was quite a tricky situation. Just then, Chen Xiao suddenly heard a gust of wind coming from behind his head. Without turning around, he swiftly raised his hand towards his ear, catching a slender ankle in his grip. If he had been even a moment slower, that fierce kick would have struck his temple. Turning back, he saw that the person who kicked him was a woman in tight leather. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with an incredibly voluptuous figure. However, the look she cast at Chen Xiao was fierce, like a fierce tigress. She quickly retreated after her failed attack. Beast, what are you doing to my dad? Chen Xiao was taken aback and pointed at Qi Tianhu, asking, he is your dad. Seeing her father covered in blood and disheveled, the woman's eyes turned red with rage. You pervert, I will kill you to avenge my dad. Chen Xiao hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. But the woman was not listening at all, clawing at Chen Xiao. Her flowery punches and embroidered kicks were naturally not a threat to Chen Xiao, but he didn't want to harm her, so he had to be careful in his defense. In the scuffle, Chen Xiao only intended to push her away but accidentally pushed against her chest. Though separated by leather, it was truly large and soft. Chen Xiao helplessly said, I swear I didn't mean to. Do you believe me? The woman, filled with embarrassment and rage, raised her hand to strike at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao effortlessly grasped her wrist, his expression darkening. I've already said it was a misunderstanding. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. The woman went crazy. You rogue, I must kill you today. However, just then a furious shout suddenly rang out. Qingfei, stop. Do not be disrespectful to our benefactor. The woman froze, for it was Qi Tianhu who spoke. He had already awakened. She looked bewildered. Dad, what are you talking about? What benefactor? He was just. Chen Xiao released the woman's hand and explained, your father fainted from excessive blood loss. I was just helping him heal. The woman frowned. Heal? I didn't see you healing. All I saw was you taking off my dad's clothes. At that moment, Qi Tianhu walked over. Little brother, I am Qi Tianhu, and this is my daughter Qi Qingfei. The girl has been spoiled by me. Please bear with her. Chen Xiao shook his head, indicating it was no problem, and said, I am Chen Xiao. Little brother, if it weren't for you, I Qi Tianhu would have died twice today. Qingfei, hurry and thank our benefactor. Seeing that his daughter still looked angry, Qi Tianhu intended to ease the atmosphere. Qi Qingfei cast a complicated glance at Chen Xiao, but ultimately looked towards Qi Tianhu. I'm sorry, Dad, I was late. Chen Xiao sneered inwardly, but said nothing. Qi Tianhu did not press his daughter. He exclaimed, hey, what about those men in black? Chen Xiao replied, while I was treating you, they had already fled. A glint of killing intent flashed in Qi Tianhu's eyes. Unfortunately, those little pests who took advantage of a misfortune. If I encounter them again, I will make them regret ever being born. Then Qi Tianhu took out a business card. Little brother, I owe you a life. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to come find me. Chen Xiao accepted the card, which only bore the name Qi Tianhu and a phone number with no company, or Chen Xiao found it amusing. He wondered what kind of big shot this was that just a name could be so valuable. Out of courtesy, he asked, do you have a pen and paper? Yes. To his surprise, Qi Tianhu, a man from the underworld, actually carried paper and a pen with him. He handed them to Chen Xiao without asking what he needed them for. Chen Xiao quickly jotted down his name and phone number on the paper. Here's my contact information. If you ever have any trouble, you can call me. As soon as Chen Xiao finished speaking, Qi Qingfei burst out laughing. What a joke. Do you know who my dad is? The troubles that even my dad can't resolve, how could you? Who do you think you are? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and said blandly, actually, I am a doctor. Your dad's time is running out. You brat, you're seeking death. Qi Qingfei was about to attack again. Qi Tianhu stopped his daughter, but Chen Xiao's words made him feel quite uncomfortable. If it weren't for Chen Xiao saving his life, he would have already turned hostile. Little brother, I appreciate your kindness, but this small injury is not enough to take Qi's life. Let's part ways here. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Qingfei, let's go. Qi Tianhu's tone had become quite stiff. He cupped his hands towards Chen Xiao and left with his daughter. Chen Xiao shook his head, initially wanting to help save his life, but since he didn't appreciate it, he decided to let it go. After all, they were just strangers who had crossed paths, and there was no deep relationship. Having been delayed, Chen Xiao had no intention of continuing his cultivation. However, he didn't return home because he suddenly remembered. He still had an outstanding debt to collect. Yaoyang Bar. Although it was only 3 days since his last visit, Chen Xiao felt as if a great change had occurred in this place. He was here to collect the debt, so no matter how the rolling sound waves excited others, they hardly stirred a ripple in his heart. Finding Long Yaoyang was quite simple. At this moment he was drinking with a group of friends, and in his arms sat a provocatively dressed woman radiating allure. However, that woman was not Sun Li. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, or maybe because he had drunk too much, Chen Xiao sat beside Long Yaoyang without him even noticing. It wasn't until Chen Xiao tapped him saying, "Hey old classmate, we meet again," that Long Yaoyang was taken aback, realizing he hadn't noticed Chen Xiao's arrival at all. A group of people immediately gathered around, recognizing Chen Xiao. He recognized them too. They were the ones who almost beat him to death 3 days ago. Long Yaoyang waved them away and pretentiously swirled his glass of red wine. "You dare come looking for me? What are you itching for trouble again?" Chen Xiao replied calmly, "I'm here to collect a debt. Sun Li owes me money, and since she's not here today, you shall repay it." Haha. Long Yaoyang laughed heartily. "You poor fool, is this never-ending? All you want is money, right? Fine, I can give you some." Saying this, Long Yaoyang stood up and spread his legs. "Crawl under my pants, and I'll pay you back, son." Long Yaoyang's humiliation drew laughter from the crowd. This guy must be out of his mind, not realizing where he was. To come here and provoke young Master Long, wasn't that just asking for humiliation? Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. "Sai Long Yaoyang, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. No matter, here's your second chance. Within 3 counts, if you kneel and apologize, I might let you go, considering our old friendship." Long Yaoyang's smile faded, his expression darkening. "Chen Xiao, what are you pretending for?" In this place, only he, Long Yaoyang, could act pretentious. He truly couldn't understand where this waste Chen Xiao found the courage to speak like that. But Chen Xiao only calmly said one word, 3. "Damn it, are you still pretending?" Long Yaoyang, furious, kicked at Chen Xiao. However, before he could comprehend what was happening, he was already sent. He crashed heavily to the ground, his stomach churning the fine red wine he had just drunk, almost spewing out. "Damn it, how dare you hit me? Kill him." Without waiting for his order, the thugs stationed nearby rushed towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. 3 days ago, his life had nearly been ended by this group of scum. Sitting on the couch, he faced them 10 to 1. These scum were not even worthy of him standing up. Just 3 seconds later, all of these scum were lying on the ground, unable to stand again. Chen Xiao didn't kill them. He was very measured in his actions. So these people didn't die, but their remaining lives would be spent in a living hell. Chen Xiao's ferocity frightened. Long Yaoyang was equally stunned. He never expected that in just 3 days Chen Xiao could become so formidable. Amidst the chaos, Long Yaoyang was left with only one thought: to escape. He crawled on the ground, trying to escape in the confusion. Chen Xiao disdainfully snorted, noticing a fruit plate before him. He picked up a toothpick. Whoosh! Grab! The toothpick pierced through Long Yaoyang's palm, pinning him to the ground. Chen Xiao slowly walked over and said in a ghostly voice, "Old classmate, I didn't allow you to leave. Besides, I haven't finished counting yet." 2. Long Yaoyang was already terrified. Without saying a word, he began banging his head on the ground. "Chen Xiao, no, Lord Xiao, I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. Please give me another chance and let me go." Chen Xiao smiled. "I already gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." Long Yaoyang's heart sank as he took out a bank card and presented it with both hands. "Lord Xiao, here is 500,000. I'll pay back 10 times what Sun Li owes you." Chen Xiao accepted the bank card, teasingly saying, "Didn't you just suggest I let you crawl under my pants? If I just let you go, wouldn't that be too easy on you?" Long Yaoyang's eyes lit up. "Lord Xiao, I understand." He then crawled towards Chen Xiao's pants. Chen Xiao kicked him away disdainfully, saying, "You're not worthy to crawl under my pants." Saying this, he grabbed the beautiful woman beside him. "Crawl under hers." Long Yaoyang gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. "I'll crawl." Just as he crawled under the woman, Long Yaoyang felt a warm liquid dripping on his head. The woman panicked, saying, "Sorry, young Master Long, I couldn't control myself." Those who were scared to death obviously couldn't control themselves. Long Yaoyang was infuriated to the point of wanting to kill, but for his life, he bore the humiliation and crawled over. "Old classmate, I didn't expect you to be so adaptable. Today I'll spare you, but you better be careful in the future." Chen Xiao heavily patted Long Yaoyang's shoulder 3 times, then laughed heartily as he left. After confirming that Chen Xiao had truly left, Long Yaoyang collapsed to the ground. "No one is allowed to speak of today's events, or you will bear the consequences." Long Yaoyang closed his eyes, threatening in a low voice. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, trembling, as she said, "Young Master Long, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Long Yaoyang closed his eyes and beckoned her with his finger. The woman understood and crawled over. 30 seconds later, Long Yaoyang let out a beastly roar of humiliation and unwillingness. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping a calamity. But suddenly she felt something was off as she wiped her mouth, and then let out a terrified scream. Long Yaoyang opened his eyes, and was immediately engulfed in darkness, fainting. The last image in his mind before losing consciousness was the bright red blood dripping from the woman's lips. This was naturally a technique employed by Qin Shao. It might be somewhat cruel, but compared to what Long Yao Yang had done to Qin Shao, this could only be seen as the retribution he deserved. Moreover, as long as he cultivated himself and distanced himself from women, it would not affect his body at all. However, for Long Yao Yang, being forced away from women might be even more painful than taking his life. The next day at dawn, Qin Shao got up and had breakfast prepared with great care by his mother before heading to work. He worked as a pharmacist at a traditional Chinese medicine shop. He graduated from a well-known medical university and originally interned at Jiangxing Hospital, where he performed quite well during his internship. However, due to his family's lack of money and influence, he ultimately lost the opportunity to a well-connected individual. With no other option, he could only settle for a position at the pharmacy. It was also here that he met Sun Li. Sun Li did not have a high education, having graduated from a vocational school, and could only work as a cashier in the shop. Once Qin Shao thought he would walk far together with Sun Li. This pharmacy would witness their happy and fulfilling life. But in the blink of an eye, those dreams had become mere memories. At the pharmacy's entrance, Qin Shao shook his head, casting aside those emotions before stepping inside. As soon as he entered the pharmacy, Qin Shao noticed that his colleagues were acting strangely. Not only did they keep their distance from him, but they also whispered and pointed at him behind his back. Even the looks they cast his way were filled with unabashed mockery. Before long, Qin Shao understood what was happening. He saw Sun Li walking out of the office with the store manager. Today, Sun Li was heavily made up, impeccably dressed from head to toe, exuding an air of elegance. She was no longer the impoverished girl with a plain face from before. The store manager chatted and laughed with her, their relationship appearing exceedingly close. Shao Li, you've hit the jackpot now. Even though you're resigning today, we will always be good friends. Be sure to let me know when you have your wedding. Sun Li giggled, saying, "Don't worry, manager, I could never forget you." Sun Li also spotted Qin Shao and deliberately strutted past him, proud like a princess. Clearly, everyone knew that Sun Li had dumped Qin Shao and had hooked up with a wealthy man. In this age where wealth was valued over virtue, Qin Shao had become the target of their ridicule. Qin Shao chuckled softly and shook his head. At this moment, Sun Li stirred not even a ripple in his heart. As for his colleague's mockery, he paid it no mind. To put it plainly, he and the people here were no longer on the same level. He simply found it amusing. No sooner had Sun Li left than the store manager called Qin Shao over. "Qin Shao, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to work?" The store manager's eyes were filled with disdain, and his attitude was quite bad. "A useless man who has been cuckolded still dares to come to work. You might as well find a place to die." Qin Shao calmly explained, "I had some family matters to attend to. Just deduct my wages." The manager snorted dismissively. "Absent without leave is an attitude problem. Do you think deducting a bit of salary will solve everything? I think you don't need to be a pharmacist anymore. From today you will stand at the counter as a cashier." Qin Shao frowned. This sycophantic little man clearly wanted to curry favor with Sun Li by making things difficult for him. However, before Qin Shao could respond, his phone suddenly rang. It was Li Ziqing calling to ask why he hadn't gone to. Only then did Qin Shao remember the promise he made to Li Ziqing, which he had completely forgotten. Upon hearing that he hadn't gone to the hospital, Li Ziqing asked where he was and sent someone to pick him up. Qin Shao had no choice but to tell her the address of the pharmacy. Just as he hung up the phone, the store manager began to mock him coldly. "Making phone calls during work hours? Do you think I pay you to make phone calls? People like you, I can't even be bothered to talk to you. No wonder you can't even keep your girlfriend. Hurry up and go sell medicine at the counter. What are you still standing here for?" Qin Shao became angry, tearing off his white coat and throwing it at the manager's face. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" The manager was both shocked and furious, yelling as he clutched his neck. Qin Shao coldly snorted, "I quit." The manager sneered. "Quit? So you're going to resign just because Sun Li did? She has a rich man supporting her. What do you have? But that's fine. A waste like you really isn't suitable to continue working in my store. Pack your things and get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, aged voice thundered in. "The one who is unsuitable to work here is you." The manager thought to himself, who was so blind as to speak up for Qin Shao, and when he looked up, his face turned pale with fright. Elder G, what are you doing here?" An elderly man dressed in a tang suit entered with an angry expression. It was Elder G. "It's my own store, can't I come?" It turned out that the big boss of this pharmacy was Elder G. The manager was just working for Elder G. Having worked under Elder G for many years, this was the first time he had seen him so angry. He was so frightened that he could hardly speak clearly. I can explain. Elder G, please don't be angry. What I said just now was just because this kid is too irritating. Absent without leave is one thing, but to want to resign after just a few words of reprimand. Today's youth are simply too impetuous." His explanation did not help. Instead, Elder Ji's eyebrows shot up in anger. "Shut up. Is Master Chen someone you can teach a lesson to?" The manager was stunned. "Master Chen? Who is Master Chen?" Qin Shao sneered. "He is referring to me." The manager's vision darkened, nearly fainting. Elder G, you must be mistaken. He is just a lowly pharmacist in the shop. Elder G pointed angrily at the door. Get out. Get out. How dare you repeatedly insult Master Chun? In the future, if anyone in Jiangcheng's medical community dares to employ you, it is tantamount to declaring war against me, G. The manager was dumbfounded. Although he still couldn't figure out what was happening, he had realized the gravity of the situation. He grabbed Chen Xiao's clothes and pleaded desperately. Chen Xiao, no, I mean Master Chen, please help me plead with Elder G. I have elderly parents and young children depending on me. If I lose my job, how will I survive? Chen Xiao coldly snorted. Why should I care about your family situation? The manager still wouldn't give up. Master Chen, we have worked together for such a long time, can you at least say a kind word for me? That's true, we have indeed worked together for a long time. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, pretending to think. The manager saw an opening and immediately looked at Chen Xiao, like a servile dog waiting for him to continue. With a smirk, Chen Xiao replied, you know what? Out of respect for our long-standing relationship, the best thing I could do is throw you out of here. The store manager was indeed thrown out. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to take action, old G had him tossed out. Besides being the president of the Jiangxing Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, his identity was also the owner of the Tongji Pharmacy. Tongji Pharmacy has dozens of branches in Jiangxing, and the one Chen Xiao works at is just one of them. Master Chen, I didn't expect you to possess such extraordinary skills, yet willingly work as a mere pharmacist here. This is truly the epitome of hiding in plain sight. I genuinely admire you. Old Jis' eyes were filled with admiration, clearly heartfelt. Chen Xiao smiled, awkwardly thinking to himself that he had just become a master. He joked, I just resigned, I'm afraid I can no longer hide. Old G stated directly, Master Chen, if you don't mind, I would like to offer you this pharmacy as an apology for the inconveniences caused. Chen Xiao shook his head, saying it wasn't you who made the mistake, so you don't need to apologize. Just let me know if you have any issues. Old G blushed, finally revealing the truth. Master Chen has sharp eyes. To be honest, I have an old friend suffering from a strange illness, and I would like to ask for your help to take a look. Chen Xiao nodded, sure, but I don't have time right now. How about you leave me your contact information, and he'll come by when I have a chance. Old G was overjoyed. That would be wonderful. After exchanging contact information with Old G, Chen Xiao took his leave from the pharmacy. At the pharmacy's entrance, Chen Xiao noticed several former colleagues gathered around a BMW Z40, their eyes filled with envy. The owner of the sports car, Sun Li, was striking poses, enjoying the worshipful gazes of the crowd. Sun Li, your car is amazing, so beautiful. I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to ride in such a nice car in my life. Sun Li was overjoyed, nearly bursting with excitement. Oh, don't worry about that. When I'm in a good mood someday, he'll take you all for a spin. You all don't need to be too envious. This car only costs a few $100,000. My boyfriend Yaoyang said that for my birthday, he'll get me an even better one. Everyone verbally praised Sun Li for her good fortune in finding such a great boyfriend, but inwardly, they cursed Pa. What's so impressive about that? It's just about being supported by a rich man. Oh, what's so great about it? Look at how smug she is. Sun Li spotted Chen Xiao by the roadside and walked over. Oh, isn't this my useless ex-boyfriend? Where are you off to? I'm in a good mood today, how about I give you a ride? Chen Xiao turned his head away, too lazy to respond to her. Sun Li scoffed, what are you pretending to be high and mighty? Let me tell you, such a nice car is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If you miss this chance, you won't get another. As they were speaking, a Maybach stopped in front of Chen Xiao. A short-haired woman got out of the car. It was Xiao Nanli, Ziking's assistant. Xiao Nan approached Chen Xiao. Mister Chen, I'm here to take you to the hospital. Sun Li was momentarily stunned upon seeing Xiao Nan, who was as beautiful as her. She felt a pang of jealousy. No wonder you aren't taking my car. It turns out someone is here to pick you up. But I must say, a grown man without his own car is really embarrassing. Just as Sun Li finished her sarcastic remark, Xiao Nan took out the car keys and handed them to Chen Xiao. Mr. Chen, for the sake of convenience in your future travels, this car is a gift for you. Although Chen Xiao wasn't very familiar with luxury cars, he knew that the Maybach in front of him was quite expensive. I can't accept this. Before Chen Xiao could refuse, Xiao Nan quickly interjected, it's just a simple vehicle. There's no need to be polite. Sun Li snorted disdainfully, so it's just an ordinary vehicle. It must be a cheap imitation, not comparable to my BMW Z4. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Nan burst into laughter. Sun Li fumed, what are you laughing at? Do you think your imitation is better than my BMW? Xiao Nan spread her hands, it's not that expensive, you could buy 3 or 4 of your cars for the price. Sun Li didn't believe her. You say that, but how can I trust you? If you don't believe me, just check it out. Fine, I will check it. Do you think I can't? Sun Li, though lacking in knowledge, was quite skilled at using her phone. Soon she found the price of the Maybach. Staring at the screen, she was dumbfounded, her face turning pale, and she had sold her body to get this BMW Z4. How could she let Chen Xiao, that useless ex-boyfriend, surpass her? But the truth was right in front of her, and she couldn't accept it. Chen Xiao, you wait for me. I'm going to find Long Yaoyang and make him get me a car that's 3 times better than yours. no 10 times better. Seeing Sun Li about to leave, Chen Xiao kindly reminded her, are you going to find Long Yaoyang? I advise you not to. Sun Li laughed smugly, are you jealous? Are you still thinking about me? But let me tell you, don't be delusional. The more you don't want me to go, the more I will. Chen Xiao was speechless, making a gesture, as if to say, do as you please. I kindly advised you, but you didn't listen, so there's nothing I can do. Thanks. Once Sun Li left, Chen Xiao intended to return the car keys. Xiaonan stopped him. You didn't think I was intentionally helping you to annoy her, did you? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, implying wasn't that the case. Xiaonan smiled proudly. I told you it's just a simple vehicle, you don't need to overthink it. By the way, was that woman just now your girlfriend? Chen Xiao nodded, and then shook his head. Ex-girlfriend. Xiaonan immediately displayed a mocking expression. That's quite poor taste. Chen Xiao? He knew she was still holding a grudge over yesterday's incident, and didn't want to argue. He changed the subject. Let's go to the hospital. Who said I was going with you? Xiaonan shot Chen Xiao a glance, and then called a taxi by the roadside. Chen Xiao was at a loss for words. This girl truly had a stubborn temper. But this was for the best, avoiding any awkwardness between them later. Chen Xiao happily drove the luxury car alone towards Jiangxing Hospital. Meanwhile, Sun Li arrived at Long Yaoyang's doorstep. Honey, could you get me a new car? You have no idea how embarrassing it was for me today. Upon entering, she began to whine sweetly, completely unaware of Long Yaoyang's terrifyingly gloomy expression. Long Yaoyang's mind was not on Sun Li at all. He was preoccupied with his health issues. After experiencing last night's nosebleed incident, he immediately went to the hospital for an examination. The examination results showed that everything was normal, yet the nosebleed problem remained unaddressed. The doctor couldn't explain it and advised him to quit smoking, avoid alcohol, and exercise more. Of course, the most important point was to stay away from women. Long Yaoyang could give up anything but women. Keeping him away from them was worse than taking his life. In just one night, he had worried himself into white hair. His face was clouded with worry until Sun Li sat on him, bringing him back to reality. Long Yaoyang suddenly jolted, kicking Sun Li away. Get away from me. Sun Li was completely stunned by the unexpected kick. However, she dared not treat Long Yaoyang as she had treated Chen Xiao in the past. To please Long Yaoyang, she crawled on the floor towards him. Moreover, with every inch she crawled forward, a piece of her clothing fell off. My dear husband, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so angry? Let me help you cool down. If this were the past, Long Yaoyang would have pounced on her like a hungry tiger. But today he held back. Not only did he hold back, but he also cursed, stay away from me, you filthy woman. He was mainly afraid. Sun Li's posture was too enticing, and he worried that he might lose control, and blood would flow again. Sun Li looked aggrieved, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Honey, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so— Long Yaoyang coldly replied, what a damn misfortune. Why are you asking me what's wrong? Why don't you go ask Chen Xiao? What's wrong with him? Sun Li was taken aback and suddenly recalled that Chen Xiao had advised her not to seek Long Yaoyang. Could it be that Long Yaoyang suffered losses because of Chen Xiao? But she quickly dismissed that thought. Chen Xiao was a penniless waste. How could he have any means to deal with Long Yaoyang? When Long Yaoyang heard Sun Li's question, he became even more furious. Why are you asking me? The doctor doesn't even know what's wrong. How would I know? You go ask Chen Xiao. If you don't find out what's going on, don't come back to see me. This was the first time Sun Li had seen Long Yaoyang so angry, and she hurriedly ran out. On the other side, Chen Xiao had arrived outside Li Ziking's hospital room. Before he could enter, he heard a fierce argument coming from inside. In my opinion, the scar on Miss Li's leg only needs a few months of rest supplemented with medication, and it will fade away in a few months. But this is a wound from a snake bite. If not properly handled, it might leave a scar. Can you take responsibility for that? So what do you propose? It's simple. Perform a skin graft surgery, and the problem can be easily solved. Skin graft surgery. That's utterly ridiculous. Ridiculous. I see you as an old fossil. You don't understand anything. Inside the hospital room, an old doctor and a young one were arguing fiercely. Their topic of discussion was the wound left on Li Ziking's leg after being bitten by a snake. Chen Xiao silently blamed himself for being careless. Yesterday, while he was busy saving Li Ziking's life, he forgot about the aftermath. It would be a pity if this pair of long, straight legs ended up with a scar. At that moment, the older doctor, puffing his beard and glaring, said, You think I don't understand skin grafting? I'm an old fossil. Do you think I don't know the dangers of such surgery? The young doctor, with a defiant look, scoffed. That's what other doctors say. If I, Lin Jin, personally operate, I can ensure Miss Li's safety. The old doctor huffed angrily. What you say here is useless. We need to hear what Miss Li has to say. Miss Li, we've analyzed the pros and cons. You can make the final choice yourself. Lin Jin looked smug, as if Li Ziqing would definitely choose him. After all, in his view, there was no reason for Li Ziqing not to choose him. This young and beautiful girl would absolutely not tolerate an ugly scar on her leg. Just as everyone was waiting for Li Ziqing to make her decision, a faint voice suddenly emerged. Neither option will be chosen by Miss Li. I will handle her wound. Upon hearing this voice, Li Ziqing immediately showed a look of surprise on her face. Chen Xiao, you've come. Lin Jin furrowed his brow and looked at Chen Xiao, asking, who are you? What do you do? Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, I can be considered Miss Li's caregiver. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. Lin Jin immediately shouted angrily, what business do you, a caregiver, have here? Stay away and don't make a fuss. The two doctors clearly did not take Chen Xiao seriously. A mere caregiver, not even as qualified as a nurse, actually dared to treat a patient's wound. It's simply laughable. At this moment, Li Ziqing asked Chen Xiao, do you have a way to prevent a scar on my leg? Chen Xiao nodded naturally. Should I take medicine or have surgery? How long will recovery take? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and said, no injections or medication. If no one interrupts, it will take about 3 minutes for complete recovery. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the two doctors looked at him with disdain. The old doctor shook his head in anger. Unreasonable, that's utter nonsense. Lin Jin sneered, kid, hurry up and go lie down somewhere cool, stop boasting here. Just as he finished speaking, Li Ziqing shouted in anger, I think it's you who should lie down. Chen Xiao, don't mind them, come and handle my wound. Lin Jin was dumbfounded. Miss Li, I must have misheard. Are you really asking a mere caregiver to handle your wound? Li Ziqing nodded decisively, yes, you heard correctly. Lin Jin stared at Li Ziqing. This woman was simply unreasonable. Miss Li, I am a PhD from the Royal Medical College of Maple Leaf Nation and a council member of the International Medical Association EMA. You're willing to believe a mere caregiver over me. I don't care what kind of PhD or council member you are, I just trust Chen Xiao. What does that have to do with you? Li Ziqing glared fiercely, her words strong and undeniable. Fine, I want to see how this little caregiver handles your wound. Lin Jin laughed coldly. Miss Li, you hired the caregiver yourself. If something goes wrong, our hospital will not be responsible. Don't come looking for us later. Li Ziqing snorted disdainfully, not bothering to pay him any mind. At that moment, Chen Xiao calmly said, all right. Indeed, while they were speaking, Chen Xiao had already taken out the silver needles and swiftly pricked Li Ziqing's calf a few times. With just a few pricks, the treatment was complete. Li Ziqing incredulously asked, is it done? So fast? Chen Xiao, while putting away the silver needles, casually replied, do you think I'm too fast? It wasn't a major issue. How long did you think it should take for treatment? Lin Jin leaned in to take a look and immediately began to mock. Burning paper at the grave, are you fooling ghosts? Kid, I think you're seriously ill. You should quickly get a mental health appointment. The wound on Li Ziqing's leg clearly showed no changes. And this confirmed that Chen Xiao was just boasting. Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently, what's the rush? I already said it would take 3 minutes for complete recovery. I'll let the bullet fly a little longer. Just as Lin Jin was about to mock him again, he suddenly heard the old doctor exclaim in shock, what's going on? The wound is healing. Lin Jin turned to look only to see the wound on Li Ziqing's leg visibly shrinking and healing. Moments later, Li Ziqing's calf became pure and flawless, and the wound had completely vanished without a trace. Chen Xiao glanced at his watch and said calmly, it took 2 minutes and 28 seconds, just as I estimated. Lin Jin was in shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed what was happening before him. He mumbled in disbelief, this is impossible, how can this be? Even with skin graft surgery, it would take at least 3 days to heal to this extent. Chen Xiao sneered, skin graft surgery. It's just a trick of robbing Peter to pay Paul, who in my view such medical methods are far too outdated. Lin Jin was a distinguished graduate of the Royal Medical Academy of Maple Leaf Nation, holding the esteemed position of a member of the EMA Council. Today, however, she was humiliated by a mere nursing assistant named Chen Xiao, pushing her to the brink of collapse. I don't believe this, but absolutely cannot be true. Miss Li, please cooperate with me for an examination. There must be an issue here. Li Ziqing had long lost her patience. Are you finished? Being outmatched is not shameful, but being unreasonable is. Lin Jin had never endured such an insult and wanted to retort, but was stopped by Dr. Li. Lin Jin was pulled outside, her face filled with resentment as she complained, Dr. Li, why did you drag me out? That guy must have a problem. Once I find out, I won't let him off easily. Dr. Li advised, let it go, Dr. Lin. That nursing assistant is not simple. I remembered hearing that when he treated Miss Li's leg yesterday, there was quite a commotion. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart sank, yet she refused to show weakness. What skill is it to play tricks? That brat had better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will definitely expose his true colors in public. In the hospital room, Li Ziqing was watching Chen Xiao with great interest. Her large eyes sparkled, exuding a blend of innocence and allure. Even though Chen Xiao's mind was as serene as a meditating monk, he could not maintain an unperturbed demeanor. Have you seen enough? He asked. Li Ziqing smiled charmingly. Not enough. This is the first time I've seen such a special man like you. Chen Xiao thought to himself, of course you've never met a living immortal like me before. He rubbed his nose and changed the subject. Your leg injury is fine now, you can be discharged. Chen Xiao did not wish to continue being Li Ziqing's nursing assistant, but was compelled to come today due to a promise made yesterday. Besides, no work comes without reward, so he returned the car keys. However, Li Ziqing refused to take them. What are you doing? You're really no fun. Do you think my life is worth less than a car? Moreover, my leg still feels a bit uncomfortable. I don't want to rush to be discharged only to leave behind hidden ailments. Li Ziqing pouted, looking quite adorable and innocent. This image was hard to associate with a strong woman who dominates in the business world. Yet upon hearing her words, Chen Xiao frowned slightly, thinking it was unreasonable for her to feel discomfort. He asked, where does it hurt? If it's convenient, I can help massage it. Li Ziqing's eyes lit up, pointing to her smooth. Sure, right here, please massage it for me. Without a second thought, Chen Xiao grasped Li Ziqing's calf, which was as delicate as a lotus stem. Her calf was like a work of art displayed before him. Chen Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard, finding it over. Although Chen Xiao had practiced cultivation for hundreds of years in dreams, he remained a virgin in both dreams and reality. Encountering such a beauty inevitably stirred his mind. Seeing Chen Xiao slightly dazed, Li Ziqing found it amusing and felt a teasing impulse rise within her. She licked her lips and asked in a captivating voice, so what do you think? Is it beautiful? Beautiful, Chen Xiao reflexively replied. However, he soon realized his slip of the tongue and coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. He quickly collected his thoughts and began to knead Li Ziqing's leg. Li Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Xiao. So comfortable. The comfort was so intense that her hair almost stood on end. Chen Xiao's massage technique was nothing special. What was unique was that he was channeling spiritual energy through his fingers into Li Ziqing's body during the massage. He aimed to cleanse the residual toxins within Li Ziqing through this method. However, the side effects that arose during the process were something he had not anticipated. Li Ziqing closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, letting out a barely audible moan. Chen Xiao quickly stopped, not because he was worried that Li Ziqing couldn't handle the impact of the spiritual energy. He was merely afraid that if this continued, he might lose control. Miss Li, the massage is complete. Seeing that Li Ziqing was still lost in her state of bliss, Chen Xiao had to remind her. Li Ziqing then came to her senses, her face instantly turning crimson. She had just been immersed in the moment, not asleep, thus she was fully aware of what she had been doing. For a moment, both fell silent, and the air was filled with awkwardness. Miss Li, if you're feeling unwell, you should rest more. I have to go for a bit. If you encounter any issues, just give me a call. Chen Xiao broke the silence first. Okay, Li Ziqing nodded. Just as Chen Xiao was about to turn to leave, she added, Chen Xiao, will you come again tomorrow? I still want to have this massage. Li Ziqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Xiao hesitated. As a cultivator, it was somewhat unreasonable to massage someone every day. At this moment, Li Ziqing added, 10,000 per session. Chen Xiao still did not turn around, but made an okay gesture with his hand. See you tomorrow. Even cultivators need to make a living. Earning a living through one's abilities is not shameful. Of course, unless the person was not Li Ziqing. Whether or not to take this job remained to be discussed. After exiting the ward, Chen Xiao took a few deep breaths to calm his slightly racing heart. This must be what it feels like to have butterflies in your stomach. It must be said that when it came to matters of the heart, Chen Xiao was far from as experienced as he was in other areas. Once he had calmed his emotions, Chen Xiao intended to leave the hospital. At that moment, a beautiful female doctor walked towards him, her eyes fixed on him without blinking. Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was going on now? Was he being showered with romantic attention lately? The beautiful doctor stared at Chen Xiao, and he stared back. This beautiful doctor had a fiery and vibrant personality with long wavy burgundy hair and lips like flames. Though she wasn't wearing makeup, her exquisite features made it hard to look away. However, what truly drew attention was her figure. Even wrapped in a white coat, it couldn't hide her alluring curves. When she reached Chen Xiao, the woman surprisingly stopped directly in front of him. It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you in clothes. Chen Xiao was left utterly bewildered. What does that mean? Did she recognize him when he wasn't wearing clothes? The woman realized Chen Xiao misunderstood her and quickly began to explain. What I meant was when you were in normal clothes, I almost didn't recognize you since I previously only saw you in a hospital gown. Chen Xiao was even more confused. I don't think I've seen you before. The woman nodded and then shook her head. You haven't seen me, but I absolutely have not mistaken you for someone else. Just as Chen Xiao was feeling bewildered, the woman extended her hand to him. Hello, I'm Song Anren, your attending physician. My attending physician. Chen Xiao suddenly realized. He had been unconscious in the hospital for 3 days. Of course he'd have an attending physician. Hello, Dr. Song. I'm Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao extended his hand. Song Anren gently shook it. Her palm soft and silken, almost impossible to release. You're here to collect my medical fees, aren't you? Don't worry, he'll pay them right away. Song Anren quickly shook her head. No, it's not about the fees. They're trivial. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Chen Xiao frowned in confusion. Since I've recovered, why shouldn't I leave? That's precisely the problem. Song Anren snapped her fingers sharply. How did you recover? Chen Xiao studied Song Anren. Though undeniably a beauty of devastating allure, something about her seemed off. Dr. Song, surely you don't hope I never get better. The unspoken half of his sentence hung in the air. Is this how doctors behave? Song Anren hastily stammered an explanation. Chen Xiao, that's not what I meant. I simply mean your recovery is inexplicable. Let me be frank, during those 3 days you lay unconscious, I administered no medication, not a single dose, and performed no restorative surgery. Yet despite grievous injuries, your body healed itself, entirely, in just 3 days. It defies logic. It borders on miracle. Song Anren rambled on at length. Chun Zhao's brow furrowed deeper. Dr. Song, what exactly are you trying to say? She drew a slow, steadying breath, as if summoning courage before speaking. I would like to ask you to undergo some examinations. Perhaps your genetic makeup differs from that of ordinary people. Chun Zhao's expression hardened. Dr. Song, do you see me as a specimen? Do you intend to dissect me next? Song Anren gazed at him wide-eyed and pleading, shaking her head vigorously. Never, never. Just basic non-invasive research. No dissection whatsoever. At most, perhaps a small blood sample. Chen Xiao refused outright. I decline. Song Anren's lips instantly pouted. How can you be like this? A grown man, and yet so stingy. Chen Xiao gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Moral coercion. This offers me no benefit. Why should I assist you? Are we even acquainted? Blessed with extraordinary beauty, Song Anren had rarely, perhaps never, been refused in her life. And certainly not by a man. You want compensation? Would this suffice? Song Anren exhaled softly, shifting into an unmistakably alluring posture. She arched forward deliberately, the buttons of her white coat, straining to popping open. Beneath it, twin peaks of alabaster rose fully exposed. Chen Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This woman truly spared nothing. After a long, unwavering gaze, he reluctantly tore his eyes away. Boring. He turned and strode off, immediately. To linger longer would have drawn blood from his nose. That pervert. Song Anren stamped her foot in fury. She'd resolved to sacrifice a measure of her charm, for science after all. But who could have imagined he'd devour the offering, and vanish without a trace? Utterly shameless. Chen Xiao, stop right there, she shouted. Chen Xiao halted, watching her with faint amusement. What now? Song Anren sighed, and decided to deploy her ultimate weapon. I reviewed your file. You interned at Jiangxing Hospital for 3 months, but couldn't secure a position due to quota constraints. Am I correct? Chen Zhao's eyes narrowed. What's your point? Song Anren said, if I can secure you a permanent physician's post at Jiangxing Hospital, will you cooperate with my study? Chen Xiao paused, startled. Once becoming a licensed physician had been his deepest dream. Now, time had reshaped everything, as if across lifetimes. Are you certain you can deliver? He asked. Song Anren instantly faltered, stammering nervously. Well, it can be arranged. Don't rush. Nothing in this world is insurmountable for the determined. Truth be told, she held no firm assurance of success. Chen Xiao understood instantly, and smiled. Bring me proof, when it's done, then we'll talk. Watching his retreating figure, Song Anren pouted. Just wait and see. After leaving the hospital, Chen Xiao returned home. His mother wasn't there. A quick call revealed she'd gone back to the market, selling egg pancakes. Chen Xiao sighed wryly. This woman, discharged yesterday, already hustling today. Doesn't she fear her body will give out? He rushed to the market immediately, to stop her. In the past, poverty haunted his dreams. He'd yearned only to lift her into comfort. Now wealth came effortlessly, and he refused to let her endure wind, rain, and exhaustion any longer. At the market, he pleaded earnestly, until at last she agreed to pack up and go home. Neighboring vendors praised Lu Zhen's fortune, a son both accomplished and devoted. She responded with modest grace, but inside her heart bloomed with quiet joy. She'd always believed having Chen Xiao was heaven's kindness, a blessing beyond measure. She bought fresh meat and vegetables. Tonight she'd make dumplings for him. Before they'd even reached home, Chen Zhao's mouth watered, his appetite surging. Her dumplings were his greatest longing, flavors he'd craved across centuries. Lu Zhen carried the groceries. Chen Xiao pushed the food cart. Mother and son walked home beneath the setting sun, chatting as they went. Mom, please stop selling at the market, he said. She shot him a sideways glance. What? Am I embarrassing you? Chen Xiao hurried to clarify. No, it's just that you've only just recovered. Rest at home. Lu Zhen shook her head. I'm perfectly fine, strong as ever. While I still can work, I'll earn what I can. You'll need money. For a house, a car, a wife, children. There'll be endless. Whatever other children have, I won't let you lack. And when the day comes I can no longer work, I'll stay home, cook for you, care for your children. Just seeing you live happily. That's all I ask. Lu Zhen spoke on, unaware that Chen Zhao's eyes had. His voice thickened. Mom, you don't need to worry about money. Your son has great abilities. Lu Zhen smiled, tender and proud, like soothing a child. Yes, I know. My son is extraordinary. I'll just wait for you to earn big money and rest peacefully at home without troubling you. Before she could finish, a sharp, scornful voice cut in, jarringly out of place. Humph. He's capable. A jobless good for nothing. How does he plan to earn big money? Looking up, Sun Li stood before the mother and son. So it's you, Li. Did you misunderstand something? Isn't Chen Xiao working at the same unit as you? How could he be unemployed? Lu Jin knew that Chen Xiao and Sun Li had already broken up. However, she was kind-hearted, and even though Sun Li spoke harshly, she did not anger easily. Instead, she wanted to mediate the conflict between them. Sun Li crossed her arms and snorted. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The manager personally told me that he has already fired Chen Xiao. How could it be false? Chen Xiao sneered and stepped forward. Did he not mention that he was also fired? Lu Jun grew anxious. Son, what's going on? You were doing well, how could you get fired? Chen Xiao replied, Mom, don't listen to Sun Li's nonsense. I found a better job, so I resigned voluntarily. Lu Jun finally felt reassured. I knew it. With your abilities, how could you get fired just like that? Lily, you young people need to communicate more. You can't just believe rumors. Tell Annie what exactly happened between you two. She didn't know what Sun Li had done to Chen Xiao, thinking there was still room for reconciliation between them. Sun Li looked at Lu Jun with disdain and said contemptuously, Old lady, don't bother. My relationship with your son is over. Just give up on that hope. Lu Jun opened her mouth, but couldn't speak, looking somewhat distressed. Chen Xiao didn't want to bother with this heartless woman and said impatiently, Sun Li, we have already cut ties. What do you want from me? As soon as Chen Xiao finished speaking, Sun Li immediately yelled, How dare you say that? Tell me, what did you do to Long Yaoyang just to win me over? He doesn't even touch me anymore. Chen Xiao, why can't you just let this go? Don't you have any shame? Let me tell you, even if you use the most despicable methods, you will never win me back. Facing Sun Li's relentless questioning, Chen Xiao burst into laughter. Sun Li, you really overestimate yourself. Do you think what I did was for you? Dream on. Even if you stripped off all your clothes and begged me, I wouldn't touch you. The street was crowded, and when people heard their shouting, they immediately gathered around to watch. Although Sun Li was shameless, she was still a woman. Being called out by Chen Xiao, her face instantly flushed. In a panic, she pointed at Chen Xiao and began to curse. Chen Xiao, you're truly despicable doing it, and not daring to admit it. I bet your mother is also a lowly woman, otherwise how could she give birth to a despicable child like you? Chen Xiao pointed a finger at Sun Li, angrily warning her, Sun Li, I warn you, you can insult me, but not my mother. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Jun quickly stepped between them and pushed Chen Xiao back. Chen Xiao, calm down. You're a man, you can't be so rough with a woman. Besides, there's a bond between couples that lasts 100 days, you two have shared a part of your lives. Before Lu Jun could finish, Sun Li shoved her aside. You old hag, what are you pretending to be good for? Get out of here. With a cry, Lu Jun stumbled, and almost, fortunately Chen Xiao was quick enough to support her. Chen Xiao's anger surged, and he could no longer control himself. Sun Li, how dare you lay a hand on my mother? Sun Li clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and arrogantly rolled her eyes. You old hag, why are you being so annoying? I hit her, or what can you do about it? Before she could finish her words, Chen Xiao's slap came flying over. Slap. With a crisp sound, Sun Li's face instantly swelled up. Stunned by the slap, she covered her face, looking at Chen Xiao in disbelief. You worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit me? Chen Xiao scoffed. I already hit you, why are you asking if I dared? Before her words could settle, Chen Xiao raised his hand for another slap. Slap. The sound was crisp, clean, and sharp. Sun Li saw stars before her eyes, nearly fainting. Even after slapping Sun Li twice, Chen Xiao still felt unsatisfied. The fire in his eyes showed no sign of abating. But Lu Jin pulled him back from behind. Chen Xiao, don't hit anymore. Chen Xiao indeed stopped pointing at Sun Li. Sun Li, I will spare you this time. Don't provoke me again. I am no longer the Chen Xiao I used to be. Sun Li was left disheveled, both cheeks swollen. Chen Xiao, do you think you can just hit me, and it will be forgotten? Let me tell you, you are dead today. Chen Xiao frowned, unable to understand why Sun Li still dared to threaten him. But he quickly figured it out. He saw a few little hooligans swaggering over from across the street. Sun Li immediately shouted at them angrily, What are you doing? I was already hit, and you only just arrived. The leader of the little hooligans had yellow hair and arrogantly flicked his bangs. He looked at Sun Li with a sideways glance and smirked. What are you shouting about? We're here now. Upon seeing these little hooligans, Lu Jin immediately grew anxious. She tugged on Chen Xiao's shirt and said softly, Son, let's run quickly. Lu Jin recognized this group of little hooligans. They had been hanging around the vegetable market for years, living off protection fees. They were known for their violence, and ordinary people avoided them. She never expected that Sun Li had fallen to associating with such people. It seemed that breaking up with her was the right choice for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, however, remained calm and reassured her, Don't worry, Mom. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Lu Jun was frantic and wanted to persuade him further, but it was too late. The group of little hooligans had already surrounded them, forming a semicircle that blocked their escape. The yellow-haired leader adjusted his hairstyle, about to deliver a pretentious opening line, but Chen Xiao cut him off. "This is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, get lost now." Chen Xiao remained unfazed. He wouldn't take these little hooligans seriously. "Hey, what did you just say?" The little yellow-haired boy suddenly perked up. "You brat, you're pretty arrogant. I've never seen anyone as cocky as you." Chen Xiao spread his hands. "Well, you just saw one today." The little yellow-haired boy flicked his bangs and hissed. "You've got some character. Ooh, I admire you. I won't make it hard for you. Just kneel down and give me 3 kowtows, and we can talk about the rest." Chen Xiao sighed helplessly. There are truly many blind people out there. The little yellow-haired boy was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Chen Xiao's eyes widened suddenly. Then in a flash he grabbed the little yellow-haired boy's hair and slammed his head against the snack cart. "I told you to mind your own business, but you just wouldn't listen." On the snack cart, the frying pan still had residual heat. With a sizzle, the little yellow-haired boy's face was nearly cooked. In an instant, the mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted through the air. Even from several meters away, it was palpable. The other small ruffians finally reacted to the scent of the meat and lunged at Chen Xiao, like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Lu Zhan was terrified, her face ashen, but for the sake of her son, she rushed forward. "Son, be careful." Chen Xiao shouted, "Mom, stay back." But then a smile crept across his lips. "Perfect, you all come at me together. It saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." At that moment, the small ruffians had already piled on top of each other, some grabbing Chen Xiao's arms, others his thighs, and a few even wrapping their arms around his neck. "Huh!" With a furious roar, Chen Xiao unleashed a surge of power from his body. Each and every one of those small ruffians was sent flying. They writhed in agony on the ground, feeling as if their bones were shattered. They wailed helplessly, unable to get. The one with the yellow hair suffered the worst, his face charred and disfigured. His once proud pretty boy looks were completely ruined. Sun Li was dumbfounded, so scared that she couldn't even think. "Is this still the Chen Xiao I remember?" Yet Chen Xiao merely dusted off his clothes and nonchalantly remarked, "I warned you to mind your own business, and yet you didn't listen. This is the consequence of ignoring my words. Mom, let's go home. You hit someone and still want to leave. Kid, you wait right there. I'm calling my big brother to deal with you." The yellow-haired ruffian shouted menacingly at Chen Xiao. "If I don't kill you today, then I might as well not be living in this society." Chen Xiao had originally intended to leave, but upon hearing this, he halted and scoffed. "My time is precious. I'm only giving you 10 minutes to get your useless big brother over here." The yellow-haired ruffian grinned maliciously. "Just wait." He then began making a phone call. Seeing this scene, Sun Li became arrogant again. "Ha ha, Chen Xiao, you really don't know how to be afraid, do you? Do you know who his big brother is?" Chen Xiao sneered dismissively, too lazy to pay attention to Sun Li. Even if the king of hell came, he wouldn't be. Sun Li continued, "Let me tell you, his big brother is the infamous Eagle Brother. Even if you don't die today, you'll at least lose an arm." "So it's him," thought Chen Xiao. This Eagle Brother was notorious in the area. Especially in the South City where Chen Xiao lived, he was very influential. From the elderly of 80 to the children of 3 or 4, everyone would tremble upon hearing that name. Upon hearing it, Lu Zhan was indeed terrified. "Son, run as far as you can. Don't cause any more trouble. We can't afford to mess with this Eagle Brother." But Chen Xiao shook his head and reassured her, "Mom, you see, I'm not the one causing trouble, it's them. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen." Sun Li's eyes glinted with sarcasm. "Stubborn as a dead duck, Chen Xiao, are you still trying to act tough when you're facing death?" Lu Zhan wanted to persuade Chen Xiao again, but it was already too late. Just then a convoy came rushing from afar. A row of black SUVs was followed by 2 vans. The convoy stopped and a tide of people surged down from the vehicles, at least 100 individuals. They all exuded an aura of ferocity and arrogance. Among them, a balding middle-aged man walked at the forefront. He was tall and muscular, a true representation of the South City boss Eagle Brother. Upon seeing him, Chen Xiao understood where the name Eagle Brother came from. This man's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, filled with a sinister and fierce aura. "Who the hell hurt my brother? Step forward." Eagle Brother cursed. Although the yellow-haired ruffian had accomplished nothing, he was still his younger brother. The yellow-haired ruffian sobbed as he squeezed forward, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, you have to help me take revenge. I want that kid dead." Eagle Brother, upon seeing the miserable state of his younger brother, instantly erupted in fury. "Who the hell is it? Who did this? Dare to hurt my brother? I swear I'll kill you today. I'll count to 3 and you better kneel in front of me." Chen Xiao slowly stepped forward, shaking his head and speaking lightly. "Why do you all immediately demand that someone kneels? Can't you be a bit more creative?" Eagle Brother glared at Chen Xiao, a murderous intent boiling in his eyes. "You brat, you were the one who hurt my brother. Do you think you're invincible? Are you looking for death? Brothers, go get him. Kill this brat to avenge my brother." Hundreds of people marched towards Chen Xiao in unison, their momentum overwhelming. In that critical moment, a Mercedes-Benz S400 came speeding in. With a sharp drift, the car stopped between Chun Xiao and Eagle Brother. Eagle Brother was about to fly into a rage when the car door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black high-collar suit stepped out. The furious Eagle Brother suddenly froze upon seeing the man. His imposing aura instantly diminished, resembling a mouse that encountered a cat, not only becoming extremely docile, but also trembling slightly. June Brother. What wind brings you to South City? The middle-aged man was not old, at least not older than Eagle Brother. This term elder was more of a respectful address. June Brother paid no attention to Eagle Brother, instead scanning the crowd before locking his gaze on Chun Xiao. Are you Chun Xiao? He asked. Chun Xiao nodded. June Brother said expressionlessly, come with me. Chun Xiao was puzzled as he didn't recognize this person at all. Eagle Brother was even more confused. Just as he was about to deal with this brat, June Brother arrived in a hurry. Was it aimed at him? Chun Xiao remained still, casually stating, I think there are people who'd disagree with me going with you. Someone said they want to kill me. June Brother frowned, looking at Eagle Brother and his group. Although he stood alone, he didn't seem to regard the 100 people around him at all. Old Eagle, what do you mean? Eagle Brother dared not meet June Brother's gaze and mustered the courage to speak. June Brother, this brat hurt my brother, my own brother. June Brother coldly replied. He is someone who ye wants. Do you want to rob him? Who ye? Eagle Brother's face changed drastically. He had already investigated Chun Xiao. Just a poor kid with no money or power, how could he be connected to Hu Yi? But he dared not defy June Brother. Hastily he bowed respectfully. I wouldn't dare to rob someone who Yi wants, but... June Brother grew impatient. What do you mean, but? Your brother isn't dead, is he? The yellow-haired ruffian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought him not dead, but being disfigured is worse than death. Old Eagle, if you dare to waste time on matters of Hu Yi, you'll be in trouble. Eagle Brother trembled in fear. I wouldn't dare. Get lost if you don't dare. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Eagle Brother and his group, who had come in grand style, left with their tails between their legs. Sun Li was completely stunned. The world was changing too quickly for her to comprehend. Mr. Chen, your troubles have been resolved. Now please follow me. Chen Xiao frowned slightly. I don't seem to know you. Just as he finished speaking, the car door opened, and a familiar voice came from inside. Master Chen, it's me. Old Ji stepped out of the car full of apologies, saying, due to the urgency of the matter, I didn't have time to greet you. Please forgive me, Master Chen. Upon seeing Old Ji, Chen Xiao understood. Is it about your friend who is ill? Precisely. His friend was gravely ill, and he wanted to seek Chen Xiao's help. Fearing that a phone call would not convey the urgency, he decided to visit directly. Sure, that's fine. Chen Xiao had already agreed to Old Ji before. Now that they had come to his door, he naturally had no reason to decline. But before I go with you, I need to take my mother home first. Old Ji's expression turned displeased. Mr. Chen, the situation is urgent. Please come with us immediately. Chen Xiao's face darkened. No matter how urgent your matter is, it is not more important than taking my mother home. Old Ji couldn't understand where this kid got his boldness from. Did he think his earlier actions were not intimidating enough? However, just as he was about to say something, Chen Xiao had already pushed the snack cart down the road. Fortunately, it was not far from Chen Xiao's home. In less than 10 minutes, he had returned his mother home. Only then did he get into Old Jis' car. At that moment, Old Jis' face had turned rather ugly. But since he was the one in need, he could only endure it. He silently thought, this kid's medical skills better be as miraculous as Old Ji said, otherwise he will regret it later. With a push on the gas pedal, the car began to speed. The situation was urgent. He was racing against time. In the backseat, Chen Xiao and Old Ji started chatting. Chen Xiao asked, Old Ji, if I'm not mistaken, your sick old friend is Lord Hu, right? Old Ji nodded. Chen Xiao continued, I suspect this Lord Hu's name is Qi Tianhu, isn't it? Before Old Ji could respond, Old Ji suddenly burst into anger. You insolent fool, is Lord Hu's name something you can directly call out? Chen Xiao snorted coldly, took out Qi Tianhu's business card, and casually tossed it. The card landed precisely in front of Old Ji. Lord Hu's business card. Old Jis' expression changed dramatically. His gaze shifted from shock to respect, for he knew that Lord Hu only offered business cards to particularly esteemed friends. He also knew that Lord Hu had given a business card to a young man last night. That young man was Lord Hu's savior. Mr. Chen, you are Lord Hu's savior. Old Jis' attitude towards Chun Xiao did a complete 180, even changing his address from you to you. Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, it is me. Old Ji immediately apologized. I am sorry, Mr. Chen, I did not know it was you. It was truly disrespectful, and I had offended you. Please forgive me. Chen Xiao waved his hand. It's fine, ignorance is no crime. Now it was Old Jess' turn to be bewildered. Master Chen, what is going on here? I have seen your old friend, and I know where he is ill. Chen Xiao was too lazy to say more. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes and began to rest. Upon hearing this, Old Ji felt a surge of hope. Finally, Lord Hu had a chance to be saved. In the northern part of Jiang City, there is a Longjing mountain with an altitude of over 1,000 meters, and the car wound its way up the mountain. At halfway up the mountain, there was a flat area of 100 acres, and a villa-style mansion rose here. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it looked like a fairyland. This was the home of Qi Tianhu. Although Chen Xiao suspected Qi Tianhu's identity was either rich or noble, upon seeing the mansion, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. When old Ji parked the car in the garage, a red Maserati also stopped nearby. The three of them got out of the car, and two people also got out of the red Maserati. Chen Xiao and the two people had a moment of surprise upon making eye contact. Could it be this coincidental? Chen Xiao was not surprised to see Qi Qingfei here. After all, this was her home. The person beside Qi Qingfei was unexpectedly the young doctor he had seen in Li Ziking's ward, Lin Jin. Lin Jin was also surprised to see Chen Xiao. Isn't he that little nurse? How did he end up here? Qi Qingfei's expression turned sour upon seeing Chen Xiao, and she looked at old Ji. Uncle Ji, is this kid the so-called miraculous master you mentioned? Old Ji stroked his beard. Indeed, Qingfei, this is Master Chen Xiao. Qingfei looked at him with disdain. Nonsense, Master Uncle Ji, this is the person who cursed my father, saying he's saying he. Chen Xiao calmly said, did I say anything wrong? If I had said anything wrong, I doubt old Ji would be so eager to invite me over. Thinking of her father lying unconscious in bed, Qi Qingfei snorted angrily, but had no words to say. Lin Jin chimed in, Qingfei, this kid is just a fraud. You wouldn't want him to treat Uncle Qi, would you? Qi Qingfei's expression was icy. Clearly, I did not invite him. Old Ji snorted angrily. Lin Jin, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. I have seen Master Chen's miraculous needle techniques with my own eyes. What gives you the right to say he is a fraud? He had long since found this kid displeasing. After studying abroad for a few years, he no longer respected his ancestors. He constantly talked about the Royal Medical Academy of Maple Leaf Country. He really did not understand this kid's mentality. If it is so good abroad, why come back? Lin Jin did not dare to provoke old Ji, smiling awkwardly, and said, it is pointless to talk more. Let's see who can cure Uncle Qi's illness with their skills today. Old Ji grunted. Let's wait and see. In the room, Qi Tianhu lay on the big bed. The bedside was filled with various advanced medical instruments and equipment. Those who did not know might mistakenly believe this was an intensive care unit of a hospital. At this moment, Qi Tianhu's eyes were tightly closed and his face was ashen. If it weren't for the occasional low groans of pain, one might think he was already dead. Old Ji drove the bystanders out and respectfully bowed to Chen Xiao. Master Chen, thank you for your effort. Just as Chen Xiao was about to step forward, Qi Qingfei stopped him. Wait, I don't trust this person. I'll let my brother Lin go first. Chen Xiao shrugged with a smile, raising his eyebrows, not angry at all. Then let him go first. He then sat beside, leisurely sipping tea. Lin Jin stepped forward to check, analyze, and then administered medication, and forward to Qi Tianhu. The operation seemed quite professional. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao continued drinking tea and began to chuckle. Qi Qingfei said, unpleased, what are you laughing at? Chen Xiao gently shook his head and sighed. I'm laughing at you. I merely stated the truth, yet you accuse me of cursing your father. But this person is about to kill your father, and you remain indifferent. Don't you find that laughable? What did you say? Can you stop spouting nonsense? Qi Qingfei was quite indignant, believing that Chen Xiao was simply causing trouble. Lin Jin finished his task, took off his sterile gloves, and began to mock disdainfully. What are you, a mere small nurse who only knows how to play tricks, understand? I practice Western medicine, modern medicine science. If you know nothing, just keep your mouth shut and watch properly. Chen Xiao sneered coldly. I don't understand. As he spoke, he walked to the bedside, pointing at the injection fluid, as if he were well versed in it. Amiodarone hydrochloride, low molecular weight prostaglandin, E1, oil, primarily used to promote blood circulation and stimulate cardiac and pulmonary function. Did I say anything wrong? Lin Jin was slightly taken aback, not expecting this small nurse to have some medical knowledge. However, he naturally wouldn't say anything good about Chen Xiao. These are basic common sense. Oh, what does it prove if you got it right? How dare you accuse me of harming Uncle Qi? Kid, don't think that just because we've met a couple of times we are acquaintances. If you continue to slander me, I will definitely sue you for defamation. Chen Xiao coldly replied. If your medical skills were as strong as your tongue, that would be great. He then looked at Qi Qingfei and slowly explained. Your father's illness is caused by evil toxins invading his heart. This poison has likely been building up for quite some time. Originally, he could suppress the toxins with his formidable inner strength. But in his severely injured state, he is already powerless, and at this time Lin Jin used methods to promote blood circulation and stimulate cardiac and pulmonary function, allowing the toxins to infiltrate his meridians. Your father, I fear, does not have much time left. After hearing Chen Xiao's words, Lin Xian's face revealed an expression of incredulous mockery. Qingfei, what did I tell you? This kid only knows how to play tricks. Oh, what nonsense about evil toxins invading the heart. What formidable inner strength. Does he think this is a martial arts novel? Wake up. Get back to reality. However, Qi Qingfei's expression showed doubt. She knew that her father was indeed a martial arts expert with formidable inner strength. At that moment, a violent coughing sound came from the bed, and Qi Tianhu woke up. The heavy stone in Qi Qingfei's heart finally lifted. Her father woke up, and it seemed she had indeed found the right person in Lin Jian. Lin Jian became even more pleased. Clearly he had won this round. Kid, did you see that? Uncle Qi is awake. Are you still pretending? Let me tell you, dog meat can never make it to the banquet, trash is trash, and will never stand on the stage. Faced with Lin Xian's aggressive provocation, Chen Xiao was not angry at all, nor did he feel ashamed. On the contrary, his smile grew even more pronounced. Is it enough that the patient is awake? A doctor who lets you do this is truly a failure. Lin Jian was exasperated. Facts speak louder than words, and you still. Before he could finish, a flash of blood appeared before his eyes. This flash of blood came from Qi Tianhu's mouth. With each cough, blood sprayed from his mouth. He coughed harder and harder, as if he might cough out his lungs. The blood he coughed up was pitch black, carrying a foul smell. Qi Qingfei's face instantly turned pale. Lin Jian, what is happening? Lin Jian was also frightened, retreating to the side, trembling and muttering, this shouldn't be happening. Seeing Lin Xian's withered appearance, Qi Qingfei became furious. What are you worrying about? What should we do now? Lin Xian's face was like a bitter melon, shaking his head. I have no way to help. Qi Qingfei glared at him angrily. You, always bragging about how great the Royal Medical College of Maple Leaf Country is, and being a member of the EMA Council. Who would have thought that in a critical moment you would be so useless? Qi Tianhu coughed harder and harder. If this continued, he might really leave this world. Elder Ji bowed to Chen Xiao, pleading, Master Chen, please help save him. Qi Qingfei also came back to her senses. Now the only hope lay with Chen Xiao. She bowed deeply and pleaded, Master Chen, please save my father, and I will definitely reward you handsomely afterward. Chen Xiao had long been prepared to save someone, and didn't waste words, saying, if you want Qi Tianhu to live, quickly prepare yellow paper and black dog blood. Qi Qingfei's spirit lifted as she was about to go find it, but suddenly showed a difficult expression. Master Chen, yellow paper is easy, we have it at home, but black dog blood might be hard to find at the moment. Chen Xiao frowned slightly. If there's no black dog blood, then use your blood instead. Huh. Qi Qingfei's face turned bright red instantly. She thought to herself, Chen Xiao wouldn't be taking this opportunity to get back at her, calling her a black dog, would he? Chen Xiao impatiently said, what are you thinking? You and your father share a bond. Your blood is more useful than black dog blood. Chen Xiao had not directly said to use her blood, considering she was just a young girl. If it had been a son, he would have already pressed him down to draw blood. All right, then I'll use my blood. Qi Qingfei nodded firmly, displaying a spirit of determination. Soon the blood and yellow paper were ready. Qi Qingfei was remarkably generous, giving half a bowl of blood, which left her lips pale. Chen Xiao wasted no time. He dipped his fingertip in the blood, drew on the yellow paper, and created a talisman. This talisman was the Calming Heart Talisman, merely the most basic entry-level talisman. However, with Chen Xiao's spiritual energy enhancement, its effectiveness was considered unparalleled in the world. Dejun, do you have fire? Yes. Master Chen, you can just call me Dejun from now on. Dejun reverently presented the lighter with both hands, showing utmost respect towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao ignited the talisman, and the half bowl of blood was not wasted as wisps of talisman ash fell into the blood. Feed this to your father. Chen Xiao handed the blood mixed with talisman ash to Qi Qingfei. Okay. Qi Qingfei was momentarily stunned, but quickly accepted it. She was already bewildered by Chen Xiao's dazzling operation just now. Qingfei, are you really going to feed such disgusting stuff to Uncle Qi? Lin Jian asked unwillingly. Qi Qingfei responded, do you have any other way of this? Lin Jian fell silent. Qi Qingfei impatiently said, if there's no way, then shut up. She poured the talisman, ash, and blood into her father's mouth. After just the first sip, Qi Tianhu had already stopped coughing up blood. By the time he finished drinking it all, Qi Tianhu had completely recovered. He was full of spirit, lively and vigorous. This was truly miraculous. Dejun and Elder Ji felt they were witnessing a miracle. Qi Qingfei was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face. Dad, you've finally woken up. You scared your daughter to death just now. At this moment, Lin Jian foolishly tried to assert his presence. Uncle Qi, I feel this kid has a problem. I suspect he has done something to your body. Let me help you check it out. As Lin Jian was about to step forward, Qi Tianhu immediately erupted in anger. Get out. I almost died because of you. It turned out that although Qi Tianhu seemed oblivious just now, he was actually aware of everything happening around him, unable to speak or move. Lin Jian had repeatedly provoked and humiliated Chen Xiao, and he was well aware of it. If it weren't for Chen Xiao today, he would have already been killed by Lin Jian. So upon waking up, he erupted in anger at Lin Jian. Uncle Qi, I am only doing this for your own good. Lin Jin tried to argue. However, Qi Tianhu was no longer willing to listen. He'll say it again, get out. If it weren't for your parents, you would already be dead. Seeing Qi Tianhu so furious, Lin Jin dared not say more and left in a dejected manner. Qi Tianhu got out of bed, stretched his limbs, and kicked his legs. Joy overflowed. Brother Qin, you are indeed remarkable. Not only have you saved my life 3 times, but you have also restored my power to its peak. You have bestowed upon me a new lease on life. Qi Qingfei was both surprised and delighted. What? Dad, are you saying your power has been restored? Qi Tianhu nodded with a smile. Indeed, over the past 6 months my power has been declining. I have sought famous doctors, but no one could diagnose my condition. I never expected that today Brother Chen would cure me. Your medical skills are truly extraordinary, arguably the best in the world. Then we must properly thank Master Chen. With her father not only recovering, but also regaining his power, Qi Qingfei was overjoyed and her attitude towards Chen Xiao greatly changed. Recalling previous events, she felt immensely ashamed. Qi Tianhu said enthusiastically, Indeed, Brother Chen, your kindness is like a rebirth for me. Whatever you want, as long as I, Qi Tianhu, can provide it, I will gladly offer it. Chen Xiao shook his head and said softly, the heart-refining dragon saliva is not something that can be easily cured. Qi Tian, his body trembled. Brother Chen, what are you talking about? But Elder Jia's expression suddenly changed as he trembled and asked, Master Chen, could it be that old Qi is afflicted by the heart-refining dragon saliva? Chen Xiao nodded. I cannot be certain, but it is highly likely. Elder Ji slumped down in his chair despondent. Qi Qingfei's previously joyful heart sank again. Uncle Ji, what is the heart-refining dragon saliva? Elder Ji murmured. This poison is made from the venom of 14 extremely poisonous snakes. The venom enters through the heart and spreads to the limbs, ultimately attacking the heart again. Only then does the heart-refining dragon saliva officially manifest. When this poison strikes, the afflicted will suffer immensely, as if 100 toxic insects are gnawing at their heart, unbearable itching and pain. The poison will endure a torturous hell, wishing to claw open their chest and crush their heart. In fact, this is one of the most common ways for victims of this poison to die. Hearing Elder Ji's words, Qi Qingfei nearly fainted. She trembled and asked, Is my dad afflicted by this poison? Elder Ji closed his eyes and nodded. Qi Tianhu forced a calm smile and said, Impossible, old Ji, you must be mistaken. Brother Chen has already cured my illness. Look at me now, oh, I am perfectly fine, even my power has been restored. It can't be as dire as you say. He conveniently forgot that it was Chun Xiao who first mentioned that he was poisoned by the heart-refining dragon saliva. Elder Ji sighed, looking at his old friend with a gaze filled with sorrow. Old Qi, the heart-refining dragon saliva is incurable. Qi Tianhu pressed his lips together. But he did not want to accept this outcome. Chen Xiao said calmly, Elder Ji is correct. I have indeed not cured your poison. A clear heart talisman addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. You may only have 3 months left to live. Qi Tianhu collapsed to the ground with a thud. In just a few minutes he had first traversed the gates of hell and was barely pulled back. Yet in an instant he fell from heaven back into hell. Dad. Qi Qingfei grasped her father's hand, her heart aching as if it were being cut by a knife. At that moment Chen Xiao added, But there is no need for you to despair. Elder Ji was mistaken. The heart-refining dragon saliva is not without a cure. You have a way. Everyone perked up, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao nodded. I only need 3 types of herbs to resolve this poison. What herbs? Master Chen, please tell us. Elder Ji urgently interjected. Chen Xiao slowly began to speak. The first, 100-year-old ginseng. No problem, I have 100-year-old ginseng at my shop, Elder Ji replied immediately. Chen Xiao continued. The second, 1,000-year-old Heishou Wu. Elder Ji frowned slightly. This item is hard to find in the market, but with some effort it is not impossible to obtain. Chen Xiao nodded. The first 2 herbs were not hard to find, but the third was challenging. The third herb, 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock. When this name was mentioned, Qi Qingfei looked visibly confused. 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock. What is that? She had never even heard of it. Elder Ji murmured. Is there really such a thing as 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock in this world? Qi Qingfei asked, Uncle Ji, what is 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock? Elder Ji explained, the so-called Earth Core Rock is the crystalline core of a volcano. And the 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock is the volcanic core that has undergone 81 volcanic eruptions. Since a volcano typically erupts so many times, it often takes 10,000 years, hence the name 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock. Qi Qingfei was dumbfounded. Setting aside how difficult it was to find this 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock, the question was, can a rock truly be used as medicine? Seeming to see Qi Qingfei's doubts, Elder Ji explained. According to ancient texts, the 10,000-year-old Earth Core Rock, having been tempered by true fire 81 times, becomes extremely brittle, melting in the mouth. Not only can it be used for medicinal purposes, but it can even be consumed. After consumption, it can strengthen the body and provide immunity to toxins. Chi Kingfei's face was filled with disbelief. I never knew such a miraculous thing existed in this world. Elder Ji smiled bitterly. I am merely citing ancient texts, or whether such a treasure truly exists I cannot be certain. Elder Ji implied that this legendary item likely does not exist in reality. Even if it did, given Chi Tianhu's capabilities, he would struggle to obtain it. However, at that moment Chi Tianhu unexpectedly said, the 10th sandy-year-old earth core rock does exist. Chi Qingfei was shocked and urgently asked, Dad, do you know where to find such a treasure? Chi Tianhu nodded, then shook his head. I know where to find it, but I fear I cannot obtain it. Why not? Chi Qingfei was puzzled. Chi Tianhu said slowly, because it is in the treasure vault of the Hall of Gods. Chen Xiao was utterly bewildered. He had never heard of the Temple of the Gods or the Treasure Pavilion. The others, however, seemed quite familiar with these concepts. Chi Qingfei urged, Dad, since that's the case, why not try for the heavenly ranking? There might be a chance. Chi Tianhu shook his head with a wry smile. At my peak, I was only ranked outside the top 100 on the golden ranking. To challenge the heavenly ranking is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chi Qingfei bit her lip. Is there truly no other way? Life and death are fated and fortune is determined by heaven. Perhaps this is my destiny. Chi Tianhu sighed deeply. In fact, I have no regrets in my life except for the Wolf Gang, which is a lingering threat. Until the Wolf Gang is eliminated, I will not rest in peace. The name Wolf Gang sounded somewhat familiar to Chen Xiao, and he suddenly recalled that the people who had attacked Chi Tianhu earlier were indeed under the Wolf Gang. He asked, Tiger Master, what is the Wolf Gang? The Wolf Gang is a gang organization from a neighboring city, always trying to infiltrate Jiang City. Chi Tianhu briefly explained, then said proudly, but with me, Chi Tianhu, they will never succeed. Dajun gritted his teeth. Tiger Master, you absolutely will not die. It's just a matter of finding the 10th sandier earth core rock. I refuse to believe we can't find it. Do what you can and leave the rest to fate. Chi Tianhu nodded, then turned to Chen Xiao. Brother Chen, once I gather the medicinal materials, I will trouble you to help me with the detoxification. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. As long as you can gather the materials, I will naturally come to help with the detoxification. In fact, Chen Xiao had another thought unspoken. Regardless of whether Chi Tianhu could collect those materials, once his own strength increased, he would still be able to assist Chi Tianhu with detoxification. However, he did not know if Chi Tianhu could wait for that day. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Xiao stood to take his leave. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao hadn't driven here, Chi Tianhu instructed Chi Qingfei to see Chen Xiao off. Qingfei, you go see Uncle Chen off. Chi Qingfei immediately retorted unhappily, what Uncle Chen? He's not older than me. Although you two are of similar age, I call Chen Xiao my brother, so naturally you have to call him Uncle Chen. Chi Tianhu said deliberately, trying to win over Chen Xiao, as he was the only one who could save his life now. Chi Qingfei was fuming, but had no choice. Chen Xiao took the opportunity to tease. Come on, dear niece, let's send Uncle Chen home. Chi Qingfei gritted her teeth in anger, but she had to obey her father's words. However, she was no pushover either, as she chose the cheapest cherry QQ in the family, which was a car used by the housekeeper for grocery shopping. You want me to call you uncle while taking advantage of me? Just wait until I flip the car. This tactic is called injuring 1,000 while damaging 800. After all, if the car flips, it would be together. However, Chen Xiao didn't care at all. He casually asked, Dear niece, I just heard you mention the golden ranking, the heavenly ranking, and the treasure pavilion. Could you tell Uncle Chen about it? Chi Qingfei shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare. Do you believe that if you keep taking advantage of me, you'll crash the car down the mountain? We might as well perish together. The mountain road wound steeply by a cliff. If they crashed down, it would not be a joke. Chen Xiao touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. I was just joking with you, why are you getting so worked up? Chi Qingfei rolled her eyes at him, muttering. You've never even heard of the golden ranking and the heavenly ranking, you're truly a country bumpkin. Chen Xiao was speechless, normal people wouldn't be unaware of such things. Chi Qingfei, flipping her hair, began to recount, with familiarity. Since you asked so earnestly, this young lady will generously explain it to you. The golden ranking, as the name suggests, is a ranking list, but this list is for martial arts experts, so it does not enter the public eye. The martial arts ranking is initiated by the Temple of the Gods, with the golden ranking being held every 3 years, bringing together martial artists from all over judged by strength, with the top 300 entering the list. My dad is the only martial artist from Jiang City to have ever been selected for the golden ranking in nearly 100 years. At this point, Chi Qingfei's pride was overflowing. Chen Xiao asked again, and what about the heavenly ranking? Seeing Chen Xiao's indifferent reaction, Chi Qingfei immediately pouted. What's your hurry? Let me finish. The heavenly ranking is even more impressive. The candidates for the heavenly ranking are chosen from the golden ranking. It is held every 6 years, and martial artists from the golden ranking can challenge those on the heavenly ranking. If they win, they can ascend to the heavenly ranking. Once on the heavenly ranking, not only are they revered by thousands referred to as grand masters of martial arts, but they can also choose a treasure from the treasure pavilion of the Temple of the Gods. However, those on the heavenly ranking possess talents and abilities that are 1 in 10,000, and none are not a ruler in their own right. To get on the list is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Every martial artist dreams of one day having their name etched in the Temple of the Gods. Qi Qingfei's gaze drifted far away with yearning. She also dreamed of one day ascending to the heavenly ranking. In contrast, Chen Xiao's heart was unmoved. Due to him, as a cultivator, the so-called rulers held no significance. He continued to ask, what about above the heavenly ranking? On the heaven ranking, they are no longer human. Not human. They are all gods. Qi Qingfei said seriously, her face filled with awe. To her, the heaven ranking already represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Above the heaven ranking naturally existed godlike entities, and clearly she had little understanding of that realm. Chen Xiao also understood, and then asked, so tell me, who are the experts on the heaven ranking? Qi Qingfei perked up again, clearing her throat. When it comes to the experts on the heaven ranking, we must mention the 4 unrivaled. Southern madman, northern god, eastern hero, western wronged. These few dominate the top 4 positions of the heaven ranking, representing the current pinnacle of martial arts. Chen Xiao became interested and smiled, saying, I wonder who these individuals are. Qi Qingfei instantly transformed into a starry-eyed fan, recounting them with great enthusiasm. Southern madman Duan Sen, nicknamed the martial madman, hails from the Duan family in Yangcheng. Northern god Xiaozhan commands 1,000,000 troops of the Tiansu army, and for 20 years has guarded the northern borders against foreign invaders without a single defeat, earning him the title of Northern Military God. Eastern hero Yang Potion, the young master of the Yang family in the East, is revered as the great hero of the East. Whenever someone crosses the Tianhai Pass, they seek out Yang Patian. As for the Western wronged, I only know that his name is Lu Dadu. Chen Xiao laughed and said, the first 3 are understandable, but how should I interpret the wronged in the name of the 4th? Qi Qingfei quietly said, it means a great grievance. Chen Xiao was momentarily speechless. He truly is a peculiar person. Among these 4, who possesses the strongest strength? Qi Qingfei replied, it is said that the 4 unrivaled once fought each other, and after a chaotic battle, only northern god Xiaozhan remained standing. Moreover, I have also heard that the other 3 teamed up against him. Though I'm not sure if that's true, Xiaozhan's strength should rank first among the 4 unrivaled. Chen Xiao nodded, muttering a few words. Northern military god Xiaozhan, rather interesting. Qi Qingfei looked at Chen Xiao curiously and asked, you're just a doctor, why are you asking so much? Chen Xiao replied earnestly, just trying to understand in advance in case we become adversaries one day. It's good to know thyself and thy enemy. Adversary? Just you? Qi Qingfei scoffed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yes, just me. What of it? Chen Xiao's tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of unyielding pride. He seemed oblivious to Qi Qingfei's exaggerated expression. Because in his view, since the other party was a contemporary hero, the 2 would undoubtedly meet one day. It was merely uncertain whether they would be enemies or friends. Qi Qingfei rolled her eyes and said, you should just give up. You don't even know about the gold ranking and heaven ranking. You are just an outsider. Focus on being a good doctor. Chen Xiao smiled, saying, then what if this outsider made it onto the heaven ranking? What would you say? What would I say? If you can make it onto the heaven ranking, you can make me do anything. Chen Xiao glanced at Qi Qingfei's impressive figure and chuckled softly. If I make it onto the heaven ranking, I shall take you as my maid. How about that? Qi Qingfei immediately agreed without a second thought. Forget being a maid, UID, be willing to work like a horse for you. In her view, since Chen Xiao's medical skills were so impressive, he must have no achievements in martial arts. One person simply cannot excel in all areas, let alone making it onto the heaven ranking. If he could even make it onto the gold ranking, that would be impressive. After all, it was an impossible feat. What did it matter to agree? Chen Xiao, however, merely smiled and remained silent, quietly gazing out the window. He appeared very low-key and profound. Unbeknownst to him, his mind was already imagining Qi Qingfei in a maid outfit. Meanwhile, outside Chen Xiao's apartment complex, a luxurious business vehicle was parked by the roadside. Inside the car sat several individuals, each exuding an intimidating and fierce aura. Sitting firmly in the last row was a bald man with a sinister aura. He was the overlord of Nanqing. The atmosphere in the car was quite oppressive and dull until a cherry QQ approached from a distance. As it passed by the business vehicle, one of the men shouted, Brother Eagle, that kid is back. Are you sure? Brother Eagle, do you not trust my eyesight? It's definitely. Get out. The group grabbed their weapons and exited the vehicle. Watermelon knives and baseball bats dragged on the ground, producing spine-chilling sounds in the dead of night. As the cherry QQ came to a halt, Brother Eagle and his men arrived at the car's front. Smash it! With Brother Eagle's command, the watermelon knives and baseball bats were swung at the car. Qi Qingfei was furious. How dare anyone smash her car in Jiangxing? Was this not akin to disturbing the ground beneath its sway? She immediately got out of the car and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Dare to smash my car? You must be tired of living." Chen Xiao had not yet had the chance to exit the car when Qi Qingfei's attitude, reminiscent of a little gangster, stunned him momentarily. This girl truly has some flair. Just as Qi Qingfei finished speaking, a barrage of crude insults came from the opposite side. "Are you Qi Qingfei? I'm still Qi Tianhu. Good daughter, let's have some fun with daddy today." Under the moonlight, 4 or 5 thugs approached Qi Qingfei, brandishing weapons. Chen Xiao could no longer sit still, although he knew Qi Qingfei was capable. He, as a man, could not merely watch the commotion from inside the car. He suddenly leaped out through the already shattered car window and kicked the person charging at the front away. At that moment, Qi Qingfei suddenly shouted, "Old Eagle, is that you? Daring to smash my car, are you seeking death?" Old Eagle was startled, then carefully examined the woman before him under the streetlight, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone stop. She really is the young lady." All were taken aback, staring at her, and originally boasting, they now fell silent, as if struck dumb. Qi Qingfei emerged from the shadows, the streetlight, casting her silhouette upon her face. Like a princess in the dark, a queen in the night. Qi Tianhu is the head of the underground world in Jiangxing. Qi Qingfei was born a lady of the underground world. Brother Eagle regretted it deeply. But who would have thought that a dignified young lady would drive a cherry QQ? Young lady, I was wrong. I truly did not know it was you. Brother Eagle knelt down with a thud. Following suit, everyone else dropped to their knees. Qi Qingfei completely ignored him, and with a chilling tone stated, "Who was it that wanted to be my father just now?" No one dared to speak. However, when Qi Qingfei's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, one person promptly began to kowtow fervently. While crying with snot and tears, he pleaded, "Young lady, I never expected it to truly be you. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare me this once. If you want to live, then it depends on how sincere you are, miss." The man pleaded desperately, but Qi Qingfei remained unmoved. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and swung his blade down. Crack! Oh! A scream pierced through the long night, as a bloody left hand rolled a good distance on the ground. Qi Qingfei nodded slightly. You do have some guts, you can roll now." Eagle Brother, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, nodded and said, "Thank you, miss, for your generosity. We will leave now." Qi Qingfei's expression turned cold. "When did I let you go? You damaged my car, and you think you can leave without compensation?" Eagle Brother suddenly realized, compensation. "I'll pay right away, miss. This card has 2 million in it, please accept it." Although it was just a QQ car that was smashed, it was Qi Qingfei's, and Eagle Brother dared not compensate at the original price. He thought 2 million was already generous, but Qi Qingfei didn't accept it, scoffing with a laugh. 2 million? Are you trying to insult me?" Qi Qingfei retorted, "Don't think just because my car is a QQ that it's cheap, it's modified. And without 2 million, this matter isn't settled between us." Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. 2 million. This was faster than robbery. Eagle Brother sighed. "Miss, it's not that I don't want to pay, but that amount is just too much for me to come up with right now." Qi Qingfei frowned and thought for a moment before generously saying, 2 million is indeed a lot, so I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see 2 million within 3 days, Old Eagle, guess what the consequences will be? "I won't guess." Eagle Brother shivered violently. "Don't worry, miss, within 3 days I will personally deliver the full 2 million to you." "Very well, you can leave now." Only then did Qi Qingfei wave her hand, letting him go. Eagle Brother and his gang finally felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and fled in a panic. As soon as they left, Qi Qingfei smiled and said to Chen Xiao, "Thank you." Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. "Why are you thanking me?" Qi Qingfei responded, "If it weren't for you, how would I earn this 2 million bonus?" Chen Xiao was puzzled. "How did you know they were after me?" Qi Qingfei rolled her eyes, looking at Chen Xiao as if he were an idiot. "Duh, if it's not you they are targeting, could it be?" Chen Xiao thought to himself that she had a point. The Eagle Brother gang looked at her as if she were their grandmother. They would avoid her at all costs. Qi Qingfei asked again, "What's going on? Do you have a grudge with Old Eagle?" "It's nothing major, I just deep-fried his brother in hot oil," Chen Xiao said casually. Qi Qingfei was left speechless. She clearly hadn't expected Chen Xiao to be so ruthless. "You're quite ruthless." Qi Qingfei gave a thumbs up, then reminded, "But Old Eagle is very sly. You need to be cautious. Call me if anything happens." Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. Old Eagle was nothing to him. Old Eagle lost both his woman and his men. He not only failed his mission, but also owed Qi Qingfei 2 million. He absolutely couldn't pay that amount himself. After being let go by Qi Qingfei, he immediately sought out Long Yaoyang's doorstep. The reason he sought trouble with Chun Xiao was precisely because he had accepted Long Yaoyang's benefits. Upon seeing Old Eagle visit, Long Yaoyang eagerly asked, "So how did it go, Eagle brother? Did you get—" Old Eagle felt increasingly frustrated and shouted at Long Yaoyang, "What the hell? Long Yaoyang, you've ruined me. That kid not only knows Tiger Yi, but is also closely related to Miss Qi Qingfei. Just to help you out, I now owe Miss 2 million. Long Yaoyang was immediately taken aback, astonished. When did Chen Xiao get involved with Qi Tianhu? He glanced at Old Eagle, and his expression darkened instantly. Are you saying the job didn't get done? Old Eagle slammed the table and shouted, I told you I couldn't get it done. Stop wasting my time, and just give me the money. You didn't complete the job, so why should I give you money? Long Yaoyang snorted coldly, cursing him as useless in his heart. When Old Eagle saw that Long Yaoyang dared to speak to him like that, he became enraged and flipped the table. Long Yaoyang, I wouldn't dare touch Tiger Yes people, but I wouldn't hesitate to touch you. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and give me 40 million, or your family can just wait to collect your corpse. Long Yaoyang was finally frightened and smiled nervously. Eagle brother, don't be anxious. I have a secret to tell you. After you hear it, you can save that 2 million. Old Eagle raised an eyebrow and asked, what secret? Long Yaoyang lowered his voice and said, Eagle brother, according to reliable sources, Qi Tianhu is severely poisoned and won't last much longer. Just think, once he's dead, how can Qi Qingfei still be the underworld princess? At that time, who would dare to ask you for money? Is what you're saying true? Is the news reliable? Old Eagle was shocked, his eyes wide open. The news is absolutely reliable. Long Yaoyang patted his chest to assure him. Eagle brother, to be honest, my uncle is the head of the Wolf Gang. He said it won't be long before Jiangsheng will be under the Wolf Gang's rule. As he spoke, Long Yaoyang patted Old Eagle on the shoulder. Eagle brother, a wise bird chooses a tree to perch on. You are a smart man, and you surely won't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, right? Old Eagle was taken aback, rubbing his bald head and falling into deep thought. He was analyzing the pros and cons. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and instantly replaced his expression with one of flattery. Young Master Long, I know what to do now. From now on, I'll listen to you. Whoever you tell me to deal with, I'll deal with. Long Yaoyang laughed heartily, patting Old Eagle's shoulder. Ha ha, Eagle brother, you are indeed a wise man who I knew. I didn't misjudge you. Hee, I'll be counting on young Master Long for more support in the future. After sending Old Eagle off, Long Yaoyang's mood slightly improved. However, until his body recovered, the gloom in his heart would never disappear. He poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, his eyes filled with the flames of revenge. Chen Xiao, do you think just because you have Qi Tianhu as your backing I can't do anything to you? One day I will kill your entire family. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Long Yaoyang opened the door to find Sun Li standing outside. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me anymore? Long Yaoyang felt nauseous and repulsed at the sight of Sun Li. If it weren't for this shameless woman, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At that moment, Sun Li looked like a lost dog. She pleaded with Long Yaoyang. Young Master Long, please don't abandon me. As long as you don't kick me out, I'm willing to do anything. Long Yaoyang was about to lose his temper, but suddenly a plan formed in his mind. I have a task for you. If you complete it, I'll let you stay. The next day, Chen Xiao had breakfast before driving to the hospital. Despite having not slept a wink the previous night, he still appeared full of energy. This was because his 9 turns of Kanglin technique had already reached the 2nd level. The first level involves filling the body with qi, reaching every bone and sinew. At the 2nd level, his blood and qi surged, granting him 100-fold strength of a dragon or elephant. Although Chen Xiao had only trained for 2 short days to reach this level, this certainly did not mean that the 9 turns of Kanglin technique was simple. In fact, the first 2 levels were merely the foundation building phase. To put it bluntly, it was not even the true entry point. Only upon breaking through to the 3rd level, where one can project their strength outward with precision, can one truly be considered to have entered the practice. Chen Xiao's next goal was to break through to the 3rd level. Previously, he had been unaware, but after last night's events, he realized that martial arts masters also existed on Earth. Just the mention of the 4 heroes of the heavenly rankings stirred his blood, let alone the divine beings above them. And then there were the mysterious divine temples. Since both the gold list and heavenly rankings were initiated by it, its own strength must be formidable as well. Chen Xiao was in a good mood, buying a basket of steamed buns for Li Ziqing along the way. However, at that moment his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Sun Li. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered it. Chen Xiao, I need to talk to you. Can we meet? As soon as the call connected, Sun Li's anxious voice came through. No meeting. Chen Xiao rejected her without a second thought. I'm begging you, I have something very important to discuss with you in person. Sun Li pleaded desperately. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you at the entrance of Jian City Hospital. Chen Xiao said coldly. It wasn't that he still had feelings for Sun Li, he simply wanted to know what scheme this woman. After they met, Chen Xiao asked indifferently, so what do you want? Sun Li pretended to be sincere, saying, Chun Xiao, I was confused before and did something to hurt you. It was all my fault, though please don't take it to heart. Just get to the point. If you only came here to apologize, then forget it. Chun Xiao scoffed. He certainly didn't believe that Sun Li would genuinely repent. As expected, Sun Li quickly followed up. Chun Xiao, Long Yaoyan asked me to arrange a meeting with you. Can you meet him? Chun Xiao sneered. If he wants to see me, let him come find me himself. Sun Li, undeterred, continued to plead. Chun Xiao, I'm begging you for this one favor. If you don't go with me to see him, he won't want me anymore. He won't see me again. Chun Xiao laughed. Whether he wants you or not has nothing to do with me. Seeing that Chun Xiao was unyielding, Sun Li finally gritted her teeth and moved closer to him. Then she opened her clothing, revealing a snowy shoulder. Chun Xiao, haven't you always wanted me? If you help me with this, I'll let you sleep with me just once. Chun Xiao's face contorted with disgust. He never expected this woman would degrade herself to such a level. The time and place are entirely up to you. Whatever position you want, I can accommodate. Seeing that Chun Xiao remained unmoved, Sun Li whispered, if you like, we don't have to use protection. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Xiao coldly interrupted, I'm not interested in you. Get lost. Sun Li was taken aback. Things were not going as she had expected. She thought that as long as she beckoned with her finger, Chun Xiao would do anything for her. She instantly became furious. I'm doing you a favor by giving you this chance, and you don't appreciate it. With someone as petty as you, it's no wonder you can't find a girlfriend and will be single for life. Just as Sun Li finished speaking, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Who says he will be single for life? Accompanying this voice was an incredibly beautiful woman approaching. Sun Li glanced at the woman and instantly felt inferior, for the woman was countless times more beautiful than she was. In a fit of jealousy, she angrily exclaimed, who are you? What I say has nothing to do with you. Why are you butting in? Who says it has nothing to do with me? I am Chun Xiao's girl. As she spoke, the stunning woman wrapped her arm around Chun Xiao's. Such a wonderful man like Chun Xiao could never be single for life. Upon hearing this, Sun Li's eyes widened in shock. Chun Xiao has a girlfriend. No wonder sleeping with him would be useless. And the woman holding onto Chun Xiao's arm was none other than Li Ziqing. In a state of shock, Sun Li was filled with confusion. How could Chun Xiao, this worthless person, find a girlfriend so quickly, and one as beautiful as this? As she looked closer, she suddenly felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, are you Li Ziqing? Sun Li suddenly recognized her. The woman in front of her was the beautiful CEO often featured in the news. That's right, it's me. So do you want an autograph or a photo with me? Li Ziqing confidently admitted, her gaze towards Sun Li filled with mockery. Sun Li was extremely puzzled and asked in confusion, Li Ziqing, why would you choose Chun Xiao as your boyfriend? This useless waste has no money or power and no skills to speak of, yet he's in his 20s and doesn't even have a job. However, just as she finished speaking, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Who said he has no job? Sun Li turned towards the voice and saw another stunning beauty. Even compared to Li Ziqing, she was equally captivating. Sun Li stared in shock as the beautiful woman walked up to Chun Xiao, smiling brightly as she handed him a document. Chun Xiao, this is your employment letter from Jiangqing Hospital. Starting today, you are officially a doctor at Jiangqing Hospital. I welcome you on behalf of the hospital. This woman was none other than the stunningly beautiful Song Anren. Sun Li was completely dumbfounded. What kind of luck had this useless Chun Xiao stumbled upon? How could he know such a stunning beauty, and not just one but two? She now realized how ridiculous it was to use her looks against Chun Xiao. Her pride in her appearance was utterly insignificant in front of these two beauties, making her feel like a clown. Thank you, Dr. Song. Chun Xiao excitedly accepted the employment letter. Although he himself had little attachment to it, he knew his mother would be very happy to hear that he had become an official doctor. You're welcome. Is this your girlfriend? Song Anren glanced at Li Ziqing, but the moment she did, she froze. And when Li Ziqing saw Song Anren, her expression suddenly became somewhat dazed, revealing a hint of fear and anxiety. The two of them were stunned, staring at each other for several seconds. Do you know each other? Chun Xiao asked in confusion. No, we don't know each other. We don't know each other. They both replied in unison. Then Li Ziqing said, Chun Xiao, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Oh, I have to go back now. Without waiting for Chun Xiao to respond, she turned and headed back to the hospital. Chun Xiao felt a bit lost. Everything seemed fine just now, so why did she leave so suddenly? He looked at Song Anren, who raised an eyebrow, and said, your girlfriend has run away. Shouldn't you hurry and chase after her? They'll go find you later. Chun Xiao ran after Li Ziqing, but she seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Cautious and uneasy, he felt that she was afraid of something. Could it be Song Anren? What's wrong with you? Where do you feel unwell? Chun Xiao asked. Nothing, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit, Li Ziqing stammered. Well, let me escort you back to the ward. Thank you for pretending to be my girlfriend earlier. Li Ziqing forced a smile and replied with a polite acknowledgement. Back in the ward, she still appeared to be in it. She suddenly asked, Chun Xiao, are you very familiar with Dr. Song? Chun Xiao shook his head. Not really, we've just met a few times. He then told Li Ziqing about the arrangement he had with Song Anren. Li Ziqing seemed to ponder. So that's how it is. Then you should go find her quickly. Since you are starting work, there may be some procedures to take care of. Okay, I'll go now. You take care of yourself. Chen Xiao noticed that when Li Ziqing learned that he wasn't very close to Song Anren, she suddenly seemed much more composed. This indicated that there must be some secret between the two of them. However, since Li Ziqing didn't mention it, he didn't ask. If she wanted to say it, she wouldn't need him to inquire. Chen Xiao left, and Li Ziqing silently gazed out the window. A few seconds later, Chen Xiao suddenly returned, pulling out some steamed buns from his pocket. I almost forgot I bought you breakfast that's still warm, so eat it while it's hot. Looking at the steaming buns, Li Ziqing's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. Chen Xiao was puzzled. It's just a few buns that shouldn't move you this much. Before he finished speaking, Li Ziqing suddenly lunged at him. She tightly embraced his waist, burying her head in his chest. Chen Xiao was completely stunned, unsure where to put the hand holding the buns, leaving it suspended in midair. Thank you, Chen Xiao, you're a good person. For all these years you are the only man who has treated me sincerely, not just for my body. Li Ziqing sobbed as if in a dream. Chen Xiao hurriedly said, It can't be that serious, it's just a few buns. The money I made from you is enough to open several bun shops. Li Ziqing laughed through her tears, playfully punching Chen Xiao's chest. You're so annoying, don't tease me. Chen Xiao was confused by this embrace, feeling utterly bewildered. Little did he know that Li Ziqing had already regarded this embrace as their last and only one. Because once Chen Xiao stepped out of that door, he might never look at her again. Chen Xiao's arms were still raised and his muscles were starting to ache. If you keep holding me like this, I can't promise I won't have any intentions towards your body. Li Ziqing laughed, her voice silky and gentle. Oh really? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind at all. Chen Xiao felt a rush of blood surging to a certain part of his body. Woman, you're playing with fire. Chen Xiao swallowed hard, feeling a flame burning fiercely within him. Li Ziqing's eyes sparkled seductively, her breath fragrant. I don't like playing with fire. How about we try something more thrilling? No more exciting events occurred. Chen Xiao panicked and fled in embarrassment. As a virgin, he truly did not know how to handle such a situation. After all, it was broad daylight, or was he supposed to engage in public obscenity? Watching Chen Xiao flee in a flurry, Li Ziqing burst into a fit of giggles. But as she laughed, an endless sense of loneliness appeared in her eyes. A tear fell, sorrow overwhelming her. What a lovely fellow, but alas, it seems our fate ends here. Leaving the hospital room, Chen Xiao went directly to find Song Anren. She brought him to an office, adopting a more businesslike demeanor, markedly cooler than before. From now on, this will be your office. You can come to work anytime. I've taken care of the paperwork for you. I'll just check in with human resources later. Chen Xiao felt a flicker of excitement. This meant that from this moment on he could officially become a proud doctor. However, he was also puzzled as to how Song Anren could secure a position he had desperately sought so quickly. He teased Dr. Song, I didn't expect you to be so capable, sorting out such a big matter in less than a day. Song Anren shot him a glare and pulled out her work ID. Who do you look down upon? Chen Xiao glanced to the side and was instantly taken aback. He hadn't expected that Song Anren, so young, was already the executive director of Jiangxing Hospital. Aside from the hospital director and the deputy director, she held the highest position. Director Song, since you've helped me with my matters, I too must cooperate with you. Tell me, how should I assist you? Before Chen Xiao could finish his sentence, Song Anren had already reached out towards him. What are you doing? Chen Xiao was taken aback, thinking that Director Song might be trying to impose rules on him. It turned out he was overthinking. Song Anren merely plucked a hair from his head. All done. Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask, is that it? Aren't we supposed to examine my body? Won't you even take blood? Song Anren replied seriously, of course I will, but I've already done it. Chen Xiao was speechless. It seems Song Anren was indeed jumping into the car before paying the fare. Even if he hadn't agreed, it wouldn't hinder her research. In fact, Chen Xiao didn't mind. He was simply cultivating, not undergoing any genetic mutations. Therefore, blood testing or DNA checks would reveal nothing. They both had their needs and were satisfied. Chen Xiao then asked, Director Song, is there anything else? If not, I can leave now. Song Anren frowned slightly. In such a hurry to leave? Are you off to accompany your girlfriend? Chen Xiao recalled the suggestive scene in the hospital and immediately felt his face flush, hurriedly shaking his head. What girlfriend? I don't have a girlfriend. Song Anren asked again, isn't Li Ziqing your girlfriend? Chen Xiao laughed wryly. No, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. I was just providing her some care. Didn't you say you didn't know Li Ziqing? Song Anren looked at Chen Xiao as if he were foolish. Li Ziqing is so famous. How could I not know her? I know her, she just doesn't know me. Chen Xiao was somewhat puzzled. If Li Ziqing didn't know Song Anren, why did she seem like a different person after meeting her? At that moment, Song Anren added quietly, if she's not your girlfriend, it's best you don't get too close to her in the future. Chen Xiao was even more confused. Didn't she say she didn't know her? Why now advise him to keep his distance? Could it be that Director Song really has feelings for me? The more Chen Xiao thought about it, the further his imagination wandered. He even began naming their future child. Did you hear what I said? Seeing Chen Xiao in a dazed Song Anren tapped the table with her finger. Chen Xiao finally snapped back to reality, asking, why Director Song? Song Anren impatiently replied. Chen Xiao pressed on. You said you two didn't know each other, then said I should keep my distance from her. There must be a reason, right? Song Anren sighed. Can you not ask? I don't want to speak ill of others behind their backs. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Xiao. Then why not say anything in the first place? Now that she had said half of it, and stopped, was she trying to drive him crazy? I just said it casually. If you can take it in, great. If not, then forget it. Song Anren seemed genuinely annoyed. I'm going to work, you take care of yourself. With that she left, leaving Chen Xiao bewildered. Chen Xiao didn't ponder it further, let it be. As for Song Anren's advice, he didn't take it to heart at all. With Li Ziqing being so generous, not making money would be a foolish move. Then Chen Xiao went to the Human Resources Department to complete his paperwork. Since Song Anren had already given prior notice, everything went smoothly, and the procedures were completed quickly. Chen Xiao officially became a doctor. He decided to immediately share this good news with Lu Zhen, wanting her to share in the joy. That evening, he would prepare a feast to celebrate. After several rings, no one answered the phone. Chen Xiao thought his mother must be at the market again, busy to the point of not even being able to answer the call. That's fine, he wouldn't tell her for now. He would go directly to the market to surprise her. Chen Xiao drove to the vegetable. However, at the familiar stall there was no sign of his mother. A sense of unease crept into Chen Xiao's heart, and he hurriedly asked Old Lu, who sold drinks at the neighboring stall. Old Lu, have you seen my mom? Old Lu scrutinized carefully, finally recognizing Chen Xiao in the car. Isn't this Chen Xiao? You've got such a nice car, truly accomplished. Thanks, Old Lu. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly and asked again, Old Lu, have you seen my mom? Did she set up shop today? Old Lu shook his head. No, you've become successful now. You shouldn't let your mom endure this wind and sun any longer. It's too tough for her. All right, I understand, Old Lu. Chen Xiao stepped on the gas, roaring out of the market. Looking at the dust kicked up by the car, Old Lu shook his head, covering his nose. This kid has money and is getting cocky. Chen Xiao was certainly not being cocky. His urgency stemmed from a growing sense of unease in his heart. He drove at a speed of 180 in the city, desperate to get home as quickly as possible. The door at home was open, but there was no sign of his mother. His phone lay on the ground, and the room was in disarray, clearly showing signs of a struggle. Chen Xiao only heard a buzzing in his head. It's over. His mother was in trouble. In an instant, Chen Xiao's eyes were filled with blood. A tremendous killing intent surged within him. Whoever dares to harm my mother will only meet death. Chen Xiao was truly enraged. It was easy to guess who his opponent was, for to Chen Xiao, there were only two individuals who could be considered enemies. One was his old classmate Long Yaoyao. The other was the notorious leader of Nanqing, the Old Eagle. Moreover, Chen Xiao was more inclined to believe that the culprit was the Old Eagle. Before taking action, Chen Xiao made a phone call to Qi Tianhu. After all, the Old Eagle was considered Qi Tian his subordinate. One must respect the master when dealing with the dog. He intended merely to greet Qi Tianhu, but after hearing the news, Qi Tianhu seemed even angrier than Chen Xiao. He could be heard cursing furiously over the phone. Damn it, that Old Eagle brat seems to want to die. Chen Xiao, don't be anxious. I'll send someone to investigate right away. If this matter was indeed the Old Eagle's doing, I won't let him see the sun tomorrow. Without waiting for Chen Xiao to respond, he hung up the phone, clearly arranging for someone to investigate. Chen Xiao felt reassured with Qi Tianhu handling the matter. After all, the life of the other party was in his hands. Since Qi Tianhu would handle the Old Eagle, Chen Xiao decided to seek out Long Yaoyang first. Regardless of whether he was the one behind it, it wouldn't hurt to give him a scare. As soon as Chen Xiao stepped out of his front door, a dilapidated van came to a halt in front of him. The door opened, and a head poked out. Chen Xiao, eh? Chen Xiao frowned slightly, and asked, whose man are you? The person sneered, if you don't want anything to happen to your mother, get in the car quickly. Without another word, Chen Xiao got into the car, which had only 3 people inside, including the driver. One of them was someone Chen Xiao had seen before, a subordinate of the Old Eagle from the previous night. With a cold expression, Chen Xiao asked, my mother was taken by the Old Eagle. The man cursed directly, stop talking nonsense. If you want to see your mother again, just behave. As he spoke, the man took out a rope and tightly bound Chen Xiao's hands behind his back, covering his eyes with a black cloth. It was done professionally, one could tell it wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. To avoid alerting the enemy, Chen Xiao did not resist, and allowed them to tie him up. Soon the van started and drove for about 40 minutes before stopping again. After getting out of the car, Chen Xiao was shoved along for a while. The black cloth covering his eyes was finally removed. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly shocked by the scene before him. They were in a dilapidated and abandoned workshop. In the center of the workshop, Lu Zhen was bound to a rusty iron pillar. Her head hung low, unconscious. There were several blood marks and bruises on her face, clearly having suffered greatly beforehand. Chen Xiao clenched his fists, his fierce gaze darting to either side of his mother. Standing beside his mother were none other than Long Yaoyang and the old eagle. Chen Xiao inwardly cursed himself for being so foolish. He should have realized that these two were colluding. Chen Xiao, hurry up and kneel down. Long Yaoyang shouted. For the past few days, every minute and second had been spent contemplating how to take revenge on Chen Xiao. At that moment his wish was finally coming true and a manic light flickered in his eyes. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. Long Yaoyang, I never expected you to be so despicable. Despicable? Long Yaoyang shot back. Chen Xiao, I am where I am today because of you. He shot a look at the old eagle who instantly understood, placing a steel knife against Lu Zhen's neck. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. According to the rules of the underworld, don't involve family. If you have grievances, come after me, but don't harm my mother. Long Yaoyang clapped his hands maniacally and laughed wildly. Ha ha, Chen Xiao, you really are a filial son. It seems kidnapping your mother was indeed the right choice. Kid, if you know what's good for you, quickly undo whatever you've done to me, or I can't guarantee what I might do. Chen Xiao's heart was entirely tied to his mother's safety. Let my mother go first, everything else can be discussed. Let your mother go? Are you joking? Long Yaoyang spread his hands, his face twisted, as if he were deranged. What do you think this is? What qualifications do you, a worthless piece of trash, have to negotiate with me? Chen Xiao lowered his voice to a whisper, his words seeming to squeeze out from his throat. I'll say it again, let my mother go. Long Yaoyang laughed, even more maniacally. Ha ha, old eagle, did you hear that? This piece of trash actually thinks he can threaten us. The old eagle also sneered coldly. This worthless fool doesn't know what he's talking about. He's at death's door, yet still trying to act tough. How pathetic and laughable. Suddenly Long Yaoyang's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Chen Xiao, let me tell you plainly, once you step through this door, there's no way out. If you don't want your mother to suffer before you die, you better fix my issue quickly. Otherwise I'll make you watch as we slowly torture her to death. The old eagle reached into his pants wearing a lewd expression. That woman is a bit older, but I have one advantage. I'm not picky. Kid, just wait. Ooh, I'll put on a show for you, guaranteed to be thrilling. At that moment Chen Xiao's emotions could no longer be described as mere anger. When anger reached its peak, it became indifference. For Chen Xiao, it was indifference toward life. You all will die, he said flatly. Long Yaoyang and the old eagle burst into another round of wild. Chen Xiao was akin to a piece of meat on a chopping block, whether cut into strips or minced depended entirely on. They truly did not understand where Chen Xiao's confidence came from as he dared to say such foolish words. Just as they were laughing uncontrollably, little did they know Chen Xiao had already begun silently counting down the moments of their lives. However, just as he was about to take action, a sudden fit of coughs broke out. Whether it was due to Long Yaoyang and the old eagle laughing too loudly, Lu Zhen, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. Chen Xiao, why were you also captured? Upon waking, Lu Zhen didn't even notice her own predicament. Her first reaction was to plead for Chen Xiao. You two, please have mercy. I beg you, Chen Xiao is young and doesn't understand. If he did something wrong, I apologize on his behalf. If you want to kill or cut him, just come at me. Please spare him. He's still a child. At this moment Lu Zhen was tied up and helpless, otherwise she would have already knelt on the ground begging for Chen Xiao. What a touching mother-son bond. I'm really moved. Long Yaoyang said sarcastically, then coldly scoffed. Unfortunately, old lady, there's no turning back once the bow is drawn. If I don't kill him, what if he reports us? Lu Zhen immediately replied. That won't happen, don't worry. As long as you let Chen Xiao go now, I guarantee he won't report you. You old hag, do you take me for a fool? Long Yaoyang slapped Lu Zhen across the face. Shut up. If you dare talk back, I'll stab you to death. The slap was more painful than one delivered to Chen Xiao. He suddenly looked up, his eyes resembling those of a beast. Long Yaoyang, I didn't want to kill in front of my mother, but you are asking for death. The angrier Chen Xiao grew, the more brazen Long Yaoyang became. He scoffed with undisguised contempt. I'm courting death. Chen Xiao, I admit you're a formidable fighter, but now your hands are bound. What do you have left to challenge me with? Yet even before his words had fully faded, Chen Xiao abruptly wrenched his arms, and the thick extended ropes snapped apart fiber by fiber. You're far too naive. Did you truly believe these could hold me? Those nearby stood frozen in stunned silence. Those were the strongest, most resilient extended ropes imaginable. Cutting through them with a blade would take several minutes of relentless effort. Yet Chen Xiao shattered them with a single explosive jerk. Just how immense was the strength coiled within those arms? Even Lao Ying, the veteran who'd witnessed countless spectacles, felt his eyelid twitch involuntarily. But that was all. A youth with no backing, no foundation, hardly worthy of fear. In fact, Lao Ying even clapped mockingly, egging Chen Xiao on. Fine lad, you've got the brawn of a titan. Had this been 20 years ago, old Eagle himself would have stripped bare and taken you on hand-to-hand. Alas, old Eagle long past that reckless combative stage. What good is solitary prowess? My brothers need only spit once apiece. and you drown in their contempt. Liaoying let out a sharp whistle. Instantly his underlings surged forth from every direction. Like a rising tide they encircled Qin Shao. Roughly 100 to 200 men filled the space. Lu Jun had already been reduced to trembling terror, his face as pale as ash. Son, run. Don't worry about me. Long Yaoyang curled his lip in disdain. Run. Does he think he can escape? So, numbers over skill? Is that your measure of strength, Liaoying? Chen Zhao's voice remained calm, unruffled, even serene like wind drifting across still clouds. Chen Zhao's composure infuriated Liaoying, who snarled viciously. Yes, I overwhelm with numbers. You object? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous clang shook the workshop as its heavy door was kicked inward. A deep, arrogant voice rolled in with the crash, counting heads now. Liaoying, do you really think you can outnumber me? Simultaneously, disciplined ranks of men poured through the doorway, file after file. Their numbers dwarfed Liaoying's by 2 to 3 times. Within 10 seconds they had completely surrounded and encircled his men. At their vanguard strode Dejun, his gait bold and commanding like a dragon striding a tiger prowling. He advanced straight to Qin Shao and bowed deeply. Forgive me, Master Chen, I arrived late. Please mete out whatever punishment you deem fit. It's of no consequence. You've come precisely when needed, Qin Shao replied coolly. Inside, however, he cursed silently punishment. At a moment like this, Dejun stepped forward twice, pointed directly at Liaoying, and roared. Liaoying, you've swallowed the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard to dare disrespect Master Chen. Tiger Lord has decreed you shall not see tomorrow's sunrise. Not even Heaven's sovereign could save you now. At the sight of Dejun, Liaoying had flinched, fear flickering in his eyes. But now he seemed to have abandoned all restraint, embracing ruin with defiant abandon. Dejun, I've served Tiger Lord loyally for over 20 years. Am I truly worth less than this boy? Dejun fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, Liaoying, no further words are necessary. Choose your own end. Your wife, children, and elders, I'll ensure they're cared for. Liaoying burst into wild, grating laughter. Huh. Dejun, what pretense is this? Do you truly believe yourself superior? Let's be frank, what separates us? Are we not both dogs of Qi Tianhu? Dejun's gaze turned glacial. Dare not speak Tiger Lord's name so casually. Liaoying spat contemptuously onto the ground. What hollow title, Qi Tianhu? What empty honor, young mistress? From this day forth old eagle bows to no one. Dejun looked upon him, not as a man, but as a corpse already laid to rest. Heaven's wrath may yet be forgiven, but self-inflicted doom admits no reprieve. This is your doing, Liaoying. When you meet the underworld, blame not my lack of brotherly mercy. Liaoying sneered. Brotherly mercy? Between us. Dejun, do you honestly think victory is already yours? Dejun spoke calmly. I am stronger than you. My men outnumber yours. I see no reason why I should lose. The instant he finished speaking, a voice echoed down from above. Dejun, you surpassed Liaoying in strength. But how do you fare against me? Dejun raised his eyes and saw several rusted shipping containers stacked precariously high. Perched atop the highest container stood a towering, broad-shouldered man with long flowing hair. Dejun's pupils contracted violently, disbelief flooding his expression. Tunshin Julong Wu Dingbang. What brings you to Jiangsheng? The long-haired man leapt down, landing with perfect balance, silent and dustless upon the concrete floor. The containers soared over 10 meters high, yet his descent stirred barely a whisper of dust. Long Yaoyang rushed eagerly to the man's side. Uncle, I knew you'd guess it. Qi Tianhu has sent men, his most trusted lieutenant Dejun himself. Wu Dingbang's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Long time no see, Dejun. Fury burned in Dejun's eyes, white-hot, uncontrollable. Liaoying, you treacherous worm. You've conspired with the Wolf Gang. Traitors like you deserve 1,000 cuts. Liaoying merely preened, unashamed, even proud. Dejun, wisdom lies in reading the winds. Elder Wu has promised once the Wolf Gang absorbs Jiangxing, I shall rule it as its undisputed head. No more Tiger Lord, only Eagle Lord. Dejun ground his teeth until they cracked audibly. The Wolf Gang absorbed Jiangxing. Dream on. So long as Tiger Lord draws breath, Jiangxing remains his domain, and vermin like you will never lay claim to it. Oh, Dejun, stop the charade. Qi Tianhu lies poisoned and dying. Did you think I wouldn't know? Yue. Dejun nearly choked on his own blood. Suppressing his rage, he spoke slowly. Words are spent. If battle is your wish, Dejun accepts. Without hesitation. A mere Tunshin Julong. I do not even deign to regard him. Wu Dingbang chuckled softly. Dejun, I recall our bout 3 years past. Back then you were already no match for me. Now, you're not even worthy to carry my sandals. Dejun retorted. Then fight, or cease your bluster. Yet in the same breath, having just stood tall and defiant, he turned subtly toward Qin Shao and murmured low. Master Chun, when the fighting begins, stay back. Seize the chaos, and flee. Chen Xiao asked, is he very strong? The army fell silent for a moment, and replied, 3 years ago, he was the top fighter of the Wolf Gang. His strength was nearly at the golden list level. I heard that in the past 3 years his power has improved significantly. These few words gave Chen Xiao a general understanding of the strength of the Devourer Wolf. The army clearly had more to say, but there was no time as Wu Dingbang was already slowly approaching him. Come on, army, let me see how much your skills have progressed in these 3 years. Wu Dingbang flexed his neck, his tone filled with disdain. The army stepped forward, exuding a cautious demeanor from head to toe. Wu Dingbang, do not be too arrogant. The outcome is not certain yet. Although Wu Dingbang was strong, if he underestimated his opponent, the army still had a chance. In a duel between experts, often a moment of carelessness could decide victory or defeat, life or death. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Wu Dingbang leaped high into the air. A downward kick struck directly at the army's forehead, as if it carried 1,000 pounds of force. The army was not to be underestimated. He immediately raised his right arm to block. He exerted force, suddenly the muscles in his forearm bulging, actually bursting his sleeve. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The two men immediately separated after their clash, both retreating backward. Wu Dingbang landed on the ground, as if unharmed. In contrast, blood streamed from the army's arm, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Dingbang laughed heartily. Army, I didn't expect your strength hasn't improved at all in the past 3 years. With your current state, you can still be a trusted general of Qi Tianhu. You people from Jiang City are indeed a bunch of useless fools. The army gritted his teeth desperately, trying to stop his right hand from trembling. Likewise, they say the Devourer Wolf has greatly increased in strength over the past 3 years, but in my eyes he's nothing special. Wu Dingbang's face showed a mocking expression. With your strength you shouldn't even have the right to see my true power, but today I'll make an exception and let you understand before you die. The army's eyes suddenly sharpened. Could it be that Wu Dingbang had not yet used his full strength? Huh. Accompanied by a loud shout, a floating wolf head phantom suddenly appeared behind Wu Dingbang. The army was momentarily dumbfounded. The energy has taken form. You have entered the Qi realm. Wu Dingbang chuckled lightly. The Qi realm is nothing difficult. If Qi Tianhu can do it, why can't I? Wu Dingbang. Army, accept your fate. Wu Dingbang grinned. To die under my running wolf fist is your honor. Wu Dingbang charged forward, the wind howling as if it were a wolf's howl. He threw a punch with the force of thunder. Bang! The army barely had time to react before Wu Dingbang's fist struck his chest. He flew backward, blood spewing from his mouth, tracing an arc in the air. I only used 50% of my strength. You had no power to resist. Do you admit you are useless? The army clutched his chest as he sat up, blood pouring from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread. Yet even so he gritted his teeth and said, I refuse to accept it. Wu Dingbang's face showed a fierce expression. You are indeed a tough guy, but unfortunately being stubborn often represents foolishness. Army, open your eyes and accept your fate. Wu Dingbang's fist surged forth again. However, at that moment a casual voice suddenly sounded. It turns out the strength of the Qi realm is nothing more than this. Wu Dingbang froze. Who's speaking? Chen Xiao took a step forward. It's me. Wu Dingbang's pupils narrowed. Brat, you're seeking death. Seeing this scene, the army inwardly cursed Chen Xiao. Why is Master Chen still here? Didn't I tell him to escape while he had the chance? If he gets killed too, who will break the poison for Lord Tiger? After realizing the situation, the army shouted with all his remaining strength. Brothers, listen up, protect Master Chun with your lives, and get him out of here. The group of brothers was about to move, but Chen Xiao raised his hand to stop them. You don't need to take such unnecessary measures. I will not leave. The army felt anxious and angry, looking at Chen Xiao with an incomprehensible gaze. Master Chen Yu. Chen Xiao glanced at the large pillar in the center of the workshop and said lightly, my mother is still in their hands. How can I just leave? At this moment, Lu Jin fell into unconsciousness again, which actually made things easier for Chen Xiao. He didn't want his mother to witness the bloodshed that was about to unfold. The army forced a smile. You are truly filial. Oh, unfortunately, we are all going to die here today. Despair filled the army's heart. Once he felt the situation would be dire. He and Chen Xiao would take the first step today. It wouldn't be long before Lord Tiger would catch up. Chen Xiao's calm demeanor greatly displeased Wu Dingbang. Clearly everyone was shocked by his unparalleled power. Why was this brat not afraid? Brat, you are quite noisy. I will kill you first for entertainment. At that moment, Long Yaoyang suddenly shouted, big uncle, leave him alive. Oh, let him cure my illness, and we can slowly kill this waste. Wu Dingbang said, brat, did you hear that? Hurry up and cure my nephew's ailment. I can give you a quick death, otherwise I'll make you wish you were dead. Chen Xiao shook his head. There's no need to treat his illness. Wu Dingbang asked in confusion, why? Do you mean his ailment can heal itself? Chen Xiao shook his head again. No, in a little while he will be dead, so there's no need to treat this illness. Wu Dingbang's face turned furious upon hearing this. You little brat, you're truly seeking death. I will use your blood to pay homage to my fist today. Running wolf fist. Wu Dingbang unleashed another punch accompanied by a roar like a tsunami directed at Chen Xiao. The punch closed in an instant the enormous wolf head phantom, seeming ready to swallow Chen Xiao whole. The army slowly closed his eyes. This punch had nearly taken half of his life. And Chen Xiao, being merely a doctor, how could he withstand it? However, moments later he suddenly heard a series of gasps. Upon opening his eyes he was stunned. He saw Wu Dingbang's fist firmly grasped in Chen Xiao's hand. The force behind that punch had completely dissipated. Wu Dingbang's thunderous blow had been easily blocked by— How could this be possible? Wu Dingbang himself was filled with the same doubt. Chen Xiao appeared to be just over 20 years old. Even if he had practiced martial arts since birth, his strength could not be this strong. Brat, you tricked me. You used some demonic technique. Chen Xiao scoffed. Demonic technique? Do you think you are worthy? I already told you your meager strength does not impress me. Chen Xiao's smile grew more pronounced. But in Wu Dingbang's eyes it was chilling. You are finished, now it's my turn. Chen Xiao, once regarded as insignificant by Wu Dingbang, now instilled a sense of tension in him, as if facing a formidable enemy. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, he dared not be careless. His internal energy surged desperately, trying to pull his fist back. However, Chen Xiao's hand was like an iron clamp firmly gripping his fist. He mobilized all his energy, yet his fist remained utterly unmoved. Kid, who exactly are you? Wu Dingbang, being a seasoned veteran, instantly conjured over 100 thoughts in his mind. Such a master was rare in the world, impossible to be an unknown figure. Chen Xiao sneered. I am the one here to take your life. As he spoke, Chen Xiao unleashed a punch that appeared rather ordinary. Wu Dingbang smirked. With just this punch you won't be able to harm me. He believed that this punch was slow and that he had many ways to counter it. He also thought the punch lacked power. Even if it hit him, it would only be like a tickle. Until this punch struck his chest. Only then did he sense something was amiss. From the scalp to the soles, his body generated a wave akin to tearing. That feeling was like his soul leaving his body. And then, he felt nothing. Furthermore, he would never feel anything again. His pupils rapidly dilated, and his body crumpled down like a rag doll. Wu Dingbang, the swallowing heaven lone wolf, perished beneath Chen Xiao's seemingly ordinary punch. The entire scene fell into a dead silence, everyone frozen in shock as if God had pressed the pause button. Dejun blinked. He had just been nearly beaten to death by Wu Dingbang. No one understood better than him how strong Wu Dingbang was. Yet with just a single punch, Chen Xiao had taken Wu Dingbang's life. Hiss. So terrifying. Long Yayang's gaze scattered his mind in a daze, murmuring, Uncle is dead. He couldn't believe it, couldn't accept it, and couldn't comprehend it. How could his stout uncle be killed by a mere punch from Chen Xiao? The first to regain his senses was the eagle. Just minutes ago he had been dreaming of becoming the eagle lord of Jiangxing. However, now he was left with only one thought: how to escape and survive. And this did not seem difficult. Though Chen Xiao's power was terrifying, he had a fatal weakness. He tightened his grip on the machete, glancing at Lu Zhan. Whether he could leave here alive today depended entirely on what happened next. Yet he was not the only one with this thought. As he gripped the machete, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow. By the time he reacted, Chen Xiao's hand was already around his throat. In an instant, the aura of death enveloped the eagle. Master Chen, spare my life. For the rest of my days, I am willing to serve you like a loyal dog. Chen Xiao chuckled. Eagle, do you know what I dislike most about you? The eagle shamelessly replied. Master Chen must hate my two-faced nature that I eat from both sides. I am not human, I am a beast. Chen Xiao shook his head. Your treachery has nothing to do with me. He then continued. What I hate most is your pair of eyes. They are too sinister, too sharp. The eagle looked bewildered, not understanding what Chen Xiao meant. In the next moment, Chen Xiao threw two punches in quick succession. The eagle's eye sockets turned into two bloody holes. Blood gushed out from the two holes. The eagle fell to the ground, screaming, my eyes. I can't see anything. Long Yaoyang, just 2 or 3 meters away, was horrified, his hair standing on end. His stomach twisted into a knot, and he couldn't stop himself from gagging. He fell to his knees. Even while kneeling, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Master Chen, I realize my mistakes. This time I truly understand. From now on I won't dare oppose you again. I only ask for a chance to live. I'll do anything you ask. Yet Chen Xiao seemed to ignore him, directly moving past. He untied his mother and called out, Dejun, send my mother to the hospital. The rest is up to you. Dejun had always shown great respect to Chen Xiao, and his respect had now multiplied. Yes, Master Chen. Dejun will not fail in his mission. With the situation dire, the eagle's men did not dare to resist at all. Dejun ordered the cleanup of the battlefield and sent Lu Zhan to the hospital. As for the eagle, he was to be taken back and await the judgment of Lord Hu. He did not kill the eagle on the spot, for such a person was too easy to kill. Only then did Chen Xiao's gaze fall upon Long Yaoyang. Long Yayang's heart sank. It was his turn now, and what was inevitable had come. Having provoked Chen Xiao time and again, he could hardly imagine how Chen Xiao would deal with him. However, what he didn't expect was for Chen Xiao to bring over 2 chairs. Chen Xiao sat in one and pointed to the other, speaking naturally, "Sit down, old classmate." Long Yaoyang looked at Chen Xiao with a face full of suspicion, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to move. "What are you afraid of? If I say sit, you sit." Long Yaoyang, shaking, climbed onto the chair, tears streaming down his face. "Master Chen, I want dare again. Just let me go and I can give you money, houses, cars. Whatever you want, I'll give it." Chen Xiao chuckled softly. "Don't be afraid. I only want to tell you a story." Long Yaoyang was frightened, completely unaware of Chen Xiao's intentions. At that moment, Chen Xiao began to speak slowly. "Do you remember when I was 8 years old? I had a fever over 40 degrees, and my mother carried me for more than half an hour through the rain to the hospital. That night, she didn't sleep a wink. When I turned 14 on my birthday, she took me to KFC and ordered a meal that cost over 70 yuan. That was our family's living expenses for a week. I ate heartily, but my mother pulled out a big pancake, saying she wasn't used to fast food. At 2012, 6 months ago, she kneeled in the office in front of everyone pleading for my job, but unfortunately the hospital still didn't accept me." Long Yaoyang listened silently as Chen Xiao sighed. "From that day on, I vowed to make something of myself to provide my mother with a good life and never let her be bullied again. Do you know why I am telling you all this?" Long Yaoyang swallowed hard. "You want to tell me you have a great mother, right?" Chen Xiao chuckled softly. "When I was young, I heard the elders say that before a person dies, they must die clearly, otherwise they will die with their eyes open. I am telling you this so that you can die with clarity." Long Yaoyang was taken aback. Before he could react, a steel pipe pierced through his chest. The other end emerged from his back. Long Yaoyang died, unable to scream, and never had a chance to close. Chen Xiao wiped the blood splattered on his face and quietly said, "It seems the words of the elders cannot be fully trusted." The sky had turned dark. Inside the Jiang City Hospital, in the patient room, Chen Xiao quietly kept vigil by the bedside, where his mother Lu Jin lay. Chen Xiao had already examined her. Her body was fine, only frightened. He had also quietly infused some spiritual energy into her to calm her mind. At that moment, she was sleeping soundly, and once she awoke, she would be completely fine. Yet even so, Chen Xiao remained by her side. Just like when Chen Xiao was sick as a child, she would keep vigil by his side. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Uda Jun had arrived. "Master Chen, I brought abalone and sea cucumber porridge for Aunt Lu for when she wakes up." De Jun, appearing to be a rough and sturdy man, surprisingly had a delicate side. Chen Xiao thanked him, saying, "You are very thoughtful, De Jun." De Jun repeatedly replied, "Master Chen is too polite. If it weren't for you today, my life would have been lost." Chen Xiao smiled. "We are like brothers. There is no need for formality. Just call me Chen Xiao from now on." De Jun, feeling apprehensive, said, "How could I dare to call the master by his name?" Chen Xiao then said, "Then just call me Master Chen in the future." "Yes, Master Chen, it's getting late. I won't disturb you and Aunt Liu's rest any longer. I take my leave now." Seeing De Jun about to leave, Chen Xiao said, "Wait a moment, De Jun, I have something to ask you." De Jun immediately stopped and replied, "Master Chen, please go ahead." Chen Xiao asked, "When you fought with Wu Dingbang earlier, you mentioned he had entered the Qi realm. Is this Qi realm a martial arts realm?" "Yes, Master Chen." De Jun was somewhat puzzled. He thought to himself, with Master Chen's high martial arts cultivation, defeating Wu Dingbang would be as easy as defeating a child. Surely, he wouldn't be unaware of such a basic concept, would he? He even suspected Chen Xiao was testing him. However, Chen Xiao continued to ask, "Then could you introduce the current divisions of martial arts realms?" De Jun then confirmed that Chen Xiao truly did not understand and began to explain. "Master Chen, the current martial arts are mainly divided into 4 realms: inner strength, Qi realm, transformation realm, and divine realm. Inner strength is not difficult. Even an ordinary person without talent, as long as they are willing to work hard and invest time and effort, can attain inner strength and become a novice martial artist. Above inner strength is the Qi realm. Qi realm martial artists are already rare talents and represent the minimum threshold for being selected for the golden ranking. Wu Dingbang is a Qi realm martial artist, as is Tiger Yi. Master Chen, since you were able to defeat Wu Dingbang, you must also be a Qi realm martial artist, right?" Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "My cultivation system is different from yours, so I cannot compare it this way." He could also manifest Qi like Wu Dingbang. However, he practiced an immortal technique, and to him Wu Dingbang, as a Qi realm martial artist, was clearly not on the same level. De Jun, upon hearing this, felt somewhat confused. Oh, wasn't there another system in martial arts? Are there other systems in martial arts? At this time, Chen Xiao asked again, "What about the transformation realm and divine realm?" De Jun replied, "Transformation realm martial artists can manifest their Qi outward, akin to moving their fingers with precision. Every transformation realm martial artist can be considered a master. However, becoming a transformation realm martial artist is extremely difficult, requiring not only exceptional talent, but also opportunity. Transformation realm martial artists possess the qualifications for the heavenly ranking. Chen Xiao nodded and continued to listen as Dejun elaborated. As for the divine realm, that is the legendary realm, everyone has heard of it, but no one has ever seen it. Currently, there is only one martial artist closest to the divine realm. Chen Xiao asked curiously, who is it? The god of war in the northern realm, Xiao Zhan. Even merely mentioning this name, admiration shone in Dejun's eyes. The influence of Xiao Zhan among martial artists is beyond imagination. Chen Xiao silently murmured, Xiao Zhan Xiao Tian Su. Dejun exclaimed, Master Chen, you also know Xiao Tian Su. Chen Xiao replied, I only heard Qi Qing Fei mention it before. Oh. Dejun nodded, seeing Chen Xiao, and thought he dared not disturb him. Soon Chen Xiao came back to his senses and saw Dejun still bowing respectfully beside him. He then said, Dejun, you can go about your business now. Just as Dejun was about to leave, he suddenly turned back, as if remembering something. By the way, Master Chen, forgive me for speaking out of turn. The Wolf Gang's people have very small minds, and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Since you killed the Tong Tian Du Lang Wu Dingbang today, you might attract the Wolf Gang's revenge, so please be cautious. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and asked, Does the Wolf Gang have many experts? Dejun replied, On the surface, Wu Dingbang is the #1 expert of the Wolf Gang, but the truly formidable one is their leader, Wolf Zun Han Jiuqian. This person acts mysteriously and is hard to read. He has long been a Qi realm expert, but has never participated in the golden ranking. Therefore, his true strength has always been a mystery. Chen Xiao stroked his chin and chuckled softly. This person is indeed interesting. Dejun continued, Aside from Wolf Zun Han Jiuqian, the Wolf Gang has another person to be wary of, that is Qian Mian Xiao Bei Su Qing Xiang. His strength is average, but he is skilled in disguise and is very cunning, serving as the Wolf Gang strategist. At this moment, a light cough came from the bed, indicating Lu Jun was showing signs of waking up. Dejun was perceptive, saying, Master Chen, I take my leave. Chen Xiao nodded, and Dejun exited the hospital room. Lu Jun slowly regained consciousness, her expression clearly still a bit dazed. Chen Xiao, where is this? Mom, this is the hospital. Lu Jun then remembered what had happened before she fainted and immediately sat up alert. Chen Xiao, what about those bad guys? What did they do to you? Chen Xiao reassured her. It's fine now, Mom, those bad guys have already been caught, so don't worry. That's good, as long as they are caught, it's fine. Lu Jun patted her chest, looking somewhat relieved. Chen Xiao, I'm fine now, let's go home. We shouldn't stay in the hospital, it costs dozens of dollars a night. With that money, we could buy 2 pounds of meat. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. It's okay, Mom, you don't have to pay for staying here, it's an employee benefit. Chen Xiao told a lie, but it was a kind-hearted one. Lu Jun was puzzled. What kind of employee benefit is that, staying in the hospital for free? Her mother's words made Chen Xiao laugh. Mom, didn't I tell you I changed jobs? Now I'm officially notifying you that I am a formal doctor at Jiangxi. Lu Jun looked at Chen Xiao in disbelief. Son, are you serious? Of course, if you don't believe me, look at my work. Holding Chen Xiao's work ID, Lu Jun felt a bit emotional, her voice starting to choke. That's great, Sonny, you've done well. Even if I were to pass away tomorrow, I could die with my eyes closed. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, saying, Look at what you're saying, you don't sound like someone who would complain about staying in the hospital. Lu Jun laughed through her tears. I'm so happy for you, I just want to go home and make dumplings to celebrate for you. There's no rush to make dumplings, first you should drink the porridge. You haven't eaten for half a day, you're surely starving. As he spoke, Chen Xiao brought out the abalone and sea cucumber porridge. At this moment, Lu Jun suddenly changed her tone. Son, promise me one thing, if you encounter something like today again, you mustn't intervene on my behalf. Mom, what are you talking about? Do you want me to disregard your safety and just escape for myself? Chen Xiao found it hard to comprehend his mother's words. However, to his surprise, Lu Jun actually nodded. Yes, I want you to do that, because I am not worth you risking your... Chen Xiao retorted. If I'm not worth it, then who is? You're my mom. Lu Jun fell silent for a moment before sighing with a bitter smile. I am not your mother. I am just someone selling cakes at a market. How could I possibly give birth to such an outstanding son? Chen Xiao panicked. Mom, did I do something wrong to make you angry? He even wondered if his mother was so shocked that she started talking nonsense. Lu Jun shook her head. Child, I am not lying to you. I am not your biological mother, you are just someone I found. Chen Xiao did not believe her. However, Lu Jun continued to speak to herself. On a snowy night 21 years ago, I found you in swaddling clothes, such a tiny thing, hardly bigger than a kitten. I originally planned to send you to an orphanage, but fate had other plans for us. You would not leave my embrace and cried loudly the moment I let go, gasping for air. Only when I held you would you behave and even smile at me. There was no choice, I had to adopt you, and I have raised you for over 20 years. Listening to his mother's rambling, Chen Xiao felt tears welling in his eyes. Mom, I have grown up, why are you still making up stories to comfort me? When I was young you always said I was picked up from a coal pile. Lu Jun reached into her pocket and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper. When I found you besides the yin-yang pendant around your neck, there was this paper. Take a look. Chen Xiao took it and saw it was a birth certificate. His name was written on it, and the place of birth was a hospital in the imperial city. At that moment Chen Xiao had to accept that Lu Jun was not his biological mother. Child, from childhood to now, I have never hoped for you to establish a heart for the world, or a life for the people, nor have I wished for you to gain fame among the lords. I only hope you can be a good person without a guilty conscience. If you were to live an ordinary life, perhaps I would take this secret to my grave. But the more you grow, the more I feel you are extraordinary, and recently, I felt I had to tell you this secret. You are too outstanding, and I cannot keep you all to myself. You should search for your biological parents. Chen Xiao scoffed, and shook his head. Since they abandoned me back, then why should I go looking for them now? Although it seemed absurd, Chen Xiao accepted the fact that he was adopted. However, Lu Jun was furious after hearing his words. Chen Xiao, you ungrateful child. Which mother gives birth to a child just to abandon them? 10 months of pregnancy, who can understand the hardships? Chen Xiao immediately lowered his voice to apologize. All right, Mom, I know I was wrong. I was just anxious earlier, please don't be angry. Lu Jun added, so does that mean you agree to look for your biological parents? Chen Xiao nodded, but he secretly disagreed. He then added, no matter if I can find my biological parents or not, you are my mom, my closest person. Lu Jun smiled in satisfaction. With your words I am content. After drinking the porridge, Lu Jun soon fell asleep again. Revealing this long-held secret seemed to have released her emotional burden, and even her brow relaxed. Chen Xiao approached the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, feeling a stir in his heart. He didn't care much about his biological parents. What truly stirred his heart was the yin-yang pendant that he had worn around his neck since childhood. He had long noticed the intricate patterns on the pendant, which had only appeared after he received the inheritance from the. This made him wonder if the yin-yang pendant was somehow related to the divine emperor's inheritance. If so, what was the origin of this pendant? Thinking of this, Chen Xiao felt that if he had the chance, he should seek out information about his biological parents. He took out the yin-yang pendant and examined it closely. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that the yin-yang pendant contained strands of spiritual energy, and that spiritual energy was surprisingly his own. The yin-yang pendant could autonomously absorb his spiritual energy. This meant it was a spiritual artifact that could communicate with him. Once it absorbed enough energy, it would awaken and gain consciousness. Chen Xiao was greatly astonished. He never expected that the yin-yang pendant that had followed him since childhood was actually a spiritual artifact. It should be noted that even in the realm of divine materials and treasures, spiritual artifacts are rare. Chen Xiao immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the 9 turns Kanglin technique. The stronger his strength, the greater the chance of the yin-yang pendant awakening. While cultivating, Chen Xiao suddenly felt it was time to learn a martial skill. Although he had just killed a powerful opponent in the Qi realm Wu Dingbong with a single punch, it was entirely due to the brute force within him, without any technique. If he were to face an expert like the northern border war god Xiao Tiansong right now, he truly had no confidence to defeat him. Soon Chen Xiao decided on the martial skill he would cultivate. Kanglin True Martial. This martial skill was uniquely created by the Kanglin Divine Emperor. When executed, it can open the heavens and split mountains and rivers. In the realm of earth, it would be no problem. After dawn, Chen Xiao concealed his aura and finished his cultivation. Before long, Lu Jun also woke up. Chen Xiao bought breakfast and ate with her. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jun prepared to leave the hospital. Knowing his mother was fine, Chen Xiao agreed. He first took his mom home before returning to the hospital. It was already past 8 o'clock and there was less than an hour until work. But this time was enough for him to give Li Zi 10,000 for one session. If he didn't earn it, it would be a waste. Chen Xiao arrived outside Li Ziking's hospital room and saw an adult man in a yellow vest peering in. The man in the yellow vest looked suspicious as he peered through the glass door. Chen Xiao walked over and said sternly, "What are you doing?" The man in the yellow vest was startled, having not noticed Chen Xiao's approach. He replied, "I am here to Chen Xiao frowned, delivering takeout. Where's the food? The man pointed inside. It has already been delivered. Through the window, Chen Xiao saw Li Ziqing scooping a spoonful of soup about to eat. Chen Xiao felt a sudden sense of alarm and kicked the door to the hospital room open. Chen Xiao burst through the door. Li Ziqing holding a spoon froze in momentary shock. In an instant, Chen Xiao strode forward, 2 quick steps, and kicked the bowl of soup from her hands. Li Ziqing clenched her teeth, her face flushed with astonishment and fury. Has this Chen Xiao truly lost his mind? Yet almost immediately a wry self-deprecating smile flickered across her lips. So you've finally chosen to blame me, haven't you? Chen Xiao frowned in confusion. The soup was poisoned. I have no reason to blame you. Li Ziqing blinked, then glanced down at the floor, and paled with horror. There spilled upon the ground the soup, sizzled faintly, emitting thin, curling wisps of white smoke. Unnatural, unmistakably toxic. Had she swallowed even a single sip, the consequences would have been catastrophic. At that very moment, a chilling, venomous voice slithered from behind Chen Xiao. "You brat, you've ruined my plan." He turned, and there stood the deliverer man in his yellow vest. Chen Xiao scoffed, a cold snort escaping his lips. "Lucky I arrived just in time. If I'd been a few seconds later, you'd have succeeded." The yellow-vested man sneered in reply. "Since you insist on meddling where you're not wanted, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Heaven's path lies open before you, yet you choose to storm the gates of hell. Huh." With a shrill cry, the man whipped out a 7-inch flexible sword from his waist, a silver flash in the air. The blade was supple as silk, yet razor-sharp, gleaming with a bone-chilling frost-laced luster. Gripping it tightly, he lunged toward Chen Xiao, blades flashing like scattered starlight. Purple stars shimmered, azure skies blazed, the auspicious light cascaded in 10,000 rays, radiant clouds unfurled in 1,000 hues. The blade shot forward, swift as a serpent's tongue. Clang! A deep, resonant hum echoed sharply. The sword's blade still trembled violently, but its tip had been pinched motionless between Chen Xiao's 2 fingers. The deliverer man's pupils contracted sharply, disbelief flooded his gaze. "Who are you, boy?" Chen Xiao's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. "You're not worthy to ask me anything." Even as he spoke, his 2 fingers remained utterly still, cold, precise, lethally sharp as a pair of honed shears. A series of sharp cracks followed, and the flexible sword shattered into brittle fragments, falling away piece by piece until only the hilt remained in the man's hand. Rage contorted his features. "You've destroyed my treasured blade." Chen Xiao grinned, baring his teeth. "I'll destroy more than your sword. I'll destroy you." Before the man could react, Chen Xiao's massive hand seized his throat and slammed him against the windowsill. The room was on the 34th floor, and half the man's body now dangled over open air. One slight downward push, and he would plummet to his death, shattered bones, obliterated flesh. "Now you understand," Chen Xiao said coolly. "Only I hold the right to ask questions." "Tell me," he continued, voice calm and measured. "Why did you try to kill her? Who sent you?" "Ha ha ha. You foolish boy have no idea what monstrous power you've just provoked." To Chen Xiao's surprise, the yellow-vested man showed no fear whatsoever. "If you know what's good for you, release me now, or you'll spend the rest of your life regretting this reckless arrogance." Chen Xiao's brows nodded slightly. "Nothing infuriates me more than being threatened. Since you refuse to speak, you no longer have any reason to live." He applied subtle pressure, no true intent to kill, only to terrify. Yet suddenly his grip felt unervingly hollow. He looked down, and found the man had somehow slipped free from his grasp. Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened. Bone-shrinking technique. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, the man leapt headlong out the window. Chen Xiao leaned out the window, peering down. The man clung to every ledge, pipe, and protrusion, scrambling downward with astonishing speed. Within seconds, he descended several floors, then vanished through another window. By the time Chen Xiao moved to pursue, the man had already melted into oblivion. Chen Xiao let out a quiet, mirthless chuckle. His cultivation is mediocre, but his likeness art is extraordinary. Li Ziqing's composure was deeply unnatural. For someone who had just narrowly escaped assassination, her calm was unsettlingly absolute. Moments later, pieces fell into place in Chen Xiao's mind, and he returned to stand before Li Ziqing. "You knew who he was, didn't you?" She did not deny it. She simply nodded. Chen Xiao pressed on. "And the venomous snake bite you suffered last time, it was him too, wasn't it?" Again she nodded silently. Chen Xiao continued, voice low and incisive. "So you knew he would return to kill you. So you stayed hidden in the hospital. So you paid me an exorbitant sum to remain by your side, ensuring I'd be there to save you when it mattered most. Isn't that right?" She offered no denial. Chen Xiao fell silent. Li Ziqing asked softly, "Are you angry?" Chen Xiao replied, tone unreadable, "Why should I be angry?" Li Ziqing murmured, "Because I used you." Chen Xiao gave a cold, humorless laugh. "You paid. I'm not being used." She pouted faintly, whispering under her breath, "You are angry." Was he angry? Even he couldn't say for certain. Yet he couldn't deny one truth today: Li Ziqing had left him profoundly impressed. He recalled their first meeting, the fragile, heart-wrenching gaze she'd given him. Helpless, despairing, impossible to ignore. Yet now, looking back, perhaps that very moment had been the beginning of her calculation, her quiet, deliberate ensnarement of Chen Xiao. The thought struck him like ice: this woman's machinations run deeper than any abyss, truly terrifying. Anyone who mistook her delicate exterior for inner fragility was a fool. And Chen Xiao was that fool, because he had to admit everything he'd done for her stemmed from that first encounter. That woman, feigning vulnerability and helplessness, had awakened in him an overwhelming instinct to protect. They stood in silence for a long while, each lost in private contemplation. Finally, Li Ziqing broke the stillness. "I'm sorry, I admit I used you. That man, he's an assassin sent by the Lu sect." Chen Xiao raised a hand, cutting her off. "Don't bother explaining. I have no interest in your affairs, and I won't involve myself further." Li Ziqing gave a soft, resigned, "Oh," then paused, before speaking again. "But you're already entangled. You've angered an assassin of the Lu sect. They'll hunt you without mercy until you're dead." Chen Xiao arched a brow. "Do you think I fear them?" Li Ziqing looked wounded, whispering plaintively, "You may not fear them, but I do." Chen Xiao averted his gaze, because he felt it, the damnable persistent surge of protective instinct rising once more within him. Some things, however, cannot be denied. With a long, weary sigh, he relented. He raised a single finger. 10 million per month. I'll guarantee your safety." Li Ziqing's eyes lit up, bright with startled delight. "Truly? Can you promise I won't be killed?" To her, 10 million was less than a single hair on a cow's hide, worth nothing compared to her life. Chen Xiao snorted disdainfully. 10 million. Hardly enough to earn my solemn vow. Then Chen Xiao added blandly, "If you don't want to die, you should obediently listen to me, and I will ensure your safety." Li Ziqing secretly rejoiced, sharp-tongued, yet soft-hearted, just trying to act cool. At this moment Chen Xiao inquired, "You said that when I knocked over your soup bowl, I finally blamed you. What do you mean by that?" Li Ziqing's expression slightly changed, revealing a hint of guilt. She hesitated for a moment, and said, "I thought Song Anren would tell you something, but it seems she didn't." Chen Xiao snorted coldly, "Don't think everyone is like you, so scheming." After saying that, he turned, and Li Ziqing bit her red lips, her eyes filled with grievance. Before 9 o'clock, Chen Xiao arrived. Chen Xiao thought to himself how powerful Song Anren was. He had just arrived, and was assigned an independent office, though he wasn't sure which department he belonged to. He carefully looked at his work ID and found that the position written on it was Assistant Director. Assistant Director? Isn't that just an assistant to Song Anren? Chen Xiao was somewhat speechless. No wonder Song Anren had settled things so quickly. It turned out she had recruited an assistant for herself. Just then Song Anren pushed the door and walked in. "Chen Xiao, come with me for a moment," Song Anren stated directly. Today she seemed noticeably different in her attire, looking very serious and formal. Her hair was meticulously tied up and her makeup was considerably lighter. She even wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, giving off an impression of being well-behaved. "Director Song, where are we going?" Chen Xiao asked. Song Anren replied, "I'm taking you to meet Dean." Seeing Chen Xiao's confusion, she explained, "You were hired by special consideration at the hospital, which has caused some discontent among certain individuals, so Dean Hao wants to meet you. If you satisfy him, then others won't have anything to complain about." Chen Xiao nodded in understanding. New positions in the hospital were mostly filled one by one. His special hiring would displace others, naturally causing some discontent. However, Chen Xiao didn't care. Capable people never fear gossip. On the way to the dean's office, Song Anren briefly introduced Dean Hao's situation. Dean Hao, named Hao Datong, was a scholarly medical professor. He was in his 60s and still devoted to the front line of medicine. However, he mainly focused on researching ancient medical texts and rarely saw patients. Upon arriving at the dean's office door, Song Anren reminded Chen Xiao a few things. "Dean Hao might ask you some questions, or remember, you can't answer some, but your attitude must be correct. Dean Hao despises ostentation, so you don't need to show off. Just be humble and respectful, and you will pass." "Did you remember what I said?" Chen Xiao countered mildly. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Song Anren shot him a glance. "You are the one I recruited. I must be responsible for you." Then Song Anren knocked on the door. A deep, elderly voice came from inside. "Please come in." The two pushed the door open, and the scene before them left Chen Xiao astonished. The large office had more than half of its space occupied by bookshelves. The shelves were filled with books, mostly ancient texts bound in thread. Between the rows of shelves stood an office desk. Behind the desk, an elderly man with silver hair was intensely reading. Only after Chen Xiao and the others entered did he raise his head. "You're here." Song Anren stepped forward with Chen Xiao and introduced Dean Hao. "This is Chen Xiao." Dean Hao had a stern expression as he sized up Chen Xiao before slightly nodding. "I have reviewed his file and records. His performance during the internship is acceptable, and he is a promising talent." Hearing this, Song Anren breathed a sigh of relief. Dean Hao's praise for Chen Xiao was not low. Subsequently, Dean Hao asked Chen Xiao several questions. Chen Xiao answered fluently, and Dean Hao nodded frequently. Perhaps Chen Xiao's performance exceeded Dean Hao's expectations, and he picked up an ancient book from the desk. "Chen Xiao, it is noted in your file that you majored in traditional Chinese medicine in university and performed excellently. You must have some proficiency in ancient literature. I have a volume of ancient texts here. See if you can translate it." Chen Xiao took the ancient text in hand and replied, neither too humbly nor too arrogantly, "I can give it a try." Song Anren couldn't help but sweat for Chen Xiao. Dean Hao's ancient texts were genuine antiques, some of which were unique copies, and the content was mostly obscure and difficult to understand. As expected, after Chen Xiao opened the ancient text, he frequently frowned. Song Anren thought Chen Xiao was stumped and felt a little worried for him. However, she wasn't overly concerned, as she had already reminded him that as long as Chen Xiao openly admitted he couldn't understand Dean Hao wouldn't make things difficult for him. After a moment, Chen Xiao closed the ancient text. So young man, were you stumped? Dean Hao asked lightly. Although his tone was calm, there was an unmistakable pride in his brows. This book by Chao Jinfeng was something he had only recently acquired. He had diligently studied it for over a week, and still had many parts he couldn't comprehend, let alone Chen Xiao, who had only glanced at it for a short time. Watching the young man falter was one of his few guilty pleasures. Then Chen Xiao shook his head. Seeing Chen Xiao shake his head, Dean Hao was not angry. His gaze even held a hint of appreciation. To know what one knows, and to know what one does not know, admitting one's ignorance, is not shameful. Pretending to know when one does not is what is truly embarrassing. Young man, it's okay if you can't translate. Don't be disheartened. As the saying goes, reading is beneficial. Today's youth are often impulsive. Being able to open a book and read it carefully like you do is already quite rare. Of course, if you're interested, you can come over to discuss with me when you have time. I'm willing to offer you some guidance. Upon hearing this song, Anren finally felt relieved. It seemed Chen Xiao had gained Dean Hao's approval. Now who would dare to speak ill? However, before she could fully rejoice, she heard Chen Xiao casually say, Dean Hao, you misunderstood her. I shook my head not because I couldn't translate, but because this book has issues and is not worth translating at all. Song Anren's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she urgently tugged at Chen Xiao's collar. Chen Xiao, what are you saying? Director Hao is quite old, don't joke with him. While saying this, Song Anren desperately signaled to Chen Xiao with her eyes, urging him to follow her lead. However, Chen Xiao seemed oblivious, solemnly stating, I'm not joking. Director Hao's face darkened, and he snorted unhappily. The favorable impression Chen Xiao had just left on him had vanished in an instant. Young man, you are just trying to attract attention. If you can't translate it, just say you can't. There's no need to use such a contemptible excuse. This by Chao Jinfeng was written by the famous physician Bianke, and it has been passed down for over 1,000 years. What qualifications do you, a mere child, have to say it has problems? Chen Xiao remained calm and replied, just because it has been around for ages, does that mean it must be correct? You? Director Hao's face flushed with anger, nearly causing him to have a stroke. He pointed at Song Anren and angrily questioned, Director Song, is this the doctor you specially invited? Is this the promising young man you spoke of? Medical skills can be learned, but character cannot be salvaged. Song Anren glared fiercely at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, why don't you quickly apologize to Director Hao? She was extremely furious. After her heartfelt advice, he treated it as if it were the wind passing by. A guy who doesn't know gratitude is truly infuriating. Chen Xiao stood with his neck stiffened, refusing to speak. Director Hao let out a grunt and turned his head away. Director Song, let him go. I never want to see him in the hospital again. Song Anren sighed. With Director Hao saying this, there was no room for negotiation. Seeing that Chen Xiao showed no signs of leaving, she felt instantly annoyed. What are you still waiting for? Director Hao told you to leave, didn't you hear? Chen Xiao still didn't leave, but slowly said, Director, how don't you feel something is off when you read this book yourself? Don't you ever have a feeling of incompleteness and confusion? Director Hao paused for a moment. Indeed, he had experienced that sensation. So what does that prove? Not understanding it only indicates a lack of skill. Are you implying that Master Bianke's medical skills are inferior to yours? It's simply laughable. Director Hao glared at Chen Xiao, contempt evident in his eyes. Chen Xiao felt helpless. He realized he could no longer convince him. With no other option, he grabbed a pen and opened by Chao Jinfeng. Immediately, he began to write and draw on it with impressive skill. Seeing this, Director Hao was enraged, jumping onto his desk to grab Chen Xiao. You brat, how dare you? Just because you can't read ancient texts, do you want to destroy it? You little. Song Anren panicked. Chen Xiao, what are you doing? Stop it now. At that moment, Director Hao suddenly shouted, Wait, Director Song, let him continue writing. Song Anren was taken aback. Looking at Director Hao, he was actually kneeling on the desk, intently watching Chen Xiao mess up the by Chao Jinfeng. His gaze was intense, and he seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Director Hao murmured as if he had lost his soul. This kid actually got it right. This by Chao Jinfeng really has problems. What? Song Anren looked on in disbelief at this scene. She saw Chen Xiao calmly making notes in the ancient text with great confidence, while Director Hao's expression changed dramatically. From initial anger to shock, then to enlightenment, and finally to incredulity. In his astonishment, there were even hints of admiration and reverence. It turns out the prescription here actually lacks a medicine. No wonder I always felt something was off. Yes, adding this by Ji makes everything make sense. Haha, so refreshing. It turns out the order of the words should be reversed. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Director Hao's face was flushed with excitement, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter, and sometimes slapping the table in regret. The fluctuations in his emotions were akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Song Anren was dumbfounded. Director, how could he possibly be going insane? Yet Chen Xiao remained expressionless, continuing to jot down notes in the ancient text, as if he were in a world of his own. It was not until half an hour later that Chen Xiao finally put down his pen and closed the ancient book. Now do you believe me? I believe. Chen Xiao, no, I don't have the right to call you by your full name. I should address you as Master Chen. Song Anren looked completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, Director Hao was seething with hatred towards Chen Xiao. How did he suddenly become so respectful and full of admiration? Director Hao, Chen Xiao, what on earth is going on here? Director Hao laughed heartily. Director Song, you have brought a treasure to our hospital. This Master Chen is truly extraordinary. Song Anren was utterly confused and still did not understand. Director Hao explained, Master Chen is right. This by Chao Jin Fong indeed has issues. Not only are parts missing, but some of the words are even reversed. Master Chen not only corrected the reversed words, but also filled in the missing content from Bai Chao Jin Fong. Such mastery can only be achieved by a grandmaster in traditional Chinese medicine. I am truly ashamed. Song Anren looked at Chen Xiao in disbelief. She only thought Chen Xiao had a unique constitution. How could he possess such advanced medical skills? Having him join the hospital was a fortunate coincidence. Is Chen Xiao really that impressive? She still found it hard to believe. Director Hao, deep in thought, asserted after a moment. Master Chen can be considered a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Just correcting and completing this by Chao Jin Fong will have immeasurable benefits for traditional Chinese medicine. At least in the past 50 years, no one in traditional Chinese medicine has made greater contributions than he has. Song Anren was dumbfounded, realizing she had unwittingly witnessed history. Moreover, Chen Xiao created history in less than an hour. On the surface, Chen Xiao remained calm, but inside, he was chuckling. In reality, Director Hao's words were not as exaggerated as they seemed. The more he boasted about Chen Xiao's abilities, the more it highlighted the decline of traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, Director Hao suddenly remembered something and hurriedly began to flip through by Chao Jin Fong. As he flipped through, his eyes lit up as he shouted, There's hope, there's hope. Director Song, the patient in room. Song Anren looked shocked. Director, how are you talking about the patient who suffered brain death due to hypothermia? No way. Director Hao, that patient has been lying in room 5 for 3 years with no signs of improvement. Even his family has given up on treatment. Director Hao pointed at the ancient text, his fingers trembling slightly. There was no way before, but now that Master Chen has completed the prescription for soul return, I will definitely be able to wake him up. Room No. 5. Dean Hao hurriedly pushed open the door, his heart racing with excitement. However, the scene that greeted him left him somewhat astonished. The patient in room No. 5 was still lying on the bed, but his body was covered with tubes and various apparatuses. Surrounding the bed were a group of doctors. Among them were quite a few foreigners. Dean Hao was greatly puzzled. When did so many foreign doctors come to the hospital? No, if so many foreigners were at the hospital, how could he as the dean remain completely unaware? Dean Hao immediately spoke in a deep voice, Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the doctors looked up to explain, and it was none other than Lin Jian. Lin Jian smiled and said, Dean Hao, this patient in room No. 5 has hope for recovery. I intended to surprise you after curing him, but it seems I've startled you instead. Dean Hao's face was full of suspicion. I don't know which hospital these doctors are from, or why have I never seen them before? Lin Jian, with a hint of pride, began to introduce them. Dean Hao, this is the renowned Dr. Peter, a recipient of the Smith Medical Award, and also my mentor at the Royal Medical Academy of Maple Leaf Country. The other doctors are core members of my mentor's team. They traveled a great distance from Maple Leaf Country to contribute to the medical field in our nation. Dean Hao's expression darkened. Although Lin Zian's words sounded good, he felt that something was amiss. At that moment, he heard Peter speaking in broken Mandarin. I heard this patient has a special condition. None of you can treat him. Lin sought my help, so we are here to assist. The foreigner's Mandarin was not very good, but his tone was quite arrogant. The medical practice in your country is still in its infancy. Only by seeking our help can you make progress. Hearing this, Dean Hao was infuriated. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Jian, is this the renowned physician you brought? Lin Jian appeared unconcerned and even nodded in agreement. Yes, Dean Hao, why are you so agitated? My mentor is not wrong. The level of medical practice in our country is indeed lacking, backward and ignorant. We must admit it. At this moment, Chen Xiao sneered dismissively. Backward and ignorant. Lin Jian, I don't care how you show off in front of others, but do you have the right to spout nonsense in front of me? Seeing Chen Xiao, Lin Jian instantly felt a bit embarrassed. After being publicly humiliated by Chen Xiao twice, no matter how confident he was, he felt nervous in her presence. However, thinking of his mentor nearby, Lin Jian suddenly felt more confident. Aren't you just skilled in some tricks? What's there to be arrogant about? Today I'll let you see what modern medicine is all about. Mentor, let's get started. These people are as ignorant as primitive men. Their minds are completely uncivilized, but once we cure the patient, they will know our capabilities. Dr. Peter nodded repeatedly. Lin, you truly understand your compatriots. Lin Zian's eyes showed a hint of disgust, as if the term compatriots had hurt him. Peter babbled on arranging various matters for his team. Just as he was about to begin the surgery on the patient, Song Anren suddenly shouted, "Stop right there." Peter looked up at Song Anren. Song Anren exclaimed, "You intend to remove the patient's brain nerves. Don't you know what consequences that will bring?" Peter shrugged, thinking he was being humorous. "Of course I know. The consequence is that the patient will wake up." Song Anren angrily replied, "The patient will indeed wake up, but he will also become a helpless fool." Peter shrugged again. "I'm only responsible for waking him up." Dean Hao was furious. "Stop. I am the dean of this hospital, and I order you to halt the surgery." Dean Hao was livid. How could Peter say such things? Was that something a doctor should say? This group of barbarians only cared about results, disregarding consequences. Simply absurd and cruel. If it weren't for Director Song's reminder, he would have been kept in the dark. Peter looked at Song Anren in confusion. "Song, why are you opposing me?" Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. This old fellow knows Song Anren. At this moment, Lin Jin also appeared furious. "Sister Song, don't forget that Dr. Peter is also your mentor. By questioning him like this, are you trying to betray?" Chen Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Song Anren had this connection with Lin Jin. She also graduated from the Royal Medical Academy of Maple Leaf Country. No wonder she could become a director at such a young age. Peter darkly asked Song Anren, "Song, are you choosing to side with your compatriots?" Song Anren proudly replied, "I only stand with those who do the right thing. If they are doing something wrong, I will be the first to oppose them." Peter's expression was strange as he muttered, "Do you think I am doing something wrong?" "I don't think so. Although it might drive him insane, at least I can wake him up, while you can't even do that." Dean Hao huffed in anger. "Who says we can't wake him up? Today I will use the skills passed down from my ancestors to make him awaken. Not only will I wake him up, but I will also ensure that he lives like a normal person after waking." Peter shook his head, his gaze filled with disdain. "I don't believe that something I can't do could be done by your country's medical techniques. Otherwise the one who would be awarded would not be me, but you." Lin Jin, even more scornful, smiled mockingly and said, "Dean Hao, I understand your desire to bring glory to your country, but why must you put on a brave face? If you could cure him, you would have done so long ago. I advise you to take back that statement, or else, when you can't cure him, where will your old face go?" Song Anren glared at Lin Jin. "Lin, it's one thing for others to say this, but you have to say it too. Do you think just because you've studied abroad for 2 years you've grown a white skin? Moreover, Dean Hao is not only your superior, but also your elder. Do you not understand a bit of respect for your teacher and elders?" Lin Jin coldly replied, "I respect true teachers and honor scientific medicine, but you are not wrong about one thing. Dean Hao is indeed getting older. With age comes inevitable confusion. I think some people should step down from their positions and make way for the younger generation." Song Anren's chest heaved with anger as she pointed at him. Dean Hao, however, remained quite calm. "Director Song, there is no need to say more to this ignorant and ungrateful wolf. Go check if my herbal medicine is ready yet." Song Anren nodded in agreement, and shortly after she returned with a bowl of dark soup. Peter frowned at the sight of the murky concoction. "Are you really going to use this to treat the patient?" Dean Hao glanced at Peter, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, clearly uninterested in engaging. He instructed Song Anren to help the patient sit up, and personally poured the medicine into the patient's mouth. The least senior Chen Xiao stood by helpless. Dean Hao now regarded him as a master of traditional Chinese medicine. How could he dare to ask him to do anything? Lin Jin quickly caught on to the underlying issues and coldly remarked, "Dean Hao, what sort of nonsense medicine are you forcing down the patient's throat? Surely you aren't being duped." Dean Hao drained the entire bowl of soup before snorting coldly. "Lin Jin, let me tell you, this medicine is called Gui Lai Shi, recorded by Master Bianke in the 100 Herbal Golden Formula, and it is not some random concoction." Lin Jin replied sarcastically, "Gui Lai Shi? Isn't that the legendary soul-retrieving soup?" "Dean Hao, you are supposedly educated in modern medicine. Do you really believe in the existence of soul retrieval?" Dean Hao glared back defiantly. "You know nothing. Although Gui Lai Shi is known as soul-retrieving soup, this soul retrieval is not what you think it is. In ancient China, neurological disorders were collectively referred to as lost soul syndrome. The so-called soul retrieval is merely a treatment method for neurological issues. You might think that only foreigners excel in the field of neurology, but let me tell you that knowledge is what our ancestors left behind." Lin Jin chuckled awkwardly. "Well, Dean Hao, I won't argue with you. Let's let the facts speak for themselves. You claim you can wake the patient, but if he doesn't wake up, I want to see what you will do." Dean Hao stood with his hands behind his back, proudly declaring, "If the patient doesn't wake up in 2 hours, I as the dean will take your place." Lin Jin's smile grew wider. "Dean Hao, you better keep your word." As soon as he finished speaking, Peter made a face of congratulation. "Congratulations, Lin. It seems you are about to become the dean." Lin Jin looked confident, overjoyed. Song Anren, however, worriedly asked, "Dean, how will it really work?" Dean Hao's expression was grave. "I have a 50% chance." Song Anren's small face was filled with astonishment, her eyes showing some discontent. 50%? Dean Hao, your decision is too reckless. Dean Hao sternly replied. Though this matter seems trivial, it concerns national integrity. Even if there is only a 10% chance of success, I must try. Chen Xiao looked at him with respect. However, in his heart, he felt that Dean Hao's chances were likely less than 10%. It seemed he would have to lend a hand. Half an hour passed, and the patient remained as still as a stone. An hour passed, and there was still no sign of awakening. An hour and a half went by. An hour and 45 minutes passed. Dean Hao's face fell, looking despondent, as it appeared the patient would not wake up. Peter shrugged, wearing an expression of knowing it would come to this. I told you your medicine is still in its infancy. You need to learn advanced knowledge from us. Dean Hao's face flushed red, but he could not say that he was capable while dismissing Chinese medicine. I admit my medical skills may not be the best, but traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled throughout history, not something you barbarians can judge. Lin Jin, while I won't stop you from rambling, don't forget your promise. Dean Hao huffed in anger. What are you so anxious about? When the time comes, I will naturally fulfill my promise. Lin Jin pressed. The outcome is already evident. Your method is wrong. Even if you had another day, what difference would it make? Dean Hao's face turned crimson, but the truth was undeniable, leaving him with no retort. He could only worry internally. It shouldn't be like this. According to ancient texts, the patient should awaken in just half an hour. Where did it go wrong? At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke softly. Dean Hao's treatment method is not wrong. Everyone turned to look at Chen Xiao. Lin Jin glared at Chen Xiao, furious. You brat, are you talking nonsense? Don't you see what occasion this is? What qualifications do you, a small fry, have to speak? Once I take office, the first thing he'll do is fire you. Even Dean Hao himself looked dejected, utterly hopeless, saying, Master Chen, you don't need to say more. A mistake is a mistake. What I regret most is not knowing where I went wrong. Chen Xiao shook his head. You were not wrong. The patient has been unconscious for too long. Serious illnesses require strong medicine. Using Gui Lai Shi for treatment is correct, it just lacked potency. Dean Hao's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration, as if he had thought of something, but not fully remembered. Master Chen, please advise. Chen Xiao said casually. In the Suan, there is a needle technique that can stimulate acupoints to enhance the efficacy of medicine. Do you still remember it, Dean Hao? Dean Hao slapped his forehead, enlightenment washing over him. The Seeking Dragon Needle. Right, how did I not think of that? Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. Dean Hao expressed his gratitude, then took out a silver needle. Suddenly, he seemed invigorated, moving the needle with the fluidity of flowing water, as if he had instantly regained 10 years of youth. Song Amren, knowing little about traditional Chinese medicine, asked in confusion, Chen Xiao, what is Dean Hao doing? Chen Xiao slowly explained, the Seeking Dragon Needle comes from the Huangdi Neijing and is a needle technique from the Suan. This needle cannot treat illness by itself, but it can locate and stimulate acupoints to enhance the bodous absorption of medicine, thereby increasing its efficacy. Song Amren was left speechless. There is such a miraculous and profound needle technique. At this moment, Lin Jin, looking fierce, yet cowardly, loudly counted down the time. Dean Hao, the 2-hour mark is almost up. Even if it exceeds by 1 second, you must fulfill your promise. Dean Hao focused intently, as if entering a world of his own. Not seeing Dean Hao affected, Lin Jin began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. Ha, you lost, Hao. Dean Hao sneered coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jin, who says I. With a flick of his sleeve, the patient on the bed suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking around in confusion. Who? Dean Hao asked him. Do you remember who you are? Of course I remember who I am. My name is Li Erniu, and I work at the seafood market. As he spoke, it seemed he recalled something. Oh. I remember now. Oh, I seem to have fainted because I accidentally got locked in the cold storage. It was too cold in there. I was almost frozen to death. Dean Hao nodded gently. That's right, you indeed fainted, but not just now. You have been unconscious for over 3 years. Li Erniu stared wide-eyed, truly resembling a bull. Had he been in a coma for 3 years? What could have happened during such a long time? What happened during these 3 years was naturally of no importance to Dean Hao. He called for the nurse to take Li Erniu out for examination. Other related matters no longer required his personal attention. Until Li Erniu was wheeled out of the ward, Peter and his team remained in a state of confusion. They could only see that the patient had been cured by Dean Hao, but they completely failed to comprehend the treatment process. Lin Jin was particularly infuriated, glaring at Chen Xiao. Why was it that every time he encountered this guy, nothing good happened? After a moment of silence, Peter suddenly sighed, appearing as deflated as a punctured balloon. Dean Hao, your medical skills are remarkable. No, they are miraculous and hard to believe. I apologize for my previous arrogance and ignorance. Dean Hao shook his head, his gaze piercing. The object of your apology should not be me, but traditional Chinese. Peter was slightly taken aback, regretfully speaking. Indeed, Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, a treasure of the entire world, with a legacy spanning 5,000 years. I was blinded by fame and profit, gradually forgetting the original intention of being a doctor. I am guilty. Thank you, Dean Hao. If it weren't for today's experience, my medical skills would likely have stagnated. Dean Hao nodded slightly, thinking that Peter was a straightforward person who admitted his mistakes and was capable of change. It seemed that his current achievements were far from mere reputation. Seeing Peter admit his fault, Lin Jin quickly changed his tone. Dean Hao, you truly live up to your reputation. Your medical skills are simply extraordinary. Just now my nephew was quite disrespectful. I hope Dean Hao won't hold it against him. Lin Xian's family had considerable power in Jiangxing, and his parents were also old acquaintances of Dean Hao. At this moment, referring to himself as a nephew was merely to get closer and to ensure Dean Hao would no longer hold previous matters against him. However, Hao Datong was never one to be a pushover. How Lin Jin had tried to kick him while he was down and been aggressive would not be easily forgotten. Lin Jin, go to the finance department and settle your salary. Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to come to work. Lin Jin was stunned, dumbfounded. Dean Hao, on what grounds do you dismiss me? Dean Hao replied lightly, poor medical skills can be learned, but bad character cannot be saved. At this point, he suddenly glared, exuding authority. How dare you ask on what grounds I dismiss you? Because I am the dean here, is that not enough? When Dean Hao got angry, Lin Jin also lost his temper. If you want to dismiss me, then so be it. What's so great about it? He looked at Peter. Teacher, from now on I will focus on research with you. I have long had enough of this backward and ignorant hostility. Unexpectedly, Peter shook his head. No, Lin, your country's medicine is profound and unfathomable. Staying with me would only lead you astray. Before leaving, I want to give you a piece of advice. Do not be unaware of the blessings you have. We are leaving now, goodbye. Peter quickly withdrew with his team, not even glancing at Lin Jin again. Lin Jin felt humiliated, caught between a rock and a hard place. But the outcome he faced today could only be said to be self-inflicted. It truly resonated with the old saying. People are acting and heaven is watching. It's not that retribution is absent, but the time has not yet come. This smoke-free battle today allowed Song Anren to release a considerable amount of pent-up frustration. Back when she studied abroad, she faced considerable discrimination and ridicule. Even upon returning to the office, she was still sighing. Chen Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I never dared to imagine this before bringing you on board. Chen Xiao smiled. I think you are the capable one. You didn't even know my level, yet dared to recruit me. Song Anren shot him a glance, exuding charm. Facts prove that my foresight is indeed remarkable, but don't get too proud. Who knows if you just happen to stumble upon a dead mouse? I actually want to systematically see if you truly have such great ability. Chen Xiao was a bit confused. How do you want to systematically see? Song Anren replied. Very simple, tell me about traditional Chinese medicine knowledge, and I will see if you truly possess real skills. Chen Xiao was speechless. If I'm not mistaken, are you trying to freeload off me? Song Anren nodded seriously. That's right, sister, just wants to freeload off you. You wouldn't have any objections, would you? Chen Xiao smirked. It's not impossible for me to teach you traditional Chinese medicine, but since it emphasizes inheritance, if you want to learn, you must first become my disciple. Song Anren raised her head, her pearly teeth gently biting her lip, her bright eyes shimmering. Chen Xiao, don't be so stingy. Don't forget that your entry into the hospital was thanks to others. Chen Xiao pouted, muttering, that was earned with my blood. Song Anren was infuriated, realizing her charms had never worked on Chen Xiao. No, you need to change your conditions. After all, I am your superior. How can I become your disciple? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and said, changing it is fine. You mentioned last time to keep my distance from Li Ziqing. I want to know the reason. Song Anren was slightly taken aback. What if we change it again? As she spoke, Song Anren began to undo the buttons on her blouse. Chen Xiao's eyes widened as if his eyeballs were about to fall into Song Anren's clothing seam. He swallowed hard while attempting to maintain a facade. Director Song, you know this trick won't work on me. Song Anren maintained a serious expression, silently redoing her clothing. You're the one who forced me to say this. If it affects Li Ziqing's goddess image in your heart, don't blame me for being. Li Ziqing appears innocent and pure on the surface like a little sheep, but in reality, she is a fox in sheep's clothing. Chen Xiao thought to himself that he already knew this, but he did not interrupt Song Anren, quietly listening. Bamboo leaf green, snake's mouth, wasp sting, both are thus, the most poisonous is a woman's heart. A few years ago, Li Ziqing was not Jiangcheng's beautiful CEO, but a well-known bamboo leaf green in the imperial city. Bamboo leaf green's heart is like a scorpion, extremely cunning. Her greatest skill is seducing and manipulating men. The most incredible incident involved 3 promising young talents from the 5 great families of the imperial city, all of whom fell under her skirt and were toyed with at her whim. In order to claim her for themselves, these 3 young men did not hesitate to utilize their family power to scheme against each other, resulting in a tragic incident of 1 dead, 1 insane, and 1 seriously injured. The 5 great families connected by blood united to deal with Bamboo Leaf Green after the tragedy. Yet despite this, she survived, but was never allowed to set foot in the imperial city again. However, after being expelled from the imperial city, she rose rapidly in Jiangshang within just a few years, transforming into the beautiful CEO, and during this rise, faint shadows of some men could still be seen. If you are smart enough, you should know that such a woman is absolutely not to be trifled with. Chen Xiao nodded repeatedly. I see. Suddenly he shifted his tone, looking intently at Song Anren. Director Song, how do you know so much about the imperial city? You wouldn't also be from the imperial city, would you? Song Anren stared wide-eyed at Chen Xiao. She neither admitted nor denied it. Chen Xiao continued, with such an understanding of the 5 major families in the imperial city, your family must be quite extraordinary as well. Song Anren remained silent, but frowned slightly. Chen Xiao stroked his chin as if contemplating something. Coming from an imperial family and graduating from a top global university. Director Song, why did you come to this desolate little place, Jiang City? As soon as Chen Xiao said this, Song Anren became utterly enraged. She rolled her eyes dramatically, saying, it's none of your business. After finishing her words, she stood up and walked out looking quite furious. Chen Xiao was left puzzled. What kind of temper does this woman have? Why are you getting angry? Chen Xiao exclaimed. Director Song, don't go. Let me teach you traditional Chinese medicine. I don't want to learn anymore. Song Anren slammed the door shut. Chen Xiao chuckled and didn't take it to heart. After all, everyone has their own secrets to keep. Just then Chen Xiao's phone rang, and upon opening it, he discovered a transfer record. 10 million. The money was transferred by Li Ziqing. A smile appeared on Chen Xiao's lips. Li Ziqing's money is indeed easy to earn. To earn money to help others. Although Song Anren said that Li Ziqing was a bamboo leaf green, it did not intimidate Chen Xiao. Instead, it piqued his interest in this bamboo leaf green even more. Glancing at his phone, it was already time to get off work. Chen Xiao prepared himself and headed to Li Ziqing's hospital room. I don't care who you had grievances with in the past, and I don't care who wants your life. All I know is that since I've accepted your money, I will ensure your safety during this time. No matter who the opponent is, they won't be able to harm you in the slightest. In front of the sickbed, Chen Xiao spoke calmly, but with an imposing presence. Li Ziqing's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. She felt that this 10 million was the most worthwhile expenditure of her life. Keep this talisman safe, I'll wear it on you. If you encounter danger, I will come to you at the first moment. Chen Xiao took out a triangular folded talisman. This talisman was hastily crafted by him just now. If it were made of jade, its effectiveness would be better. However, he didn't have any jade on hand, and this yellow paper talisman would last a month without any issues. Li Ziqing took the talisman without any doubt in Chen Xiao's words. She immediately tied it with a red string around her neck. At this moment, Chen Xiao added, why don't you tidy up and come stay with me? Li Ziqing was momentarily stunned, then her face flushed like a peach blossom as she bit her lip shyly. Chen Xiao, aren't you being a bit too hasty? I'm not ready yet. Moreover, the fortune teller said I am a heavenly solitary body, and I can't be with men. Chen Xiao, what are you thinking? I just want you to come home with me for your own safety. It was only then that Li Ziqing realized she had misunderstood, and her little face turned even redder. Wait for me, I'll pack my things right away. Chen Xiao couldn't help but tease, a heavenly solitary body. Do you use this excuse with other men too? Li Ziqing looked up at Chen Xiao, her eyes filled with melancholy. I'm serious. When I was born, a master outside the realm predicted that I was a heavenly solitary body. I can't have relations with men in this life, or they will die a terrible death. So I am still. Wait a minute. Chen Xiao froze for a moment. Could it be that the formidable bamboo leaf green who mesmerized aristocratic young men with her beauty is still a virgin? He furrowed his brow slightly and said, let me check you out. Chen Xiao then touched Li Ziqing's wrist. It was smooth and soft like it had no bones. After a moment, Chen Xiao sneered. Nonsense about being a heavenly solitary body. Someone has planted a curse in your body. Who is that master? Does he have a grudge against your family? Forget it, you don't need to tell me. I don't want to get involved in your family's matters. Li Ziqing's face was filled with terror. Are you saying someone has cursed me? Can you help me get it out? Chen Xiao nodded, appearing calm. It's a small matter. Li Ziqing's beautiful, but before she could feel happy, she heard Chen Xiao utter a few more words. 20 million. Li Ziqing puffed out her cheeks. I took you as my savior, but you must think I'm a naive fool, right? Although I can earn quite a bit, but when you start asking for tens of millions, even I, a big internet celebrity, can't handle it. Chen Xiao's lips curled slightly as he smiled. Just kidding. Removing a small curse is merely a matter of raising my hand. When I feel like it'll help you remove it. No need to rush, or as long as you don't share a room with men, its existence won't. Li Ziqing. It feels like you're making a lot of sense, but something seems off too. Meanwhile, at Chen Xiao's home, a few unexpected guests arrived. The Sun family knocked on Chen Xiao's door. A family of 4 besides Sun's father and mother. There was also Sun Li's brother Sun Hu. When Lu Zhen opened the door and saw this family, she was a bit surprised, but still greeted them with a smile. You are rare guests, please come in. The Sun family was not polite at all. They walked in boldly and sat down on the sofa. Lu Xun hurriedly took out fruits and snacks, pouring tea and serving water. Sun's mother looked coldly at the bare walls and immediately rolled her eyes. This family is too poor. Sun Li whispered a warning. Mom, please be mindful of your words. Don't forget the purpose of our visit today, and besides, Chun Xiao is now a certified doctor. He won't be short on money in the future. Sun Hu grinned. That's right, a red envelope is several $1,000. Sis, you must seize this opportunity. Sun Li was full of confidence. Don't worry, I have a good strategy for dealing with this old lady. Chun Xiao listens to his mother the most. This will definitely work. At this moment, Lu Xun came over with tea. Sun Li immediately approached her with a face full of false affection. Mom, let me take care of this. You sit and rest for a bit. Lu Xun was taken aback. Mom, didn't Sun Li break up with Chun Xiao long ago? Xiao Li, you came a long way today. You must have something to discuss, right? At this time, Sun's father pondered for a moment and said, well, in-laws, you see that the two kids are getting older. We came to discuss setting a date for their marriage. Lu Xun was utterly stunned what was going on, and their attitude didn't seem like a discussion, or it felt more like Sun's mother said sarcastically, your family is indeed a bit poor, but Chun Xiao is still quite ambitious. Our son Li can make a small sacrifice and marry him. Lu Xun was truly at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. What in the world was going on? Brother, son, sister, son, are you misunderstanding something? Chun Xiao and Xiao Li have already broken up, right? Sun Li's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, we broke up. But breaking up doesn't mean we can't arrange a marriage. Lu Xun stared blankly. Sun Li's thought process was truly difficult to comprehend. Upon seeing Lu Xun's silent, Sun's mother raised an eyebrow. Mother-in-law, our son Li has been with your Chun Xiao for more than 3 years now. What are you now planning to backtrack? But the fact is that your Li dumped our Chun Xiao. She got involved with a rich second generation. Even I know about this. You can't possibly be unaware, right? Sun's father snorted coldly. Li, tell her what really happened. Sun Li put on a pitiful expression. Mom, you misunderstood me. A few days ago when you were ill and needed 200,000 for surgery, where do you think Chun Xiao could get that much money? In the end, it was his bad idea to let me pretend to be with Long Yaoyang for a few days to trick money from him for your treatment. Mom, I did all this for you. Chun Xiao wouldn't have kept this from you, would he? Lu Xun frowned. Rationally, she couldn't believe Chun Xiao would do such a thing. However, this family was too good at acting. She was starting to lose track of the truth and could only stabilize the situation for now. You all don't rush. Such a big matter should wait for Chun Xiao to return so we can discuss it together. Sun Li pouted. Whether Chun Xiao agrees or not isn't at all up to your word. Sun's mother added fuel to the fire. What is there to wait for? Let's settle this early and let that brat enjoy himself secretly. The sight of the Sun family, mother and daughter, so certain of their victory over Chun Xiao, made Lu Xun very displeased. She said sternly, marriage is a serious matter, not child's play. Even though I am Chun Xiao's mother, I respect his personal choices. Seeing Lu Xun not falling for their trap, Sun Li became anxious. You don't actually think that shameless woman Li Ziqing would really marry Chun Xiao to you? She and Chun Xiao are just playing around. Lu Xun was taken aback. The little rascal has a girlfriend. Is it really Li Ziqing? Why didn't he tell me? At that moment, Sun's mother chimed in. Mother-in-law, marriage is about matching social standings. I advise you to come to your senses. A woman like Li Ziqing is out of your league. Sun's mother had an arrogant expression, as if her words were the ultimate truth. Just then the sound of a door opening was heard. Then Chun Xiao returned with Li Ziqing. Li Ziqing smiled and greeted Lu Xun. Hello, Auntie. As if summoned, everyone was left in a state of shock. Lu Xun, both surprised and delighted, exclaimed, Oh, you are Xiao Qing. Li Ziqing maintained a spring-like smile on her face. Auntie, I just heard someone say that Chun Xiao is unworthy of me. It's truly ridiculous. Chun Xiao and I are a perfect match. When did a monster have the right to oppose us? Sun's mother turned pale. Who are you calling a monster? Sun Li stomped her foot, giving her mother a look. Sun's mother instantly knew what to do next. She suddenly grabbed her hair, wildly transforming into a disheveled appearance. Then she ran to Chun Xiao's door and sat down on the ground. Finally, she began to wail at the top of her lungs. Everyone come out and see, this is outrageous. The old Chun family is truly no good. With her shout, neighbors began to peek out to see what was happening. Sun's mother glanced sideways, realizing it was time to start the next act. She began to cry out loudly. Everyone judge for yourselves. Chun Xiao, this bastard, started it and abandoned us. He's not a good person. Our son Li has been with him for 3 years without any title, and as soon as he gains power, he immediately dumps my daughter and finds a vixen. Poor my good daughter, 3 years of youth wasted on a dog. Chun Xiao snorted. I abandoned you. Why don't you mention how your daughter was sleeping with someone else behind my back? As soon as Chun Xiao spoke, Sun's mother escalated her insults even further. You heartless scum still have the nerve to say that. Isn't it your worthless idea that led to this? You waste of space for money. You made my daughter seduce rich men, and now you accuse her of being unfaithful. You truly are devoid of conscience. Heart of a wolf, lungs of a dog. Chen Xiao, I hadn't realized that you are truly this low. You usually act all dignified, but I never expected you would do such an ungrateful thing. Your mother worked hard to put you through school, and all that knowledge has gone to waste. The neighbors, hearing Sun's mother's complaints, were filled with righteous indignation and began to criticize Chen Xiao. Lu Zhan desperately tried to explain, neighbors, things are not as she says at all. You've watched Chen Xiao grow up, you should know his character. Unfortunately, her voice was weak and was instantly drowned out. Her efforts were not comparable to Sun's mother's dramatic performance. The neighbors completely ignored her. Li Ziqing watched this scene with great interest. She wanted to see how Chen Xiao would resolve such a situation. With his abilities, it would be easy for him to beat everyone present. However, doing so would only lower his standing and give others a reason to criticize him. At that moment, she suddenly saw Chen Xiao's hand behind his back moving up and down in the air. From the movements, it looked like he was forming seals. Soon after, Chen Xiao gently patted Sun Li. Sun Li frowned and looked at Chen Xiao. Why did you hit me? At this moment, Chen Xiao threatened, Sun Li, you better tell me the truth. Sun Li's eyes widened, and then she walked straight towards her mother. At this time, Sun's mother was still spitting and shouting. Chen Xiao, you must give me an explanation today, or I will stay at your house and see who can outlast whom. Then Sun Li walked in front of her mother. With a blank expression, she slowly spoke, to tell the truth, I am a vain little bitch. Everyone was stunned, and Sun's mother was particularly shocked. Lili, what are you saying? Sun Li ignored the surrounding voices and continued, I sleep with Long Yaoyang, and he gives me 100,000 each time. With that, I earned 1,500,000. Everyone was astonished at what was happening. Sun's mother was also dumbfounded. Why did Sun Li suddenly spill the truth? She hurriedly grabbed her daughter. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Do you have no shame? Sun Li's eyes were hollow and devoid of emotion. I'm just vain of what is wrong. Mom, you don't need to criticize me. Don't say 100,000. Even if someone offered you 1,000, you would jump at the chance. Too bad no one would even give you 100. Sun's mother was both angry and embarrassed. Her face flushed. She couldn't understand what was happening to her daughter. You shameless woman, what are you babbling about? Sun, who in a fit of rage, pushed Sun Li. Unexpectedly, the usually weak Sun Li had surprisingly great strength today. She swung her arm and actually sent her 200-plus pound brother flying. Sun, who you are the least qualified to scold me. Half of the money I earned with my body ended up in your pockets. If it weren't for me, where would you get the money to buy a new house and new car? With your lazy and useless self, do you think you could marry a wife? In your dreams. Keep dreaming. The neighbors were left speechless. Can there really be such shameless people in the world? And not just one, but a whole nest of them. This was just a small trick used by Chen Xiao, the true words talisman. Those who are under this talisman will speak without restraint. What they say are the truths from their hearts. At this moment, Chen Xiao said, Sun Li, your mother said it was me who made you get together with Long Yaoyang just to trick money to treat my mother. Is there any truth to this? Sun Li rolled her eyes and replied, of course not. What do you think you are? I would rather your mother die sooner than I would trick money to treat her. What a joke. Lu Zhan turned her head aside upon hearing this. This Sun Li truly had a heart as venomous as a snake's. Chen Xiao laughed sinisterly and asked, then let me ask you, why did you come back to find me? Sun Li's eyes filled with hatred. Isn't it? Because that bastard Long Yaoyang is nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead. He doesn't even answer his calls. I guess he doesn't want me anymore, so I have to find someone to take over. Although you are poor and incompetent, at least you have a formal job, so I chose you to take over. With this, the truth was revealed. It goes without saying that Chen Xiao's family was furious, and even the neighbors were grinding their teeth in anger. Huh, I've never seen such shameless people in my life. Chen Xiao must be blind to like you. Her mother actually turned black into white, accusing the good of being bad. This family is a nest of snakes and rats, not a single good person. Sun Li seemed to hear nothing of the surrounding people's disdain. Sun's father couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward to give his daughter a hard slap. Slap. This slap was loud enough to scare the onlookers into silence and brought Sun Li back to her senses. Dad, why did you hit me? Sun Li covered her face, incredulously asking. Sun's father, furious, stomped his feet. You shameless woman, how dare you ask me? Although the true words talisman could disturb Sun Li's mind, it could not erase her memory. At this moment, Sun Li recalled the words she had just spoken, and she was instantly furious. Chen Xiao, was it you who did this? What did I do? If it weren't for you, how could I have spoken the truth? As soon as she said this, it was like burying silver, without concealing it, further cementing her shamelessness. Sun's father's heart nearly gave out from the anger as he grabbed Sun Li's ear. You dead girl, hurry up and come home with me. At this point, the Sun family dared not linger any longer and left in disgrace. Only Sun Li's heart-wrenching curses echoed in the hallway. Chen Xiao, remember this matter is not over. Long Yaoyang's disappearance is definitely related to you. Wait for me. Chen Xiao remained indifferent, a cold smile on his face as he said to his mother, "And Li Ziqing, let's go home." Back at home, Lu Zhen was overjoyed. She stared at Li Ziqing without blinking, grinning from ear to ear. "This girl is really beautiful. Chen Xiao, when did you two get together? Why didn't you tell Mom?" Chen Xiao was about to explain when Lu Zhen added, "Oh, you young people's affairs, I shouldn't meddle, or else it might be." Li Ziqing smiled, holding her lips together. Although she was misunderstood by Chen's mother, she did not explain. Chen Xiao, feeling speechless, said, "Mom, you misunderstood actually." Li Ziqing wrapped her arm around Chen Xiao's, looking bashful. "Mom said there's no need to explain, so why do you still insist on saying it? I'm embarrassed enough for both of us." Chen Xiao's eyes widened. How could even Mom be involved? This woman, what trick is she playing again? "Miss you and Chen Xiao, sit here, I'll go make dumplings for you." Lu Zhen, beaming with joy, left to make dumplings. Chen Xiao glared at Li Ziqing fiercely. "That's my mom, not your mom." Li Ziqing stuck out her tongue at Chen Xiao and turned her head, then put on a virtuous demeanor. "Mom, let me help you." Li Ziqing, looking like a delicate young lady, appeared as if she could do nothing, but unexpectedly, she really knew how to make dumplings. Not only could she knead the dough and roll the skin, but she also made dumplings beautifully. They were small and exquisite, crystal clear. Just looking at them was delightful. The three sat around the table. The dumplings were steaming hot. They may not have been delicacies, but they were enough to whet one's appetite. "Come on, dear, try one quickly." "Mom, you eat too, don't let them get cold." All right, let's all eat." Lu Zhen picked up a dumpling, her eyes fixed on Li Ziqing. With a new daughter-in-law in the house, one must not be negligent. Li Ziqing opened her cherry lips, bringing the dumpling to her mouth, and gently took a bite. Then she appeared somewhat dazed, with shock evident in her eyes. 2 tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Lu Zhen panicked, flustered, and confused. "What's wrong, dear? If it's not good, don't eat it, please don't cry." Li Ziqing pouted and shook her head vigorously. "No, Mom, your dumplings are too delicious." "Boo-hoo." Lu Zhen felt a weight lift off her heart as she saw Li Ziqing gobble down 2 more dumplings. "Dear, if it's delicious, eat more. There's still more in the pot. I'll go serve some for you." Lu Zhen happily went to serve more dumplings. Chen Xiao squinted his eyes, sneering, "No wonder you're a big streamer. Your acting is indeed impressive." Li Ziqing rolled her eyes at Chen Xiao, completely unconcerned. She did not explain, and her tears were not an act. She had tasted a long-lost flavor in the dumplings. That was the flavor of home. At the mountainside villa of the Long family, within the opulent hall, a middle-aged woman sits on the sofa. Adorned with heavy makeup and lavish jewelry, her attire is extravagant, yet her appearance is strikingly unattractive. With eyes as large as beans and lips thick like sausages, her stature is short and round, resembling a gas canister. Before her, a man is anxiously pacing back and forth. He appears to be past his 40s, but maintains a well-built physique, still exuding charm. This man is Long Qianzhai, the father of Long Yaoyang. The woman is Wu Meili, Long Qianzhai's first wife and Long Yaoyang's mother. "Can you stop pacing back and forth? You're making me dizzy." Looking at Long Qianzhai as he walks to and fro, Wu Meili impatiently rolls her heavy eyelids. Long Qianzhai sighs. "Yaoyang hasn't returned any news. Aren't you worried?" Wu Meili snorts. "That worthless brat, who knows which wild woman he's frolicking with. Like father, like..." Long Qianzhai furrows his brow. "What kind of talk is that? Don't forget he left with your elder brother." Wu Meili's eyes widen as she exclaims, "What do you mean by that, Long? Just because he left with my elder brother, you are worried about him? What do you know? My brother Wu Dingbang is a master at the Qi level. With him, what danger could Yaoyang be in?" Long Qianzhai's expression fluctuates. "I always feel unsettled. I've already sent someone to look for him, but it's been 3 or 4 hours with no news of Yaoyang." At that moment, a butler-like figure enters. "Sir." Long Qianzhai's expression brightens as he approaches. "What about it, old Zhou? Have you found Yaoyang?" Old Zhou shakes his head. "Not yet, but there's no need for you to worry, sir. I've dispatched more people to search. I believe it won't be long before we hear news of the young master." Long Qianzhai's brow remains furrowed. "My eyelids have been twitching these past few days. I have a bad feeling something terrible is going to happen." Wu Meili sits up from the sofa, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. "You're just worrying for no reason. I've told you Yaoyang is with my elder brother. What could possibly happen to him?" Long Qianzhai can no longer contain himself, shouting angrily, "It's exactly because he's with Wu Dingbang that I'm worried." Long Qianzhai's outburst is like poking a hornet's nest. Wu Meili immediately presses on. "What do you mean, Long? Why are you worried just because Yaoyang is with my elder brother? Don't forget you're just a carpenter. The life you have today is all due to the Wu family's favor. Don't be Long Qianzhai was just a small carpenter in his youth, working on the Wu family's construction site to make ends meet. However, his handsome looks and tall, strong stature caught Wu Meili's attention, leading her to take him as her husband. Though after marrying into the family, Long Qianzhai led a life of affluence, the entire Wu family, including Wu Meili, never treated him as one of their own. He could only live under their shadow, enduring a subservient existence. Until today when his son went missing and his life was uncertain, Long Qianzhai finally erupted. He pointed an accusing finger at Wu Meili, cursing, "Wu Meili, don't forget this is Jiang City, the territory of Qi Tianhu, and your elder brother is with the Wolf Gang. You know that Qi Tianhu and the Wolf Gang are like fire and water, right?" Wu Meili scoffs disdainfully, "So I don't believe Qi Tianhu would dare to do anything to my son. Even though you're a useless coward, my Wu family is not something Qi Tianhu can provoke." Long Qianzhai was left speechless, having no words to counter Wu Meili. This woman, spoiled to the core despite being over 50, still had a mindset stuck in her teenage years. Arrogant and conceited. Just then someone else came to report. "Sir, we found a woman who has been close to the young master these days." Long Qianzhai immediately instructed, "Bring her in." In a short while Sun Li was brought in. Upon seeing her, Long Qianzhai urgently asked, "Do you know where Long Yaoyang is?" Sun Li looked aggrieved, shaking her head as she replied, "I don't know, I can't get in touch with him either." The moment Wu Meili saw Sun Li's demeanor, she was filled with disgust. What good is it to bring someone who knows nothing? Get her out of here. A mother knows her child best. Seeing Sun Li's temperament and appearance, Wu Meili could tell Long Yaoyang and she were merely playing around, nothing serious. As soon as Wu Meili finished speaking, two people came over and grabbed Sun Li's arms to drag her out. Sun Li urgently exclaimed, "Although I don't know where Long Yaoyang is, I know this matter must be related to someone." Long Qianzhai was taken aback, sternly asking, "Quickly tell me who that person is." Sun Li gritted her teeth. "That person's name is Chen Xiao." Night deepened. Lu Zhen prepared a set of brand new bedding and laid out Chen Xiao's bedding on the sofa. Chen Xiao was quite puzzled. Lu Zhen cryptically said, "Since your wife hasn't moved in yet, it's better for you two to sleep separately, so as not to tarnish the girl's reputation." Chen Xiao wanted to explain, but eventually gave up. It was rare to see his mother so happy. "Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early." Lu Zhen closed the door to Li Ziking's room and deliberately shouted, "Chen Xiao, make sure to behave while you sleep tonight, don't scare the girl." Chen Xiao frowned, feeling helpless. "Don't worry, Mom, I promise nothing will happen." Lu Zhen furrowed her brow at his words. Before Chen Xiao could understand what she meant, Lu Zhen leaned in and whispered, "The door isn't locked." Then she winked at Chen Xiao and went back to her room to sleep. Chen Xiao stood there dumbfounded for 3 seconds. What exactly does Mom want to happen? He glanced at the slightly ajar door of Li Ziking's room, but ultimately took no further action. He recalled Song Anren's words. It's better not to provoke Swaiking. The night grew darker. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky and rain began to fall. The heavy rain poured down and thunder clashed. Even Chen Xiao, who was in the midst of cultivation, gathered his focus and muttered, "I wonder which fellow Taoist is currently transcending tribulation." Of course this was just a joke. According to Chen Xiao's analysis, Earth had entered an age of diminished magic. Even if there were cultivators in a place as depleted of spiritual energy as Earth, it would be hard to achieve anything. Let alone transcending to immortality. Even attempting to form a golden core would be a fantasy. Of course this was only true for ordinary cultivators. But this did not apply to Chen Xiao. His experience was far too rich. It was like a college student who had learned calculus going back to learn addition and subtraction in elementary school. Far too simple. At Chen Xiao's current cultivation speed, even without fortuitous encounters and opportunities, another 10 to 5 years of cultivation would be sufficient for him to ascend from Earth to the immortal realm. However, that was still a distant matter for Chen Xiao. In this life, he wanted to live well, to enjoy the pleasures and grievances of life in fine clothes and on swift horses. And then there was his mother, Lu Zhen. She was an existence that could not be overlooked regardless of how noble or revered his status became. Just as Chen Xiao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the faint sound of a door opening. Creak. A shadow flashed by. Then Chen Xiao caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. At that moment, Li Ziqing was already curled up in Chen Xiao's embrace. Soft and fragrant like a little cat. "What are you doing?" "It's thundering, I'm scared." "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Not afraid of a celestial scourge, the one who should be scared is you." The sofa wasn't very big and the two had to stay tightly pressed against each other to avoid falling off. Alright, sleep tight, don't think too much, we have to work tomorrow." Li Ziqing coaxed Chen Xiao as if he were a child. Chen Xiao was speechless again. Li Ziqing shifted to a comfortable position, turning her back to Chen Xiao. But something seemed off as she fidgeted, reaching behind her. After touching it, she mumbled, "Chen Xiao, why do you have a flashlight while sleeping? You've made me uncomfortable." "Chen Xiao, I didn't prepare a flashlight." "What is this then?" "Chen Xiao." Li Ziqing. An awkward silence descended, leaving them both at a loss. Li Ziqing could only slowly retract her hand, pretending to sleep to ease the awkwardness. As she pretended, she unexpectedly fell asleep. She even let out a faint snore. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xiao also fell asleep. In this sleep, he slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, when Chen Xiao woke up, Li Ziqing's figure had long since vanished from his side. The sound of clanging came from the kitchen. Lu Jun was busy preparing breakfast. As he walked over to take a look, Chen Xiao was taken aback. Stir-fried oysters with chives cashew chicken. Mom, what kind of dishes are these so early in the morning? Chen Xiao looked completely bewildered. Lu Jun chuckled, just giving you a boost. A boost for me. Chen Xiao felt inexplicably confused. His mother immediately shot him a glance and whispered, "You little rascal, I saw everything last night." Chen Xiao. This misunderstanding ran deep, but unfortunately Chen Xiao had no way to explain. In a rather bizarre atmosphere, Chen Xiao hastily ate a few bites of breakfast and rushed off to work. Li Ziqing went to the hospital with him. After all, someone was out to assassinate her. The closer she was to Chen Xiao, the more secure her life would be. Watching the couple walk out of the house, Lu Jun's heart blossomed with joy. At this rate, she wouldn't have to wait long to hold her grandchild. Later she would go to the market to buy a couple of lamb kidneys. She heard those were very nourishing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen Xiao first went to report to Song Anren to see what was in store for today. Song Anren was not in her office, and after inquiring, he learned that she had gone to the laboratory early in the morning. Chen Xiao didn't expect that the seemingly energetic Song Anren was actually a workaholic. No wonder she had become a director at such a young age. Just as Chen Xiao was feeling bored, a plump doctor suddenly walked over and waved at him. Chen, come here for... Chen Xiao glanced at the plump doctor. Although he didn't know his name, he looked somewhat familiar. After an introduction, he learned that the doctor was surnamed Lu, a physician from the neighboring gastroenterology department. Dr. Chen, could you help me keep an eye on the consultation room for a while? I ate something bad this morning and urgently need to go. Lu doctor said, holding his stomach, looking embarrassed. No problem, just take me over there and I'll watch for a bit. Chen Xiao smiled and agreed. After bringing Chen Xiao to the consultation room, Lu doctor hurried off to the restroom to resolve his personal issue. Before long, Chen Xiao welcomed a patient. It was an elderly lady brought in by her son to see the doctor. Chen Xiao asked a few questions about her condition and conducted an examination. The patient was merely suffering from gastroenteritis, nothing serious. A bottle of anti-inflammatory medication would suffice. Before long, Lu doctor returned. After handing over the patient, Chen Xiao went back to his office. With nothing else to do, he began to practice. Not long after entering the state of practice, Chen Xiao heard a loud bang. When he opened his eyes, he saw the office door had been barged open. Lu doctor stormed in, filled with rage, and before Chen Xiao could react, he shouted, "Chen, are you really a doc? What happened to the patient you treated?" Chen Xiao asked in confusion, "What is going on? How dare you ask what is going on?" Lu doctor coldly said, "The patient you just treated, that elderly lady, she died." Chen Xiao's brows furrowed sharply as he explained, "That's impossible. Oh, I only prescribed common anti-inflammatory medication. It wouldn't cause death." "What do you mean impossible? The elderly lady had a cardiac arrest. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself," Lu doctor said angrily. Chen Xiao frowned, feeling that the situation was more complicated. "Calm down, I'll go take a look." In the ward, the elderly lad's son was smashing everything he could get his hands on. "This garbage hospital. You killed my mother. She was fine when she came in, just had a little diarrhea. In just half an hour she's gone. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear this hospital down." The entrance to the ward was crowded with patients and their families, all discussing the matter. The hospital had become a target of public outrage. If this incident got out, it would undoubtedly tarnish the hospital's reputation. The little nurse in the ward panicked and retorted, "Don't slander us. The medicine I used for the elderly lady was just the most ordinary anti-inflammatory. It posed no danger at all. She definitely wasn't harmed by us." As soon as the little nurse finished speaking, the elderly lad's son slapped her across the face. With a loud smack, her face became swollen. The elderly lad's son cursed, "You little brat, still trying to argue with me. If it weren't for you, how could my mother have died?" The little nurse cried out, "Why are you hitting me? Do you have any sense of reason? Hitting? That's nothing. Today I might even kill someone." The elderly lad's son, looking ferocious, grabbed the little nurse by the neck. The little nurse's face turned crimson, and she looked like she was about to suffocate. Just then a shadow swooped in. With a loud bang, the elderly lad's son flew out, crashing hard into a hospital bed. When he focused his gaze, he recognized Chen Xiao and became even angrier. "It's you. You are the useless doctor who killed my mother." He got up and charged toward Chen Xiao again. Chen Xiao didn't even raise an eyebrow and kicked him away. "Before figuring this out, you'd better behave yourself." Chen Xiao was not someone to be trifled with and showed him no mercy. Then Chen Xiao approached the hospital bed to carefully check the elderly lad's condition. Just as the plump doctor had said, the elderly lady was in cardiac arrest and had already lost her breath. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly came from the hospital room door. "Is he Chen Xiao? Is he the one who harmed the patient?" Chen Xiao turned around to see a middle-aged man standing at the door. The man was extraordinarily thin, with hardly any flesh on his cheeks, clearly not an easy person to deal with. Chen Xiao recognized him. This man was the vice president of the hospital, named Chang Jingming. Dr. Lu stood beside Chong Jingming, evidently the one who brought him here. Yes, Vice President Chong, it's him. I only went to the bathroom for a moment, and the patient was harmed by him. Dr. Liu's face was full of anger as he pointed at Chen Xiao. One can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. Dr. Lu, the matter has not been clarified yet, and you claim the patient was harmed by me. Chen Xiao coldly stared at Dr. Lu, having realized something. Chen, you prescribed the medicine. After the patient took the medication, they passed away. What more can you argue? Dr. Lu questioned sternly. Chong Jingming let out a cold snort. Enough, don't waste time with him. We should leave this harm-causing scum to the authorities. Letting him stay in the hospital for even a second will tarnish the hospital's reputation. The two of them were clearly well prepared. Chen Xiao said calmly, you can report me, I have no objections. But until the matter is clarified, don't think you can throw this blame on me. Give me 10 minutes, and I will reveal the truth. Who exactly harmed the patient will be known then. Chong Jingming raised an eyebrow angrily, saying, why should I give you 10 minutes? What do you think you are? Don't think that just because Director Hao is protecting you, you can act recklessly. I'll tell you, this hospital does not belong solely to Director Hao. Security, arrest this person. A group of security guards had been waiting outside the door, and upon hearing Chong Jingming's order, they immediately rushed in. Chen Xiao looked coldly at the group. This was no longer a conspiracy, but an open scheme. They were clearly coming for him. At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, stop. Song Anren appeared before everyone with an icy expression. Chong Jingming raised an eyebrow, coldly asking, Director Song, what do you mean by this? Song Anren said, Vice President Chong, since Chen Xiao wants 10 minutes, let him have those 10 minutes to prove his innocence. What's the harm? Chong Jingming smiled insincerely. 10 minutes is indeed not long. But have you considered, is this fair to the deceased? Every minute allowing the murderer to roam free is disrespectful to the deceased. He wants 10 minutes, why should he get it? Chong Jingming argued forcefully, drawing applause from the crowd. Song Anren stood her ground, retorting sharply, is my name Song Anren not enough, Vice President Chong? I am willing to stake my reputation on the line believing Chen Xiao is innocent. Song Anren proclaimed firmly. Her words moved Chen Xiao greatly. After all, the two were not particularly close. But in this moment, Song Anren was willing to step up for him. Chen Xiao remembered this kindness. Chong Jingming's lips twitched, finally letting out a cold laugh. Fine, Director Song, I'll give you face today. I will give him 10 minutes. If he cannot prove his innocence, don't regret it, Director Song. Song Anren glared coldly at Chong Jingming, walking to Chen Xiao's side. Chong and Director Hao are at odds, so this time it's not just against you, but also against Director Hao. She whispered to Chen Xiao, how confident are you? Chen Xiao gave her a reassuring look. You can rest easy, I won't let you down. Chong Jingming coldly stared at Chen Xiao. He wanted to see what Chen Xiao could do in these 10 minutes. For others, this was already a deadlock. But for Chen Xiao, there was still a glimmer of hope. The key to breaking the deadlock was the deceased old lady. Time was of the essence. Chen Xiao immediately took out his silver needles. He performed the 9 needles of soul revival on the deceased. This technique was one Chen Xiao rarely used, as it went against the heavenly principles. Even if Chen Xiao used it, he would suffer backlash. However, at this moment, Chen Xiao couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Seeing Chen Xiao's actions, Chong Jingming cursed loudly. Nonsense, what are you doing? You are desecrating the deceased. The onlookers pointed fingers at Chen Xiao, voicing their disdain. Chen Xiao remained indifferent to their comments. No one could disturb his mind except for himself. Finally, he stopped. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was covered in sweat. Song Anren stepped forward, worriedly asking, Chen Xiao, how is it? Chong Jingming questioned sternly, Kid, haven't you made enough noise? What more is there to say now? Chen Xiao's voice was noticeably weak. My medicine was swapped. Maybe the one who switched it can fool everyone else, but there's one person he definitely can't fool. Song Anren hurriedly asked who. Chen Xiao pointed with his hand, it's her. Everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of excitement. Because Chen Xiao was pointing at the deceased old lady. To have a dead person prove that his medicine was swapped. Did they think everyone was a fool? However, at this moment, Chen Xiao gently patted the old lattice body, softly saying, Old lady, you should wake up. Only you can prove my innocence now. As soon as Chen Xiao finished speaking, the old lady actually moved slightly. Soon after, she awakened slowly. Everyone watched in disbelief, their shock beyond measure. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would dare believe this was real? Once they came to their senses, the crowd erupted in exclamations of amazement. They never expected that Jiangxing Hospital would have such a remarkable divine doctor. And this divine doctor turned out to be so young. Chong Jingming remained expressionless, but the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. At this moment, Chen Xiao asked the old lady, Old lady, do you remember if anyone swapped your medicine? The old lady looked confused, clearly unaware of what had happened, and didn't even know she had died once. However, after hearing Chen Xiao's question, she nodded. The crowd gasped again, astonished that someone indeed swapped the medicine. Chen Xiao quickly followed up. Do you remember who swapped your medicine? The old lady pointed at Dr. Lu, her voice dry as she said, he swapped it for me. Dr. Lu suddenly panicked. Old lady, don't talk nonsense. Song Anren angrily said. Now the old lady has identified you, do you still want to argue? At this moment Chang Jingming suddenly interjected. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. Since the old lady has awakened, let's end the matter here. Everyone disperse. Song Anren's eyes widened in shock. Vice President Chang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by misunderstanding? You didn't say it was a misunderstanding when you slandered Qin Xiao earlier. Chang Jingming coldly snorted. He's just a mere assistant, and I'm the vice president. What's wrong with me saying a few words to him? We're all adults, can't you handle this little grievance? Qin Xiao coldly stared at Chang Jingming. A mere vice president does not have the qualifications to bark at me. Song Anren added, a life is at stake. This isn't something that can be resolved with just a misunderstanding. We must uncover the truth. Chang Jingming's voice turned harsh. You scoundrel, even when the person is fine you still insist on dragging this out. Do you two want to publicly challenge me? This hospital doesn't belong to you. Song Anren was not afraid of him and immediately retorted, but it doesn't belong to you either. I'm going to check the surveillance, and then we'll see what you have to say. As Song Anren went to check the surveillance, Dr. Lu trembled like a leaf. Chang Jingming muttered, useless fool with me backing you, what are you afraid of? A few minutes later Song Anren returned. Upon entering the ward, she angrily accused Dr. Lu. You still deny it. The surveillance footage is crystal clear, it was you who changed the dressing. Dr. Lu was sweating profusely, struggling to speak. It wasn't me. At that moment Qin Xiao threatened, tell the truth, was it you or not? Qin Xiao's furious reproach nearly scared Dr. Lu into submission, shattering his last psychological defense, causing him to collapse in an instant. He fell to the ground with a thud. I admit I changed the medication, but I was forced to do it. Song Director, I confess I will expose it. It was Deputy Director Chang who forced me to change the medication. If I didn't comply, he would expose my drugging of the female patients. Song Anren's eyebrows furrowed. Oh, she hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. She shot a disdainful glare at Dr. Lu. I will deal with your matter later. Then she locked her gaze onto Chang Jingming. Chang Jingming, do you have anything to say? Chang Jingming, furious, kicked Dr. Lu in the back and cursed loudly. You incompetent fool, who can't get anything done, you've been played by her. The surveillance footage has long been cut off by me. I told you not to worry, why are you such a useless coward? Dr. Lu was stunned, his expression blank, like an idiot. Song Director, are you deceiving me? Song Anren smirked slyly and coldly replied, just now you admitted everything, everyone present is a witness. In an instant Dr. Liu's face turned ashen, filled with regret. Security. Arrest him. Song Anren commanded sharply. The security rushed in and restrained both Chang Jingming and Dr. Lu. Song Anren added, report this to the authorities and let them handle it. At this moment Qin Xiao suddenly said, wait. Amidst the puzzled gazes Qin Xiao approached Chang Jingming. Deputy Director Chang, we have had no grievances in the past nor animosity recently. Why do you want to harm me? Chang Jingming sneered. Though held by security, his imposing aura remained undiminished. Kid, you're not too stupid. Chang Jingming laughed sinisterly. Although my plan has failed today, since you have offended Lord Long, you are doomed. This is just the beginning, we will play slowly. In fact, even without Chang Jingming's words, Qin Xiao had already guessed who was trying to frame him, but he was still a bit puzzled. Why are you so arrogant? Don't you know what awaits you is imprisonment? What do you have to fight me with? Chang Jingming scoffed triumphantly, his smile mocking. Imprisonment? You're overthinking it. That old lady isn't dead. Oh, why should I go to jail? I tell you, I have plenty of friends. With just a little maneuvering, I can be out tomorrow. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and responded nonchalantly. Chang Jingming's smile grew more rampant. Kids, soon you'll understand the gap between you and people like us. No matter how capable you are, what does it matter? You have no power or influence, I could crush you like an ant. Slap. He had barely finished speaking when Qin Xiao swung his arm and landed a slap. Chang Jingming was stunned by the slap, his face burning with pain. He incredulously shouted, Kid, you dare hit me? Are you looking for death? Qin Xiao mocked. I have already hit you, what can you do about it? As he spoke, Qin Xiao delivered another slap. Slap. Chang Jingming felt stars in his eyes, his face numb and burning. However, he was restrained by security, unable to retaliate or escape. Furious, he cursed the security. What are you all doing? Hurry up and arrest him. The security was infuriated by Chang Jingming's previous arrogance. Now that Qin Xiao was hitting him, they completely ignored it. Not only did they not intervene, but they also mocked him. Deputy Director Chang, why bother with someone on the verge of death? Just endure it, and it will pass. When had Chang Jingming ever suffered such humiliation? He was so enraged that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. You all wait for me. When I get out, I swear I will not let you go. Chang Jingming's words enraged everyone. This time Chen Xiao didn't even need to lift a finger. The security rushed in and delivered a brutal beating. In the end, it was Song Anren who ordered them to stop, otherwise Chang Jingming would have been beaten to death today. He was dragged out like a dead dog. Before exiting, he glared fiercely at Chen Xiao, filled with resentment and hatred. This turmoil had settled for now, but the enmity was clearly far from over. Back in the office, Chen Xiao thanked Song Anren. "Thank you, Song Director, for what you did earlier." Song Anren replied casually, "What are you being polite about? I told you you're my person, and I will naturally protect you." Chen Xiao looked at her bold demeanor, feeling a lump in his throat. Indeed, it was quite grand. She truly had the ability to shield him. Song Anren didn't notice Chen Xiao's little thoughts. Instead, she asked with some concern, "Chen Xiao, what grievances do you have with that long fellow? Should I intervene and mediate?" Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Song Anren to be able to talk to the Long family. However, he shook his head at her goodwill. "No need to, I can handle it myself." Hearing this, Song Anren did not press further. "All right then, just be cautious." Chen Xiao smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing." In reality, Chen Xiao was not worried about Chang Jingming's retaliation at all. The 2 slaps he had given earlier were not merely for venting. He had infused them with hidden energy. Within 12 hours, Chang Jingming would die from a cerebral hemorrhage. Didn't he say he would be out by tomorrow? Unfortunately, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Li Ziqing was on the phone with Xiao Nen, who was ostensibly Li Ziqing's assistant. In reality, her main responsibility was to gather intelligence for Li Ziqing. "So Xiao Nen, have you found anything?" Li Ziqing's expression was serious, almost unrecognizable compared to when she was in front of Chen Xiao. "Sister, I found out that Lu Min has a branch in Jiangqing, and the leader is the Red Snake Jiang Huai. As for the mastermind behind it, I couldn't find out." Xiao Nan's voice carried a hint of apology. "The Red Snake, Jiang Huai." Li Ziqing repeated the name, then asked, "Do you have a photo of him?" Xiao Nan sounded even more apologetic. "I'm sorry, sister, I don't have one." A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Ziqing's eyes, but she comforted her, saying, "It's okay, I don't blame you. Lu Min is after all one of the top 3 assassination organizations. It won't be easy to find out about them." Xiao Nan seemed determined to make up for her shortcomings, saying, "Sister, although I couldn't find out who was trying to harm you, I discovered that recently the prominent figures in Jiangqing's upper-class society have been acting strangely." Li Ziqing paused, her expression shifting, and asked, "What do you mean by strange?" Xiao Nan replied, "They have been running around and connecting with each other as if they are preparing to welcome a significant person. Even influential figures from several surrounding cities are involved." Li Ziqing furrowed her brows slightly, and after a moment said, "Xiao Nan, find out what exactly is going on. If a significant person is really coming, you need to find out who this person is." Xiao Nan immediately responded, "Yes, I will not let you down this time, sister." "All right, then you go and get busy. Report to me as soon as you have news." Li Ziqing smiled as she hung up the phone. However, after the call, a layer of worry settled on her delicate face. A storm was brewing. It seemed that the recent days would be tumultuous. In the afternoon, Chen Xiao received a phone call as he was preparing to get off work. The call was from Qi Tianhu. "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I just returned from out of town today and couldn't visit your mother in the hospital yesterday. Please don't blame me." Qi Tianhu got straight to the point, directly apologizing to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "It's fine, Dajuan has already visited, and my mom is fine now, but she's been discharged from the hospital, so you don't need to worry." Qi Tianhu laughed heartily. "Brother Chen, your medical skills are extraordinary, so I naturally won't worry. However, I heard that someone surnamed Long is plotting against you." Chen Xiao didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It was only a few hours since it happened, and even Qi Tianhu knew about it. He nodded, saying, "Yes, that's the case. He sought out the deputy director of the hospital to frame me, but I've already resolved it." Qi Tianhu immediately flew into a rage. "How outrageous. This Long Qianzhong has grown too bold, daring to touch my brother. It seems I need to teach him a lesson. Brother Chen, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. If Long wants to keep his footing in Jiangqing, he must swallow the—" Originally, Chen Xiao had indeed planned to pay a visit to the Long family. Now that Qi Tianhu wanted to handle it, he was more than happy to take a step back. "Then I will trouble you, Brother Qi. No need to be polite, brother. Besides, this matter is indeed my responsibility. Since Wu Dingbang is involved, this is my feud with the Wolf Gang." As he said this, he suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Brother Chen, do you have time tomorrow?" Chen Xiao inquired, "What's up? Is there something you need, Brother Qi?" "Tomorrow is the weekend, and the hospital won't be open." Chen Xiao had intended to look at some properties since he now had money, and wanted to find a better house for his mother. Qi Tianhu hesitated, saying, "Brother Chen, I am expecting to host a very important guest tomorrow. If you have time, could you come and keep me company?" Chen Xiao smiled, "Just keeping you company." Qi Tianhu sighed, saying, "All right, it seems I can't hide anything from you, Brother Chen. I will tell you the truth. Actually, this guest of mine has a hidden ailment, and I would like to ask Brother Chen to help take a look." Chen Xiao responded lightly, This is nothing difficult. Brother Qi, in the future, just tell me directly if you need something. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. Yes, yes, yes. Qi Tianhu repeatedly agreed. Then it's settled. I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiao pondered. To be referred to as a distinguished guest by Qi Tianhu, this person must hold a significant status. At the Long family villa in the hall, Long Qianzhang's eyes burned with fury. Before him lay the body of Long Yaoyong, whose body had grown cold and stiff. Long Qianzhang covered his mouth, his eyes filled with sorrow. The housekeeper stood by cautiously saying, Qi Tianhu has made it clear that he will take responsibility for the young master's death and seek revenge. If you want to take revenge, go find him. Long Qianzhang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his jaw muscles tensing. This Qi Tianhu is going too far. But here in Jiangxing, how easy would it be to seek revenge on Qi Tianhu? Who exactly is that Chen Xiao? Why does Qi Tianhu protect him so fervently? Long Qianzhang was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. All his hatred was now directed at Chen Xiao. The old housekeeper, filled with compassion, sighed. Master, please accept my condolences. Just then Wu Meili returned. Upon entering, she threw herself onto Long Yaoyang's body, crying out, My poor son, please open your eyes and look at me. My son, your fate is so tragic. That scoundrel, how could he be so ruthless? Rest assured, my son, I will definitely avenge you. After crying for 5 minutes, Wu Meili stood up angrily, looking at Long Qianzhang. You surnamed Long, what are you still dawdling for? Aren't you thinking of a way to avenge our son? Long Qianzhang snorted angrily. Qi Tianhu has made it clear that if you want revenge, go find him. What can I do? In Jiangxing, who dares to oppose Qi Tianhu? Wu Meili gritted her teeth in anger. You surnamed Long, you're really a coward. Long Qianzhang cast a disdainful glance at the ugly woman before him, angrily saying, How dare you speak to me like that? If it weren't for Wu Dingbang, would Yaoyang have met such a tragic fate? Wu Meili glared fiercely at Long Qianzhang, as if she had just met him today. You surnamed Long, I see through you now. After saying this, she turned and left. Long Qianzhang shouted angrily, Where do you think you're going? I warn you not to create trouble for me. Wu Meili sneered. You coward, afraid of Qi Tianhu? But I am member of the Wu family, am not afraid of him. I am going back to my family to find help. I will avenge my son. I want those scoundrels to accompany my son in death. The next morning, Qi Tianhu sent Qi Qingfei to personally pick up Chen Xiao, reflecting his importance on Chen Xiao. On the way, Chen Xiao noticed a significant change in Qi Qingfei's attitude towards him. She became more respectful, every action showing caution. Chen Xiao understood that Qi Qingfei's change must have come from something she heard from the army. This is the reality. As long as you possess strength, you will earn others' respect and fear. Previously, when Qi Qingfei learned that Chen Xiao could cure Qi Tianhu's illness, her attitude shifted from disdain to friendliness, but it hardly approached respect. However, upon discovering that Chen Xiao was a powerful figure in the Qi realm, Qi Qingfei's way of addressing him changed from you to sir. Master Chen, what is your bank card number? I will transfer the money to you soon. Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. Transfer what money? I don't recall you owing me anything. Qi Qingfei smiled and said, Master Chen, surely you haven't forgotten that day when the old eagle damaged my car and promised to compensate me 20 million. I said that money includes half of yours. Chen Xiao suddenly understood and replied, but the old eagle has already torn ties with you. Will he still pay you? Qi Qingfei coldly smiled. Whether he pays is his business, but whether I receive it is mine. He betrayed my father, and with your help his assets have already been seized. A mere 20 million compared to those assets is just a drop in the bucket. Chen Xiao was astounded, thinking to himself, this is outright confiscation. However, he refused Qi Qingfei's kind offer. I cannot accept this money. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through proper means. Chen Xiao did not consider himself a gentleman, but if he accepted the money, he would feel uneasy. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's refusal, Qi Qingfei appeared a bit anxious. She intended to befriend Chen Xiao, and this 10 million was merely a small gift. If Chen Xiao did not accept, she thought he might find it too little. Master Chen, how about this? They'll give you the entire 20 million. If you feel it's not enough, I also have some hotels and KTV businesses. As long as you are interested, I can transfer them to your name immediately. Chen Xiao smiled and shook his head. You misunderstand, I don't mind the amount. To receive compensation without merit would make it hard for me to sleep at night. Qi Qingfei immediately retorted, Master Chen, how can you say you receive without merit? Not to mention my father's condition, just the schemes of the old eagle and Wu Dingbang. If you hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been dire. While speaking, Qi Qingfei suddenly thought of something and cautiously asked, Master Chen, you don't look down on these illicit businesses, do you? Chen Xiao quickly shook his head in denial. I trust your father's character. Qi Qingfei pondered deeply, seemingly exhausting her brain. Finally, she thought of a good idea. By the way, Master Chen, I've been feeling unwell lately, often experiencing chest pain and sometimes struggling to breathe at night. If you could take a look for me, consider that 10 million as your consultation fee. Chen Xiao realized that if he did not agree today, Qi Qingfei would definitely not give up. Alright, once we arrive, I'll take a look for you. Upon reaching the Qi family, Chen Xiao took Qi Qingfei's pulse. He frowned and murmured, "You are indeed unwell, and it's quite serious." Qi Qingfei was shocked and exclaimed, "Ah, Master Chen, I'm a bit timid, please don't scare me." Chen Xiao calmly replied, "You have excessive yin fire blocking your lung meridian, which is why you often feel short of breath. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If it continues to burn like this, you might suffer a major illness." Hearing this, Qi Qingfei's face turned pale, trembling as she asked, "Master Chen, does that mean I won't die, right?" Chen Xiao pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly, "It is very likely you could die. Even if you don't, you might suffer from a disability." Upon hearing this, Qi Qingfei's eyes turned red. "Really? I'm still so young, I haven't even married yet, I don't want to die?" She was so frightened that she nearly burst into tears. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. "Why are you crying? I only said you might die, I never said it couldn't be treated." Qi Qingfei was taken aback and nervously asked, "Master Chen, can you cure my illness?" Chen Xiao nodded casually, saying, "It's not difficult. You should have said so earlier, you nearly scared me to death." Qi Qingfei patted her chest, giving Chen Xiao a glare. She was charming in every way. Perhaps due to her earlier emotional agitation, the cautious demeanor she had maintained before Chen Xiao had vanished. Chen Xiao asked, "Are you sure you want me to treat you?" "Of course," Qi Qingfei said matter-of-factly. Chen Xiao reminded her again, "Let me confirm once more, my treatment method requires massage. You have no Qi Qingfei urged, "No objections, just feel free to treat me, it's just a massage, what's the big deal?" "Alright then." Seeing Qi Qingfei so generous, Chen Xiao no longer hesitated. "You can take off your clothes." "Oh, why do I need to take off my clothes?" Qi Qingfei's eyes widened. Chen Xiao shrugged. "The treatment effect is significantly reduced, if done." Qi Qingfei removed her leather jacket, and what was underneath nearly popped out. Chen Xiao was startled, instinctively swallowing hard. He had long known that Qi Qingfei's figure was impressive, but when he finally saw it, he couldn't help but be amazed. It was breathtaking. "Hey, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, please hurry up and treat me alright." Qi Qingfei thought about Chen Xiao's treatment method being a massage, which implied. At this thought, her face turned almost as red as a tomato. "Ahem, you lie down first." Chen Xiao lightly coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Qi Qingfei obediently lay down and even closed her eyes. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and slowly extended his hand. Although separated by a thin layer of fabric, the sensation. Chen Xiao quickly collected his thoughts, or else he might start bleeding from his nose. Meanwhile, Qi Qingfei's face was flushed, feeling like 1,000 ants were crawling on her chest. It was itchy and tingly. Moments later, she felt a warmth spreading from her chest to her limbs. That feeling was extraordinarily smooth. Gradually, she realized her body was reacting. In her heart, she even wished for those hands to continue pressing a bit longer, not wanting them to leave. Her face was flushed, biting her lip. It was too embarrassing. How could she have such thoughts? After half an hour, Chen Xiao withdrew his hand. "Alright." Qi Qingfei felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, and after opening her eyes, she immediately displayed an incredulous expression. "Huh. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages, or I feel like I could fly." Chen Xiao explained, "I've helped you dispel the stagnant yin fire in your lung meridian. Without the burden, your body will naturally feel much lighter." "Thank you, Master Chen." Qi Qingfei hurriedly expressed her gratitude. However, a trace of barely noticeable disappointment flickered in her eyes, for she wished such treatments could happen more often. Although Chen Xiao had unblocked Qi Qingfei's obstructed lung channels, his brows were still furrowed. "Don't be too quick to thank me. Tell me, have you been in a fight recently?" Qi Qingfei shook her head in denial. "No, I haven't." Chen Xiao was even more puzzled. "Then why do you have such serious internal injuries?" Qi Qingfei said with a pained expression, "I've never suffered any serious injuries in my life, Master Chen. Will this illness flare up again?" Chen Xiao replied solemnly, "If we can't find the root cause, it's very likely." "Off." Qi Qingfei was about to cry again. "Then how can I practice in the future?" Chen Xiao asked, "What does this have to do with practicing?" Qi Qingfei explained with a worried face. "Master Chen, I had the strongest reactions while practicing before, as sometimes it hurt so much that I couldn't practice at all. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't ever reach the Qi realm." Hearing her words, Chen Xiao's eyes. "Qingfei, practice the techniques you've been learning from me now." Qi Qingfei immediately began to practice. She thought that perhaps Chen Xiao would teach her a few moves which might help her break through to the Qi realm sooner. As Qi Qingfei executed her techniques with punches and kicks, Chen Xiao's brows furrowed deeper. Qi Qingfei's movements were bold and powerful. What kind of techniques are these for a girl? I really don't understand what Qi Tianhu is thinking. Stop, don't practice any further." Just when Qi Qingfei had practiced halfway, Chen Xiao called for her to stop. Qi Qingfei paused, looking bewildered. Chen Xiao said, "The problem lies with this set of techniques. If you want to live a few more years, you should stop practicing them from now on." Qi Qingfei looked confused. Master Chen, are you joking with me? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why would I joke with you? Your techniques are too aggressive and masculine. Even men practicing them would damage their internal meridians. Moreover, women's physiques lean towards the soft. This technique will cause even more harm to a woman's body. Hearing this explanation, Qi Qingfei was left speechless. She naturally believed Chen Xiao's words. But because of this, she felt even more distressed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I won't ever break through to the Qi realm. Seeing her pitiful expression, Chen Xiao felt a bit sorry for her and said, practice it once more, and it'll help you modify some of the moves. Perhaps we can avoid injuries. Really? That would be great. Qi Qingfei exclaimed with delight, starting to practice again. Chen Xiao watched and began to analyze and improve her moves. Without affecting the power, he aimed to eliminate the harm this technique posed to her body. It sounded difficult, but for Chen Xiao it was far from a challenge. It was like someone who had thoroughly understood the most intricate and complex machinery. Asking him to assemble and improve a car would be incredibly simple. After Qi Qingfei finished practicing once, Chen Xiao already had a plan in mind and asked her to practice a second time. During this process, he began to teach her the modified techniques. Qi Qingfei was overjoyed. She discovered that with Chen Xiao's modifications, her techniques flowed much more smoothly as natural as an extension of her limbs. Very good, exert force like this. Yes, bend your elbows, inhale, lean your body back, and raise your forearms a little higher. Chen Xiao guided Qi Qingfei in her practice, secretly marveling at her high comprehension. She could completely remember and grasp everything he said after just one explanation. Just as Qi Qingfei was practicing fervently, a sudden loud voice interrupted. Qi Qingfei, what are you doing? Who told you to practice like this? A scruffy middle-aged man stormed in from out. Master, you're here. Qi Qingfei exclaimed with surprise, seemingly oblivious to the anger on the scruffy man's face as she grabbed his arm and said, Master, I have good news. Master Chen just helped me improve my fist techniques, and the results have improved significantly. Would you like to try it too? At this time, Dejun also came in from behind. Chen Xiao leaned over and quietly asked Dejun, who is this person? Dejun cautiously replied, Master Chen, this person's name is Huayangjun. He is a friend of Lord Hu and also the master of the young lady. Then he lowered his voice even more and added, Master Chen, this person is very petty. Chen Xiao nodded, immediately understanding Dejun's intention. Sure enough, Huayangjun stormed towards Chen Xiao, angrily shouting, Kid, did you dare to recklessly modify my techniques? Chen Xiao nodded, that's right, it was me. You bet you have some nerve. What gives you the right to arbitrarily change my base sect to a family fist? Huayangjun was furious, his eyes almost bulging out. Anyone unaware would think that Chen Xiao had dug up his ancestral grave. Chen Xiao nonchalantly replied, if a technique is flawed and harms people when practiced, why can't I change it? You're talking nonsense. Huayangjun yelled, my base sect to a family fist has been passed down for 36 generations and has a history of hundreds of years. You say it's wrong just because you say it is. Chen Xiao countered sharply, don't you have a sense of reality? Are there any successors of your Hua family fist who have lived past 60? Let alone others, isn't it true that you yourself have suffered from it? Chen Xiao felt quite helpless. Some people rely on the strength of their ancestors, living off the glory of their forebears. Always mentioning their ancestors, what's the difference between such people and uselessness? Huayangjun's face flushed red and pale, clearly feeling guilty as Chen Xiao hit the nail on the head. Yet he still stubbornly argued, the base sect to a family fist is like this, if you practice it you must prepare for an early death. Chen Xiao coldly snorted, if you want to die I won't stop you, but you can't drag others down to die with you. How old is Qi Qingfei? If she continues to practice like this, she will perish within half a year. Can you bear that responsibility? Huayangjun, unable to contain his anger, finally raised his fist. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Let's exchange a few moves. Today I'll let you know the power of the Hua family fist. Chen Xiao disdainfully snorted, not everyone is qualified to spar with me, especially you. Hey Master Chen Xiao, can't you two stop arguing? Can't we sit down and have a good chat about this? Qi Qingfei was anxiously pacing back and forth. Both were individuals she greatly respected and revered, as she didn't know whom to help. Huayangjun thought, I do want to sit down and have a good chat, but this kid is sharp-tongued, I can't argue with him. Fist fights are more effective. He sneered, kid, stop talking nonsense. Anyone with a pair of balls come out and exchange a few moves with me. Dejun shook his head helplessly, realizing he had to step in. Usually he didn't care when Huayangjun caused trouble. But today it was absolutely unacceptable. He must not let this affect Lord Hu's important matters. He cleared his throat and said loudly, Master Hua, Master Chen, you are both friends of Lord Hu. Let's each take a step back, and we can consider this matter resolved. Moreover, Master Hu, don't underestimate Master Chen. Though he is young, the devouring sky lone wolf Wu Dingbang was defeated by him. Hearing the words of the army, Huayangjun's expression suddenly froze. Chen Xiao, despite his youth, managed to defeat a master of the Qi realm, clearly surprising him. His expression changed slightly, and his anger subsided considerably. Yet he stubbornly huffed, "Masters of the Qi realm are not all the same. Wu Dingbang is merely a novice in the Qi realm. Killing him does not prove anything." Hua Yingjun was also a master of the Qi realm, having entered it for many years, his strength being comparable to Qi Tianhu. This was why Qi Tianhu had allowed Qi Qingfei to apprentice under him to learn the Hua family's boxing techniques. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha, everyone is here." Qi Tianhu strode over with a commanding presence. With his arrival, Hua Yingjun completely ceased mentioning his desire to spar with Chen Xiao. After some pleasantries, Qi Tianhu invited everyone into a luxurious van. As the van set off, Chen Xiao noticed a line of black luxury cars following behind. There were dozens of them, creating quite an impressive spectacle. Inside the van, Hua Yingjun asked arrogantly, "Old Qi, why did you organize such a grand event today, and even invited me? What is it about? Are we going to officially go to war with that pack of whelps from the Wolf Gang?" "There's no rush about the Wolf Gang. This time they failed in their schemes. With Wu Dingbang dead, their morale has plummeted, and they won't be able to stir up much trouble in the short term." Qi Tianhu chuckled, speaking mysteriously. "I invited everyone here to welcome a significant person. Who is worth your attention like this?" Hua Yingjun scoffed, his tone carrying a hint of defiance. Although Qi Tianhu invited him, he was not the main character, which displeased him. Qi Tianhu smiled slightly, saying, "It's Gui Jiao Qi, the esteemed Elder Su. It's him." Hua Yingjun's pupils constricted, his expression shifting between dark and light. Qi Tianhu asked, "What's wrong, old Hua? Do you have a problem?" Hua Yingjun shook his head and coldly replied, "No." Next to him, Chen Xiao asked the army, "Army, who is this Gui Jiao Qi?" The army replied, in response to Chen Shi, Elder Su is a renowned figure in the martial arts community, having occupied the top spot on the golden list for many years. It is said that he already possesses the strength of the heavenly ranking, but for some unknown reason, he has never challenged any masters from the heavenly ranking. Thus, he has another title known as the number one beneath the heavenly ranking. Hua Yingjun snorted coldly. "What number one beneath the heavenly ranking? I think Elder Su knows his own limitations and is too afraid to challenge anyone." Qi Tianhu's expression changed, his tone becoming serious. "Brother Hua, when you meet Elder Su later, you cannot speak such words carelessly." Hua Yingjun, confused, looked at Qi Tianhu with disdain. "Old Qi, why are you so afraid of that old ghost? Have you grown smaller in courage as you age?" Qi Tianhu's face shifted slightly, but he didn't take offense. "Brother Hua, what you don't know is that I am not afraid of him. I have a request of him. To be truthful, I plan to challenge the heavenly ranking in 2 months, and if I can receive guidance from Elder Su, it might lead to greater success, with less effort." Hua Yingjun furrowed his brows. "Challenge the heavenly ranking? Old Qi, with your strength you might still be a bit. Moreover, those on the heavenly ranking are extremely ruthless. If you fail, you might not even keep your life, risking 9 deaths and 1 life. Why rush into this?" Hua Yingjun did not look down on Qi Tianhu. Having known each other for many years, they were well aware of each other's strengths, and he genuinely felt concern for Qi Tianhu. Qi Tianhu sighed with a bitter smile. "Brother Hua, time waits for no one. I have a compelling reason to challenge the heavenly ranking. If he could not obtain the 10,000-year Earth Core Stone, his life would come to an end in a few months." Thus he indeed had a compelling reason to challenge the heavenly ranking. Hua Yingjun noticed that Qi Tianhu did not reveal the reason and did not press further. Though they were old friends, their bond was not particularly deep. Moreover, individuals of their level could not fully open their hearts to each other. The convoy arrived at the highway entrance and came to a stop. After waiting in the sun for half an hour, a black Rolls-Royce descended from the highway and slowly stopped by the roadside. Qi Tianhu hurriedly went to greet them. His subordinates formed 2 lines at the car door. The door opened, and an old man dressed in a dark robe stepped out. The old man's expression was grim, his hair and beard completely gray. Yet there was a fierceness in his eyes that belied his age. Those with weaker nerves even dared not meet his gaze. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the assembled crowd shouted in unison, "Welcome Elder Su to Jiangsheng." The momentum was earth-shattering. Qi Tianhu beamed with delight, bowing to greet him. "Welcome Elder Su. Elder Su, thank you for your hard work on your journey." Although Elder Su wore a stern expression, he nodded slightly. This indicated that he was somewhat satisfied with Qi Tianhu's arrangements. Seeing this, Qi Tianhu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had heard that Elder Su was extremely vain and demanded grandeur wherever he went. Thus he organized this welcome ceremony, and the results proved he had made the right choice. Subsequently, Qi Tianhu briefly introduced a few names to Elder Su. When Qi Tianhu introduced Hua Yingjun, Elder Su suddenly spoke slowly. "You are the heir of the northern school of Hua family boxing." This was the first sentence Elder Su said after getting out of the car, making Hua Yingjun quite proud. He stood tall and declared proudly, "That's right, I am the 36th generation heir of the Northern School of Hua family boxing. The legitimate and orthodox heir." Elder Su merely responded with a dismissive "oh" and nodded slightly. The Northern School of Hua family boxing is indeed impressive. Hua Yingjun felt even more proud, his eyebrows involuntarily dancing with glee. He thought to himself, what use is it for Qi Tianhu to fawn over Elder Su? The person Elder Su truly valued was not him. However, at that moment Elder Su shifted his tone. "However, you are not qualified to show off in front of me, Elder Su." Hua Yingjun was taken aback. "Elder Su, what do you mean by that?" Elder Su casually said, "I don't like your eyes, you should dig them out yourself." Hua Yingjun instantly exploded with rage, shouting, "Su, who do you think you are? I always look at people like this. Oh, what right do you have to make me dig out my eyes?" Before Hua Yingjun could finish speaking, two shadows darted forward. With two sharp strikes, Hua Yingjun fell to the ground, clutching his eyes. The howls echoed throughout the highway entrance. Blood flowed profusely. Hua Yingjun's eyeballs had exploded. Elder Su calmly said, "Since you refuse to act on your own, I can only help you." Hua Yingjun was not mistaken. The Qi realm and Qi realm are indeed different. Elder Zu's first move blinded him, and he had no power to retaliate. Everyone was dumbfounded, frozen in place, having not seen clearly what had just happened. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This person truly lives up to the nickname Gui Jiaoqi. Those two strikes were as swift as a ghost shadow. Old Su acted swiftly and viciously, gouging out both of Hua Yingjun's eyes with terrifying precision, leaving everyone frozen in fear, too afraid to even breathe. Old Su seemed unfazed, allowing Hua Yingjun to roll on the ground, wailing in agony. He didn't even spare a glance, walking away with his hands behind his back towards the car. "Let's go." Qi Tianhu quickly responded yes. He called everyone to get in the car and quietly instructed Dejun to take Hua Yingjun to the hospital. The group arrived at the hotel and sat down for a meal. This dinner was quite oppressive. Apart from Old Su and Chen Xiao, the others hardly touched their chopsticks. As the drinking reached its peak, Old Su asked Qi Tianhu, "How is the matter I entrusted you with? Have the invitations been sent out?" "Yes, Old Su." Qi Tianhu quickly replied respectfully. "As per your request, all invitations have been sent out, and all the prominent figures from Jiangzhou and several nearby cities will be in attendance. I have arranged dozens of capable hands at the banquet venue Jiangxin Pavilion to ensure everything goes smoothly. If you have any other requirements, I can inform them to prepare right now." Old Su shook his head. "No need, I will handle it personally from here on." The atmosphere relaxed slightly, and Qi Tianhu took the opportunity to say, "Old Su, I have a small request. May I ask if you could grant it?" "What is it?" Old Su asked directly. Qi Tianhu replied, "To be honest, Old Su, I wish to challenge the heavenly ranking in 2 months. I wonder if you could offer some guidance." "The heavenly ranking? Just you?" Old Zu's disdain was evident, almost written on his face, clearly skeptical of Qi Tianhu's chances. "Although your chances of challenging the heavenly ranking are virtually non-existent, if you wish to seek death, I won't stop you. Offering guidance is no problem, but it all depends on the outcome of this banquet. If everything goes smoothly and satisfies that important figure, not only will I guide you, but I can even pass down a couple of moves without issue. However, if something goes wrong at the banquet, you might as well prepare for your own funeral instead of the heavenly ranking." Qi Tianhu was taken aback by these words and quickly said, "Old Su, I guarantee with my head that the banquet will be flawless. But may I ask, what is the identity of that important figure?" He had thought Old Su was already the main figure of this banquet, only to realize that Old Su was preparing it for. Old Zu's gaze turned cold as he said sternly, "Focus on your own matters and don't ask what you shouldn't." Qi Tianhu felt terrified under Old Zu's gaze and quickly agreed. Fearful that Old Su might react to him the same way he did with Hua Yingjun, Qi Tianhu hurriedly changed. "Old Su, I heard your leg has been bothering you lately, so I invited a divine doctor. If it's convenient for you, I can let him take a look at you." Old Zu's expression slightly changed. "Oh, you are quite considerate. Let him come over. Old Su, the divine doctor has arrived." Qi Tianhu smiled and pointed to Chen Xiao. "Old Su, this is the divine doctor Chen Xiao. If you have any discomfort, let him check you. I assure you he will cure you." Old Su had already noticed Chen Xiao, but he did not expect him to be the divine doctor invited by Qi Tianhu. Seeing Chen Xiao was young, he spoke with a tone of condescension and doubt. "Kid, do you specialize in traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine?" Chen Xiao met Old Zu's grim gaze, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, "I am proficient in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. As for which method to use, it depends on the patient's condition in order to prescribe the right treatment." Unexpectedly, before Chen Xiao could finish speaking, Old Su slammed the table, angrily snorting. "Qi Tianhu, do you have a death wish? You brought someone like this to fool me. What are you scheming?" Qi Tianhu was startled and stuttered. "Old Su, how could I dare to fool you? My little brother is truly exceptionally skilled. Why don't you give it a try before you judge?" Old Su cursed loudly. "Try your mother." This kid claims to be proficient in Western medicine, but he even boasts that he is proficient in both. As we all know, traditional Chinese medicine requires years of effort. Without decades of experience, one isn't even qualified to enter the field. This kid is at most in his 20s. Even if he started learning medicine in the womb, how capable could he possibly be? If you aren't fooling me, then what are you doing? Qi Tianhu was at a loss and cast a pleading glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao felt helpless. If it weren't for Qi Tianhu, he wouldn't even bother with someone like Old Su, even if he begged on his knees. Your hidden ailment is on the inner side of your right leg. If my assumption is correct, you were in an extremely cold environment at that time. To prevent the leg from losing sensation, you continuously activated your inner strength to stimulate the thigh's vitality. However, your inner strength was too aggressive, causing your meridians to be overwhelmed, leading to necrosis and blockage. His casual words left Old Su completely stunned. He looked at Chen Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. Kid, who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Chen Xiao replied calmly. I already said whether it's traditional Chinese or Western medicine, I am quite skilled. I can see your illness with just one glance. Now Old Su dared not underestimate Chen Xiao. He asked, can you cure my leg injury? Chen Xiao nodded. It's a piece of cake. Old Zu's gloomy face revealed a hint of joy. Kid, how long will it take for you to prepare to treat me? Chen Xiao shook his head. No need to prepare, I can treat you right now. Right now? How long will it take to be cured? At most just 20 minutes. Old Zu's face was filled with disbelief as he snorted. Kid, I'm giving you a chance. You better deliver, otherwise you saw what happened to that poor fellow. At this point, Chen Xiao had already taken out the silver needles and said calmly, first, it's not you giving me a chance, it's me giving you a chance. Secondly, I am not that poor fellow. Seeing Chen Xiao's arrogant attitude, Old Su was about to curse, but Chen Xiao sealed his mouth first. He quickly stuffed a wad of napkin into Old Zu's mouth. The treatment will be very painful, you'd better endure it. Old Su glared angrily. However, the next second, he understood the purpose of the napkin Chen Xiao had stuffed in his mouth. Pain, excruciating pain. As Chen Xiao plunged several silver needles and Old Su sweated profusely. If it weren't for the napkin in his mouth, he would have surely cried out in agony. Qi Tianhu was dumbfounded. Seeing that Old Su didn't explode in anger afterwards, he finally felt relieved. He muttered to himself, this brother Chun is truly bold and skilled. After more than 10 minutes, Old Su was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Sweat dripped down his face as if he had just washed his hair. Chen Xiao explained, I am helping him dissolve the cold energy within his body and reactivate the necrotic meridians. Half of this sweat is from the pain, while the other half results from the cold energy being expelled. Exactly 20 minutes later, Chen Xiao withdrew the silver needles and said flatly, all done. Old Su gasped for breath. Once he had caught his breath, his first words were, this kid is not bad. Qi Tianhu, give him an invitation. Qi Tianhu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Although Su Lao's words seemed rather bland, the message conveyed was quite extraordinary. This indicated that Su Lao was very satisfied with Chen Xiao's medical skills. Yes, Su Lao. Qi Tianhu quickly took out an invitation card embossed with gold characters and handed it to Chen Xiao. He wore a beaming smile, saying, congratulations, brother Chun. Chen Xiao received the invitation with an expressionless face, feeling quite indifferent inside. After Su Lao had his fill, the leg injury that troubled him for many years was healed by Chen Xiao lifting his spirits. At this moment, squinting his eyes, he asked, what other programs are there? Qi Tianhu understood immediately and clapped his hands a few times. Soon after, a group of beautiful women walked in one after another. These women were like lively birds adorned with flowers. There were all types, from voluptuous to slender, from mature to youthful. Upon seeing this group of women, Su Lao's eyes widened, and a smile appeared on his face, one he had never shown before. He approached, examining this and touching that, almost ready to take a bite. Seeing this scene, Qi Qingfei blushed and whispered, Pa, old lecher. Qi Tianhu commanded Dejun arrange for two beauties to attend to Su Lao for his rest. Su Lao grasped with a big hand too. That's not enough. I want them all. After saying that, he burst into laughter. Su Lao swaggered away, surrounded by beauties. Chen Xiao felt displeased, but said nothing. Qi Tianhu, oblivious to Chen Xiao's displeasure, said to him, brother Chen, you must attend tomorrow's banquet. Being recognized by Su Lao is an incredible opportunity. Chen Xiao let out a cold laugh and suddenly excused himself. I've seen the patient. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he stood up and walked away. Qi Tianhu's expression slightly froze, but he did not try to stop him. It was only after Chen Xiao left that he sighed with a bitter smile. This brother Chun is just too aloof. Qi Qingfei rolled her eyes at her father, saying, I think he's much better than all of you. Qi Tianhu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, haha, Qingfei, I've heard that you've been getting close to Chen Xiao lately. What's this? Are you starting to defend him against me? Qi Qingfei stomped her foot. Oh, Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Qi Tianhu laughed heartily. This Chen Xiao is indeed impressive, and you two seem well suited. It seems I can no longer call him brother Chun. The next day around 4 in the afternoon, Chen Xiao was still browsing property listings on his phone, showing no intention of attending the banquet. Qi Tianhu treated Su Lao like a revered ancestor, but Chen Xiao did not. The top of the rankings meant, therefore he had no plans to attend the banquet at all. With his mother gone, only he and Li Ziqing remained at home. This was clearly Lu Zhen's intention to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao wasted his mother's kindness too focused on his phone to pay any attention to Li Ziqing. In contrast, Li Ziqing, this prominent internet celebrity with millions of fans, a wealthy woman with assets exceeding 100 million, was actually doing housework for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, take off your clothes. Li Ziqing approached and said very naturally, "What are you doing?" Chen Xiao sprang up from the sofa, as if faced with an enemy. Li Ziqing rolled her eyes at him. "I see you've been wearing this outfit for several days. I thought I'd help you wash it. What are you thinking?" Chen Xiao finally understood, and Li Ziqing had already reached for his pants. I'll do it myself. Li Ziqing was too bold, causing Chen Xiao to cover his waistband. Li Ziqing shot him a charming glance. "Why so polite with me, really?" Chen Xiao was at a loss for words. Oh, was this even a matter of politeness? Li Ziqing took Chen Xiao's dirty clothes to wash. As he watched, a strange feeling arose in his heart. If this woman were his wife, it wouldn't be so bad. But the next second, Chen Xiao shook that thought out of his mind. This woman was none other than the famous Zweiking, and in any case, she was not the ideal choice for a wife. Just then a call came in from Song Anren. When the call connected, the usually cheerful and generous Song Anren was oddly hesitant today. Chen Xiao, do you have plans tonight? If not, could you accompany me to a banquet? Chen Xiao asked her. Isn't it the banquet at Jiangxing Pavilion? How do you know? Are you going too? Song Anren on the other end was obviously taken aback. Chen Xiao replied, I've heard about it, but I have no plans to attend. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Song Anren surprisingly began to act coy with Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, could you please just accompany me just once? I really can't find anyone to go with me. You know, a beautiful woman like me will surely attract attention at the banquet. If I don't have a male companion, I will be bothered to death. Chen Xiao responded. How about it? You won't refuse me, will you? Song Anren's sweet voice nearly sent Chen Xiao's blood sugar skyrocketing, so he had no choice but to concede. All right, I'll accompany you. Yay. He'll wait for you at the ferry. Let's meet there. After saying this, Song Anren quickly hung up, as if afraid Chen Xiao would change his mind. Chen Xiao smiled helplessly. Song Anren's temperament was too changeable, and he couldn't comprehend it at all. However, since he had promised her, he might as well go. At that moment, Li Ziqing suddenly walked up to Chen Xiao with the invitation. I found this in your clothes earlier. Are you going to the banquet? Chen Xiao nodded. However, Li Ziqing frowned and said, Chen Xiao, could you not go? Chen Xiao was puzzled. Why not? I've already promised Director Song. Li Ziqing's mood seemed a bit low. You are indeed going for her, but precisely because of her you absolutely can't go to this banquet. Chen Xiao was confused. If you don't want me to go, you should at least give me a reason. Are you jealous? Li Ziqing's face turned slightly red as she pouted. Why would I be jealous? In any case, you're not allowed to go. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Ziqing kept preventing Chen Xiao, but did not reveal her reasons. This left Chen Xiao somewhat displeased. He snorted and muttered, for my own good. The illustrious Zweiking also has times when she does things for others. Li Ziqing suddenly froze. She looked at Chen Xiao with a complex expression, remaining silent for a long time. Chen Xiao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Because of Chen Xiao's words, the temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Li Ziqing said nothing and began to put on her clothes and shoes. Chen Xiao asked, where are you going? Li Ziqing sneered, since you already know I'm Zweiking, do you think you can interfere in Zweiking's matters? After saying that, she abruptly opened the door and left Chen Xiao's house. Chen Xiao did not stop her, even though he wished Li Ziqing would stay. However, he never knew how to comfort a girl. Before long, Lu Zhen returned home in a huff. As soon as she came back, she had a stern face, her nose not aligned with her eyes. Chen Xiao, what's going on? Did you make your wife angry? What wife? Chen Xiao was confused. They both went to bed together, and you still ask me about a wife. Lu Zhen rolled her eyes, saying, I'm telling you, son, you can't abandon someone after starting chaos. Li Ziqing is such a good girl. Chen Xiao didn't know what to say, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Zhen spoke earnestly again. I heard from Xiao Qing about your matter. It's just because of a banquet. She wants you to go. Can't you just accompany her? Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Goodness, what on earth are you listening to? Did you get all the key points wrong? Lu Zhen continued to speak to herself. I understand if you don't want to go. The banquet Li Ziqing is attending must be full of wealthy merchants and celebrities. It's normal if you feel inferior because of that. Chen Xiao's eyes widened even further. Wow, his mom's logic was perfectly closed-looped. But the problem was that's not the case at all. Before Chen Xiao could explain, Lu Zhen started to guide him again. But son, have you thought about it? An ugly daughter-in-law will eventually meet the in-laws. Besides, you are a real man. You need to face things head-on. You can't be a coward. And Xiao Qing taking you to meet her friends shows she cares about you. She wants you to integrate into her circle. Seeing his mom getting further and further off track, Chen Xiao quickly raised his hand in surrender. Mom, stop talking, I'm going right now. Lu Zhen immediately broke into a smile. That's right, my son is no worse than anyone else. There's no need to feel inferior. Chen Xiao helplessly laughed. Mom, it's really not what you think. Alright, time is running out, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to hurry up. After saying that, Chen Xiao stepped to leave. However, before he could step out of the door, Lu Zhen grabbed him. Wait, are you wearing that? Chen Xiao looked at his oversized t-shirt and beach shorts along with a pair of flip-flops. He naturally replied, Yo, what's wrong with that? How dare you ask me? You've been to college, haven't you? Lu Zhen said with disdain, ordering Chen Xiao, Don't go yet, wait for me at home. After saying that, Lu Zhen quickly ran out of the house. Chen Xiao didn't know what his mom was up to, but with her orders, he could only obediently wait at home. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zhen came back panting, holding several bags. Quick, take it out and try it on. As Chen Xiao opened the bags, he muttered, What is all this? Inside was a set of formal wear and a pair of leather. I bought it from a specialty store downstairs. It's a branded item costing several hundred. Lu Zhen said with a cheerful smile, and as she smiled, the wrinkles on her face deepened. A dress worth several hundred was considered very high-end attire in her eyes. Why did you buy this? It's uncomfortable to wear. Chen Xiao complained. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that his mom's pants, clothes, and even her face were covered in dust. Mom, what happened? You're covered in dirt. Lu Zhen casually replied. It's nothing, I just fell after running too fast. Don't mind me, put on the clothes so I can see. Chen Xiao was stunned. In his mind, a picture of his mom falling seemed to appear. His nose felt a bit sour. Okay, I'll put it on right away. You also need to be careful not to run so fast. You're grown up now, why are you still so reckless when walking? Lu Zhen teased. You little brat, now you're even mocking your mom. Soon Chen Xiao changed his clothes. Although it wasn't high-end attire, it looked great on him due to his excellent physique. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, well-defined muscles. He was simply a perfect clothes hanger. The outfit looked even better on him than on the store model. Really nice, my son is so handsome. Clothes make the man, that saying is absolutely true. Once you change your clothes, your aura instantly rises. His mom looked at him with admiration. She patted Chen Xiao's arm, making a gesture of encouragement. Alright son, let's go, good luck. Chen Xiao seriously replied. Don't worry, I won't disgrace the mission. Remember, you must bring back my Chen Xiao agreed readily, but as soon as he stepped out, he was troubled. He would attend the banquet, but where could he find a daughter-in-law for his mom? In helplessness, he had to grit his teeth and send a message to Li Ziqing, come back. These 4 words were already the biggest concession for Chen Xiao. Although he understood that Li Ziqing's experiences as Zweiking might be something she didn't want to look back on. This could be seen from her strong reaction upon hearing his words. As soon as Chen Xiao's message was sent, Li Ziqing replied almost instantly, not coming back. Chen Xiao frowned slightly, and at that moment a second message followed closely. We'll see each other at the banquet. Chen Xiao smiled knowingly and drove towards the ferry. Jiangxin Pavilion was not actually built on the river itself, it was located on an island near the sea. The name of that island is Jiangxin Island, hence the name of Jiangxin Pavilion. Half a century ago, the wealthy families of Jiang City contracted this small island and invested heavily in building Jiangxin Pavilion. Since its completion, it has been a place for the wealthy to dine and enjoy themselves. Although Chen Xiao grew up in Jiang City, he had never been to Jiangxin Pavilion. He had only seen it from a distance while taking the ferry. When Chen Xiao arrived at the ferry terminal, the parking lot was already filled with luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maybach, Mercedes-Benz, BMW. Chen Xiao. If one didn't know about today's banquet, they might mistakenly think there was a luxury car exhibition here. Walking out of the parking lot, Chen Xiao saw a woman looking around from the direction of the ferry. It was Song Anren. Today she wore a black long dress that showcased her tight figure and ample snow-white chest. One must say she was an enchantress that would captivate any man whenever seen. Beside Song Anren stood a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite handsome. The man was tall and well-proportioned, dressed luxuriously, and his hair was meticulously styled, clearly well-groomed. Chen Xiao frowned, thinking that since Song Anren had a male companion, why was she looking for him? Just then the man's voice carried over. Although it was quite far away, his words reached Chen Xiao's ears clearly. Anren, the banquet is about to start. Your male companion hasn't shown up yet. Don't lie to me. There's really no such person, right? The man's voice was full of confidence mixed with a hint of arrogance. Song Anren shook her head, saying, Why would I lie to you? If I say there is. He promised me he would come. Hearing their conversation, Chen Xiao understood. He smiled slightly and walked over. Song Anren's face immediately lit up with a surprised smile when she saw Chen Xiao walking from a distance. After speaking, she waved her hand and shouted, Hey Chen Xiao, I'm over here. The man also noticed Chen Xiao, his expression complicated. Chen Xiao walked over and Song Anren complained playfully, Why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you for ages. As she spoke, she linked her arm with Chen Xiao's, unabashedly rubbing her ample bosom against his arm. Chen Xiao remained expressionless, but his heart was as clear as crystal. It was evident that he was being used as a shield by Song Anren. Just by looking at the man's gaze, one could tell that it was murderous. Chen Xiao replied calmly, "There was a traffic jam on the road, so I was a bit late." The man glanced at Chen Xiao and revealed a look of disdain. Where did this poor loser come from? His entire outfit probably doesn't even cost 1,000 yuan. How did Song Anren end up with someone like this? He forced a smile and said, "Anren, this guy wouldn't be your date, would he?" Song Anren giggled. "Yeah, not only is he my date, but he's also my boyfriend." The man's eyelids visibly twitched and the muscles in his cheeks bulged. However, he was a tough guy and managed to suppress his anger. He even extended his hand toward Chen Xiao. "Hello, nice to meet you, Wei Ranqiu." Chen Xiao smiled slightly and also reached out his hand. "Hello, As their hands clasped together, Chen Xiao's gaze turned cold. Wei Ranqiu was unexpectedly gripping his hand with great force. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Xiao's lips as he suddenly increased his grip. The man screamed in pain, his entire face turning red. Chen Xiao then released his grip, saying with a smirk, "Sorry, did I hurt you? I didn't expect your hands to be so delicate." It was clearly not a good thing for a man to be called delicate. Wei Ranqiu's face turned pale, but to avoid embarrassing himself in front of Song Anren, he hid his hand behind his back and forced a smile. "It's nothing, I just had a stomach issue earlier." Chen Xiao found it amusing and didn't expose him. Just then the ferry arrived. Song Anren and Chen Xiao boarded the boat hand in hand. Wei Ranqiu watched Chen Xiao's back, his eyes filled with malice. He then looked down at his hand, nearly screamed. Damn it, his hand was about to be crushed like a chicken claw. The ferry honked and slowly headed towards Jiangxin Island. Song Anren snuggled closely to Chen Xiao and whispered, "Thanks for that just now." Chen Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "No need for thanks, so I'd prefer you not to think of me for such favors in the future." Song Anren giggled, her laughter making her look even more charming. Chen Xiao could clearly feel several odd gazes directed at them. While some were looking at him, many more were focused on. The gazes aimed at Song Anren were filled with lust. The glances directed at him were mostly filled with jealousy. "Who is that Wei Ranqiu? I offended him today, there won't be any trouble, right?" Chen Xiao feigned a worried expression and asked. Song Anren rolled her eyes and said, "Cut it out. You aren't afraid of Long Qianzhan, so why would you fear him?" Chen Xiao remained silent. Then Song Anren whispered again, "But the Wei family is indeed more powerful than the Long family. The Wei family is in real estate with assets worth billions, and Wei Ranqiu himself is a professor at Jiangxin University." Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. A university professor. No wonder he looked cultured and refined. It seemed that Song Anren and Wei Ranqiu were quite a match, even their names suited each other well. However, Song Anren then gritted her teeth and said with disdain, "But he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. In just 2 years he has gotten 3 female college students pregnant and still wants to pursue me. Just the sight of him makes me sick." Chen Xiao chuckled silently. He really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Not long after the ferry docked, everyone disembarked in order, and in front of the beach was a wide circular square paved with white marble. In the center of the circular square stood the only building on the island, which was the Jiangxin Pavilion. From the outside, Jiangxin Pavilion appeared to be an ancient-style tall building imbued with an antique charm. Upon closer inspection, one could see the intricate dragon carvings and painted pillars exuding elegance. Guests lined up like a long dragon waiting to enter. A few security guards stood at the entrance checking the invitations of the arriving guests. Wei Ranqiu was the last to disembark from the ferry, his face pale and his eyes cold. Throughout the journey, Chen Xiao and Song Anren had been chatting and laughing, behaving extremely intimately. In his eyes, this made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Just as he got off the boat, 2 young men approached him. One of them with slicked back hair and a rebellious demeanor threw an arm around his shoulder. "Hey professor, why did you come so late?" Wei Ranqiu replied absent-mindedly, "It's nothing, I was delayed by something at school." "Stop fooling around. It's Sunday, what could possibly be happening at school? Plus, why do you look so bad?" Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Wei Ranqiu pointed ahead, saying, "You can see for yourselves." The 2 men followed his gesture. They saw Song Anren and Chen Xiao standing together chatting and laughing heartily. The slick-haired guy sneered. "I told you, professor, you're still thinking about that girl. Let me give you a piece of advice, give up on her. That woman is already taken, you'd better not touch her." "Why not? Look at that kid, oh, what does he have that compares to me?" Wei Ranqiu frowned, looking very displeased. The slick-haired guy dismissed him with a laugh. "A small character like him is naturally insignificant. I'm talking about someone else." "Who?" "That's not for you to ask, I'm just looking out for you." Wei Ranqiu frowned. "What do you mean by that, Jiang? What kind of relationship do we have that you need to be so secretive with me at?" Jiang Jinlin shook his head, saying, "It's not for me to say, but you don't need to worry, you will find out soon enough." Just as they were talking, another young man around the same age approached with a beaming smile. "Haha, all 3 of you are here. It's been a while since the four young masters of Jiangcheng have gathered together. If Chen Xiao were present, he would surely shout, "How small the world is." Because this young man was Lin Jin. The expressions of the other three turned noticeably cold as they greeted Lin Jin with a perfunctory smile. Lin Jin was undeterred and shamelessly joined their circle. "Hey, Chilga, why do you look so gloomy?" Perhaps Wei Ranqius' expression was truly too grim. Even Lin Jin used it as an opportunity to break the ice. Wei Ranqiu couldn't be bothered to respond coldly, saying, "None of your business." Lin Jin chuckled awkwardly. "Look at you, the one who annoyed you isn't me, so why are you taking it out on me?" The slick-haired guy chimed in, "Professor Wei is troubled by love." "Hey, Lin Jin, isn't Song Anren from your hospital? Don't you know her boyfriend?" Lin Jin, puzzled, replied, "Song Anren doesn't have a boyfriend, does she?" The slick-haired guy pointed, "Look, that's the kid." Lin Jin followed the direction of his finger and was instantly taken aback. Soon a cold smile appeared on his face. "What a coincidence, this is just a case of enemies crossing paths. This brat is merely Song Anren's boyfriend. I suspect she is just using him as a shield, a pawn." Wei Ranqiu immediately perked up, grabbing Lin Jin's arm and asking, "Lin Jin, do you know this kid?" Lin Jin scoffed coldly. "I remember him. Even if he turns to ash, he was just a little caregiver, but somehow he became Song Anren's assistant. Think about it, would a woman like Song Anren ever fall for a man like this trash? Even if she did, it would just be for..." Wei Ranqius' heart was filled with jealousy as he muttered, "Even if it's just for fun, it still makes me uneasy." Jiang Jinlin shot Wei Ranqiu a disdainful glance and coldly said, "Is it worth it for such a flirtatious woman? With our backgrounds, as long as you beckon with your finger, wouldn't women flock to your bed? Why hang yourself on this one tree?" Wei Ranqiu let out a long sigh, turning away. "Ah, you don't understand." "Damn fine, I don't understand." Jiang Jinlin cursed indignantly. Lin Jin and Wei Ranqiu united against a common foe. He said, "Chioga, don't frown so. I'll help you chase that kid away right now so he won't be an eyesore here." Wei Ranqius' spirits lifted. "Good, go ahead. Song Anren is over there. I can't go over. I don't want to ruin my image in her eyes." He was still unaware that in Song Anren's eyes he had completely lost any image. Lin Jin was about to step forward, but suddenly hesitated. Thinking about how he always suffered when encountering Chen Xiao, he felt a bit insecure. So he decided to call Jiang Jinlin to join him. Among the four, Lin Jin was the oldest, but his family background was inferior to the other three, so he could only call himself the younger brother. Jiang Jinlin curled his lip in disdain, saying, "Lin Jin, you can't even handle such a trash character. You still need me to step in." Lin Jin didn't dare to get angry, forcing a smile. "Brother Jiang, this is your territory. With you backing me up, I feel more secure." The Jiang family was in the hotel business, and half a century ago the wealthy man who contracted Jiangxin Island was Jiang Jinlin's grandfather. Thus, Jiangxin Pavilion truly belonged to Jiang Jinlin. Jiang Jinlin said proudly, "All right, I'll accompany you. It's been a while since I dealt with such lowly characters. Today is just for Lao Weiyo, otherwise I wouldn't bother." The four walked towards Chen Xiao. Wei Ranqiu intentionally lagged behind a few steps, as if hoping this way Song Anren wouldn't notice them. It was a bit self-deceiving. Chen Xiao naturally noticed them, especially when he saw Wei Ranqiu and Lin Jin. A hint of amusement showed in his eyes. "Director Song, who are these young rascals?" Song Anren frowned, speaking softly. "They are the four young masters of Jiang City. I didn't expect them to gather here today." The four young masters of Jiang City. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. "Looking at the way they walk, I would believe if you told me they are the four fools of Jiang City." Song Anren warned cautiously, "Don't underestimate them. They seem to be coming for us." Then Song Anren began to introduce Chen Xiao in a hushed tone. "You know Lin Jin and Wei Ranqiu, so I won't elaborate. As for that crew-cut tall and robust guy, his name is Yi Guqing. The Yi family is an old aristocratic family in Jiang City, and it is said that they are still the wealthiest in Jiang City. Lastly, that guy is Jiang Jinlin. His family runs a hotel business, and Jiangxin Pavilion is theirs. It's said he is ruthless and extremely dangerous." Chen Xiao sneered. "Extremely dangerous? What does he comb his hair with gasoline?" Song Anren shot Chen Xiao a glare. "I'm not joking. Keep your distance from them. Don't provoke them." Chen Xiao thought to himself that he wanted to keep his distance, but the problem was they seemed very eager to approach him. Just a few seconds after Song Anren finished speaking, Lin Jin and Jiang Jinlin had already arrived in front of the two. Song Anren immediately stood in front of Chen Xiao, smiling at the two. "Young Master Lin, young Master Jiang, long time no see." Jiang Jinlin was relatively polite to Song Anren. "Miss Song, long time no see. You are more beautiful than ever." But Lin Jin arrogantly placed his hands on his hips. "Song Anren, this is none of your business. Stay away." Jiang Jinlin's eyelids twitched, thinking Lin Jin truly was courting death. Did he really think Song Anren was just an ordinary hospital director? However, he didn't say anything, enjoying the show Lin Jin was putting on. Song Anren narrowed her eyes, glaring at Lin Jin. "What do you mean, Lin Jin?" Lin Jin coldly snorted. I mean nothing but just that an undeserving person has come to this island. Lin Jin pointed at Chen Xiao. Do you know where this place is? Do you know that someone like you has no right to attend tonight's banquet? Chen Xiao laughed. Why do I not have the right? Lin Jin shouted loudly. Look around you. Who isn't a high official or a noble? What are you? A mere caregiver? Don't think I don't know. Your mother sells pancakes at the market. How dare you question me? The surrounding people frowned upon hearing this. They unconsciously cast disgusted glances at Chen Xiao. His mother sells pancakes. How did this kind of person get in here? Chen Xiao coldly laughed. Lin, I warn you, you can curse me, but insulting my mother is unacceptable. Lin Jin might have been psychologically affected by Chen Xiao. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's cold smile, his body involuntarily trembled. I won't waste words with you as security. Come here. This kid doesn't even have an invitation. He wants to mix in with us. Get him out. Lin Jin called for security. The security guard, seeing Boss Jiang next to Lin Jin, immediately understood the situation. He was about to check Chen Xiao's invitation. Lin Jin crossed his arms proudly, sarcastically saying to Song Anren, Miss Song, each person gets one invitation. You can't use yours to help this kid slip through. Song Anren became anxious, thinking that Chen Xiao wouldn't really lack an invitation right. Luckily, Chen Xiao had the invitation with him. He took out the invitation and slapped it on Lin Jin's face. Open your eyes and look at this. Lin Jin saw it was indeed a real invitation identical to his. The security guards looked at each other, also at a loss. The person had an invitation. They couldn't just kick him outright. That wouldn't be proper. At this time, Jiang Jinlin suddenly chuckled, saying leisurely, so what if you have an invitation? You still can't enter here. When my grandfather built Jiangxin Pavilion, he set a rule. Everyone waited quietly for him to continue, and Jiang Jinlin grinned mockingly. He said the main entrance is for us wealthy people. The poor and dogs can only use the dog door. Upon hearing these words, Chen Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. However, those around him showed little reaction. It seemed they were already aware of this rule. In fact, they seemed to quite like such rules. After all, as dignitaries, they would not reject any opportunity to flaunt their status. In today's society, such opportunities abound. The difference lies in the fact that some are merely unspoken rules. Yet the Jiang family's Jiangxin Pavilion boldly established it as a formal rule. Song Anren's almond-shaped eyes widened, her willow-like brows furrowed as she angrily rebuked Jiang Jinlin. Jiang Jinlin, don't go too far. He is my friend. Targeting him is targeting me. Are you sure you want to go against me? Song Anren's declaration was quite domineering. She had promised to protect Chen Xiao. Moreover, Chen Xiao had not wanted to attend today's banquet. It was she who had urged him to come. Thus, when someone sought to insult Chen Xiao, she naturally would not stand idly by. Unlike her treatment of Chen Xiao, Jiang Zenlin's attitude towards Song Anren was extremely respectful. Miss Song, please don't say that. How could I dare to target you? Song Anren's brows had just begun to relax, but in the next moment Jiang Jinlin shifted his tone. However, Miss Song, the rules were set by my grandfather. If I break them, it would be disrespectful to him. You can't possibly force me to be an unfilial descendant, can you? You? Jiang Jinlin even invoked his grandfather. Even though Song Anren knew he was being unreasonable, she was helpless. Just then Chen Xiao spoke up. I will walk in openly today and see who dares to stop me. His voice was cold and indifferent, yet carried an air of dominance. These wealthy individuals thought themselves superior, believing that having money allowed them to trample on others' dignity. Little did they know that in Chen Xiao's eyes they were no better than ordinary laborers. Ordinary laborers, although living in poverty, created value for society through their hard work. And these people, most were descendants of noble families, children of the wealthy. They were merely parasites clinging to the merits of their ancestors, contributing nothing of value to society other than indulging in pleasure. Lin Xian's gaze turned cold. With Jiang Jinlin backing him, he felt emboldened. He stepped forward and spread his legs. Arrogantly, he said, Chen Xiao, I never said you couldn't enter. Only that you've heard the rules of Jiangxin Pavilion. Poor people and dogs can only crawl through dog holes. There are no dog holes here. Lin Jin grinned and suddenly pointed at his own groin. If you insist on getting through, then crawl through here. Chen Xiao's anger surged as he calmly said, Lin Jin, you truly have a short memory. Haven't you figured it out after all this time? I, Chen Xiao, am not someone you can provoke. Lin Jin, looking fierce but cowardly, jumped in anger. You think you can bluff me, Chen? Do you dare to lay a finger on me? If you touch me today, I will immediately have you thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Stop the nonsense. If you crawl through here today, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Just as Lin Jin finished his words, a loud shout echoed, startling him into a shiver. Who is so bold as to let my esteemed guest crawl through dog holes? Turning around, Lin Jin saw an elderly man in a long robe striding towards them. Seeing the man's bizarre attire, he didn't take him seriously and began to curse. Damn it, where did this crazy old man come from barking here? His insults only fueled the old man's anger. With a flash of his figure, the distance of over 10 meters was closed in an instant, and he suddenly stood before Lin Jin. Without a word, the old man kicked out with unmatched ferocity. Lin Jin had no time to react, instantly knocked down to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Those around them were horrified at this scene, letting out a chorus of screams. Lin Jin still hadn't realized the severity of the situation and shouted, "Jiang Gu, where did this crazy old man come from? Hurry and kill him for me." At this moment, Jiang Jinlin's face had turned ashen with no thought to care about Lin Xian's fate. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary brat would be referred to as a guest by this old man. He trembled and respectfully bowed to the old man. "Old Su, forgive me for not welcoming you properly." Lin Jin was left dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. Why was Jiang Jinlin treating this old man with such respect? It turned out this elderly figure was Su Laogui, but unfortunately Lin Jin was too low in status to recognize him. Su Laogui snorted coldly and asked in a chilling tone, "Young man from the Jiang family, is this person your friend?" Su Laogui referred to Lin Jin, and Jiang Jinlin immediately denied. No, how could he be my friend after insulting old Su? Lin Jin was left speechless, stammering, "Jiang Gui are the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng. How could he not be a friend?" Jiang Jinlin looked at Lin Jin with disdain. "Nonsense about the 4 young masters of Jiangcheng. With a waist like you, how can you be on par with us?" Lin Xian's face turned ashen, mouth agape, but his throat felt blocked, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Su Laogui said sternly, "Since he is not your friend, throw him into the sea to feed the fish." "Understood." Jiang Jinlin immediately shouted, "Someone throw this person into the sea to feed the fish." For security guards rushed over, lifted Lin Jin, and headed towards the sea. "No, Jiang Gu, save me. Jiang Gu, spare me. I won't dare again. You beast Jiang Jinlin, you are heartless." In just a few seconds, Lin Jin went from madly begging for mercy to hysterical, and as he was lifted farther away, his voice gradually diminished until it disappeared. "Old Su, please come in," Jiang Jinlin said respectfully. Su Laogui pointed at Chen Xiao. "His invitation was personally given by me. Anyone who dares to cause him trouble is going against me." Jiang Jinlin's eyelids twitched violently, and he quickly lowered his head in agreement. Not far away, Qi Tianhu, Qi Qingfei, and De Jun also arrived. They had come with Su Laogui. "What happened, Chen Xiao? Why is it that wherever you go, trouble follows?" Qi Qingfei asked with a frown. And when she saw Song Anren next to Chen Xiao, her brows furrowed even deeper. Today she had shed her usual sharp demeanor, dressed elegantly, and wearing light makeup. Yet in comparison to Song Anren, she suddenly seemed to lack femininity. Chen Xiao replied indifferently, "Just some minor troubles." Qi Tianhu laughed heartily, putting his arm around Chen Xiao's shoulder. "Since the matter has been resolved, let's go in." Chen Xiao shrugged, shaking off Qi Tianhu's hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Someone has said that poor people and dogs cannot enter through the front door." Jiang Jinlin was immediately stunned. He glared at Chen Xiao with malice in his eyes. This kid just won't give up, will he? However, with Su Laogui backing Chen Xiao, he dared not act recklessly. He could only force a smile and say, "Hee, that was just a joke. Mr. Chen, please don't take it to heart. Jiang Xinga conducts business. How could there be such rules?" Before Chen Xiao could react, Song Anren spoke first. "A joke? You certainly didn't say that earlier, Jiang Jinlin. When you make a mistake, you must acknowledge it. You owe Chen Xiao an apology." Jiang Zenlin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You want me to apologize to him? I am Jiang Jinlin, the esteemed eldest grandson of the Jiang family. In my entire life, I have never apologized to anyone. Moreover, he was to apologize to someone as lowly as Chen Xiao." Qi Tianhu snorted expressionlessly. "Chen Xiao is a guest of mine and Su Lao's. Is he not worthy of even a simple apology from you, Jiang Daxiao?" Jiang Jinlin naturally recognized this underground leader of Jiangxing. Hearing Qi Tianhu's words, his imposing aura immediately weakened. Though Su Laogui didn't speak, his gaze towards Jiang Jinlin was filled with amusement. Jiang Zenlin's expression changed repeatedly. He secretly wondered, what kind of person is this kid? To receive the support of both Qi Tianhu and Su Laogui at the same time, it appears I have underestimated him. With Qi Tianhu, Su Laogui, and Song Anren pressing down on him, Jiang Jinlin was drenched in cold sweat and had no choice but to bow his head and admit his mistake. He clasped his hands in salute and smiled insincerely. "Miss Song is right. I indeed owe Mr. Chen an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. Please forgive me." As Jiang Jinlin apologized, Chen Xiao found himself unable to continue his outburst. "Let's go inside." Chen Xiao did not respond to the apology and stepped towards the door. He left Jiang Jinlin standing there, a public slap to his face. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Jiang Zenlin's expression became increasingly sinister. Wei Rank and Yi Guqing walked over. "Old Jiang, you actually apologized to that trash?" Wei Rank was infuriated, as if he were the one who had lost face. Jiang Jinlin replied with a forced smile, "It was just an apology. I won't lose anything. Tonight is all about the bigger picture. After tonight, we'll slowly ruin him. Wei Rank confused asked, what bigger picture? Old Jiang, can you please stop keeping us in suspense? You're driving me crazy. Jiang Jinlin smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Inside the hall, many guests had already arrived. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. In such a banquet, eating and drinking were secondary. The primary purpose was socializing, expanding connections, and exchanging resources. When Qi Tianhu and his group entered, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qi Tianhu, needless to say, was the Tiger Lord, the underground ruler of Jiangxing. Everywhere he went, people would bow and greet him as Tiger Lord. However, the one who drew even more gazes was Qin Shao, because Song Anren and Qi Qingfei were standing on either side of him. Surrounded by these two radiant beauties, he was like a moon surrounded by stars. Everyone was discussing and speculating about who this young man was, wondering why they had never seen him before. The conclusion reached was that he must be the scion of some wealthy family from out of town. Qin Shao, I have a few old friends over there. They'll take Qingfei to greet them, and he'll come back to find you later. Qi Tianhu led his entourage away with Qi Qingfei. Su Laogui disappeared as soon as he entered the hall. Now only Qin Shao and Song Anren were left together, but Qin Shao's attention was completely not on Song Anren. His gaze scanned around as if searching for someone. Song Anren asked him, who are you looking for? Qin Shao came to his senses and stammered, no, I'm not looking for anyone. He naturally wouldn't tell Song Anren that he was looking for Li Ziqing. However, after searching the hall, he did not spot Li Ziqing's figure. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, she wouldn't have stood me up, would she? Just then Wei Rank appeared before Song Anren again, as if he were a lingering ghost. Anren, you don't need to lie to me. I already know that this kid is just a little caretaker without power or influence. I don't believe you would truly be with someone like him. Even if you want to reject my courtship, there's no need to use such trash as a shield to disgust me. Wei Rank stared blankly at Song Anren, as if he were enchanted. Song Anren couldn't help but laugh. You really are relentless. A shield? Disgust you? Who do I need to do this for you? He'll tell you Qin Shao is my boyfriend. If you don't believe me, he'll prove it to you. Wei Rank was taken aback, not understanding what Song Anren meant by prove it to you. However, the next second he knew. He saw Song Anren turn Qin Shao's head and kiss him directly. The action was skilled and natural, as if she had done it countless times. Not only Wei Rank, even Qin Shao was dumbfounded. What is happening here? The same bewilderment was felt by Qi Qingfei not far away. Her heart ached painfully, as if it were being torn apart. Wei Rank completely collapsed, standing there in a daze, his fists clenched, and then relaxed, relaxing, and then clenching again. He didn't even notice when Song Anren took Qin Shao away. Song Anren held Qin Shao's hand and whispered, thanks. Qin Shao wiped his lips, which still seemed to retain a lingering fragrance. He smiled, I wouldn't mind if you thank me a few more times. Song Anren rolled her eyes at him. You're so full of yourself. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinlin pulled Wei Rank aside. Looking at his dazed appearance, Jiang Jinlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wei Rank frowned. Old Jiang, what's wrong with you? I'm like this and you can still laugh. Jiang Jinlin reined in his laughter, but his face still bore an unmistakable excitement. I told you long ago not to harbor feelings for that cheap woman. Now you've completely given up, right? Wei Rank said nothing, but the anger in his eyes spoke volumes. Jiang Zinlin's eyes revealed a fierce glint. Let me give you a good piece of news in advance. That Qingai, he will definitely die tonight. Wei Rank's spirit lifted. Is what you said true? Are you going to help me get rid of that little punk? Jiang Jinlin smiled mysteriously. It's not me, but someone will definitely want his life. Just as Wei Rank was about to ask again, a shadow appeared behind Jiang Jinlin, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Startled, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and swallowed the words he was about to say. Jiang Jinlin guessed something from Wei Rank's reaction. Turning around, he indeed saw Su Laogui standing right in front of him. Su Lao, you saw everything just now, right? Jiang Jinlin said respectfully, his face full of flattery. Su Laogui grunted, his expression quite unpleasant. The young master will arrive in 10 minutes. You should go prepare now. As for the other matters, the young master will decide for himself. Jiang Jinlin took his orders and arrived at the stage. He picked up the microphone and cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen. A voice slightly cracking resonated throughout the hall, and everyone turned to look at the stage. After capturing everyone's attention, Jiang Jinlin continued. I am Jiang Jinlin, and I welcome all esteemed guests to our gathering. I am truly grateful for your presence at today's banquet, which brings great honor to Jiangxin Pavilion. As the host, I would like to thank you all for your support. Hearing this, Qi Qingfei frowned and muttered softly, Dad, what does Jiang Jinlin mean by this? It was clearly you who worked tirelessly to organize the banquet, yet it seems all the credit is going to him now. Qi Tianhu similarly felt puzzled, but he gently replied, We are merely working on behalf of Old Su. Qi Qingfei impatient said, Old Su, it's always about Old Su. Yet I see that you only have that old lecher in your eyes. Is that really necessary? Qi Tianhu immediately reprimanded his daughter sternly. Qingfei, don't speak carelessly. Qi Qingfei rolled her eyes and fell silent. At that moment Jiang Jinlin continued. Next we are about to welcome the most distinguished guest of this banquet. Confusion spread across the faces of the audience. There were no fewer than 10 people present who believed themselves to be the most distinguished guests of the evening. Moreover, with someone like Qi Tianhu at the helm, they truly could not fathom who could possibly be more distinguished. Yet Qi Tianhu understood in his heart that this person must be the significant figure mentioned by old Su. Someone asked, young Master Jiang, who exactly is this distinguished guest? Jiang Jinlin smiled mysteriously and suddenly waved his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to the rooftop. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Who was this person? So mysterious, creating such a grand spectacle, and now making everyone go to the rooftop to see him. But it must be said that Jiang Jinlin's words had already whetted everyone's appetite. They all followed Jiang Jinlin to the rooftop. Chen Xiao and Song Anren were no exceptions. However, once they reached the rooftop, Chen Xiao was genuinely taken aback. This rooftop was enormous and spacious. It was at least the size of a football field. Moreover, the lighting on the rooftop was so bright that the night was illuminated as if it were daytime. What was curious, however, was that the rooftop was completely empty. The distinguished guest Jiang Jinlin spoke of was not present. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Young Master Jiang, where is the distinguished guest? You brought us to the rooftop, are you playing tricks on us?" This doubt was not unique to one person, and the noise grew louder. Jiang Jinlin pressed his hand downward, saying, "Everyone please remain calm. The person will arrive shortly, and I assure you, you will not regret this evening." As soon as Jiang Jinlin finished speaking, everyone felt a sudden gust of wind. The wind was so strong that it even lifted the skirts of the women present. Following that came a booming sound. The booming sound came from above, growing louder and louder. Everyone looked up and saw a black helicopter getting larger in their view as it slowly descended. Eventually, the helicopter landed on the rooftop. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What a unique way to make an entrance, what a grand spectacle. Some second-generation rich kids who enjoyed sports cars couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They usually felt impressive driving limited edition sports cars, but the real big shots were now arriving in private jets. The cabin door opened, and a young man slowly stepped down from the helicopter. He was in his early 20s with long white hair, red lips, and white teeth resembling a picturesque figure. Though he was clearly a man, he carried an air of melancholic elegance. Under the dazzling lights, he became the focal point of everyone's attention. He was dressed in a light blue silk robe, his slender frame appearing as if a gust of wind could topple him, and his steps were very light. In his hand was a white handkerchief which he occasionally used to cover his mouth as he coughed lightly, looking somewhat unwell, yet exuding a certain aristocratic charm. Under the gaze of the crowd, his eyes were as indifferent as water, yet held an air of aloofness that looked down upon all. Some girls who were fond of celebrity culture were already wide-eyed, for to them this man was even more delicate and handsome than the hottest young stars. However, most men looked on with disdain. Clearly they found his handsome appearance and effeminate demeanor unworthy. But regardless of opinions, this was an exceptionally unique man. Chen Xiao felt indifferent towards him, yet he noticed that Song Anren seemed off when the man appeared. Her body appeared to be trembling uncontrollably. He wondered in his heart, could it be that Song Anren has some connection with this man? Could it be that the arrival of this man was related to Song Anren? At this moment old Su approached the man and humbly said, "Welcome, young master." The effeminate man slightly nodded and then scanned the audience with his gaze. Finally, he slowly spoke. "I am Shaoli, new to your esteemed place. Thank you all for your support, and I am honored to attend this banquet." The crowd had little reaction, even appearing somewhat confused. Clearly no one among them had heard of Shaoli's name. However, Qi Tianhu's gaze sharpened. Shaoli, could it be him? He coughed lightly. The effeminate man revealed a hint of barely concealed displeasure in his eyes, lightly cleared his throat, and wiped the corner of his mouth with the handkerchief. Then, as if nothing happened, he said, "My father is Xiao Zhan." His voice was not loud, but the impact of this statement was akin to a thunderclap among the crowd. "My father is Xiao Zhan. This effeminate young man is actually the son of the war god of the northern frontier, Xiao Tianzi." The eyes of the crowd lit up with fervor. Who is the war god of the northern frontier? To put it mildly, he is an idol in the hearts of countless people. On a grander scale, he is a pillar of the nation, a dragon among men. Today, to have the fortune of attending the banquet of the son of the war god, this was something they could brag about for 3 years. Some women couldn't help but swoon, their legs going weak. If they could catch the attention of young Master Xiao, it would undoubtedly be a glorious affair. Moreover, he was so young and handsome. In short, just as Jiang Jinlin said, they certainly would not regret this evening. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Xiao Li's eyes finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. Then he slowly spoke again. In fact, I came to your esteemed place today for a small matter. Although the matter is small, to show my sincerity, I invite you all to witness it. And to avoid unnecessary trouble, I request that this visit remain confidential." Someone boldly said, "Young Master Shao, how could we blame you? We just want to know what brings you here. Of course, whatever the matter, the elders of Jiangsheng will surely spare no effort to support you." Shao Li's lips curled into a faint smile. "I am here today solely to bring my wife home." Upon hearing these words from Shao Li, the crowd was left in shock. The wife of the young master Shao in Jiang City. Who could it possibly be to remain so low-key? Some girls felt their hearts shatter. How could the young master Shao be so early into marriage? Chen Shao remained calm, his gaze subtly shifting to Song Anren. Yet he noticed that Song Anren's body trembled even more violently. Someone asked, "Young Master Shao, may I ask who your esteemed wife is? Why is it that she is in Jiang City and we had no idea?" Shao Li smiled slightly, without speaking, instead snapping his fingers. Immediately a red carpet over 100 meters long unfurled, creating a path through the crowd. As Shao Li walked down the red carpet, two pure and beautiful young girls approached, holding flower baskets. Shao Li took slow steps, and the two girls scattered blue petals at his feet. With each step he took, blue petals fell around him. This was what one called step-by-step flowers bloom. Coupled with Shao Li's delicate and melancholic aura, this scene resembled a painting that had stepped out from a period drama. At this moment someone exclaimed loudly, "Oh, these petals are blue roses. Are they those blue roses that cost 99,999 for a single petal? What young Master Shao is scattering are not petals, but clearly money." Even though everyone present was wealthy, they were still taken aback by this spectacle. Those two baskets of petals must have cost tens of millions. Although tens of millions is not an astronomical figure for them, nearly everyone present could afford it. However, if asked to throw away such a large sum of money on the street, no one could do it. As expected of young Master Shao, his generosity was both extravagant and flamboyant. Eventually the two girls stopped scattering petals, and Shao Li came to a halt in front of Song Anren. The crowd had already realized that this sexy and hot woman was indeed Shao Li's wife. Some people recognized Song Anren, while others did not. Even those who knew her only understood that she came from a prestigious family and currently worked at a hospital in Jiang City. Yet they had no idea that she was also Shao Li's wife, the daughter-in-law of Shao Tian's. Wei Ronqiu watched this scene with bitterness in her eyes. If the rival were just Chen Shao, it wouldn't be enough to make him lose hope. But competing with someone of Shao Li's caliber for a woman left him devoid of courage. Shao Li gazed at Song Anren, his eyes filled with endless affection. "Anren, you've been out for so long, come." His smile was as warm as a spring breeze, his voice gentle like the summer sun. However, Song Anren appeared utterly terrified. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and after summoning all her courage she declared, "Shao Li, please do not speak nonsense. I, Song Anren, am not your wife." The entire venue fell silent at once. It was as if everyone was holding their breath, too afraid to exhale. They all felt a chill of sweat for Song Anren. Young Master Shao had created such a grand spectacle, and yet she refused to comply. How could young Master Shao endure that? Contrary to their expectations, Shao Li was not angry at all. He smiled widely as if coaxing a girlfriend, saying, "Wife, stop joking. Did you know? Every day you've been away from the capital, I've missed you. My yearning for you has never ceased." Some girls were moved to tears. Why young Master Shao is so gentle, so pampering towards his wife, I'm in love. However, Song Anren was not like them. They would never know how gentle Shao Li appeared on the surface, but behind closed doors he was terrifying. "Shao Li, you'll say it again, I am not your wife." Song Anren gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be forced out between clenched jaws. Shao Li chuckled softly and replied slowly, "Our marriage contract was arranged by our parents through a matchmaker. The Song family has recognized me as their son-in-law. How could you not be my wife?" Song Anren's voice trembled. "They were all coerced by you." Shao Li furrowed his brow slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Whether or not I coerced them, the result is the same. You must return with me today." That gaze made Song Anren recall the fear of being dominated by Shao Li. Once she had merely received a lingering glance from a man on the street, and Shao Li had sent someone to gouge out that man's eyes. As for Song Anren herself, she was locked in a dark room for 3 days and nights. Shao Li claimed it was out of love that he wished to monopolize her. Yet throughout it all they had never established a romantic relationship. It was merely Shao Li's unilateral perception of Song Anren as his forbidden treasure. Under the oppressive influence of the Shao family, her own family dared not protect her. To escape Shao Li, Song Anren had no choice but to leave her hometown and come to Jiang City alone. Yet she never expected that she still could not escape Shao Li's clutches. Song Anren declared resolutely, "Even if I die today, I will not go back with you." Shao Li scoffed, the corners of his mouth twitching. His gaze towards Song Anren was like that of a person viewing a, "If you truly wish to die, I will take your corpse with me." But you should know without my permission you cannot die. This statement finally made everyone realize how tyrannical and terrifying Xiao Li was beneath his delicate exterior. It was clear to anyone that Song Anren was trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and fear-evoking pity in anyone who saw her. Observing this scene, Wei Ranqiu suddenly clenched his fists. If he could rescue the beauty at this moment, he would surely win Song Anren's heart. However, just as he was about to step forward, he was suddenly pulled back. What are you trying to do? Do you want to die? Jiang Jinlin stared wide-eyed at Wei Ranqiu, his expression filled with anger. Wei Ranqiu's life or death mattered little to him. He was just worried that Xiao Li would take out his anger on him. Realizing this, Wei Ranqiu felt a wave of terror wash over him. Just moments ago, he had nearly caused a catastrophe. Come with me, you know my patience is limited. After stating this, Xiao Li coughed lightly a couple of times. His cough felt like a hammer striking Song Anren's heart, sending her into a panic. Song Anren was on the verge of collapse. She did not wish to die, but she was even less willing to go with Xiao Li. Before her eyes, the image of being locked in that dark room resurfaced. Xiao Li was like a devil disguised in human skin. That cough was like the last straw breaking the camel's back. Song Anren's inner world was on the brink of collapse. However, at that moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang in her ears. Are you done yet? She has already said she won't go with you. What are you still dragging on for? Is your stubbornness not afraid of embarrassing your father? As soon as Chen Xiao spoke, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone's gaze converged upon Chen Xiao, their expressions filled with incredulity. Where on earth did this kid come from? How dare he speak to young Master Xiao like that? Is he tired of living? Qi Qingfei looked at Chen Xiao with a complicated expression. Her greatest fear had come to pass. Qi Tianhu wore a bitter smile, feeling a bit dazed himself. He knew Chen Xiao was always bold, yet he never anticipated that Chen Xiao would dare to provoke Xiao Li. Xiao Li cast a glance at Chen Xiao, then frowned deeply. This man was far too ordinary. So ordinary that he resembled a speck of dust on the ground. Even if one were to step on him with force, his existence would hardly be felt. He asked casually, who are you? And who is your father? Chen Xiao retorted, I am Chen Xiao. What does it matter to you who my father is? Xiao Li let out a light chuckle, his eyebrows and eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Not even daring to mention your father's name. It seems you are not from a prestigious background. Chen Xiao smiled proudly. I am just a child from an ordinary family. My mother sells pancakes, but so what? The crowd was once again stunned by Chen Xiao's words, their eyes revealing confusion and peculiarity. This kid, does he really think it's glorious to have a mother who sells pancakes? How could he even dare to say that aloud? Xiao Li cleared his throat and wiped his hands with a white handkerchief. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced. If you were some kind of second generation, just based on what you said earlier, you would already be considered a dead man. Unfortunately, you are just an unknown little pawn. Even if I were to step on you, I would feel no sense of achievement at all. As he spoke, he pointed toward the entrance. Please do me the favor of leaving through that door. The crowd unanimously gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. Truly the scion of a military god, he had effortlessly dealt with that audacious little brat. Such composure was certainly not something an ordinary second generation could compare to. However, Jiang Jinlin frowned upon hearing this. He did not want Xiao Li to let Chen Xiao off so easily. He stepped forward, whispering a few words into Xiao Li's ear. Xiao Li's expression changed dramatically, turning from a sickly pale to a furious red. He glared at Song Anren with an expression of rage, shouting, You vile woman, you didn't go home with me because of him. Xiao Li's sudden change caught everyone by surprise. Song Anren was taken aback, quickly realizing what Jiang Jinlin had just told Xiao Li. She hurriedly I simply don't want to go with you, but it has nothing to do with anyone else. Knowing the terror of Xiao Li, she feared that Chen Xiao would be implicated because of her. Jiang Jinlin sneered, Song Anren, do you still deny it? Who was kissing that kid in the hall earlier? Are you looking for death? Before Jiang Jinlin could finish speaking, Xiao Li had already slapped him across the face. Slap. Jiang Jinlin was sent flying, rolling several meters after landing. It was only after being hit that he realized his mistake, quickly begging for mercy. Young Master Xiao, I was wrong. What I just said was just nonsense. I was just babbling. What kind of person is Xiao Li? He is the son of a military god. His wife kissing someone else, and although many had witnessed it, Jiang Jinlin openly declaring it was like asking for death. Now Jiang Jinlin wanted to take back his words, but it was already too late. At that moment, Xiao Li was consumed by jealousy, both ashamed and angry. He maintained his last bit of restraint and asked Song Anren, is everything true? Xiao Li gritted his teeth as if he wanted to crush his own teeth. Song Anren feigned calmness. Of course it's not true, Jiang Jinlin said. He was just talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with Chen Xiao. Xiao Li's expression had slightly improved at first. However, upon hearing the name Chen Xiao from Song Anren's lips, he became even more furious, his expression darkening, as if it could drip water. He coldly interrogated Song Anren. You still defend that brat saying it's not true. Do you think I am a Song Anren could only smile bitterly, her eyes filled with despair. How could she explain this further? If she had known that Xiao Li would attend tonight's banquet, she wouldn't have come, let alone involve Chen Xiao. But now it was too late to regret. To avoid implicating Chen Xiao, she could only kneel down. She pleaded, Xiao Li, it's all just a misunderstanding. Please let Chen Xiao go, he really has nothing to do with this. However, the more Song Anren begged, the angrier Xiao Li became. His own wife actually kneeling for another. This was intolerable. Xiao Li's eyes glinted with murderous intent, his delicate handsome face contorting with rage. Su Lao Gui immediately responded, old servant is here. I want him dead. Xiao Li spoke each word distinctly as though his words were imperial edicts. Yes. Su Lao Gui replied, his cold gaze slithering toward Chen Xiao like a venomous snake. Kid, because you healed my leg, I had given you a chance before, but unfortunately you did not cherish it. You dare to further insult my young master's dignity. I can only send you to your death. Qi Qingfei was on the verge of tears, shaking Qi Tianhe's arm as she pleaded, Dad, please save. Qi Tianhu sighed bitterly, shaking his head. I want to save him, but Chen Xiao has offended the son of a military god. Besides, the one who wants to kill him is Su Lao, the number 1 on the gold list. I can only stand by helplessly. But Dad, if Chen Xiao dies, no one will be able to treat you. Qi Tianhe's eyes flickered. Had he not thought of this possibility? After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind and called out, Young Master Xiao, please give Qi a bit of face and spare Chen Xiao's life, who I guarantee he will have nothing to do with Miss Song in the future. Xiao Li's eyes turned icy, asking Su Lao Gui, Su Lao, who is this person? Su Lao Gui replied, Young Master, this person is Qi Tianhu, the underground leader of Jiang City. Xiao Li's eyes grew even colder, and he sneered. A mere underground leader of Jiang City, what face does he have here? Su Lao, let him take care of himself, or otherwise I will kill him too. Xiao Li conveyed his message through Su Lao, essentially saying that Qi Tianhu did not have the qualifications to speak to him directly. Such arrogance could only belong to the son of a military god. Yet Qi Tianhu was utterly powerless. Su Lao Gui shot a fierce look at Qi Tianhu. Qi Tianhu, did you hear what young Master Xiao said? Control your own mouth, or else old man will take your life. Qi Tianhu's face turned ugly. He had done so much for Su Lao Gui, and now Su Lao Gui treated him this way. He felt like a night pot, useful when needed, but discarded when not even if broken it wouldn't matter. He could just get it. Qi Tianhu fell silent, but at that moment Chen Xiao let out a cold laugh and slowly said, Qi Tianhu, who do you think you are? On what basis do you guarantee that I will have no further dealings with Song Anren? As soon as Chen Xiao spoke, everyone stared at him with incomprehensible expressions. This kid, how could he be so oblivious to good intentions? Who did he think he was? What a waste of Lord Tiger's good intentions. Qi Qingfei stared blankly at Chen Xiao, her heart a mix of emotions. Yet the strongest feeling was that their relationship had reached this level. However, to her surprise, her father did not get angry upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. Instead, he furrowed his brows tightly, his face as still as water. In the next second, Song Anren suddenly realized. Chen Xiao was not oblivious to good people, he simply did not want to implicate them. Did Qi Tianhu not understand this principle either? However, he was the underground leader of Jiang City. He not only had to be responsible for his own life and property, but also for the brothers under his command. One must consider the pros and cons in everything. Standing next to Chen Xiao at this moment was clearly not a wise choice. Xiao Li's patience had already worn thin. He shot a glance at Su Lao Gui and impatiently said, What are you waiting for? Yes, young master. Su Lao responded, bowing slightly, and then looked at Chen Xiao. Kid, choose a method of death. Out of respect for the fact that you once healed my leg, I can leave you with a whole corpse. His gaze was indifferent, as if he had already grasped the power of life and death over Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao curled his lips in a cold smile. He noticed the expressions of the others. They were completely unsurprised, even bearing a hint of expectation. In their eyes, the life of a poor person was hardly worth mentioning, even less than the reputation of a noble son. However, just as everyone anticipated a bloody scene, a delicate, yet commanding voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. If you want to kill Chen Xiao, have you asked me? Let's see who dares to touch him today. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a radiant and graceful woman walking onto the platform. It was Li Ziqing. Seeing her, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Xiao's face. This woman didn't. The others, upon seeing Li Ziqing, were utterly confused. They naturally recognized her, but they had labeled her with many tags, such as beautiful CEO, socialite, skilled in social maneuvers, cautious in nature. This made them further puzzled as to why Li Ziqing would risk herself for a man and go against young Master Xiao. What exactly was this Chen Xiao's background? First, he was involved with young Master Xiao's fiancée, and now the beautiful CEO Li Ziqing was also protecting him. In the corner, Wei Ranqiu was gritting his teeth tightly. Due to excessive force, his scholarly face had begun to twist and distort. Jealousy burned fiercely in his chest at this moment. He wanted Chun Shao dead more than Xiao Li did. Li Ziqing was completely unconcerned about the reactions of others. She strode through the crowd with her head held high, moving towards Chun Shao like a noble white swan. Just then Jiang Zhenlin sprang out and blocked Li Ziqing's path. He pointed at her and shouted, "Li Ziqing, who do you think you are to bark here? Do you know who you're provoking?" Li Ziqing smiled slightly. "Of course I know who he is. Isn't he just the son of Xiao Zhan?" She laughed disdainfully, as if the son of the war god was utterly insignificant before her. Then with her brows raised she sternly asked, "And do you know who I am?" Jiang Zhenlin sneered, "You? What do I not know? Just a cheap woman relying on men to rise to power. Let me tell you, your qualifications are completely insufficient here." Li Ziking's smile deepened. She laughed and shook her head. "You all only know me as the beautiful CEO Li Ziqing, but perhaps you have also heard of my other name." Jiang Zhenlin frowned tightly. "Another name? What is it?" Li Ziking's expression was emotionless as she parted her red lips to utter 3 words. "Bamboo leaf green." Upon hearing these 3 words, not only Jiang Zhenlin, but everyone present was stunned. Although they were far from the imperial city, the legends about it were known to all. And the name Bamboo Leaf Green was even more resounding. She was the femme fatale who toyed with the 5 great families of the imperial city. The people present might have been notable figures in Jiang City, but combined their family backgrounds and wealth did not even compare to any one of the 5 great families. It could be said even more bluntly that they were not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Yet Bamboo Leaf Green had turned the 5 great families upside down and still managed to escape unscathed. Although she bore the infamous reputation of a femme fatale, because of it her name alone was enough to prevent anyone from underestimating her. On the other side, Song Anren looked at Li Ziqing with a complex expression, somewhat lost in thought. Women always understood women better. After leaving the imperial city, Li Ziqing had hidden her identity for many years in Jiang City. Perhaps she wanted to completely sever ties with her past self, or perhaps she was conspiring something grand. In any case, she did not wish for her identity to be exposed to the public. However, today, she was willing to reveal her identity for Qin Shao. This meant that all her previous efforts were sacrificed for this man Qin Shao. Song Anren seemed unsurprised by this, even though she did not know what had transpired between Li Ziqing and Qin Shao. Yet she knew that Qin Shao possessed a unique charm, because she had personally experienced it. Li Ziqing looked down proudly at Jiang Zhenlin, who was a head taller than her, and said lightly, "Good dogs don't block the way." "Jiang Zhenlin, do you really think your Jiang family can be compared to the 5 great families?" Jiang Zhenlin gritted his teeth in anger. But next he could not refute. In the distance, Xiao Li watched Li Ziqing with a half-smile. Although the two were not well acquainted, they had both heard each other's names. He raised his voice and said, "Bamboo Leaf Green, you are willing to expose your identity for that brat. I have nothing to say. However, I must say you overestimate yourself. The person I Xiao Li want to kill cannot be saved just because of your name Bamboo Leaf Green." Li Ziqing sneered, "You, the son of the war god, naturally would not regard a weak woman like me. If my name is insufficient to save Qin Shao, then how about your father's?" Xiao Li's expression darkened suddenly. "Bamboo Leaf Green, what do you mean? If you wish to die, I don't mind." Li Ziqing disdainfully snorted, completely ignoring him, instead pulling out a blue-green token that shimmered with a ghostly light. "Xiao Li, do you recognize this token?" Xiao Li's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this the Tian Su Tiger token?" The ghostly blue token bore the words Tian Su on one side, with a vividly carved tiger head on the other. Even if others did not know, Xiao Li was fully aware. This Tian Su Tiger token was the emblem of his father, the war god of the northern frontier, Xiao Tian Su. Seeing the Tian Su Tiger token was like seeing Tian Su himself. After a moment of silence, Xiao Li suddenly shouted sharply, "Zhu Yiqing, how could you have my father's Tian Su Tiger talisman? Did you steal it?" Li Ziqing chuckled alluringly. "Stolen? You think too little of your father, don't you? In this world, is there anyone who could steal something from Xiao Tian Su? To tell you the truth, this Tian Su Tiger talisman was personally given to me by your father." Hearing this, Xiao Li was so furious that he clenched his back teeth. However, Li Ziqing had lied. To be precise, this Tian Su Tiger talisman was a token given to the Li family by Xiao Zhan. Back when Xiao Zhan had not yet risen to power, he was saved by the Li family when being chased by enemies. This Tian Su Tiger talisman was a token of gratitude from Xiao Zhan to the Li family. It was also thanks to Xiao Zhan's covert assistance that Li Ziqing was able to retreat unharmed from the combined efforts of the 5 great families. Of course, few knew of these secrets. If it weren't for the need to protect Qin Shao, Li Ziqing would not have been willing to reveal this trump card. Seeing the Tian Su Tiger talisman is like seeing Tian Su himself. "Xiao Li, I command you not to harm Qin Shao, not even a hair." Li Ziqing raised the Tian Su Tiger talisman with her delicate jade hand, speaking in a resolute tone. Xiao Li's gaze wavered, and his sickly pale face was now shadowed with ominous clouds. He did not doubt the authenticity of the talisman, but why did Li Ziqing possess the Tian Su Tiger talisman? Could it be that his father had some unspeakable secret with this notorious woman? Looking around at the strange expressions of those present, it was clear they shared Xiao Li's thoughts. Realizing this, Xiao Li's stormy face turned crimson with shame and anger. He clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Zhu Yiqing. No matter what her relationship with his father was, she could not leave here alive today. As the son of a military god, he was determined to avenge his father today. Li Ziqing understood that with just a glance from Xiao Li, she realized something was amiss. Xiao Li, what do you intend to do? Are you going to disrespect the military god? Li Ziqing involuntarily took. Xiao Li's expression was emotionless as he coldly said, "When on the battlefield, military orders are not to be disobeyed. Su Lao, act now. Oh, I don't want anything regarding what just happened to leak out." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of those present. Everyone fell silent, wishing they could sew their lips shut and lock them. Su Lao Gui stepped forward, licking his lips, his eyes filled with regret as he looked at Li Ziqing. He was a lecherous fiend, while Li Ziqing was a rare beauty. If it weren't for the young master's orders, he would have loved to engage in a deep conversation with this Zhu Yiqing. But now he could only resort to ruthless actions. With each step Su Lao Gui took forward, Li Ziqing's heart tightened a little more. The distance between them grew closer, and Li Ziqing felt like a prey that had entered Su Lao Gui's hunting range. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking echoed. It was Song Anren who rushed over and stood protectively in front of Li Ziqing. "Xiao Li, what happens today has nothing to do with anyone else. If you want to kill, then kill me." Song Anren, since the matter originated from her, how could she hide behind and let others charge forward? Furthermore, with Li Ziqing willing to go this far for Chen Xiao, she was even less willing to stay behind. However, Li Ziqing frowned at this scene. She had long learned through her intelligence network that Xiao Li would come to find Song Anren tonight. She also guessed that with Chen Xiao's temperament, he would never stand idly by. Therefore, she had tried her best to stop Chen Xiao from attending this banquet. After failing to stop him, she immediately returned to her residence to retrieve the Tian Su Tiger talisman, intending to use it to save Chen Xiao's life. Although the talisman could not stop Xiao Li, she had already made her intentions clear. That is, for Chen Xiao, she was willing to give everything. Yet at this moment, Song Anren had jumped in front of her. Could she still tolerate this? As jealousy surged within her, the fear in Li Ziqing's heart instantly vanished. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Song Anren. "Xiao Li, if you have the guts, kill me. I want to see how you will explain to the military god after killing me." Li Ziqing frowned, hands on her hips, and displayed some of Zhu Yiqing's former grace. The guests around them were stunned. What on earth was going on between these two women? Do they really want to die? Why are they competing to step forward? Xiao Li squinted his eyes and grinned, saying, "Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Su Lao Gui looked at the two women before him, his reluctance growing. He restrained the saliva that was about to flow from his mouth. These two young ladies each had their unique charm, both exceptional beauties, yet they were willing to die for a mere doctor. He truly wondered what kind of magic that little doctor possessed. But regardless of what magic it was, after today, it would all be extinguished. He cackled coldly. "Kakik, splendid, splendid. I shall first kill the two of you young ladies, then that stinky little brat. On the road to the Yellow Springs, you three can keep each other company. I shall consider it a kindness from Su Lao Gui." Watching this scene, everyone felt as if they were witnessing a farcical drama. Yet they were acutely aware that this was no mere farce, for the oppressive atmosphere was all too real, and some had even begun to smell the scent of death. In the corner, Wei Rankius' eyes were already bloodshot as he silently shouted, "Kill them, kill them." On the other side, Zhang Jinlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today's experience was not particularly glorious, but nevertheless he was still very satisfied with the outcome. Those who dared to oppose Jiang Deshao would only meet a dead end. Not far away, Qi Tianhu sighed. He admired this young man Chen Xiao. It was a pity that he was born at the wrong time. After today, he would likely be separated from this world. But facing the current situation, he was powerless. He could only burn more paper money for Chen Xiao during future festivals. Just as Qi Tianhu was lamenting, he inadvertently lost focus, and Qi Qingfei dashed out. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop her. He saw Qi Qingfei run to Song Anren, and Li Ziqing's side chest puffed out, and declared, "Hey old man, if you like killing, then kill me too." Su Lao Gui's eyes flashed with surprise, then he chuckled coldly. "So it's the girl from the Qi family. Do you think I dare not kill you?" Li Ziqing was quite puzzled. This matter had nothing to do with Qi Qingfei, so why did she come along to seek death? She couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Qi Qingfei, competitive as ever, puffed out her chest and stated, "What you fight for, I fight for." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Chen Xiao. All 3 pairs of eyes naturally turned towards Chen Xiao. However, there were more than just these 3 gazes directed at him. Each of the 3 stunning beauties was a rare gem hailing from extraordinary backgrounds. At this moment, they were all competing to sacrifice themselves for Chen Xiao. No one could comprehend the reasoning behind this. The men present were filled with jealousy. What merit or capability does this kid possess to earn the favor of these three extraordinarily beautiful women? Is it because he has a mother who sells pancakes? Or is it due to his mere identity as a small caregiver? However, the party in question, Chen Xiao, did not think much of it. He was merely a bit stunned. He could understand the actions of Li Ziqing and Song Anren, but he never expected that Qi Qingfei would also get involved. He was equally surprised by Qi Tianhu. He thought he knew his daughter well enough, yet he never anticipated that Qi Qingfei would act so irrationally. At that moment, as the underground leader of Jiangxing, a rare look of conflict and panic appeared in his eyes. Qingfei, what are you doing? Come back immediately, and stop messing around. Qi Tianhu shouted angrily. However, since Qi Qingfei had chosen to take that step, she had already made her decision, so how could she heed his words? Not only did Qi Tianhu fail to bring his daughter back, but he also saw Dejun, who stood beside him heading towards Su Laogui. Qi Tianhu frowned fiercely. Dejun, what are you going to do? Dejun did not turn back, but said calmly, the young lady is in trouble. I cannot just stand by and watch. Qi Tianhu was furious, his face contorted with rage. Are you all planning to rebel? Dejun suddenly stopped and slowly said, Master, who I don't know when it started, but you have become so cautious and calculating in everything. As your subordinate, my vision is not as broad, nor do I think as far ahead, so even if I can't comprehend many things, I still follow your orders. But Master, who, don't forget that back in the day the brothers followed you, because you were brave, tenacious, and loyal. I know you are considering the brothers, but Master, who, we have long been prepared to risk our lives. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are dictated by heaven. These words were quite piercing, making Qi Tianhu seethe with anger. Dejun, are you teaching me how to do things? Dejun shook his head. I wouldn't dare, I just don't want people to look down on me. As he said this, Dejun's expression suddenly turned fierce. The killing intent emanating from him was like a sharp blade directly aiming at Su Laogui. Come on, Su Laogui, you claim to be the best under the heaven list today. I want to see just how strong you really are. Su Laogui sneered. Have I, Su Laogui, been out of the loop for too long? Nowadays, even the most insignificant of characters dares to provoke me. Today you are lucky. If it were in the past, you wouldn't even have the right to die at my hands. Dejun replied expressionlessly, is all this chatter necessary? Do you rely on your mouth to fight? Before his words fell, Dejun had already kicked towards Su Laogui. Trash. Su Laogui sneered, executing a whip kick. Bang. Everyone had yet to comprehend what had happened when Dejun crashed onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He quickly scrambled to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not making a sound, and threw a punch at Su Laogui's temple. He had already decided to take Su Laogui's blow heeded, and this punch was bound to land on Su Laogui's head. Su Laogui saw through Dejun's intentions at a glance, and he sneered coldly. He kid in the face of absolute strength, struggling is futile. As his words fell, Su Laogui's figure flickered and disappeared from in front of Dejun. Dejun suddenly trembled, his eyes filled with shock. Half a second later, he felt a piercing pain in his back. From the perspective of others, Su Laogui moved at an astonishing speed, darting behind Dejun and delivering a kick to his lower back. Dejun fell face down onto the ground, and after that kick, he could no longer rise. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it was to no avail. Su Laogui's expression revealed a hint of boredom as he lifted his foot, murmuring, Trash is just trash, it's over. To die beneath my feet is your honor. No one could have anticipated how Su Laogui's kick would kill Dejun. However, everyone was clear that with this kick, Dejun was doomed. Hep. Su Laogui brought his final kick down hard onto Dejun's head. He seemed to visualize the scene of Dejun's brain matter exploding. However, at that moment, Su Laogui suddenly heard a gust of wind approaching, faintly accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar. In his peripheral vision, he noticed Qi Tianhu charging towards him. But he had no time to dodge. Bang! Su Laogui felt as if he had been hit by a speeding armored vehicle. His whole body flew backward, crashing several meters away. Qi Tianhu stood proudly looking at Su Laogui with cold eyes. Did you ask for my permission before trying to kill me? Qi Tianhu finally struck. Seeing this scene, the elders of Jiangxing felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps they were also unwilling to see Su Laogui, this outsider, being overly arrogant. Dejun was even more exhilarated, excitedly exclaiming, Master, who, we've finally been waiting for your move. Qi Tianhu shot a cold glance at Dejun. No kidding, that is my daughter. If I don't take action today, wouldn't I truly be a coward afraid of death? A sly smile appeared on Qi Qingfei's face. Her objective had been achieved. She was forcing her father to act, even though Su Laogui was claimed to be the best under the heaven list. But in the end, he was merely a skilled fighter, and her father was also a skilled fighter. Given that the security personnel at the banquet were all their own, if it came to a life-or-death struggle, it was truly uncertain who would prevail. So what if he was the son of the god of war Shaoli? Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As for what would happen afterward that could wait, tonight Chen Xiao's life must be protected. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao sighed inwardly. This was the grudge between him and Shaoli, and he never wanted to involve Qi Tianhu. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Su Laogui sprang up like a carp, his eyes cold as he stared at Qi Tianhu. Qi Tianhu, I once thought you were a hero, but it seems you are just a reckless fool who doesn't know what's good for you. Since that's the case tonight, I will teach you how to behave. As soon as his words fell, Su Laogui's body trembled, and a head of a leopard formed from his qi appeared behind him. The crowd gasped in shock. The manifestation of qi is a mark of a master in the qi realm. Qi Tianhu remained unfazed and shouted sharply, Su Laogui, no more useless talk, let's see your true skills. At the same time, a majestic tiger's head faintly appeared behind him. A clash of kings, a hard confrontation. Qi Tianhu battled Su Laogui. Most spectators were filled with anticipation. After all, Qi Tianhu's status in Jiangxing was earned through strength, proving his formidable might. Su Laogui had just defeated the army with ease, as if he were a father striking down his son, a fact witnessed by all. Thus everyone was eager to discover who was truly stronger. As the two figures surged, shadows flickered behind them, initiating a fierce assault against each other. Qi Tianhu swung his fists, resembling the claws of a tiger, charging towards Su Laogui. A yellowish aura flowed around those fists. Su Laogui's expression was cold, his feet gliding like the wind, meeting Qi Tianhu hidden. As the distance closed to less than 2 meters, Su Laogui suddenly leaped high, his body almost parallel to the ground as he kicked at Qi Tianhu. Shadowless ghost kick. Qi Tianhu was not to be outdone, swinging his fists vigorously, the wind howling like a tiger's roar in the forest. Tiger descends the mountain. Bang! The two engaged fiercely, neither retreating, appearing to be evenly matched. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation turned drastically against Qi Tianhu. Qi Tianhu's tiger descends the mountain was merely a brief flurry of strikes. After a few punches, he lost momentum. In contrast, Su Laogui's shadowless ghost kick was relentless, a continuous stream of kicks like an unending tide. During the first 5 kicks, Qi Tianhu managed to keep pace with Su Laogui. However, after the 5th kick, he was left with only the strength to defend, raising his arms to shield himself. After the 10th kick, with a crunch, Qi Tianhu's arms broke, and he could no longer defend himself. Yet Su Laogui's shadowless ghost kick was far from over. With the force of a landslide, he unleashed another 8 kicks. In total, Su Laogui executed 18 kicks. Now looking at Qi Tianhu, blood gushed from his mouth, and his chest was a mangled mess. From his own experience, he estimated at least 4 of his ribs were broken. Moreover, his internal organs were injured. In this moment, his mind was consumed by a single thought: I am doomed. Su Laogui truly deserves to be the first among those beneath the heavenly ranking. Gazing at the severely injured Qi Tianhu, Su Laogui wore a mocking expression. Qi Tianhu, with your strength, do you still wish to challenge the heavenly ranking? What a fool's dream. Qi Tianhu gasped for breath, outmatched, with no retort left to give. Among those present were many of his old friends who could not help but feel sorrow upon witnessing this scene. It seems this time Qi Tianhu has truly fallen. Su Laogui looked at Qi Tianhu with interest, snorting dismissively. Qi Tianhu, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life. Qi Tianhu suddenly threw back his head and laughed. I have always put my life on the line. Are you asking me to kneel to you? But Su Laogui's eyes turned cold, a murderous intent emanating. Qi Tianhu tore off his tattered shirt and wrapped it around his chest, raising his arm and shouting, those who are my brothers, let us fight to the end together. After this shout, dozens of strong men dressed in black rushed out from all directions, surging towards Qi Tianhu. They were all top-tier fighters under Qi Tianhu's command. Even though they knew standing with Qi Tianhu now might lead to certain death. But for those in their line of work, what is there to fear in death? Even the army stood up, limping to Qi Tianhu's side. He was utterly exhausted but gritted his teeth and shouted, fight to the end. Fight to the end. The dozens of men shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming like the roar of mountains and seas. Su Laogui twitched the corner of his mouth. A rabble, mere courage of commoners. In my eyes you are nothing but a pack of clucking chickens and barking dogs. First I will kill Qi Tianhu, let's see who among you can stop me. Su Laogui moved again, as swift as the wind. Shadowless ghost kick. His speed was so fast that even with so many brothers around Qi Tianhu, no one could react in time. However, just as his shadowless ghost kick was about to strike Qi Tianhu, a shadow suddenly darted out. Bang! Su Laogui was forced back, and in front of Qi Tianhu stood a young man with an expressionless face. This young man was none other than Chen Xiao. The crowd looked on in disbelief. What was happening? Su Laogui's shadowless ghost kick could not be blocked even by Qi Tianhu. How did this kid do it? Everything happened too quickly. Even Qi Tianhu, so close, did not see clearly what had transpired. Looking at the severely injured Qi Tianhu, Chen Xiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Tiger Master, I was late to help." Qi Tianhu shook his head with a bitter smile. "You weren't late, you shouldn't have intervened. You should have taken the opportunity earlier to escape with my daughter." Chen Xiao smiled faintly, "But you said if I am your brother I should fight to the end with you. So don't you take me as—" Qi Tianhu felt warmth in his heart, but was also filled with shame. He helplessly said, "But Su Laogui is too strong. Staying here would only lead to death." Chen Xiao pouted, "Is he really that strong? Didn't he just get pushed back by me?" Hearing this, Su Laogui sneered. "Kid, although I was caught off guard by your sneak attack, for someone of your age to possess such strength is indeed remarkable. If it weren't for the fact that my master wants to kill you, I might have taken you as a personal disciple." Su Laogui continued, "Unfortunately, since my master wants you dead, you must leave your life here today." At this moment, everyone finally understood. Su Laogui was pushed back because of this kid's sneak attack. It was clear that this kid's real strength could not be that strong. Chen Xiao laughed. "Do I really need to sneak attack you to defeat you? You overestimate yourself." He then impatiently added, "Enough of the nonsense, quickly use your strongest move. Because you only have this one chance to strike." Su Laogui's face twisted in anger. "Sharp-tongued brat, I will first kick out all your teeth, and see if you're still so stubborn then." Though he spoke contemptuously of Chen Xiao, when Su Laogui kicked at Chen Xiao he exerted all his strength. Like a black panther pouncing on its prey, much swifter and fiercer than when he kicked Qi Tianhu. Clearly he was aiming to take Chen Xiao's life. After all, young Master Xiao had issued the order long ago, he must be anxiously awaiting the outcome. Looking at Chen Xiao, who stood motionless and unresponsive, Qi Tian, his heart jolted with alarm, thinking, "It's over. Chen Xiao must be too tense to react in time." Yet in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Chen Xiao seemingly raised his hand casually, yet he firmly grasped Su Laogui's right leg, lifting him off the ground effortlessly. What happened next was even more bizarre. Chen Xiao held on to both Su Laogui's thigh and calf, and with a gentle twist, he snapped Su Laogui's right leg. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Chen Xiao had effortlessly snapped Su Laogui's leg in two, as if it were as simple as snapping a piece of sugarcane. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. It wasn't until the anguished cries of Su Laogui echoed throughout the rooftop that everyone finally realized what had happened. Everyone gasped in shock. Su Laogui was someone who had nearly beaten Qi Tianhu to death, yet he was so easily defeated with a broken leg by Chen Xiao. How could this kid be so formidable? Wasn't he just a mere caregiver? Moreover, his mother was only a pancake vendor. What right did he have to possess such extraordinary skills? While others were puzzled, Su Laogui himself was even more bewildered. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Boy, what kind of sorcery did you use to ambush me?" Su Laogui's face was filled with panic and rage. His nickname was Ghostly Foot 7, and 80% of his skills were in his legs. Now that his right leg was broken by Chen Xiao, it could be said that he had lost most of his martial prowess. He couldn't accept this reality. What made it worse was that he was defeated by a nameless nobody. "Hell with your meager skills, you think you can ambush me?" Chen Xiao scoffed disdainfully. His gaze mirrored the one Su Laogui had directed at Qi Tianhu just minutes ago. Su Laogui grimaced in pain, drenched in sweat, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness. "You little brat, what gives you the right? You're not even a Qi realm martial artist. How dare you look down on my skills?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Qi realm martial artist. In my eyes, you're nothing but a clumsy chicken." After all, martial artists could never be compared to cultivators. Even if Chen Xiao couldn't yet manifest his energy, defeating a Qi realm martial artist was as easy as killing a chicken. After speaking, Chen Xiao simply stepped over Su Laogui. So domineering, so disdainful. Su Laogui was merely an appetizer. Chen Xiao's true target was none other than Xiao Li. He had never been a magnanimous person, and Xiao Li's recent threat to kill him had crossed his bottom line. However, he was somewhat curious as to why Xiao Li exhibited not a trace of fear at this moment. Xiao Li's eyes showed only a slight surprise, but more so there was a playful and provocative glint. The two locked eyes, their distance growing ever closer. The guests held their breath, secretly speculating this Chen Xiao wouldn't dare to attack Xiao Li, would he? After all, he was the son of the god of war. This kid, no matter how strong he was, couldn't possibly be a match for the god of war. Was he out of his mind? Chen Xiao hadn't spoken yet, nor had Xiao Li. But Jiang Jinlin spoke first. He shouted, "Security, grab this kid for me. Quickly protect young Master Xiao." Although the security for the banquet was handled by Qi Tian, his men Jiang Xinga still had its own security team. Though their quality couldn't compare to Qi Tian, his men, they had the advantage of numbers. The security personnel rushed over a dark wave, displaying quite a formidable presence. Jiang Zinlin's face was tight with tension, as if facing a formidable foe, yet inside, he was already overjoyed. If he could keep Xiao Li safe today, it would be a significant achievement. In the future, he would be connected to the Xiao family, and perhaps even gain the recognition of the northern border's god of war. By then, wouldn't the Jiang family in Jiang City be able to walk with their heads held high? Wait, by then how could such a small Jiang city even accommodate the Jiang family? As for Chen Xiao, he didn't take him seriously at all. No matter how strong he was, could the security team not handle just one of him? However, he underestimated the intimidation that a master exudes over ordinary people, as well as overestimated the courage of his security personnel. Suddenly Chen Xiao bellowed, "Let's see who dares to stop me today." The security personnel immediately retreated in fear. Although they didn't flee, none dared to step forward to provoke Chen Xiao. Jiang Jinlin cursed, inwardly thinking he had raised a bunch of useless people. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, all of you, rush at him. Whoever can catch this kid will get a reward of 1 million. Anyone who dares to act will be rewarded starting at 10,000. With such a heavy reward, there would surely be brave men. Not to mention 1 million, even 10,000 was equivalent to their wages for several months. The eyes of the security personnel reddened, surging toward Chen Xiao like a tide, as if Chen Xiao were not a person, but a pile of money. The first to charge at Chen Xiao was the security team leader. He was over 2 meters tall, dark and sturdy, and had been a mercenary abroad in his youth. He opened his mouth wide, exposing a mouthful of white teeth, and lunged at Chen Xiao, fantasizing about the million he was about to receive. Chen Xiao slightly spread his legs, steadied his stance, and pushed out a palm toward the security team leader's chest. Puff! Chen Xiao's palm appeared soft and feeble, seemingly lacking any strength. Yet when it struck the security team leader, it felt as if he had simultaneously been hit by 10 bulls. The force sent him flying back, blood spurting from his mouth, tracing a red line in the air. Yet that wasn't the end. As the security team leader fell into the crowd, those he collided with also tumbled backward, one passing it on to 10 to 100. With just one palm, Chen Xiao had knocked down a whole group of people. This move was known as striking cattle from a distance. And it wasn't just striking one cow, but a herd. What followed was simple. Chen Xiao charged toward the security personnel as if he were in a no man's land. It was like a high-level boss in a game, frantically harvesting players from a novice village. With every punch, the sound of bones breaking accompanied his strikes, leaving several unable to rise again. In just 10 seconds, Chen Xiao had concluded the battle. Among the security personnel, no one remained standing. Even if someone could stand, they wouldn't dare to provoke the madman Chen Xiao. The guests present had collectively fallen into a state of stupor. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed this scene was real, for after all, even movies wouldn't dare to portray such a scenario. However, Chen Xiao himself seemed unsatisfied. He glanced down and furrowed his brows tightly. Then his gaze shot towards Jiang Jinlin, sharp as lightning. Jiang Jinlin trembled in fear, his face pale to the point of losing all color. He no longer dared to mention protecting Xiao Li. It would be good enough to save his own life. "You come here." Chen Xiao beckoned to Jiang Jinlin. Jiang Jinlin stammered, "What do you want?" Chen Xiao pointed at his clothes, which were stained with blood. "My clothes are dirty. You need to compensate me." Jiang Jinlin was nearly in tears. "What did your dirty clothes have to do with me? Besides, it was just your clothes that were dirty." Look at those security personnel. Who among them wasn't covered in blood? But at that moment, he didn't dare reason with Chen Xiao. "Compensate, I will compensate. I will compensate you tenfold." Jiang Jinlin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yet in his heart, he thought Chen Xiao was truly a fool. Looking at his clothes, it was clear they were cheap goods. Even if added together, they probably wouldn't exceed 1,000. Even if compensated tenfold, it would only be a matter of 10,000. However, Chen Xiao shook his head at his proposal. "You don't need to compensate me tenfold. I don't want people saying I bullied you. Just compensate me the original price. 2 million will settle this matter." Jiang Jinlin nearly spat blood upon hearing those words. "What makes this tattered outfit worth 20 million? Do you take me for a fool?" The crowd also felt that Chen Xiao was rather absurd, thinking he could just state his intentions outright. Claiming he wouldn't bully others, yet asking for 20 million for a pile of street vendor goods. Wasn't this akin to being a whore while setting up a moral high ground? Chen Xiao's gaze turned cold as he replied, "This is worth it simply because my mother bought it for me." Jiang Jinlin trembled at Chen Xiao's glare, recalling the terror of Chen Xiao, and instantly felt deflated, no longer daring to speak. He understood the rules of this world. Those with the strongest fists have the right to speak. Even if Chen Xiao had provided such a reason, or if he were just spouting nonsense, Jiang Jinlin still found himself at a loss. However, no one knew that when Chen Xiao said this, a somewhat clumsy image of his mother falling appeared in his mind. Perhaps this outfit was merely seen as cheap trash by this group of wealthy individuals, or even as a means for Chen Xiao to extort money. But to Chen Xiao, it represented his mother's deep love. And a mother's love is priceless. Chen Xiao, weary of further discussion, stated with undeniable authority, "Transfer the money to my account within 3 days, or bear the consequences yourself." Jiang Jinlin swallowed hard, wanting to speak, but hesitating. He felt an unbearable frustration in his heart. He was always the one bullying others. How could he be bullied himself? But today, facing a tough opponent like Qin Xiao, no matter how angry he was, he could only endure. Having dealt with Jiang Jinlin, there was no further obstacle between Qin Xiao and Xiao Li. At this moment, Xiao Li finally regarded Qin Xiao with a proper gaze, revealing a hint of appreciation. In his view, given Qin Xiao's humble origins, his abilities were nothing short of a miracle. After all, there's an ancient saying: the poor excel in literature, while the rich excel in martial arts. Under normal circumstances, cultivating a martial artist with exceptional skills requires a great deal of financial support. Thus, in ancient times, only the children of wealthy families were qualified to practice martial arts. And Qin Xiao clearly could not be judged by common standards. He was a rare talent. As Xiao Li scrutinized Qin Xiao was also observing him. The condescending gaze made Qin Xiao quite displeased. He asked, "You don't seem scared of me at all." Xiao Li chuckled softly. That laughter sounded as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Scared of you?" Xiao Li retorted disdainfully. "Why would I be scared of you?" After a brief pause, he elaborated. "I admit you possess great fighting skills, but no matter how skilled you are merely the son of a commoner. And I am the son of the war god of the northern frontier, which means I was born into a height unattainable for you in this lifetime. The gap in birth cannot be bridged by effort or talent." Qin Xiao sneered, asking, "Your most capable subordinate has already had his leg broken by me. Are you not afraid I'll break yours too?" One wonders if the war god of the northern frontier was too busy to properly discipline his son, or otherwise how could he so brazenly say such things? Xiao Li glanced at old Su, his eyes devoid of any pity. "He is merely my dog. If he's broken, I can always find another. By the way, you look promising. Follow me and I guarantee your life will reach a whole new height. Of course, there's one crucial point: if you become my dog, I will overlook all the mistakes you've made today." One wonders what old Zu's reaction would be to this statement. Qin Xiao was nearly nauseated. Holding back his disgust, he asked, "How high could this new height actually be?" Xiao Li thought Qin Xiao was intrigued and continued, "You will witness a true world that you've never seen before. Riches and beauties are things that only the most inferior people yearn for. The joy of true power and wealth is something you can't even imagine." Qin Xiao seemed thoughtful and suddenly said, "I'm not interested in other things. There's only one thing I want right now." "What is it?" "As long as you can name it, I can fulfill it for you." Xiao Li secretly rejoiced, realizing that this lowly peasant was indeed easy to manipulate. Just a casual promise of benefits could bring him under my command. Qin Xiao grinned and suddenly pointed at, "I want that woman. Can you satisfy my request?" Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. The atmosphere that had calmed down once again became tense. Song Anren's face flushed bright red as she rolled her eyes and chided, "Qin Xiao, what time is it to still be making such jokes? Are you even serious?" Though her words seemed to scold Qin Xiao, everyone could sense the charm in her voice. Xiao Li was further enraged, feeling a wave of jealousy wash over him. These two, a perfect match, must have been involved with each other long ago. "You can have what I give you, but if you dare touch my things, that's crossing the line." Xiao Li's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping water. "I've given you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. In that case, death is your only outcome." Qin Xiao frowned, stating, "What you just said seems to be my line. Your dog has already had its leg broken by me, or what gives you the right to act so arrogantly?" "Oomph." Xiao Li snorted coldly. "Do I need anyone else to kill you? Don't forget my father is the war god of the northern frontier." Qin Xiao, visibly impatient, remarked, Enough, you've said that 800 times already. I know your dad is the war god of the northern frontier. He is formidable, but so what? You're not trying to scare me to death with your father's name, are you?" Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Even though Qin Xiao's words seemed disrespectful to the war god, upon closer inspection, they had a point. Yet Xiao Li appeared to be oblivious to the sarcasm in Qin Xiao's words, smirking coldly. "Just because I say I'm the son of the war god, it means that the same blood flows through me and my father." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li's aura suddenly sharpened. Originally appearing somewhat sickly weak, he now exuded a keen sharpness, like a blade unsheathed. "Kid, your skills have reached this level, you must have endured much hardship." He continued, "Sadly, in this world, aside from talent and effort, there's another thing called bloodline. Bloodline represents the inherent gap between people." The crowd grew more confused. What was Xiao Li up? Suddenly he bellowed, "Xianhuang Dragon Qi." At the same time, a golden cloud appeared behind Xiao Li, and within that cloud a faint dragon head emerged. Hiss! A dragon roar echoed through the heavens. For a moment, the entire rooftop erupted in commotion. Some timid individuals were even frightened into kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the dragon head. Qi Tianga's expression suddenly changed drastically as he lamented, "It's actually the Xianhuang Dragon Qi. Qin Xiao is doomed." In that moment, everyone finally understood the intention behind Xiao Li's repeated emphasis on being the son of the war god. Indeed, he bore the same blood as the war god. Although they had yet to witness his true abilities, the scene before them had already proven that within his seemingly frail body lay an astonishing power. Xiao Li truly lived up to the title of the war god's son. Oh, some people are simply born with glory and pride. And Xiao Li was evidently one of those individuals. Qi Tianhu wore a bitter smile, feeling quite helpless. He is barely in his 20s, yet he has already mastered the ability to manifest his qi. This talent is probably not inferior even to the war god himself. So what if he is? He's just a Qi realm warrior, just like that old ghost Su. Qi Qingfei pouted, slightly frowning. What's so impressive about that? If even that old ghost Su isn't a match for Master Chen, then what is there to fear about him? Qi Tianhu scolded. Qingfei, you are a martial artist too. Have you never heard the saying, all martial arts emerge from the profound yellow? I have heard of it, but what does that matter? Qi Qingfei retorted, pouting in defiance. Qi Tian, I understand your feelings. I also hope Chen Xiao can win. But back in the day, Xiao Zhan was able to stand tall among the heroes, becoming the supreme of the heavenly rankings thanks to his profound yellow dragon qi. Now that Xiao Li has also cultivated the same qi, he is probably the true first person beneath the heavenly rankings. No, he might already possess the strength to ascend the heavenly rankings. Qi Qingfei's heart began to waver after her father's words. She continued, but Master Chen is also very formidable. Though her words sounded like a rebuttal to her father, they also seemed like an attempt to convince herself. Qi Tianhu shook his head with a light sigh. As Xiao Li said, the difference in bloodline cannot be bridged merely by talent and effort. The Xiao family's bloodline is unparalleled in this era. Although Chen Xiao is strong, don't forget his background, and besides, he isn't even a Qi realm warrior. So I estimate that Chen Xiao's chances of winning are probably only 1 in 10. The hearts of the 3 women were all in their throats. At this moment, all they could do was pray for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Li, amusement and disdain evident in his eyes. So this is your source of pride. He didn't understand what this profound yellow dragon qi truly was. In his understanding, such a wasteful display of qi was utterly foolish. Aside from showing off, he could not see any other significance to it. Hey, you finally realized the gap between us, huh? With the emergence of the profound yellow dragon qi, Xiao Li seemed to have transformed into a different person. His aura grew increasingly arrogant, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Chen Xiao provocatively smiled. The gap between you and me. Are you implying the difference between a normal person and a fool? Xiao Li was not angered. He snorted coldly. It's the difference between the dead and the living. Lower beings prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li transformed into a streak of golden lightning charging towards Chen Xiao. Yet Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, completely unmoving. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Xiao. Kid, you are truly seeking death. You don't even know to dodge. With your reflexes, you will inevitably meet your demise. Let me fulfill that for you today. Xiao Li's hands clawed like dragon claws, reaching out towards Chen Xiao. Only at the last moment did Chen Xiao raise his arm to defend. Qi Tianhu sighed. Alas, the outcome is clear. Brother Chen has been too overconfident. If he had played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, he might have been able to hold on a little longer. Unfortunately, Brother Chen's combat experience seems rather lacking. Qi Tianhu could no longer bear to watch. He could foresee that Xiao Li's fingers would pierce through Chen Xiao's arm, bringing forth fresh blood and scraps of bone. However, the anticipated gasp did not occur. Everyone's reaction was one of disappointment. For Xiao Li's seemingly fierce claw merely felt like a scratch to Chen Xiao's arm. Everyone was stunned. Was this the bloodline of the war god? Xiao Li was even more astonished, his eyes revealing shock. Who exactly are you? Why can't my profound yellow dragon qi hurt you? Chen Xiao wore a look of amusement on his face as he replied, Isn't the reason simple? It's simply because you are too weak. As for who I am, listen closely, I am the person who is here to take your life. With that, Chen Xiao unleashed a punch. It was still a seemingly ordinary punch that struck Xiao Li's chest. A strange muffled grunt escaped from Xiao Li's chest, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the platform. The marble platform was even dented from the impact. The golden clouds and dragon had also dissipated into thin air. Xiao Li was both furious and humiliated. Those few seconds were an incredible disgrace. As the son of the war god, he had never suffered such a significant loss throughout his life. Yet just as he propped himself up to speak, he couldn't utter a single word, and instead spat out a mouthful of thick blood. This scene frightened everyone. If something were to happen to the young Master Xiao today, the war god might very well annihilate everyone present in his rage. However, they lacked the courage to intervene against Chen Xiao. After all, the war god was far away while Chen Xiao was right in front of them. Seeing Xiao Li attempting to rise again, Chen Xiao stepped forward and kicked him back down. Xiao Li's anger reached a boiling point. It was one thing to be beaten, but it was another to lose face. You bastard, I swear I will kill you. Xiao Li gritted his teeth. At that moment he no longer had any semblance of the war god's son. Chen Xiao stepped on his delicate face mockingly, saying, "Kill me. Do you think you still have a chance? With just one kick your brains will splatter out. You lowly commoner, I don't believe you dare to kill me." Despite being in an absolute predicament, Xiao Li remained arrogant. "Dare not kill you." Chen Xiao's eyes revealed a glint of murderous intent. "You were the one who first harbored intentions to kill me. Oh, why should I not dare to kill you? Is it simply because your father is Xiao Zhan while my mother is merely an unnamed vendor selling pancakes in the market? If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. In my eyes, the war god of the northern frontier is no different from a mere peddler. Is the North Border's war god no different from a common peddler? This kid is too bold in his words." The crowd was once again stunned by Chen Xiao's outrageous remarks. Xiao Li was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. "Daring to insult my father, I will kill you." He struggled to get up, but unfortunately Chen Xiao stepped down hard, rendering him immobile. "With this kind of attitude you think you can kill me, yeah?" Chen Xiao scoffed, grabbing Xiao Li by the collar and smack. Without a word, Chen Xiao dealt Xiao Li a slap. As the saying goes, one should never hit the face nor insult one's parents. Yet Chen Xiao managed to do both in this instance. "This slap is for your father. Impudent child, you need to be disciplined, you cannot be spoiled." Xiao Li was stunned, his head buzzing, stars dancing before his eyes. At this moment Chen Xiao's second slap followed. Smack. "This slap is for Song Anren. Open your eyes and see what you've forced a good girl to become. If you don't even understand basic respect, a man like you doesn't deserve a woman's love." Xiao Li's eyes were nearly closed. With the force of Chen Xiao's two slaps, he split Xiao Li's brow, causing his skin to break and his eyes to swell into thin slits. Yet Chen Xiao had no intention of stopping. Smack. Another slap, louder than the previous two. The sound alone sent chills down the spines of those around. They silently vowed never to confront Chen Xiao directly. "This slap is for myself. This is the consequence of trying to kill me, understand?" Xiao Li said nothing, for he was already on the brink of death, lacking the strength to speak. After these few slaps, Chen Xiao felt that half of his pent-up anger had been released, and he felt refreshed. However, to others it seemed as if Chen Xiao had become a dead man. He had forged an irreconcilable enmity with Xiao Li, and the outcome was clear: the one who would die would be him. Li Ziqing reminded him, "Chen Xiao, stop. If you keep this up, you might just kill him." Chen Xiao frowned, puzzled. "He just tried to kill you, and you're still pleading for him." Li Ziqing coldly replied, "Am I pleading for him? I wouldn't bat an eye if he were to be cut into pieces, but his father has been good to me. Out of respect and reason, I cannot stand by and watch him die." Chen Xiao chuckled. "Everyone says you're the most venomous woman, but I say you're just a headstrong fool." "What headstrong fool? How insulting." Li Ziqing's delicate brows knitted slightly. Chen Xiao continued, "You could have stayed out of it, but chose to save me. You ended up failing to save anyone and nearly lost yourself. Tell me, are you not a headstrong fool?" Li Ziqing pouted, whispering, "TCH, I was doing it for you." Her voice was small, but in the quiet atmosphere, even the sound of a needle dropping would be heard by everyone, let alone her words. As soon as she finished speaking, both Song Anren and Qi Qingfei shot her strange glances. If looks could convey flavor, their gazes at that moment would surely be sour. Though Chen Xiao mocked Li Ziqing, he ultimately heeded her advice. "Xiao Li, consider yourself fortunate today, as someone pleaded for you, so I won't pursue this matter. But if you dare to provoke me again, the outcome will not be as simple as today." As soon as Chen Xiao released his grip, Xiao Li's body crumpled to the ground like a limp noodle. He turned away, deciding that today's events would end here. However, the impact of this incident was significant. It would be difficult to interact with everyone as an ordinary person in the future. Just as he took a few steps back, he suddenly felt a tremendous force sweeping in from behind. Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback, and at the same time gasps of surprise echoed from all directions. Turning around, he saw that the near-dead Xiao Li had somehow risen again. Moreover, his aura was now 10 times stronger than before. "Oh, so you really are a cockroach that can't be killed." Chen Xiao spoke casually, yet he was secretly astonished. He couldn't fathom how a person could enhance their strength so drastically in such a short span of time. Xiao Li coughed up blood while cackling madly. "Cackle, Chen Xiao, it's thanks to you. If it weren't for your provocation, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly." Blood trickled down from the corner of Xiao Li's mouth, adding a sinister aura to his presence. However, his words were much more terrifying than his current appearance. "What? Breakthrough to transformation realm?" Qi Tianhu gasped. This was horrifying. No one understood better than him how terrifying a transformation realm martial artist could be. A master of the Qi realm could dominate an entire city. And a transformation realm martial artist could be called a master, a figure of immense power and respect. Dejun muttered, "Why can one break through the transformation realm even after being beaten? This is unscientific." Qi Tianhu smiled bitterly. You should consider whose bloodline he carries. To break through the transformation realm at such a young age, his future achievements will surely surpass his father's. Comparisons only lead to death. Dejun had painstakingly trained for over 20 years and was merely an internal energy martial artist unable to even touch the threshold of the Qi realm. Realizing that there was a prodigy like Xiao Li in the world was nothing short of cruel fate. A transformation realm martial artist. Now that's interesting. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, appearing suddenly excited. This expression of Chen Xiao greatly irked Xiao Li. On the brink of death, and you're still trying to act tough. I will make you understand that my reputation, Xiao Li, is not something a lowly person like you can provoke. Xiao Li's body trembled as a golden cloud reappeared behind him. Amidst this cloud, a massive golden dragon twisted and turned. Everyone was dumbstruck. This scene looked like something out of a movie. Yet in reality, it was far more thrilling. The palpable pressure felt all too real. Some even found themselves kneeling on the ground, bowing in worship to the golden dragon. Chen Xiao Dai. Xian Huangju. Dragon's roar. The golden dragon surged forward with a momentum that could destroy the heavens and the earth, heading straight for Chen Xiao. Wherever it passed, the air felt ablaze, the temperature rising sharply. Those on either side trembled in fear, wanting to flee, but their legs simply wouldn't cooperate. Boom. The golden dragon violently slammed into Chen Xiao. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, it was that he simply couldn't. The golden dragon engulfed Chen Xiao, producing a tremendous explosion. The deafening sound was akin to dozens of tons of explosives detonating at once. Those on the rooftop felt the entire building sway 3 times. In an instant, panic ensued and voices of shock erupted. If this had happened in the city instead of this remote area, it would have undoubtedly been the headline news tomorrow. As the smoke settled, Chen Xiao lay on the ground, bloodied and fighting for his life. Xiao Li sneered, prideful. Hell, I am a man of my word. If I say I will kill you, then I will certainly do so. Qi Tianhu and the others felt their hearts drop. Was Chen Xiao really going to die like this? Just then, Chen Xiao's finger twitched. He was not dead yet, but he was surely close. Xiao Li also noticed Chen Xiao's twitching finger. Xian Huangju. Dragon's roar. Xiao Li unleashed the same move again, and a golden dragon flew towards Chen Xiao. Fearful of the previous attacks, everyone hurriedly stepped back to avoid being caught in the crossfire of divine beings. This move seemed slow, yet it transpired in an instant. Even if Qi Tianhu and the others wanted to save Chen Xiao, they were powerless to do so. To save a target marked for death from a transformation realm master was as hard as reaching the heavens. In that moment, tears streamed down Qi Qingfei's face. Song Anren knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy from Xiao Li. However, Xiao Li didn't even spare her a glance. Meanwhile, a shadow darted out, charging towards the cataclysmic golden dragon. Puff, bang. A loud noise erupted once more, but this time it did not detonate upon Chen Xiao. A body stained red with blood, or rather a corpse, fell to the ground. After bouncing a few times on the ground, it rolled to Chen Xiao's side. Blood flowed, and Chen Xiao's twitching finger touched a sticky substance. The entire scene fell silent, everyone watching this moment intently. At the crucial moment, Li Ziqing dashed out, taking the fatal blow meant for Chen Xiao. However, it cost her own life. This scene moved everyone deeply. Qi Qingfei and Song Anren were filled with sorrow. Just moments ago, they would have stood before Chen Xiao, risking their lives for him. But at the most critical juncture, only Li Ziqing instinctively reacted. Just from this, both of them realized they were not as good as her. Especially Song Anren, who felt particularly ashamed. She had previously labeled Li Ziqing as a heartless viper. Yet this person labeled heartless was willing to sacrifice her own life for a fleeting moment of survival for another. In the eyes of many, however, Li Ziqing's action was merely a moth flying into a flame. Even if she took this lethal blow for Chen Xiao, Xiao Li could easily kill Chen Xiao with a mere flick of his hand. And indeed, Xiao Li did just that. He walked towards Chen Xiao, a slight smirk on his lips, his messy hair obscuring his gaze. What a foolish woman. Xiao Li merely cast a cold glance at Li Ziqing. The body before him no longer resembled Li Ziqing. Naturally, a person like Xiao Li could not comprehend the feeling of one willing to die for another. You shouldn't have survived. If you had died just now, you would have suffered much less. You slapped me 3 times, I will return you 300. Xiao Li seemed to be speaking to Chen Xiao, yet it was as if he were talking to himself, for at this moment no one could confirm whether Chen Xiao was still alive. Until the next moment, Chen Xiao crawled up from the ground. Xiao Li was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Xiao to still have the strength to stand. You can stand. Hell, well, this makes it a bit more fun to hit you. However, after standing up, Chen Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Li Ziqing on the ground. Though he had sustained severe injuries, he was clear about what had just transpired. Moved, enraged, heartbroken, and filled with fury. Chen Xiao's emotions surged within him. Originally, I intended to spare you. Why do you insist on seeking death? After a moment of silence, Chen Xiao suddenly raised his head, a fierce fighting spirit emanating from him. Xiao Li laughed heartily. Kid, where do you get the courage to say such things? What do you have to fight against a transformation? Chen Xiao scoffed. Transformation Realm Master. Sorry, but in my eyes you are worth nothing. No sooner had he spoken than an immense aura erupted from him, a colossal wave rising from behind, shooting into the sky. Xiao Li's eyes narrowed, shock flooding his heart. Just now Chen Xiao had not unleashed his full strength. Given this momentum, could he also be a transformation realm master? The entire army was dumbfounded, their eyes wide. Tiger Lord, it turns out Chen Xiao is also a Qi realm expert. We were all deceived by him. Qi Tianhu replied irritably. Nonsense, Qi realm expert. Open your eyes and look. The aura from Brother Chun is not at all weaker than a transformation realm master. Xiao Li's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect you to be a transformation realm practitioner. I underestimated you. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. As I said, transformation realm masters are worth nothing in my eyes. They are not even worth a fart. The reason Chen Xiao said this was because he truly was not a transformation realm practitioner. The colossal wave behind him appeared only because, like Xiao Li, he had broken through at the moment of crisis. At this moment, he had entered the third level of the 9 transformations of the Kanglin technique. At the third level of the 9 transformations of the Kanglin technique, his energy could be externally emitted, as if directing an arm. It looked similar to a transformation realm master in the martial arts world, but the 9 transformations of the Kanglin technique was a celestial art. The difference between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. A slight miscalculation could lead to a great divergence. Xiao Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily. You speak so boldly. Oh, I see your abilities are merely mediocre. If it weren't for that despicable woman blocking for you, you would be dead by now. Qian Huangju. Dragon's Roar. Xiao Li summoned his killing move once more. This time he summoned. In the auspicious clouds the sound of thunder echoed, and the golden dragon roared amidst the clouds and thunder. Roar. Chen Xiao looked at this scene, his eyes filled with disdain, as if watching a child's play. First style of Kanglin true martial. Tide rising. The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. The colossal wave behind Chen Xiao surged, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and the earth. Amidst that vast sea, a green shadow soared up from the abyss, clashing against the colossal wave. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. For that green shadow was none other than a green dragon. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar echoed across the night sky, and in an instant the celestial phenomena changed, with wind and thunder erupting. Qi Tianhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Is this the power of a martial arts master?" Finally, the two dragons soared towards each other. The green dragon and the golden dragon collided. The imagined tearing did not occur. As soon as the golden dragon met the green dragon, it began to retreat in defeat, its body swiftly dissipating, turning to dust. After just 2 or 3 seconds, the last remnants of the golden dragon's might completely vanished into the air, while Xiao Li himself spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes completely devoid of spirit, resembling a lost soul. Just moments ago, the invincible Xiao Li was shattered in mere seconds. It was evident to all that he had been completely defeated by Chen Xiao, both physically and mentally. His eyes had lost all their brilliance. I have long said that no martial arts master is worth anything in my eyes, Chen Xiao said lightly, yet Xiao Li showed no reaction, as if he could no longer hear Chen Xiao's words. Everyone fell silent, fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb Chen Xiao. At that moment, however, Chen Xiao made an unexpected move. He pulled out a box of silver needles from his pocket, and just when everyone thought he would use them to save Li Ziqing, he approached Xiao Li with the needles in hand. Your father has served the country and the people stationed at the northern border for years, so perhaps it is because he is too busy that he has neglected to discipline you. Since that is the case, let me take his place and teach you a lesson. To discipline Xiao Tian's son, perhaps aside from Chen Xiao, there was no one else in the world who would dare to do so. Then Chen Xiao plunged the silver needle towards Xiao Li's face. Everyone gasped in shock. What was Chen Xiao planning to do? Amidst their confusion, they quickly realized what Chen Xiao was doing. He was tattooing characters on Xiao Li's face. In ancient times, there was the story of a mother-in-law tattooing characters. Now there was Chen Xiao tattooing characters. So was this his method of discipline? But the mother-in-law tattooed on Yu Fei's back. What was going on with tattooing characters on someone's face? Would it still allow him to save face in the future? Chen Xiao skillfully maneuvered the silver needle, and each time he pierced, droplets of blood appeared on Xiao Li's face. However, throughout it all, Xiao Li did not make a sound. He stared with his eyes wide open, yet his gaze was unfocused. His appearance led everyone to recall a saying, "There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died." As the needles went up and down, 2 minutes later, Chen Xiao put away the silver needles. On Xiao Li's face were 4 large characters. Born lowly. Born lowly. Everyone had long been accustomed to Chen Xiao's arrogance, but upon seeing these 4 characters, they couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. However, they still did not realize that these 4 characters were not only shocking, but would accompany Xiao Li for the rest. With Chun Xiao's method, even with the most advanced cosmetic procedures today, Xiao Li would never be able to erase these 4 characters. As for offending Xiao Tianzi, Chen Xiao had not paid it any mind. How could a dignified cultivator be bullied by a mere mortal? A cultivator must not be insulted. Returning to Li Ziking's side, she was already faint and barely conscious. Chen Xiao picked her up horizontally, channeling strands of spiritual energy into her body through his hands. Moments later, Li Ziqing slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open. In her dazed vision, Chen Xiao's face gradually became clear. Her lips moved as if in a dream. I knew I wouldn't die. You would definitely save me. Chen Xiao's eyes grew misty as he softly replied, of course you won't die, even if it means I have to descend into the abyss, I will bring you back. But why are you so foolish? Is it worth it to die for me? Li Ziqing smiled a satisfied smile. It's worth it, because I promised our mother that after the banquet we would go home together to eat dumplings. As she spoke, Chen Xiao could no longer hold back his tears, which fell onto Li Ziking's face. Li Ziqing struggled to raise her hand to wipe away Chen Xiao's tears. Don't cry. The movement tugged at her wounds, causing her to grimace in pain. Chen Xiao quickly pressed a few acupoints on her body to relieve her pain. Come on, let's go home and eat dumplings. He tightened his hold on Li Ziqing and stepped toward the door. Wherever they went, the crowd automatically parted, retreating to the sides like a tide. Whether it was out of respect or fear, perhaps even they themselves could not tell. Song Anren watched their departing figures, ultimately hesitating to speak, leaving only bitterness in her eyes. She felt unusual gazes directed at her from beside her. Turning her head, she heard Qi Qingfei's words. We lost, utterly defeated, and we accept it wholeheartedly. The night had grown late, and the evening breeze was cool. Chen Xiao carried Li Ziqing toward the ferry. In his arms, Li Ziqing suddenly said, Chen Xiao, we can't go back to your house. Chen Xiao immediately understood, realizing that Li Ziqing was severely injured, and he himself was also in tatters covered in blood. In such a disheveled state, returning home would surely raise his mother's concerns. Let's go to my place. Oh, no one is home. Li Ziking's residence was a luxurious flat located in the city center, spanning over 1,000 square meters, extravagantly decorated. She was right, there was indeed no one at home. As soon as they entered the house, Chen Xiao felt a wave of desolation. Living alone in such a large house, one couldn't help but feel empty and lonely. This was also why Li Ziqing was attached to Chen Xiao's home. Although Chen Xiao's home was small and dilapidated, it had the warmth of a family. Chen Xiao laid Li Ziqing on the bed. She had already fallen asleep during the journey. She was severely injured. Had it not been for Chen Xiao using his spiritual energy to prolong her life, she would have likely already succumbed. After Xiao Li's blow, Li Ziking's meridians had been shattered and her internal organs sustained severe injuries. Even for Chen Xiao, it was quite a challenge. Once he confirmed that the place was completely safe, Chen Xiao began to treat Li Ziqing. The difficulty of the treatment was extremely high, and ordinary methods were no longer effective. Chen Xiao could only use spiritual energy to continuously reconstruct and nurture Li Ziking's decayed body. After a full 8 hours, he finally completed her treatment, but he himself was utterly exhausted, collapsing beside her. The entire treatment process consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Even Chen Xiao could not sustain it. Fortunately, he had just made a breakthrough, and the spiritual energy capacity of the 3rd level of the 9 turns Kanglin technique was hundreds of times that of the 2nd level. Otherwise, without at least half a month, Li Ziqing would not have been able to awaken. It was unclear how much time passed, but finally Chen Xiao awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Ziking's exquisite face, one that tempted one to commit a crime, and those pitiful eyes. However, something about this perspective seemed off. Chen Xiao glanced down only to realize that he had been lying on top of Li Ziqing while asleep, and one of his hands was even grabbing something soft. This position instantly made Chen Xiao fully awake. Not only awake, but completely invigorated. At that moment, Li Ziqing also noticed that Chen Xiao had woken up and lazily teased. You finally woke up? You were pressing down on me. Bang. On the soft memory foam mattress, Chen Xiao sprang up. You finally woke up. Ooh, I was getting numb from your sleeping. Li Ziqing stretched her body and arms. However, there was something slightly awkward about her previous statement. Before Chen Xiao could speak, Li Ziqing had already climbed out of bed. I smell terrible. Ooh, I need to take a shower. The bathroom was right in the bedroom, and Li Ziqing walked over unhurriedly, shedding her blood-stained clothes as she went. Chen Xiao had never seen such a scene. His eyes widened, his throat moving as if he was anticipating something. However, when Li Ziqing was left in nothing but her underwear, she had already stepped into the bathroom. Chen Xiao waited in vain, his hopes dashed. Just as he felt a twinge of disappointment, Li Ziqing suddenly poked her head out and asked, Do you want to join me for a shower? Good. Chen Xiao wholeheartedly agreed in his heart. Which man would refuse such an invitation? Yet having never experienced such an opportunity, he felt a bit dazed and hesitated. While he was hesitating, Li Ziqing pouted and said, "If you don't want to, then forget it." After saying that, she closed the bathroom door decisively. Chen Xiao felt like crying without tears, his heart screaming, "When did I say I didn't want it?" But the window of opportunity was too short, and he missed it. Missing it was one thing, he couldn't just barge in now, could he? Hey, barging in. With that thought, Chen Xiao's mind became active, and he stealthily approached the bathroom door. Splashing sounds came from the bathroom. It seemed to Chen Xiao that he could already see amid the misty water vapor a beautiful and alluring figure. His hand was already reaching for the doorknob, but he hesitated, his outstretched hand hovering in midair. Would it be too reckless to just barge in like this? Would Li Ziqing shout pervert? If she didn't shout, what would happen next? Surely it wouldn't lead to something like that. Chen Xiao felt both excited and nervous. Despite having cultivated for a century in his dreams and reality, he was still just an inexperienced youth commonly referred to as a virgin. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Li Ziqing was experiencing the same turmoil. She regretted casually saying that if Chen Xiao really barged in, what would she do? Accept it? Or refuse? Psychologically, she could fully accept it, but she didn't know if her body was ready. After a few minutes had passed, Chen Xiao hadn't barged in, and the situation she feared didn't occur. However, she felt a bit disappointed. Hearing the water in the bathroom stop, Chen Xiao quickly stepped away from the door, sitting up straight, pretending nothing had happened. However, when Li Ziqing walked out of the bathroom, Chen Xiao's eyes widened, unable to look away. He felt a lump in his throat, constantly swallowing. Li Ziqing's body was wrapped in a white bathrobe, her graceful figure fully displayed. The skin exposed to the air looked like cream, a pure white tinged with a hint of pink. Her damp hair fell casually over her shoulders, exuding a wild charm. No one could portray purity and sensuality as vividly as Li Ziqing. The two contrasting qualities merged perfectly in her. Chen Xiao felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, restless. Li Ziqing pursed her lips and smiled. "What's wrong with you? You're sweating so much. Is it hot?" "It is a bit hot." As she spoke, she intentionally lowered the collar of her robe and fanned herself with the hem. That scene was nothing short of enchanting. Chen Xiao felt like his eyes were about to pop out. He swore that Li Ziqing was doing this on purpose. In an instant, Chen Xiao felt his blood rush, realizing he was about to lose control. Li Ziqing's next move was like adding fuel to the fire. "Why are you so excited? Haven't you seen a woman before?" Chen Xiao awkwardly coughed twice and mumbled, "I've seen women, but I've never seen someone as alluring as you." "Oh, you annoying guy," Li Ziqing playfully pouted, then sat on Chen Xiao's lap. She leaned in close to his ear, her voice sultry like the night. "So do you like a woman as alluring as me?" Chen Xiao's face turned beet red, feeling as if his neck had thickened several times. He couldn't utter a word, only nodding to express his feelings. "Then let me be your woman, okay?" Chen Xiao still didn't speak, but he nodded even faster. At that moment, Li Ziqing's lips came crashing in. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in panic. Their lips barely touched before parting again. Li Ziqing laughed and said gleefully, "From now on you are mine." Chen Xiao was stunned. This was too hasty. But then he remembered that Li Ziqing had already died for him once, so whatever she did couldn't be considered hasty. She was merely breaking through the final barrier. Realizing this, Chen Xiao licked his lips, still feeling a lingering sense of desire. "The seal you left isn't quite right. Shall we redo it?" Li Ziqing shot Chen Xiao a glance, murmuring, "TCH," yet when Chen Xiao's lips came over, she didn't dodge. Not only did she not dodge, but she also embraced him, turning from passive to active. Bang! Just as the two were deeply engrossed in their affection, they were interrupted by an unexpected sound of a door opening. "Sister, are you home?" "Sister, how are you?" The voice was urgent. Chen Xiao found it somewhat familiar. Li Ziqing sighed. "It's Xiaonan coming back." Chen Xiao then remembered that Xiaonan was Li Ziqing's assistant. Just then Xiaonan burst into the bedroom. When she saw the scene in the bedroom and the ambiguous posture between Chen Xiao and Li Ziqing, she was instantly bewildered. "What are you doing here? What did you do to my sister?" Xiaonan looked at Chen Xiao with suspicion, her tone unfriendly. Li Ziqing quickly said, "Xiaonan, don't be rude to Chen Xiao. He is my savior." "Sister, what on earth is going on? I heard people say you were killed by Xiao Li, so I rushed back. Damn it, I knew my sister was fortunate. How could anything happen to her? I want to cut out the tongue of the person who spread the rumors." Previously, when Chen Xiao carried Li Ziqing away from Jiangxin Pavilion, indeed, no one could have imagined she would survive. Nearly a day had passed, and all sorts of rumors had already spread. "I have indeed died once." Li Ziqing said this calmly, as if she had seen through life and death. However, the next moment, she looked at Chen Xiao, her eyes filled with affection, her tone softening a bit. "Fortunately, with Chen Xiao, I was saved once again. I am not fortunate and blessed, just someone who encountered a lucky star." Upon hearing Li Ziqing's words, Xiaonan was skeptical. "Sister, what you said is true, but I heard you were seriously injured. Even if you survived, you would be disfigured. Yet I see you now." Li Ziqing's skin was smooth and fair without a single scar. In fact, it looked even smoother than before, as if she had not just gone through a severe injury. Li Ziqing pouted. What? Are you starting to doubt your sister's words now? I did not deceive you. Chun Xiao's medical skills are truly remarkable. In fact, Li Ziqing had already checked her body in the bathroom and found not a single trace of injury. She could not fathom how Chun Xiao had accomplished this, knowing full well how severe her previous injuries had been. Yet the more Li Ziqing praised Chun Xiao, the worse Xiao Nan's expression became. She glared at Chun Xiao, wishing she could devour him whole. Chun Xiao, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and humbly downplayed it. It's not as impressive as you say. Although I've healed about 70 to 80% of your injuries, for a complete recovery, you will need to continue medication for further nourishment. It will probably take another month or two for you to fully recover. Upon hearing this, Li Ziqing was not disheartened, but rather excited. Then I will leave the follow-up care to you. She winked at Chun Xiao, looking playful and adorable. Chun Xiao felt a surge of electricity, his heart racing. Xiaonan, seeing this scene, was furious and pouted. Sister, since you are not fully recovered, you should rest. It's late. The rest of us should go about our business and not disturb the patient. Xiaonan shot a sidelong glance at Chun Xiao. The term "the rest of us" clearly referred to him. Only then did Chun Xiao realize it was already past midnight. It had been a day and a night since leaving Jiangxin Pavilion. I will head home first. Goodbye, Li, President. After some consideration, Chun Xiao decided that President Li was the most appropriate title. Although it seemed like they had broken through the last barrier, it also felt like they hadn't. Li Ziqing said, "It's so late, don't go home. Stay here and sleep." Chun Xiao instantly became exhilarated, thinking that tonight he might end his Tud Catalong virginity. However, Li Ziqing then added, "Xiaonan, tidy up the guest room and take Chun Xiao there." On the surface, Chun Xiao remained calm, but inwardly he felt quite amused, as expected. Heaven won't let me easily end my long-standing virgin life. You wait outside. Ew, I need to speak with my sister for a moment. Xiaonan ordered, treating Chun Xiao as if he were a thief. Chun Xiao left the bedroom understandingly and even closed the door behind him. However, it was not so simple for Xiaonan to keep him at bay. He pressed his ear against the door, and he could hear the conversation inside clearly. Xiaonan complained, "Sister, you aren't really falling for that brat, are you?" Li Ziqing simply replied, "Yes, I think he is different from other men." "What's so different about him?" "All men in the world are the same. They only crave your beauty. Unlike me, I genuinely care for you." Upon hearing Li Ziqing's admission, Xiaonan became agitated. Li Ziqing's tone suddenly turned cold. "Xiaonan, what makes you think you can interfere in my life?" Xiaonan was taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she quietly said, "Sister, I was wrong. Okay, you can go out now. Oh, I need to rest." Li Ziqing had issued an eviction order, and Chun Xiao secretly felt pleased, understanding a bit of the joy of a lowly person gaining an advantage. Xiaonan exited the room, her face longer than a donkey's, glaring at Chun Xiao in anger. "What are you looking at? Come with me." In the apartment, there were many guest rooms, and Xiaonan brought Chun Xiao to the one farthest from Li Ziqing's bedroom. Chun Xiao found it amusing, as Xiaonan was not that young, yet she was so childish still playing these games. However, Chun Xiao didn't mind. After all, it was just sleeping. What difference did it make where he slept if he couldn't sleep with Li Ziqing? After Xiaonan led Chun Xiao to the guest room, she did not leave. She coldly said, "Chun Xiao, I don't know what kind of magic soup you fed my sister, but if you know what's good for you, keep your distance. You two are not suited for each other." Xiaonan kept butting in, and Chun Xiao was quickly losing his patience. He sneered, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean we aren't suitable?" Xiaonan shrugged. "Isn't it obvious? My sister comes from a prestigious family, and although she is down on her luck now, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even in her downfall, she is not someone of your insignificant status that you can aspire to. Moreover, my sister is a wealthy and beautiful CEO while you are just a small-time doctor. Do you think you two are a match? Right now, she is just too blind. Once she comes to her senses, the first thing she will do is kick you to the curb. When that time comes, the one who will be hurt will only be you." Chun Xiao laughed. "How are you going to say that you are doing this for my good?" Xiaonan sighed. "Alas, I'm glad you understand. I am genuinely concerned for you." Chun Xiao coldly snorted, "Unfortunately, your good intentions are just meddling in my affairs." Xiaonan was instantly enraged. "I warn you not to be ungrateful. I'm only being kind because you saved my sister. Don't force me to use other means." She approached Chun Xiao, threatening, "If it comes to that, it won't be good for anyone." Chun Xiao grabbed Xiaonan. Since she had come so close, it would be inappropriate not to react. Xiaonan attempted to break free, but Chun Xiao's grip was like a vice, and she couldn't escape. Not to mention escaping, she couldn't even call for help. As she opened her mouth, it was squeezed into a fish-like pout by Chun Xiao. In her shame and anger, she kicked Chun Xiao with a low blow. But who was Chun Xiao? He wouldn't be hit by such a low-level trick. He grabbed Xiaonan's sturdy calf and pushed her forward. Xiaonan's back pressed against the wall while Chun Xiao was almost entirely on top of her. She felt both shy and angry, yet the heavy scent of hormones enveloped her, causing her to feel a bit dazed. Her gaze wished to tear Chen Xiao to pieces, but deep down, she also anticipated further advances from him. Xiaonan was not unattractive. In fact, she was quite a pretty girl. Her skin was fair, pure as a daffodil after rain in a secluded mountain. Though she was not as alluring as Li Ziqing, she had her own charm. Unfortunately, at that moment Chen Xiao did not see her as a woman at all. He pinned Xiaonan firmly against the wall and said fiercely, "Mind your own business, my matters are none of your concern." Xiaonan glared at Chen Xiao with resentment. However, oddly enough, despite facing the fierce Chen Xiao, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Instead, she felt a sense of confusion and infatuation. Realizing this, she quickly denied it. How could I have feelings for such a man? Yet regardless of her thoughts, her body was betraying her. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and even Chen Xiao noticed something was off. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise and anger suddenly rang out. "What are you two doing?" The pair turned to see Li Ziqing standing at the door with an unusual expression. Xiaonan panicked, pushed Chen Xiao away, and stormed off angrily. Before leaving, she pretended to complain to Li Ziqing, "Sister, did you see that? The man you fancy is just a rogue," though she said that there was a hint of wanting to cover up the truth. Chen Xiao only realized at that moment that their previous position indeed had a hint of ambiguity. He rubbed his nose and explained, "Li Zong, don't get me wrong, I was just scaring this little girl. How could I possibly behave indecently towards her?" Li Ziqing did not explode in anger or make a fuss. She merely pouted. "Why do you still call me Li Zong? It feels so distant. Just call me Ziqing from now on, okay?" Chen Xiao was taken aback, ambiguously responding, Okay. You're really not angry at all." "Angry?" Li Ziqing smiled slightly. "It's quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Why would I be angry? The more women who like you, the more it proves you are capable and charming, and it also proves my good judgment." After saying this, Chen Xiao was completely bewildered. Throughout his upbringing and what society conveyed, he was taught that one should be devoted to love. However, Li Ziqing's words undoubtedly caused him to waver in that belief. But soon Chen Xiao understood that Li Ziqing was testing him. So he swore, "Ziqing, rest assured, when you say that those are other men, I only like you." Li Ziqing rolled her eyes. "A man's words are deceiving." Before Chen Xiao could rebut, she continued, "If you say you only like me, what about Song Anren and Qi Qingfei?" "Well, they..." Chen Xiao stammered, caught off guard by her question. "Alright, you don't need to be put on the spot. If you really have the capability, just take both of them. I have no objections." Truly, she was like a bamboo leaf, green, bold, and unyielding. However, even if Li Ziqing could agree, Song Anren and Qi Qingfei might not be willing. Cough, I am just friends with them. It's not what you think," Chen Xiao explained with a guilty conscience. However, he realized he couldn't delve deeper into this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. "But what exactly is Director Song's background? Can you tell me?" Li Ziqing shot him a glance. "I really don't know what to say about you. You dare offend Xiao Li without even knowing her background." "Xiao Li relies on her powerful father to act arrogantly. I help Song Anren simply because I can't stand the privileged bullying others." Li Ziqing laughed. "But have you thought about it? The Song Anren you are helping is also from a privileged background." Chen Xiao fell silent. This point was undeniable. If Song Anren came from an ordinary family, she probably wouldn't even qualify to be Xiao Li's fiancée. Then Li Ziqing began to explain slowly. "There are 5 major families in the imperial city: the Li family, Zhao family, Zheng family, Wang family, and Song family. Song Anren comes from one of these families, the Song family. The ancestor of the Song family was a founding hero who dedicated blood and sweat to this country in his youth, achieving remarkable military exploits. He is the backbone of the Song family. Although the ancestor is now old and his health has deteriorated to the point of relying on medicine to survive, as long as he still breathes, the Song family will remain unshakable." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao suddenly understood. Although Li Ziqing did not mention the name of the Song family's ancestor, Chen Xiao had already guessed who it was. That name was like thunder, frequently appearing in news broadcasts, and even in some recent dramas. He was a true old hero, standing tall for the country and the people. If it weren't for Li Ziqing mentioning it, Chen Xiao would never have linked Song Anren to that old hero. But after the shock, Chen Xiao raised a question. "Since Song Anren has such a background, why is she still bullied by..." Li Ziqing replied, "Since the ancestor's time, the Song family has experienced a decline in talent, and the younger generation is lacking, while Xiao Tiance is on the rise. That's why the Song family chose to marry into the Xiao family, so that in case the Song family's ancestor passes away one day, they can still rely on Xiao Tiance. In name, Song Anren is already Xiao Li's fiancée. No matter how big their quarrel gets, it's not an irreconcilable conflict in the elder's eyes. It's you who has widened the conflict. Now all the pressure is on the Song family. You can expect a good show to unfold soon." Li Ziqing looked like she was enjoying the drama, leaving Chen Xiao speechless. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "I never expected that the Song family's old ancestor was a hero, yet his descendants have become so reliant on marriages to maintain their glory, It's truly tragic and lamentable. Li Ziqing laughed. You don't understand. In big families, marriages are quite common. It's a strong alliance, not something to be ashamed of. Moreover, not all descendants of the Song family are useless. At least in Song Anren's generation, there is still Song Onbong, who is capable enough to compete with Xiao Tiance. It's just a pity that after losing to Xiao Tiance he became despondent and has completely disappeared from the public eye in recent years. It is said that he has gone to Wutai Mountain to become a monk. Hearing this, Chen Xiao felt a wave of melancholy. It turns out that although big families look glamorous on the surface, in some ways they are less free than ordinary people. At this moment, Chen Xiao suddenly thought of something and hesitantly asked, Hey, Ziqing, I heard you once dealt with 3 of the 5 major families. Before he could finish, Li Ziqing shook her head and said, I didn't involve the Song family, although I did do some things. They all deserved it. Do you believe me? Chen Xiao nodded. I believe. A person willing to protect him with her life would always earn his trust. Then Chen Xiao pressed on, so what exactly happened back then? Li Ziqing smiled gently. It's a long story, and I don't want to talk about it yet. Moreover, compared to that, you should be more concerned about your own matters now. Myself? What's the matter? Chen Xiao asked with a puzzled expression. Li Ziqing was left speechless. You caused such a huge disaster, and you still ask me what's the matter. And what about the Song family? You've ruined their plans, and they won't let you off easily. Don't think they'll spare you just because of Song Anren. Naturally, Chen Xiao wouldn't think that Song Anren had such great influence in the Song family. If she did, the Song family wouldn't force her to marry Xiao Li. The mere Song family. I Chen Xiao truly don't take them seriously. A family that relies on marriage to maintain its glory. Chen Xiao naturally held them in low regard. Li Ziqing gave a thumbs up. Good. You have guts truly worthy of being the man I admire. But don't let your guard down. A dying centipede is still capable of writhing. The Song family is definitely not as simple as you think. Rather than worrying about the Song family, you should be more concerned about the Xiao family. You know Xiao Zhan, what kind of person is he really? Li Ziqing smiled slightly. So you do have someone you're worried about. I thought you were truly fearless. Actually, I don't know much about Xiao Tiance. I've only met him once, and all he left me with was one impression. That is, he is strong, inhumanly strong. Even though he means no harm towards me, just standing in front of him makes me feel as if the sky is about to collapse. Li Ziqing's description left Chen Xiao deep in thought. Li Ziqing had witnessed Chen Xiao's prowess. In her eyes, Xiao Zhan was undoubtedly a more formidable presence than Chen Xiao. To this, Chen Xiao had no doubts. After all, Xiao Zhan was ranked first among the 4 supremes of the heavenly ranking, both in strength and reputation, currently overshadowing Chen Xiao. If Xiao Zhan sought revenge for his son, Chen Xiao would truly have a hard time dealing with it now. Seeing Chen Xiao's concern, Li Ziqing comforted her. But you don't need to worry too much. Actually, Xiao Tiance is a very upright person. If he knows what Xiao Li has done, he might be even harsher than you. Chen Xiao remained silent on this matter. Because Li Ziqing clearly didn't know about the incident where he carved characters on Xiao Li's face. Moreover, Xiao Tiance is occupied with military affairs and stationed in the northern borders. He won't return easily. In short, you don't need to worry. Chen Xiao felt quite touched. He could sense that Li Ziqing genuinely cared about him. In this world, apart from Li Ziqing, only his mother cared for him this deeply. And these 2 women he would never let down no matter what. In fact, Chen Xiao wasn't too worried about Xiao Zhan seeking revenge for his son. Because with his current pace of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he could achieve invincibility on Earth. Meanwhile, at the Qi family, Qi Tianhu was lying in bed wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. Yesterday, he had fought with Su Laogui and sustained serious injuries. The private doctor said it would take at least 2 weeks before he could get out of bed. Dejun stood by the bed. His injuries were relatively lighter than Qi Tianhu's, but he also had several places wrapped in bandages. Shortly after Chen Xiao left Jiangxin Pavilion, with Li Ziqing, Qi Tianhu fell into unconsciousness due to his severe injuries. Only just now did he awaken from his coma. Seeing him awake, Dejun reported on what had happened while he was unconscious. Xiao Li had left Jiangcheng by helicopter, and he did not take Su Laogui with him. However, no one knew where Su Laogui had gone. Qi Tianhu said lightly, Su Laogui has committed numerous evils in his life, and has many enemies. Now that he has been crippled by Chen Xiao, he is as good as dead. As for Xiao Li, I fear he won't let it go so easily. Qi Tianhu sighed silently. Being carved with 4 large characters on his face by Chen Xiao, even an ordinary person couldn't endure such humiliation. Let alone someone as proud as Xiao Li. The enmity between them would definitely lead to a situation of... Dejun asked, Tiger Master, what should we do now? What to do? Qi Tianhu sneered. Now that we are tied to Chen Xiao, when Xiao Tiance comes to seek revenge, killing us will be nothing more than a matter of convenience. Dejun lowered his head and said apologetically, Sorry, Tiger Master. Yesterday, I acted impulsively. Qi Tianhu waved his hand. No blame to you. We live a rough life. If we lack courage, what are we even doing? Actually, he felt a bit regretful not for helping Chen Xiao, but but for not firmly standing with Chen Xiao from the beginning. But this matter started because of me. If it really comes to that day, I will be the first to die to apologize. De Jun said earnestly. Qi Tianhu smiled broadly. Who said we will definitely die then? De Jun looked confused. Tiger Master, what do you mean? Qi Tianhu said, Chen Xiao is a dragon among men. Given time he will surely soar high. You've seen the strength he has displayed, and I believe that is not even his full strength. So even if Xiao Tian seeks revenge, it's hard to say who will ultimately prevail. De Jun was stunned for several seconds after hearing Qi Tianhu's words. He knew Chen Xiao was very powerful, but he never thought Chen Xiao could be strong enough to contend with Xiao Tian's. After all, Xiao Tian's was ranked first in the heavenly ranking, the leader of the Four Supremes. In his eyes, he was like a celestial being. But hearing Tiger Master say it this way, perhaps it really isn't impossible. De Jun suddenly felt his blood boiling. If that day ever comes, it would definitely be a rare and unprecedented battle. And if he could participate, even if he died, he would have no regrets. Before De Jun could get too excited, Qi Tianhu spoke again. However, Xiao Tian's is busy with military affairs. Even if he wants to take revenge for his son, he won't be able to act immediately. De Jun, pass my orders down. Let the brothers strengthen their vigilance. If a large number of unfamiliar faces enter Jiangxing, report it immediately. Also call back all the brothers we sent out. Next, it will be a tumultuous autumn. We must be on high alert. Yes, Tiger Master. Although De Jun accepted the orders, he was somewhat puzzled. Tiger Master, didn't you say Xiao Tian's wouldn't be coming for revenge anytime soon? Why are we strengthening vigilance? Qi Tianhu's gaze drifted towards the window as he slowly said, if Xiao Tian's comes for revenge, no matter how vigilant we are, we won't be able to stop him. What we are guarding against are others. Right now, everyone knows we have offended the Xiao family, and I am seriously injured. In the eyes of certain people, Jiangxing has become a dripping piece of meat. The next day, Chen Xiao finally came to work. The first thing he did was report to Song Anren, as he was still officially her assistant. However, to Chen Xiao's surprise, Song Anren was late today. It was already past working hours, and she had yet to arrive. This was truly unprecedented. Usually when Chen Xiao arrived at work, Song Anren had already been busy in the lab for half the morning. The entire morning, Song Anren's office door was tightly locked. When Chen Xiao called her, he found that her phone was turned off. Asking the nurse, he learned that Director Song hadn't come to work the day before. Chen Xiao then realized something was amiss. He first thought it must be the incident from the previous night that affected. Unable to sit still, Chen Xiao knocked on the door of the dean's office. Fortunately, Hao Datong was at work today. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, Hao Datong appeared very excited. Chen Xiao, you came at the right time. I recently acquired an ancient text, and there are many parts one don't understand. You must help me look at it. Chen Xiao had no interest in such matters at the moment. He got straight to the point, saying, Dean Hao, I'm here to ask about Director Song. She hasn't come to work, and I can't reach her by phone. Is something wrong with her? Dean Hao was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Oh, Xiao Song. She's fine, as she has already gone home. Gone home? Are you saying she went back to the capital? Chen Xiao asked in astonishment. Dean Hao nodded. Yes, I didn't know you knew her family was in the capital. By any chance, do you know when she will return? Chen Xiao casually asked. She won't be coming back, Dean Hao said. She has already resigned. Chen Xiao was taken aback. What? She resigned? Dean Hao explained. Yes, I heard that there was some family issue. I'm not quite clear on the details. What's wrong, Chen Xiao? Did you need something from Xiao Song? Chen Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. He felt inexplicably dejected and had some complaints in his heart. Although he and Song Anren had just gotten to know each other, she left without even saying goodbye. At that moment, Dean Hao suddenly slapped his forehead as if he remembered something. Oh dear, I was so forgetful. Before Xiao Song left, she asked me to relay a few messages to you. What messages? Chen Xiao hurriedly asked. Dean Hao scratched his nearly bald head and thought for a moment, saying, She said thank you and told you not to look for her. Dean Hao genuinely seemed forgetful. After saying this, he appeared to discover a new world. Oh, Chen Xiao, you aren't dating Xiao Song, are you? Why would she ask me to leave such a message for you? Chen Xiao was momentarily speechless, helplessly denying no. He understood why Song Anren didn't want him to look for her. Just as Li Ziqing said, the Song family likely viewed Chen Xiao as a thorn in their side. If he sought out Song Anren, the Song family would definitely not let him off easily. However, on the other hand, what grounds did Chen Xiao have to seek out Song Anren? It seemed there were none. Moreover, Dean Hao was genuinely uninterested in these matters. Seeing that Chen Xiao no longer had any questions for him, Dean Hao immediately pulled Chen Xiao over to explain the parts of the ancient text that he found difficult to understand. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao left the dean's office feeling a sense of melancholy and loss, reminiscing about the time spent with Song Anren. Though brief, some memories were deep and beautiful. Chen Xiao wandered aimlessly when at that moment a young nurse rushed toward him panting. Assistant Chen, I found you. Chen Xiao asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking for me? The nurse replied, Dr. Chen, a patient's family member specifically asked for you, claiming to be your relative. My relative? Which relative? Chen Xiao asked, slightly taken aback. I don't know. Just come with me. All right, lead the way. The nurse brought Chen Xiao directly to the operating room. At the door, an elderly woman with gray hair was anxiously waiting for something. As Chen Xiao approached, the elderly woman's eyes lit up. Chen Xiao? Are you Chen Xiao? Who are you? Chen Xiao asked, puzzled, as he did not recognize this elderly woman from his memory. The elderly woman grabbed Chen Xiao's arm. Chen Xiao, I'm your aunt. When I came to the city to sell eggs when you were a child, I stayed at your home. Chen Xiao then recalled that his mother indeed had some distant relatives in the countryside. They rarely kept in touch, and over time forgetting was normal. Oh, so it's my aunt. What's going on now? Who is sick? The aunt excitedly said, We're renovating our house. Your older brother, my son, had an accident while driving a tractor to haul bricks. The tractor overturned on the mountain and crushed him inside. The doctor said he needs an amputation. Chen Xiao, you must think of a way for your aunt. We can't let him lose a limb. Your brother is in his 30s and hasn't even gotten married yet. If he becomes paralyzed, he'll be alone for the rest of his life. The elderly woman began to wipe her tears, and Chen Xiao hurriedly comforted her. Aunt, please don't be too agitated. Let me first find out the situation. Just then the operating room door opened, and a group of doctors in white coats walked out. One of them approached the aunt and said, Elderly lady, have you made a decision? The patient's condition is severe, and we can only proceed with the amputation. If not, there will be a risk to his life. If everything is all right, please sign the responsibility letter. Upon hearing this, the aunt immediately shouted, No, we can't amputate. If he becomes paralyzed, what will happen to him for the rest of his life? Doctor, I beg you, think of another way. You must save my son's legs. The doctor grew impatient. How can you? You can ask around if our director Lu is the best surgeon in Jiangxing. If he says amputation is necessary, then let me be frank, it's not that we don't want to help you, but even a deity couldn't save your son's legs today. Then a middle-aged doctor wearing glasses approached, coldly stating, Family members of the patient, hurry up and sign. Don't dawdle and delay the best treatment window. If anything happens to the patient, our hospital won't take responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, the aunt began shouting, You're talking nonsense. I see that your hospital looks down on us country folks and doesn't want to treat us properly. Let me tell you, this is my nephew Chen Xiao. Oh, don't think that we have no one in the hospital. The doctor wearing glasses was momentarily taken aback. Then, after examining Chen Xiao a few times, he sneered, He, Chen Xiao? All right, if you don't believe us, let him treat the patient. The doctor wearing glasses is Director Lu, who is known as the best surgeon in Jiang City. He is over 40 years old and is at the peak of his professional skills. His reputation as the best surgeon in Jiang City is well-deserved. Throughout his career, he has performed hundreds of surgeries, all without a single failure, making him a model in the industry. In the entire medical community of Jiang City, he is a legendary figure. With such fame, it's inevitable for one to become arrogant and dismissive of others. Recently, Chen Xiao has been quite popular. Although Director Lu has never met him, he has heard of Chen Xiao's exploits. Upon seeing Chen Xiao today, he thought him to be just a young brat, instantly feeling disdain. He said with a sarcastic tone, He, Chen Xiao, they say you have remarkable medical skills capable of healing even the dead. Today I would like to see if you are truly as incredible as the legends say. Though he said this, he completely doubted that Chen Xiao could really bring the dead back to life. Such things are merely coincidences, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, and then rumors spreading. Chen Xiao naturally heard the provocation in Director Liu's words, but saving lives was more important, so he chose not to argue. All right, I'll go in and assess the patient's condition. After speaking, he walked toward the operating room. Director Lu was annoyed to see Chen Xiao actually intend. How dare you take over my surgery? You really don't know your own limits. Just putting on a show. He waved his hand and followed him in. He wanted to see how Chen Xiao would handle things when it was time to step down. Inside the operating room, the patient had already been anesthetized and lay on the operating table. Chen Xiao quickly assessed the situation and found that the patient's injuries were indeed severe. The injury to his leg was the most critical, and the spinal cord also suffered significant damage. Despite his dislike for Director Lu, he did not misjudge the situation. According to conventional treatment methods, amputation would be the only way to save the patient's life. Nephew, tell Auntie the truth. Can my brother's leg be saved? Auntie's voice trembled, sounding as if she might cry. Chen Xiao smiled slightly and casually replied, Don't worry, Auntie, my brother will be fine. I can save his life, and I can save his leg too. Nephew, are you really serious? Auntie doesn't know how to thank you. Auntie was suddenly so excited that she almost wanted to bow to Chen Xiao right there. However, Director Lu let out a cold snort. Chen Xiao, you claim you can save the patient's life without amputation. Young man, I advise you not to speak carelessly and damage the hospital's reputation. You cannot afford that responsibility. Chen Xiao replied calmly, On what basis do you say I would damage the hospital's reputation? Just because you cannot heal a patient, does that mean no one else can? Who do you think you are? Director Lu was momentarily stunned. He had gained fame long ago and had not faced anyone daring to speak to him like this for many years. Suddenly confronted by Chen Xiao, he could not accept it psychologically. He blushed and asked, fine, you say you can heal the patient, then I want to ask you, how will you treat the patient? Are you asking me and expecting an answer? If you really want to know, stop wasting time and just watch quietly. Chen Xiao's lips curled up slightly, as his aura expanded. It stunned everyone in the operating room. He snapped his fingers at the nurse. You go find me some yellow paper and vermilion. Director Liu's expression darkened immediately. Kid, what on earth are you trying to pull? This is the operating room, not a place for nonsense. Before Chen Xiao could respond, Auntie began pointing her finger at Director Liu, scolding him. What is wrong with you? You're still a doctor, haven't you eaten your conscience? You can't heal my son's injury, but you won't let others try. What are your intentions? Director Liu was furious. Fine, I want to see how long you can make a scene. If the best treatment window is missed and the patient dies, it has nothing to do with me. Chen Xiao shrugged. Who said it has anything to do with you? You are quite self-absorbed. At this moment, the nurse returned with the yellow paper and vermilion. After Chen Xiao took them, Director Liu immediately directed the other doctors, record everything. This is evidence. If this quack causes the patient to die, it has nothing to do with our hospital. He was not genuinely concerned about the hospital's reputation. He just wanted to get rid of Chen Xiao. I must kick this arrogant fool out of our medical team. Chen Xiao, however, did not care about his barking. He dissolved the vermilion in clean water, formed his fingers into a sword, dipped them in the vermilion, and began to draw on the yellow paper. In just a few seconds, a decent talisman was drawn. The doctor filming was stunned. He had long heard of Chen Xiao's exploits in using metaphysics to heal. Today he would finally find out whether those rumors were true or false, and he felt a bit excited inside. He quietly asked Director Liu, what if Chen Xiao really heals the patient? Director Liu shouted angrily, and then began cursing. What nonsense are you spouting? You think this broken thing can save people? Then why did we spend so many years studying? We might as well have become Taoists. The other doctors couldn't help but mock him further. This is absurd. Ew, I really don't know how such a person got into our hospital. If he really can heal, I will live stream myself eating shit upside down. Chen Xiao paid no attention to those discussions. He held the talisman between his fingers and focused his mind. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the talisman ignited on its own and yellow flames shot up to the ceiling. The flames danced around Chen Xiao's fingertips, burning brightly without extinguishing. Chen Xiao then quickly moved them along the patient's body. Director Liu scoffed him, just putting on a show. Do you think you're in a movie? At that moment, the doctor filming suddenly changed expression, exclaiming, what is happening? Everyone quickly followed. Immediately, everyone was frozen in shock, as if turned to stone. They witnessed an unbelievable scene. They saw that wherever Chen Xiao's flames passed, the wounds on the patient began to heal rapidly. Not only were the wounds healing, but even the blood vessels inside were reconnecting. Some inflamed and rotten wounds even sprouted new granulation tissue. Once the granulation tissue appeared, it grew wildly, like little hands tightly grasping together, eventually merging into one. The originally gaping wounds formed an entirely new layer of skin. The doctor filming was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time, drooling. This is magic, right? Chen Xiao smiled slightly as the flames on his hand finally died down, correcting him. Wrong, this is called Nua art. Seeing this scene before him, Director Liu was left stunned for quite a while. He smacked his lips, yet ultimately found himself unable to utter a single word. The education he received throughout his life, along with the remnants of his rationality, made it impossible for him to believe that this was real. Yet the eyes do not deceive. The injured party was visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. This was something that modern medicine and rationality could not explain, but it could not be denied that it was indeed happening. The doctor filming the video asked Chen Xiao, what exactly is the art of Nua? Chen Xiao noticed his respectful demeanor and proceeded to explain. Nua is a branch of medical practice excelling in the reconstruction of the physical body. Many ignorant people consider Nua to be feudal superstition, a trickery, unaware that it has been part of traditional Chinese medicine since ancient times and is indeed a cultural treasure left to us by our ancestors. Of course, the threshold for learning Nua is quite high, which is why it is nearly lost to time. However, as practitioners of medicine, we should possess an inclusive spirit and not speak ill simply because something exceeds our understanding. Chen Xiao's remarks left the doctors present blushing, and they all lowered their heads. Especially Director Liu, who felt utterly humiliated. He had always been arrogant, especially after gaining some notoriety, which made him become increasingly dismissive of others. Today's experience made him understand a profound truth: there is always someone better than you, and beyond the heavens are more heavens. He realized that his medical skills, when compared to Chen Xiao's, were hardly worth mentioning. It seemed he would need to remain humble and work quietly in the future. Otherwise, he would end up like today, becoming a joke in the eyes of others. Chen Xiao discerned the shift in his mentality from his expression and chose not to say more. From today's events, Director Liu gained insight. His future prowess in medicine would surely reach a new At that moment, the doctor filming made a quiet jab. Who is it? that said if Chun Xiao could cure the patient, he would livestream himself doing a handstand and eating feces. The doctor who said this fell silent, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Chun Xiao merely smiled at this. After all, they were colleagues and would inevitably see each other again. As for the happiest person present, it had to be Chun Xiao's distant aunt. She asked Chun Xiao, "Nephew, is your elder brother all right now?" Chun Xiao nodded. "Yes, once the anesthesia wears off, he will be fine. If you are still worried, you can observe him at the hospital for a few more days. Rest assured, since you say he is fine, I have complete faith in you. I trust no one else but you." His aunt then grasped Chun Xiao's arm and began expressing her gratitude. "Nephew, thank goodness for you today. If your brother had to have his limb amputated, I wouldn't know how to live." Hearing such appreciative words, Chun Xiao felt happy, yet somewhat helpless. The helplessness stemmed from this aunt who seemed to pop out of nowhere and had a tendency to grab people's arms excessively. Moreover, her grip was quite strong. If it were someone more delicate, they might have been hurt. However, Chun Xiao could understand how rural people often engage in heavy physical labor, and regardless of gender, they tend to have considerable strength. "Aunt, this is all part of my duty. There's no need to be so polite. Should you have any problems, feel free to reach out to me." Chun Xiao exchanged a few polite words before finding an excuse to leave the operating room. After exiting, he called his mother. Firstly, he hadn't returned home for 2 days, and his mother might be worried. Secondly, he wanted to inquire about this aunt's situation. If she had a good relationship with his mother, he would offer more assistance. After a few rings, the call was finally answered. However, the person on the other end was not his mother. A strange man's voice came through. "Hello, are you Chun Xiao?" The background noise was quite chaotic, and he could vaguely hear a woman shouting. Chun Xiao immediately became tense. "Who are you? How did my mom's phone end up in your hands?" Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed from the phone. "Chun Xiao, have you already forgotten my voice so quickly?" Chun Xiao's mind raced, but he couldn't identify the voice. He angrily demanded, "Who the hell are you? What have you?" The person snorted coldly, "Humph, if you can't remember, let me remind you. I got disfigured because of you." Chun Xiao's brow furrowed sharply. "It's you." He remembered. The person on the other end was the younger brother of the eagle, that little yellow-haired thug. On that day, Chun Xiao had pressed his face into a frying pan, frying it in oil. Yet Chun Xiao couldn't fathom why the little yellow-haired thug was still around after the eagle was taken down. "That's right, it's me," the little yellow-haired thug said viciously. "Chun Xiao, I'm waiting for you at the market. Let's settle our old scores today. They'll give you 20 minutes. If you don't show up in 20 minutes, just wait to collect your mother's corpse." A surge of anger shot up Chun Xiao's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, "I warn you, don't act." The little yellow-haired thug said nothing in response, only letting out a wild, mocking laugh. Chun Xiao rushed toward the market. He drove at breakneck speed, taking less than 10 minutes to arrive at his mother's stall. At this moment, his mother's stall had been smashed to pieces, leaving chaos in its wake. The yellow-haired thug, along with a group of little ruffians, was swaggering about, acting arrogantly. People came and went in the market, but upon seeing these individuals, everyone kept their distance, not daring to approach. Chun Xiao got out of the car and saw his mother Lu Jin being held hostage by several thugs, looking like a frightened rabbit. In that instant, a thought surged through Chun Xiao's mind. He wanted to eliminate these little punks completely. Upon seeing Chun Xiao arrive, the yellow-haired thug immediately grinned maliciously. "Chun Xiao, you really dare to show up?" He licked his lips, a momentary smile vanishing, his expression turning exceedingly vicious. "You clearly don't know how to write the word death." A gust of wind blew, lifting the yellow-haired thug's long hair. The half of his face that had been hidden was now. This half of his face was twisted and grotesque, covered in deep scars resembling the craters of the moon's surface. And all of this was thanks to Chun Xiao. Seeing his enemy, his eyes burned with rage. He stared intently at Chun Xiao, not blinking. It was as if he feared that if he blinked, Chun Xiao would escape. "Chun Xiao, you ruined my face, and my elder brother the eagle died because of you. Old and new grudges today, I will settle them with you." The yellow-haired thug gritted his teeth, appearing as though he wished to devour Chun Xiao whole. Chun Xiao frowned, his tone quite impatient. "Are you all tired of living? I really wonder how Dejun manages you all." The yellow-haired thug snorted disdainfully upon hearing Dejun's name. "Dejun? He's barely able to protect himself now. Oh, how could he manage us?" Chun Xiao was slightly taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The yellow-haired guy laughed smugly. "Now Jiang City is under the rule of the Wolf Gang. As for your backing army, they are probably already gone. Haha, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. My big brother foresaw this and had me join the Wolf Gang early. Today I will kill you to avenge my brother." Chun Xiao's heart shook violently. The arrogant demeanor of the yellow-haired guy indicated he was not lying and certainly not bragging. This meant Jiang City might truly have fallen. Recalling that Qi Tian, who in the army were both severely injured the night before and had offended Xiao Tian's son, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity for the Wolf Gang to attack. With that thought, Chun Xiao grabbed the collar of the yellow-haired guy and demanded, "Quickly tell me, where are the people from the Wolf Gang?" Although this matter did not arise because of Chun Xiao, it was still related to him. Moreover, at the banquet, Qi Tianhu and the army had fought desperately to protect Qin Shao. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, Qin Shao would not ignore this. However, the yellow-haired guy clearly had not realized the seriousness of the situation. He arrogantly looked at Qin Shao and said, "What? Who are you yelling at? Kid, you still haven't recognized the situation. A useless person without any backing still dares to act tough. Do you believe I can wipe you out in minutes?" Before he finished speaking, Qin Shao's large hand swung over. With a crisp sound, two of the yellow-haired guy's big teeth flew out. The other small thug saw Qin Shao make a move and immediately surged forward with fierce momentum. Qin Shao quickly got entangled with the people opposite him. As expected, the fight lasted only about 30 seconds before it ended. Except for Qin Shao, everyone else lay on the ground, all maintaining the same posture, covering their faces with, because from start to finish Qin Shao used only one move, which was slapping. Under Qin Shao's slapping assault, each of these people lost an average of 2 teeth. This scene profoundly illustrated what it meant to be searching for teeth on the ground. Qin Shao helped his mother back to the car to ease her shock. His mother held Qin Shao's hand and comforted him, "Son, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Go do what you need to do." Qin Shao nodded heavily and returned to face the yellow-haired guy. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy was already terrified. He thought that bringing so many people today would surely allow him to take revenge, but he never expected Qin Shao to be so capable. He crouched on the ground, looking timid and completely different from his earlier imposing self. Qin Shao grabbed the yellow-haired guy's hair and pulled him up. "Now tell me, where are the people from the wolf gang?" The yellow-haired guy grimaced in pain, but did not dare to cry out, weakly saying, "Chun Yi, I don't know where they are. I was just given orders to bring this group to disrupt the order in Jiang City." "Then let me ask you again, who is leading the wolf gang's invasion of Jiang City?" The yellow-haired guy still shook his head, pleading, "Qin Yi, please spare me. I'm just an outer member of the wolf gang. My status is even lower than a dog. I can't answer the questions you're asking." Qin Shao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "If you don't know anything I ask, then what use do I have for you? In that case, let me send you to meet the eagle." Saying this, Qin Shao's 5 fingers pressed down on the yellow-haired guy's head. The yellow-haired guy's breath instantly stopped. He believed that as long as Qin Shao applied force, his skull would be crushed. He was so frightened that he was almost about to urinate. "Qin Yi, please spare me. He'll tell you everything." The wolf gang has sent 100 core members this time, and the one leading them is the Northwest Wolf Fan Jin. They are currently going to surround and kill Qi Tianhu. Meanwhile, the half-mountain villa of the Qi family was also experiencing an intense battle. The army was covered in blood, and the wounds that had not healed were once again ripped open due to the vigorous movement. He had just breathlessly dealt with one opponent when 3 strong men attacked him again. If it were an unknown fight, these 3 strong men would not be his match. However, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, and a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Under the combined assault of the 3 strong men, the army was visibly fatigued, repeatedly hit by the opponent's fists and feet. "Damn it, today I'm going all out with you. Even if I die, I'll take you wolf cubs down with me." The army, who had been at the end of his rope, suddenly burst forth with fierce fighting spirit. The 3 strong men exchanged glances, and a cruel smile appeared on their faces. At this point, the overall situation was decided. Even if the army fought desperately, it would be meaningless. The army understood this principle well. Lord Hu and the young lady had already been captured, and he simply had no ability to save them. He now only regretted being too foolish, falling into the wolf gang's scheme to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. 3 hours ago, he received news that there was trouble in the North City, reportedly caused by the wolf gang. He immediately rushed over, only to find that the troublemakers were just a few small fish. However, when he returned, he discovered that the Qi family's villa had already fallen. He and his brothers stormed into the villa to rescue Lord Hu, but the enemy was numerous and each of them was fierce and good at fighting. His brothers were outnumbered and fell one by one before him. Even he could not hold on much longer. He thought that if he had called Qin Shao for help before breaking in the outcome, unfortunately there are no ifs. Even if he wanted to call Qin Shao for help now, it was already too late. The army was blinded by rage, but still could not change the outcome of being defeated. And he had completely lost the strength to get back up. The 3 strong men bound him tightly, wrapping him up like a big hairy crab. The army was taken into the basement, which was originally Qi Tianhu's hiding place. However, at this moment, Qi Tianhu was also tied up like a big hairy crab, sitting on the ground with a blank expression. Beside Qi Tianhu was Qi Qingfei, who was also tightly bound. The young lady, usually dressed in fine clothes and full of spirit, now looked haggard, her eyes filled with despair. The army was pushed down in front of Qi Tianhu, and he felt so guilty that he didn't even dare to look into Qi Tianhu's eyes. "Lord Hu, I'm sorry. The army is incompetent." Qi Tianhu let out a bitter laugh. "It has come to this. It's all fate. You can't be blamed." Just then, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and a pair of shiny leather boots appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a middle-aged man's characteristic hoarse voice echoed, "He, Lord Hu, the army, we finally—" Upon hearing this voice, both the army and Qi Tianhu turned pale with anger. Especially when that person approached them with the demeanor of a victor, it nearly twisted their noses with rage. Though reluctant to accept it, they had long suspected that if the Wolf Gang were to send someone to take charge of Jiangqing, it would undoubtedly be the person before them. This person was Fan Jin, nicknamed the Northwest Wolf. In his 40s or 50s, he had a tall and robust build with a sinister expression that exuded a ruthless aura. Although he came from the Wolf Gang, he was actually a native of Jiangqing. He had once fought side by side with Master Hu and was a brother who had faced life and death together. However, Fan Jin was greedy and lecherous with unclean hands. 5 years ago, Qi Tianhu discovered that he had embezzled a large sum of funds, leading to a financial deficit in the organization. In a fit of anger, Qi Tianhu expelled him from Jiangqing. However, what was unexpected was that afterwards Fan Jin actually joined the sworn enemy, the Wolf Gang, becoming the Northwest Wolf. He then turned around to deal with Qi Tianhu. The army looked down upon Fan Jin's act of betrayal. He spat in disgust and angrily said, "Fan Jin, don't pretend to be tough in front of me. If you have the guts, let me go, and we can fight Onianon." Fan Jin smiled slightly, his disdain evident in his eyes. "Onianon, Dejun, have you gone senile after not seeing me for years? How can you even utter such foolish words? Killing you now would be easier than squashing an ant, and you want me to fight you, Onianon? What a joke." The army ground his teeth in anger. "You shameless wretch, lacking even this bit of courage. It's a shame you still dare to come out. I only regret being soft-hearted back than allowing you, this ingrate, to escape." A trace of fierceness appeared on Fan Jin's face. "Hee, that's all old history. I didn't want to bring it up again, but since you insist, let's settle this score properly." He flexed his wrist, and his entire left hand fell off, revealing a bare wrist. It turned out that his left hand had always been fake. "Dejun, this hand was severed by your own hands. Tell me, how should we settle this score?" The army huffed angrily. "How do you want to settle it?" Before Fan Jin could reply, Qi Tianhu spoke first. "Fan Jin, the order was given by me. It was I who commanded you to lose a hand, and it has nothing to do with Dejun. This score should be settled with me." As soon as Qi Tianhu finished speaking, the army rushed to say, "Master Hu, it was I who severed the hand. No matter what, this score must be settled on my head. It has nothing to do with you." Seeing this scene, Fan Jin suddenly burst out laughing, even applauding. "Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Such deep brotherly affection, truly touching. I'm moved to tears." Fan Jin's sarcastic tone infuriated Qi Tianhu, who shouted angrily, "Fan Jin, whether to kill or dismember, make it quick. Stop pretending in front of me." "Pretending? Qi Tianhu, how can you even say that?" Fan Jin's smile gradually faded, and he coldly snorted. "I fought alongside you for so many years. How many contributions have I made for you? Don't you have any idea in your heart? You actually severed one of my hands just because I misappropriated a little money and even drove me out. Now you still act like a brother in front of me. Tell me who the hell is pretending here?" Fan Jin spoke with conviction, and Qi Tianhu was not to be outdone. "The mistakes you made back then warranted your death. It was only because of our brotherhood that I spared your life." Fan Jin stomped his boot on Qi Tianhu's body. "Stop jabbering about this with me. Qi Tianhu, the victor takes all mistakes must be acknowledged and punishment must be faced. It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5 years?" As Fan Jin's expression became increasingly twisted, he said, "For 5 years, every day, every hour, every minute, every second, I've been thinking about how to come back and kill you. I want to trample you underfoot. I want you to kneel before me and beg for mercy." Qi Tianhu laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, you expect me to kneel before such shameless garbage? Dream on. My surname is Qi, and even in death, I will not beg you for mercy." Fan Jin nodded. "I understand you. I know you have a proud spirit, and even in death you won't kneel and beg for mercy." So, at this point, Fan Jin suddenly grabbed Qi Qingfei. "I have also captured her." Qi Tianhu immediately tensed up. "Fan Jin, I warn you not to act recklessly. If you dare to touch a single hair on Qingfei, I will haunt you even as a ghost." Fan Jin completely ignored Qi Tianhu, licking his lips and smacking his tongue. "My dear niece, after not seeing you for years, you've become even more beautiful. TSK tisk, so full of womanly charm, ha." The army's eyes turned red with anger. "Fan Jin, you beast, you're not even human." Fan Jin pinched Qi Qingfei's chin, his eyes glimmering with lewdness. "I've long ceased to be human. My dear niece, these years I've lived like neither man nor ghost, all thanks to your father." Qi Qingfei was about to cry. This was the first time in her life she had suffered such humiliation. Finally, Qi Tianhu relented. For the sake of his daughter, he did something he would rather die than do. He twisted his body, crawled up, and knelt before Fan Jin. "Fan Jin, I beg you one thing at a time. You can do whatever you want with me, but please don't touch my daughter." "Master Hu." The army called out unwillingly, his iron-like voice, choking slightly. Qi Tianhu lowered his head. The greatest humiliation compared to his daughter's safety didn't matter at all. Ha ha, brothers, did you see? The mighty Qi Tianhu master who kneeling before me and begging for mercy. Fan Jin laughed wildly, and the surrounding members of the wolf gang echoed with jeers. Qi Tianhu gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, but he swallowed it down. Fan Jin, you've won. You can humiliate me however you want today as long as you let my daughter go, as she's still so young. Fan Jin curled his lips, snorting coldly, let her go. Your daughter has developed so well, would it not be a shame to let her go? Qi Tianhu suddenly jolted. What do you mean, Fan Jin? I've knelt and begged for mercy, oh won't you let my daughter go? Fan Jin's face was full of mockery. When did I say that if you begged for mercy, I would let your daughter go? TSK tisk, my dear niece has such a good figure, it's better for me to have her than some wild kid outside. Don't you agree? Fan Jin, I curse you, I will kill you. Qi Tianhu roared and lunged at Fan Jin. Fan Jin kicked him away, sending Qi Tianhu flying. Don't worry, once I'm done with my dear niece, I'll send you on your way. Fan Jin sneered contemptuously as he spoke, his dark claws reaching out towards Qi Qingfei. Get away from me. Oh no, I want to kill you. Qi Qingfei screamed heart-wrenchingly, her humiliating tears falling to the ground. But nothing could stop Fan Jin's grasping claws from reaching her. With a tearing sound, finally a large tear was ripped in Qi Qingfei's clothes, exposing a large expanse of pure white to the air. Fan Jin's eyes widened. He had long noticed Qi Qingfei's impressive figure, but never expected it to be this good. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a strange wind sound suddenly reached his ears. Before he could react, a shadow rushed in, instantly knocking him away. Fan Jin's body crashed heavily onto the table, shattering its surface. This all happened in just 2 seconds, and no one had time to process what was happening. When they finally reacted, they discovered a stranger, a young man, had appeared in the basement. This young man was none other than Chen Xiao. Upon recognizing him, Qi Qingfei burst into tears. Chen Xiao, I thought I would never see you again. Chen Xiao cut the ropes binding Qi Qingfei and took off his clothes to wrap around her delicate body. I'm sorry I came late, Chen Xiao said softly. His apologetic gaze was also cast towards Qi Tianhu and Dejun. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, their eyes widened in shock, and they laid down all their burdens and worries. Because they knew there was hope now. Qi Tianhu's expression immediately brightened. No, brother Chen, you did not come late, you came just in time. Chen Xiao smiled slightly and said to Qi Qingfei, you go untie your father and Dejun, and I will go deal with that dying person. The dying person? Qi Qingfei was slightly taken aback, then realized Chen Xiao was referring to Fan Jin. At this moment, Fan Jin had already climbed up from the ground, struggling to move his neck, clearly injured from the earlier blow. Kid, are you Chen Xiao? That's right, it's me. Fan Jin grinned wickedly and gave Chen Xiao a thumbs up. Not bad, no wonder you dare to touch young Master Xiao, you indeed have some skills. Chen Xiao said coldly, since you know me, why aren't you kneeling and crawling before me? I can consider letting you die a bit more comfortably. Fan Jin grinned weirdly and arrogantly said, I admit that if it were a fair fight, I wouldn't be your opponent, but times have changed, now it's you who should kneel. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh. Fan Jin snapped his fingers. Let me introduce a friend to you, you have already met him before. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly woman with gray hair and unsteady steps came down the stairs. Seeing this old woman, Chen Xiao was dumbfounded. Because this person was actually his aunt. Auntie, she smiled and said, nephew, didn't expect us to meet again so soon. This aunt was clearly not a real aunt. Because halfway through this sentence it transformed into a man's voice. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted, and it was only at this moment that he realized he had fallen into a trap. Cough, let me introduce myself. Auntie cleared her throat. I am Su Qingxiang. Chen Xiao suddenly understood. So it's you, the thousand-faced, smiling Su Qingxiang. The name Su Qingxiang was told to Chen Xiao by Dejun. This person was the strategist of the wolf gang, skilled in disguise and cunning schemes. Didn't expect you still know my name. Ooh, I am truly honored. Su Qingxiang laughed heartily. As he laughed, he tore off a mask from his face, revealing an ordinary elderly face. Qi Tianhu shouted loudly, Su, brother, be careful, this old man is full of tricks, you must not fall for his schemes. Su Qingxiang laughed again. Qi Tianhu, you are quite correct in your warning, but unfortunately it is a bit late, this foolish kid has already fallen for my trick. Chen Xiao looked puzzled, and Su Qingxiang reminded him, kid, haven't you noticed? Why don't you take a look at your arms first? Hearing this, Chen Xiao rolled up his sleeves and was instantly shocked. He saw a thin black line appearing on each of his arms. The black lines began at his wrists and slowly spread upward, now reaching his elbows. Chen Xiao suddenly recalled the moment Su Qingxiang grabbed his arm and shook it. You poisoned me. Su Qingxiang chuckled. Kid, your skills are not bad, but unfortunately you are too foolish. Let me tell you the truth. The poison you have is called the yin-yang poison, and after it takes effect, black lines will appear on your arms. The yin-yang lines will spread up your arms and eventually converge at your heart, which will be the moment your life ends. Chen Xiao remained unperturbed and calmly said, I can guarantee that before my life ends I will take your dog life first. Su Qingxiang glanced at Chen Xiao's arm and began to smile sinisterly. Tisk tisk, if you had said that 10 minutes ago it might have scared me. Unfortunately, the poison has spread to your elbow, which means more than half of your acupoints have been blocked. You are a martial artist. You should know what it means to have your acupoint sealed right. Even if you are a transformation stage martial artist with tremendous skills, you cannot use them now. Before Chen Xiao could respond, Jun was already furious and shouted, You are a despicable person. Even if I have to fight to the death today, I will strangle you to death. Su Qingxiang instinctively took half a step back, covering his mouth with a cough. Northwest Wolf, I leave the next matter to you. Su Qingxiang was skilled in disguise and schemes with no martial skills. He was just an old man with no strength to crush a chicken. He couldn't handle such fighting and killing. Fan Jin flexed his wrists and grinned. All right, let's see what I've got next. Master Chen, you take a break. Let me deal with this despicable person. Chen Xiao's acupoints were sealed, and Jun thought that he had to step up at this crucial moment. However, Chen Xiao stretched out an arm to stop Jun and gently shook his head. You are not his match. Let me handle it. Jun was taken aback, wondering how Chen Xiao with sealed acupoints could still be so bold. However, at that moment Fan Jin had already charged in. A martial artist with sealed acupoints is just trash in front of me. Chen Xiao, today I will kill you. Not only can I make a name for myself in the martial world, but I can also avenge young Master Xiao. Oh, it is indeed a wonderful opportunity. Fan Jin swung a powerful fist towards Chen Xiao, the massive fist carrying a fierce wind. Chen Xiao smirked coldly. Kill me. Just based on you. As he spoke, he threw a punch. The two fists collided violently. Bang. After this punch, Fan Jin's remaining hand shattered into a pile of dust. Looking at his right hand, which had been reduced to minced flesh scattered all over the ground, Fan Jin, a man of 7 feet, unexpectedly burst into tears. Su Qingxiang looked at Chen Xiao in disbelief. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The Zhuyin-yang line has clearly reached your elbow. How can you still fight so well? Chen Xiao sneered. Indeed, having acupoint sealed can prevent a martial artist from exerting their strength, but who told you that I am a martial artist? Su Qingxiang was bewildered. Chen Xiao wasn't a martial artist. Then how could he fight so fiercely? Clearly Chen Xiao's abilities had surpassed his understanding of this world. At that moment, a flash of determination crossed the army's eyes. Now was the best time for revenge, was it? He pulled a short knife for self-defense from his pocket, quickly advancing, with swift steps, aiming 2 stabs directly at Fan Jin's heart. Fan Jin's mouth bubbled with blood, dying on the spot, without even having a chance to utter a final word. Su Qingxiang panicked and shouted to his subordinates, What are you all waiting for? Why aren't you coming at me? This time he had brought 100 members of the Wolf Gang, including 15 who were inner strength masters, all currently in the basement. The combined strength of these 15 should not be underestimated. He felt that even if they could not defeat Chen Xiao, they could at least stall him for a while, and he could use that little time to escape and save his life. Unfortunately, strength is always relative. Su Qingxiang had no idea that these 15 inner strength masters were no different from ordinary people in front of Chen Xiao. So when he was about to escape to the door, he saw a shadow appear on the staircase. He looked up and his heart sank. The shadow above was Chen Xiao looking down at him, trying to run. Go back. Chen Xiao kicked Su Qingxiang in the face, sending him tumbling down the stairs. When he finally stopped, he looked up and found Chen Xiao still in front of him. At that moment, his heart sank completely. Chen Xiao was as elusive as a ghost. He had no chance to escape. As for the 15 inner strength warriors, they were all knocked to the ground, completely unreliable. He forced a smile. Hee Chen Xiao, I say this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Misunderstanding your mother. Chen Xiao kicked out again, and Su Qingxiang flew like a ball, crashing heavily against the wall, crying out in pain. Daring to deceive me, if I don't cut you up today, my heart will never find peace. Chen Xiao's gaze was sharp, spitting out flames of anger. Su Qingxiang was terrified by that look. You can't kill me. Chen Xiao, you are poisoned. If you kill me, you will also meet your end. Su Qingxiang knew that begging for mercy was useless. Perhaps if he remained assertive enough, there might be a slim chance of survival. Unfortunately, he miscalculated again. Before his words could finish, Chen Xiao stepped on his ankle, shattering it. Threatening me, huh? Stop the nonsense and hand over the antidote, or the next kick will be to your head. I mean what I say. The sound of bones cracking clearly reached Su Qingxiang's ears. The pain nearly made him faint, cold sweat pouring down from his forehead. If you want the antidote, you have to agree to spare my life. Su Qingxiang was still gambling, betting that Chen Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything to him for the sake of the antidote. Sadly, he was wrong again. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xiao, size 44 foot, had already kicked over. Chen Xiao's kick exploded Su Qingxiang's head, splattering crimson blood and white brain matter all over the ground. Silence enveloped the area, lasting nearly 10 seconds. Did the cunning Su Qingxiang just die like this? Qi Tianhu swallowed hard. This Chen Xiao was truly ruthless and decisive. But then again, he dared to carve words on Xiao Tian's son's face. Oh, what couldn't he do? Moreover, in Qi Tian's eyes, decisiveness and killing was definitely a necessary trait for achieving great things. In this regard, he was not as good as Chen Xiao. After Qi Qingfei reacted, she hurried over to search Su Qingxiang's corpse. What are you looking for? Chen Xiao asked. I'm looking for the antidote. Qi Qingfei replied. Chen Xiao didn't say anything, but he knew the antidote was most likely not on Su Qingxiang. Because in Su Qingxiang's plan, the antidote was his last trump card, the kind that could save his life in a critical moment. Such a trump card would definitely be hidden in a very safe place, not carried around. He planned well, but Chen Xiao didn't follow his plan. As expected, Qi Qingfei searched Su Qingxiang all over, but found no antidote. Chen Xiao, he has no antidote on him. What should we do? Chen Xiao smiled and comforted. It's fine, I can resolve this minor poison myself, though I can manage without the antidote. It will just be a bit troublesome. After hearing Chen Xiao's words, Qi Qingfei believed him and quickly relaxed. After all, in her eyes, Chen Xiao was omnipotent. With Su Qingxiang and Fan Jin killed, the Wolf Gang's incursion also ended in failure. Chen Xiao did not participate in the subsequent cleanup. A few scattered soldiers would suffice for the army to handle. Chen Xiao then helped Qi Tianhu treat his injuries. After the treatment, Qi Tianhu's injuries were most. Chen Xiao said, I will prescribe you some medicine. Take it on time, and after some rest for another 3 or 4 days, your external injuries will heal completely. Brother Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Logically speaking, my life should belong to you, but Qi Tianhu said, filled with guilt, Brother Chen, I owe you. Chen Xiao smiled and replied nonchalantly, Brother Qi, it's all in the past, no need to mention it again. Besides, if I were in your position at that time, I would have made the same choice as you. Brother Chen, you don't need to comfort me. I was wrong for not fully supporting you at the first moment. A mistake is and in my time of crisis you were able to put aside past grievances and help me out. I have not owed many people in my life. You, Brother Chen, definitely count as one. Qi Tianhu swore, from now on for Brother Chen, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. If I blink an eye, I am not a man. Chen Xiao shook his head. Brother Qi, you are too serious. Qi Tianhu hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Brother Chen, there is actually something I have been considering for a long time. I wonder if it is appropriate to mention it. Chen Xiao waved his hand. Feel free to say it, no need to hesitate with me. Qi Tianhu said solemnly, Brother Chen, I'm getting older, and I'm poisoned. My ability is no longer sufficient to continue managing the underground forces of Jiangxing. I want to replace myself with someone more capable and better in every way. And that person is you. I will find a way to help you detoxify the poison within you. As for the abilities you mentioned, I don't believe I can do better than you. Therefore, Brother Qi, I truly cannot agree to your request. Chen Xiao immediately rejected Qi Tianhu's request without a moment's thought. Qi Tianhu was taken aback, wondering if the position of the leader in Jiangxing had become so worthless. Even if offered for free, it was still undesirable. He sighed helplessly, saying, Brother Chen, since that's the case, I won't insist. However, it seems Jiangxing may not be peaceful in the future. Chen Xiao frowned slightly and asked, Brother Qi, what do you mean by that? Qi Tianhu slowly explained, we have openly offended young Master Xiao. All the nearby forces are restless, wanting to take advantage of the situation to seek revenge for young Master Xiao and share a piece of the pie in Jiangxing. The Wolf Gang is just the beginning, but driving them away will not be the end. There may be the Tiger Gang and Bear Gang in the future. Actually, I wanted you to be the leader to use your reputation to intimidate that group of small-time rogues so they wouldn't dare to invade. Hearing Qi Tianhu's words, Chen Xiao finally understood the situation. He casually replied, I see this is easy. You can publicly announce that I am the leader of Jiangxing, but in reality, we will operate as usual. I won't get involved in the specific affairs of the organization. That should work. Qi Tianhu hurriedly said, that won't do. The leader is the leader overseeing all the underground forces in Jiangxing. It cannot be taken lightly. He then said, Brother Chen, if you find it troublesome, I can manage the specific affairs of the organization on your behalf. How about that? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately agreed, saying, all right, that sounds good. Let's do it your way. He thought to himself, isn't this just what I meant? It was merely a change in wording. Qi Tianhu was overjoyed to see Chen Xiao agree. He clasped his hands in respect and said, yes, Brother Chen, I will certainly do my utmost to assist you in managing the affairs of the organization. Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback, saying, Brother Qi, what are you doing? No need to be so formal. Qi Tianhu insisted, Brother Chen, I have said that the position of leader is not a joke. In the future, everyone in the organization must address you as Brother Chen. If that doesn't satisfy you, how about Master Chen? Chen Xiao quickly interrupted saying, "Alright, just call me Brother Chen then." Chen Xiao, somewhat confused, became the underground leader of Jiangxing, and Qi Tianhu successfully hitched his wagon to Chen Xiao. No, it should be said that he offered his own wagon to Chen Xiao. Afterward, Chen Xiao quickly found an excuse to leave Qi's residence, fearing that Qi Tianhu would ask him about the organization's affairs. After leaving Qi's residence, Chen Xiao went directly to the headquarters of Tongji Hall to find Elder Ji and buy some medicine. Although Li Ziking's injuries had mostly healed after a major injury, her body was still somewhat weak. Chen Xiao wanted to use some high-quality medicinal herbs to help her recover. When Chen Xiao arrived at the pharmacy, Elder Ji had already been waiting at the door for a long time. "Master Chen, your presence graces my humble establishment. Please come inside." Elder Ji personally welcomed Chen Xiao, showing him great respect. "Elder Ji, you are too kind. I just want to buy a few herbs to replenish qi and blood. Oh, just a simple greeting would suffice, no need for such personal attention." "Haha, Master Chen, no matter how small your matter is, it's a significant one. I will have someone prepare the herbs right away." Chen Xiao made his intentions clear, and Elder Ji immediately instructed someone to prepare the herbs. Seeing Elder Ji showing such respect to Chen Xiao, the store manager naturally dared not be negligent and personally fetched the finest medicinal herbs. However, after the herbs were brought, Elder Ji's eyelids drooped, and he directly lost his temper, saying, "What kind of rubbish is this? Are you trying to fool me by burning paper at the grave?" The store manager said timidly, "Elder Ji, this is already the best medicinal herb in the store." Elder Ji looked at it and asked, "Is there nothing better?" The store manager nodded vigorously, saying, "There really isn't anything better." Elder Ji frowned and grabbed Chen Xiao's arm, saying, "Master Chen, please follow me." Then Elder Ji directly took Chen Xiao to the medicinal herb display room in his home. It could be called a treasure chamber rather than just a display room. Inside were countless precious herbs, ginseng the thickness of an infant's forearm, lingji shaped like umbrellas, and deer antlers resembling crowns. An overwhelming number. "Master Chen, please feel free to choose." Chen Xiao was not polite, and immediately selected several herbs he needed. After choosing, he was satisfied and asked, "Elder Ji, how much do these cost in total?" Elder Ji's eyes widened, saying, "Master Chen, are you joking? If you mention money again, I might lose." Chen Xiao said, "Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony." Chen Xiao also didn't want to take advantage of Elder Ji for free. During their subsequent chat, he casually offered a few insights that greatly benefited Elder Ji. After chatting for a while, Chen Xiao suddenly asked, "Elder Ji, have you heard of the Ziwu Yinyang poison?" "This?" Elder Ji pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "I have indeed heard of it. It is said that when the poison takes effect, the victim will have 2 lines of Ziwu Yinyang appear on their arms. From the onset of the poison to death takes 6 hours, which corresponds to the time from midnight to noon, hence the name." "Master Chen, why do you suddenly bring this up? Could it be that you encountered someone afflicted by this poison?" Chen Xiao nodded and silently rolled up his sleeve. Elder Ji's face turned pale with shock, saying, "Master Chen, you." Chen Xiao's arms had black lines that had already crossed his elbows and were advancing toward his shoulders. In fact, when Chen Xiao said that the Ziwu Yinyang poison could do nothing to him, he was merely comforting Qi Qingfei. In reality, up to this point, he had no way to stop the black lines from spreading upwards, let alone detoxify. Chen Xiao nodded and calmly said, "Yes, I am afflicted by the Ziwu Yinyang poison." Elder Ji gasped, secretly admiring him. Indeed, Master Chen, even after being poisoned so severely, can remain unperturbed in the face of such danger. Such composure is not something ordinary people can achieve. However, no matter how good his mindset is, he still cannot detoxify. He cautiously asked, "Master Chen, have you thought of a way to detoxify?" Chen Xiao shook his head, saying, "Not at the moment." Elder Ji smiled bitterly, saying, "Master Chen, I have only heard of this poison, but I do not know how to detoxify it. Forgive this old man for being unable to help." Chen Xiao smiled slightly, saying, "It's fine, I was just asking casually, you don't need to blame yourself." At this moment, Elder Ji suddenly brightened up and said, "Master Chen, please wait a moment. I will make a call to ask an old friend who is an expert in poison making. He might have a way."